by J.C. McCrae. A production by Parahuman Audio. Performed by a cast of fans and volunteers. Please visit parahumanaudio.com to learn more. Thank you and enjoy. Arc 16, From Within, Chapter 1. I woke up, my arm sliding across a file folder I'd left on my bed, with a stinging sensation I was sure was a 6-inch long paper cut. I made myself sit up and swing my legs to the floor without using flight, and I sat where I was, feeling the muggy, lethargic, slow sensation of being sick. I unwrapped bandages, and with some gentle prodding, I checked my arm and hand, where stitches still connected the flesh that had been flensed from finger and hand. It wasn't puffy, and it wasn't an inflamed red. The red line that had been tracing its way from the wound up my arm was gone. After everything, after winter cold, damp prison hallways, skipped meals, injury, several periods of unconsciousness, about 7 minor injuries and 2 bad ones, my immune system had thrown in the towel. 5 days. I'd decided I was okay with being sick for a set period of time. I'd scale down what I asked of myself by doing only one necessary thing a day: recuperate, find my equilibrium. Then I'd ease back into things, or I'd go to the hospital. Not that hospitals were an easy thing to wrangle right now. I was annoyed I'd moved the papers, so a stack of papers in one file folder had fanned out to smear into another file folder, to the point I had to figure out which belonged where. The folder to the right was Professor Haywire. Multiple personalities, with each personality living on one Earth. He'd gone full mad scientist and opened the first portal we'd known about. We'd later found out there was one in Europe and, apparently, the one in Cauldron. The file folder to the left was more recent. It was from the info dump Dragon had given me, detailing everything we knew about agents and how they were structured. The door we'd glimpsed bothered me. I wanted to wrap my head around it. I stood, and I pulled on something more decent to wear, the long top with the black hood and the Brockton Bay skyline across the front that I'd worn to first meet Jessica's therapy circle. I fiddled with my hair, braided for overnight, tucking loose strands behind my ears as I made my way to the kitchen. Kenzie was sleeping on the couch, drowning in an excess of heavy blankets and comforters, with only the top of her head and the buns of her hair sticking out the top end of the blanket burrito. The coffee table was littered with tinkering stuff, a few plates and a couple of glasses, and the television had been left on. In the sunless hours of the winter morning, they were running some kids' show with a crew of a spaceship. I thought the protagonist looked a bit disturbing, but whatever. From the fact the television was on and that she hadn't done her usual routine for her hair, wrapping it up to protect it, I guessed she had gone straight from tinker stuff to turning out the lights, pulling blankets down on top of herself from where they'd been set up at the back of the couch. Routine was important for kids in grief, and this wasn't routine. I picked up 2 ends from ice cream cones that had been half-eaten, putting them on a plate. 2 ice cream cones definitely wasn't normal. Never mind that Kenzie liked to eat the top part of the cone, lick out the ice cream that had been packed in all the way, but didn't enjoy the cones enough on their own to finish them. Didn't matter on the cone type. Just your standard 11-year-old type weirdness. I found another 2-inch long bit of uneaten cone between 2 glasses. I was indulging her, letting her do her thing and find her own routine. If she wanted something, I let her have it, within reason. I was careful not to make any noise as I collected dishes, avoiding moving any tinkering work. "Breakfast?" she asked. She didn't poke her head out. "Did I wake you? Sorry." "I set an alarm to wake me up if you got up," the Kenzie burrito said. "You look healthier than you did yesterday." "I feel better. 8 out of 10. "Good. Do you want breakfast? I can make stuff. My foster dads used to teach me." She wiggled and struggled until her head was out of the burrito, and craned her head around to look up at me. She gave me a half smile, only one side of her mouth turning upward. "Nah, I'll make something. What do you want?"
You have that yellow egg bread stuff, right?
Challah, yes. I'm not sure how good it is.
It's good. Can you make French toast with it?
The smile had dropped away and her eyes were big. If you agree to something with vitamin C.
OJ.
All right, I said. I made my way into the kitchen to drop off the dishes. In the background, I heard her say,
"Yes, I love this show. I'm never awake to see it."
Kenzie had been my day one thing. I'd tackled one priority in each of my 5 days of dealing with the infection in my arm and whatever I'd had that was between flu and cold. I'd asked her what she wanted and needed, and she'd said she wanted to stay over. I'd warned her I was sick, that I couldn't give her my full attention, and she'd said that was fine. She'd stuck as close to me as I let her, as I did my best not to pass on whatever I'd picked up. During the day, she either accompanied me on my errands or she went off with other teammates. Her team had asked for her help with a job, and she'd gone out to do that yesterday. She had stayed for 3 hours, just long enough to handle the job and come back. I knew her team was worried. That they didn't know what to do about her, and she didn't know what to do about them. Kenzie thumped to the ground, prompting me to look away from the bread I was cutting up. She'd rolled out of her burrito and onto the floor, and was in the process of kicking and punching her way free. She bolted once she was out of it, straight down the hallway.
Ad break, gonna pee real quick, back soon.
The bathroom door banged shut. It had been Candy who had given me the data stick. I'd plugged it into my phone while waiting for Kenzie to get her things together. I had no idea how Candy had even gotten it, but it was surveillance footage from the warden's HQ. Kenzie stricken. Kenzie pushing things off the desk she'd set up at. A faltering attempt at smiling had given way to tears, sobbing. She'd started shouting and pushing more things to the ground when her teammates had tried to reassure her. In the end, it had been Tattletale who had caught her in a hug, pinning her arms at her sides, and held her there. Tattletale who, despite the video not having audio, had apparently told Chicken Little, Darlene, and Candy to go. When Kenzie had been released from the hug, she'd gone back to her computer to keep updating us. After everything had wrapped up, we had spent a few hours together recapping, but Tristan had wanted to get Byron looked after, Kenzie's ride had come to pick her up, and the rest of us had needed medical attention. I'd gone back to the apartment, cried some, and crashed hard. I woke up sick, and Kenzie had been the first thing on my mind. She'd come over that evening, and she had stayed every night since. She had opted to sleep on the couch rather than disturb Ashley's room. She ran down the hallway and up the stairs to the living room, banging into the table in her hurry to get situated in front of the television again. I peeked and saw her bundling up in her blankets. No sign of any agitation. Her eyes weren't red. She wasn't smiling incessantly. She wasn't crying. I made the French toast, quickly fried up some hash browns with sweet potato, and got the OJ out. I turned the kitchen TV onto the channel with the spaceship show. The process of putting it all together was nice, even if I had less than zero appetite, still feeling groggy from the illness. "Ken's, breakfast!" She came without protest or hesitation, but I did see her perk up when she saw that the show she was so into was on in the kitchen as well. Ashley's thing had been to have a lot of televisions and radios. Kenzie leaned over her plate to reach out and touch the screen. She dragged the image aside, beyond the confines of the screen itself and onto the wall. She did it a few more times, bringing up email and a news channel that was currently showing the weather. "I didn't know you tinkered the TV," I commented as I sat down with my own plate.
"I did it to keep myself busy the other night while you napped."
"Sorry," I said.
"No, it's fine. We did something before, and we watched that movie after. That was nice. And this is really nice. Thank you so much."
It was. I had no appetite, and my senses were dulled, and it was still surprisingly good. I liked challah, and I liked French toast, and I'd never thought to put them together. I feel guilty not being able to give you my full attention.
"You're sick. It's okay. I'm just really happy you're keeping me company,"
she said, speaking between bites.
"I would have gone crazy if I was at the facility."
The place for the orphans and foster kids in transition. Chris's old place. "Are you feeling like you need more routine, or get back to where you have your stuff?" She shook her head, shrugging. At the same time, she started trying to cut the crust off the bread. Her top had only the 2 narrow straps at the shoulders, leaving the arms and the rest of the shoulders bare, and I could see the tension there. It would have been easy to chalk it up to the effort of cutting through the thicker crust of the bread, but Kenzie was very good at hiding what she was feeling.
Talk to me. I can't help if you don't tell me what you're feeling. I don't want to go back just yet. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what's happening with my team or our team or the city or anything. This is nice.
She turned her head to look at one of the screens that was floating around the television, tilting her head slightly. I ducked my head down until my chin was nearly touching my hands, which were flat on the table, trying to get a better look at her face. She met my eyes.
What?
I asked.
I don't want to be a problem. I don't want to scare you away or bother you. It's really obvious to me now that I can think everything's fine and then it's really not. I thought I was better and I'm not.
But
I want to stay, just for a little while longer.
When I dropped you off that night, at the end of the day everything happened with Teacher, the staff said they were concerned because you made those images, and they said it looked like a projection of Ashley with something that looked like...
Don't...
Kenzie interrupted, her mouth partially full. She swallowed.
Don't say it was AI. It wasn't AI. It was just a picture and a few minor triggers. I still get flack for some stuff I did at the end of summer that wasn't AI. I got questions from Parahumans Online about it afterwards, and then from the team, and I told Jessica, and Jessica had to double-check it wasn't AI, because that's the kind of thing that makes the heroes crack down on you, and they checked and they agreed it wasn't, so no, not AI, no intelligence. If you say it was, I will actually get mad.
Not AI, I said. She huffed a bit and nodded. She took another bite and chewed it more than necessary. I had no fucking clue how I should read the things like Kenzie crying and sobbing instead of smiling, or her getting angry in a way that showed, like here or with Chris. Was that growth, genuine and healthy displays of emotion? Or was it worrying because she was getting upset and ranting a bit, that she was grieving, or that her emotions were running this high?
I miss her,
I said.
Enough it hurts, and that it surprises me a little.
Kenzie looked up from her food, chewing.
She was really good company. Maybe the best kind of roommate to have. We had a good sense of each other's rhythm and boundaries. I feel like she forced me to grow up a lot about some stuff. About the faces we put on and the roles we play, and it sucks so much.
Sucks, Kenzie muttered. She smiled, eyes downcast.
You know it sucks for me. You saw that video Candy gave you.
I shouldn't be surprised she knows. She didn't even seem to mind, but that was just how Kenzie worked.
Yeah, I worry about you, about the projects you'd put together or what you'd get up to when I'm not looking. Because I care about you too, and I know I'd do some crazy stuff if I had your power, and I'd just lost someone I cared about. I won't do anything, she said. I only made the Ashley projection with some basic expressions because I was lonely and I didn't know what to do. It made me feel worse because it wasn't quite right. So don't worry, I'll be good. I'll stick to old projects.
Because it wasn't quite right. It made me think of Amy, about the process that had led to the wretch coming to be. It made me worry about Kenzie more.
Okay, that's reassuring. We need you to talk to someone, I think, and we need to talk to your team. Chicken Little, Syndicate, Decadent, whatever you want me to do. So don't make me go back, at least for a little while.
Her eyes were puppy dog big, her smile small and unsure.
It doesn't have to do with anything, okay? You can stay tonight unless they say you have to go back.
She nodded. She glanced at the screens beside her.
No cheating the system, sending false messages, or sabotaging things so they don't want you to come back, or, I don't know, because you set up a hologram that makes them think you're there. I thought about that, but I wouldn't do it, she confessed.
I didn't press. We ate. Kenzie chugged the last half glass of her OJ. Then she hurried over to the sink to begin washing. I would have protested she didn't have to help out, but instead I just joined her, doing my share of it, and putting away the stuff on the rack. Ashley's obsidian mug, still on the drying rack from a week ago.
What are you up to today? I asked. I don't know. What are you doing?
Everything, I said.
Catching up,
Byron, seeing where we fit into things with the whole... I indicated the television screen where the weather update had dropped away and the tail end of a news segment showed. There were cars on the road, bumper to bumper, red taillights and white snow. The scene changed to people moving down the sidewalk, all carrying things.
I know some of the rest of the team is helping, and Chicken, Decca, and Sin are helping too, in their own ways.
Yeah, I said.
Can I come with you? I wanted to see Byron too.
I thought about it for a second, then nodded.
Costume or no costume?
She asked. It was a good question.
No costume for today, while we work on bouncing back. If we wear something costumey, we'll feel compelled to do something costumey. Good plan, she said.
I looked back at the television, where they showed rows and rows of fresh new tents. Then, protests, riots, and anti-parahumans gathered together in something that looked like it was going from protest to riot. Calling for a ride and getting through all of that?
Want to fly there?
I asked. Mass evacuation. The ice was cracking. We'd been given a deadline suggesting disaster would strike within a week or two. All it would take was a precipitating act. The ice would crack, and, well, we'd seen the data lifted from teacher's computer. With full knowledge that it was winter and we were putting lives at risk, our side was working with local government to force people to vacate. Some resisted, and some of that resistance was gathered at the front of the Warden HQ. A line of police was all that kept them from storming the place. One of them was being disarmed of something they'd lit on fire, with police taking advantage of the fact that people had backed away from the protester to gang up on him 3 against 1. I landed on the roof, easing Kenzie down so she could stand beside me, and then adjusted the heavy bag full of her tinker stuff and my supplies.
So angry,
Kenzie said, peering over the ledge. I wore a medical mask, out of consideration for the people around us and the people we were bound to run into. I didn't want to get any heroes sick. It made talking annoying with the way it rubbed against my nose.
They're losing their homes, just like we're probably going to have to say goodbye to the apartment. Can we get stuff out? I have workshop stuff I'd miss, and furniture, books. Ashley had so many things she was so fond of. I want to keep some.
We'll do something, I said. I struggled with keys, my left hand not fully cooperating, the gloves I wore not exactly helping.
But not everyone can do something. That's why they're upset. Yeah, but if they spent less time protesting and more time preparing, then they could bring more with them.
Maybe, I said as I unlocked the door.
Some of them don't care about things. They want to keep other things. Security. Not having to worry they'll keep facing tough winters. Not feeling like there'll be one world-ending threat every few years. Endbringers, then Scion, now this, which we're being vague about, and which we haven't made any major arrests on.
We let ourselves into the top floor of the Warden's HQ. Not that this was much more than a cardboard cutout building propped up in front of the real HQ.
Because we're saying it was the portals, and the long-term danger is worse than we thought. And the portals were done by the religious nuts at Chite, who we can't do anything about because diplomacy. We can't attack them without losing diplomatic support. We're the big guys in terms of the weapons we hold and the little guys in everything else. And honestly, it would be really nice to have clearance to go into Chite right now.
Kenzie nodded. We made our way down the stairwell to the passworded hallway. Kenzie could do the hallway with her eyes closed, so I let her do the steps to take us to the bunker. The road to the bunker was framed by 2 new buildings, and the bunker had a neighboring structure. The number of guards had tripled, many gathering on the rises on either side of the path, looking down at us with weapons at the ready. But they knew my face. I raised a hand in a wave, and they waved me through. We didn't stop in at the bunker itself. We continued down the path, took a hard left, and passed beneath more guards on our way to our destination. Into Teacher's facility.
My first time here,
Kenzie said.
You haven't visited Byron? I asked.
She shook her head.
I was planning to.
As there had been armed guards guarding the way between bunker and facility, there were capes waiting for us on the other side. One of them handed me an info sheet. They hesitated before handing Kenzie one, and after a quick glance, I motioned for them to hand it to her. At large, Earth Chite, Church Capital West. Teacher, Benjamin Terrell. Overseer/custodian, A76. Mord Nog. Lou Joubert. Greater City Area. Ingenue, Miranda Webb. Leicester, Jamar LaFranca. Usher, Ray C. Rudolph. Captain Claw, Charles Ali. Blackgoat/Scapegoat, William Giles. 9 soldiers, mixed squads. Unknown, last seen Earth N. Squad leader Green-Black. 6 Green-Black soldiers. Unknown, squad leader Orange-Red. Squad leader Gray-Gray. 12 soldiers, mixed squads. Thanks, I said. It was always good to get an update. The list had been twice as long on my last visit 2 days ago. You've been here before? Do you need a guide? No, but she might if she wants to go do something. This sheet has some basic information and a number to call if you want a guide or escort, and another number to call if you see something concerning. We've painted or taped areas that are high risk.
Thank you,
Kenzie said.
I wanted to use some tinker gear, but Victoria said I'd need to get it checked out.
We can page people and see who's available. Go on ahead, and we'll have them find you. Where are you off to next? Hospital wing. Shouldn't be a problem. Take the elevator.
Thank you,
Kenzie said. The place they had picked for the portal to exit was a hallway that could be defended if need be, that opened up into a larger area of the complex, a central room with stairs, hallways, and, at the far end, a series of elevators. There were people mopping and cleaning, because the tromp of boots was depositing a lot of muck on the white tile, and there was a lot of muck, with some areas having been reduced to debris. We'd moved in, more or less. Thralls all relocated and quarantined until such a time that Teacher no longer had a serious hold on them. Some people from the city were being brought here to select and specific areas that could be cut off from the areas we were using to conduct business. There was food here, there were beds, there were storage areas, shower facilities, plumbing, power, and backup power. The elevators weren't like the usual. The doors were open, the elevators waiting, each large enough to drive a car into. We got inside, hit the button, and the door whisked closed before carrying us 2 floors up. The doors opened, and Defiant stepped inside, wearing a reduced-down version of his power suit. The effect was similar to a fireman shucking off coat, belt, gloves, and headgear while still wearing the rest. But Defiant's stuff was green and gold armor so heavy it needed tech to move with. He found a spot to stand next to Kenzie. She only came up to his waist, with the way his gear and boots extended his height. Hello, Lookout.
Heya, how are you guys?
We're staying on top of things. Victoria, always good to see someone from home. Likewise, I said. From home. We still weren't thinking of this city as home. We hadn't even fucking named it, and now we were abandoning it. Or had we not named it because we'd known, on some fundamental level, that we might have to abandon it, that it was temporary and fragile? What you did over the last week was a big help, figuring out Teacher's info attack vector, Shin, and the raid. He extended a hand for me to shake. I'm sick, I told him. Sorry, I would otherwise. I don't mind, he responded. I don't think I can get sick. I shook his hand. He wasn't wearing gauntlets, but his hand was still large as it folded around mine. I could see seams and patches where it wasn't skin, with too smooth a texture. The tech? He asked. I'd stay to talk, take as much time to talk shop and catch you up, but there's too much to do. I lowered the bag to the ground so Kenzie could fish out the tech. It was akin to a double-thick keyboard with no buttons and a depression along one side. It looked heavier, and she needed 2 hands to lift it up to Defiant, who held it in one. Not a cube, huh? I asked.
It is,
she said. She's right, it is a cube, Defiant said while investigating the thing that wasn't a cube. Should you tell me what this is, or would you prefer I figure it out?
You can figure. 25% of the reason I'm asking is I don't want to step on toes. 75% is because there's that slight, teeny-tiny chance that this isn't what we want to do in any place with a chance of fracturing.
I see what you mean, he said as he opened up the casing, looking at the internals. Lenses were arranged in arrays, to the point it was more glass than anything, and the tech that was there looked like the arrays that extended back from the ocular cameras she'd had us place in our eyes. The elevator came to a stop. We stepped out into the hallway, remaining where we were while he produced a laser from his gauntlet, shining it through some of the lenses.
Careful of the polarities, please,
Kenzie said, shifting her weight from foot to foot.
I know you know your stuff, but...
Understood. I didn't change any numbers. Looking at this, you should be fine. You're not outputting anything, you're clarifying things that are operating within the sector space.
Yeah, yep. But sometimes when you point a camera at someone, they look into the camera.
They don't reach through to hit you or break your camera either.
I'm not smart enough to keep the analogy going. But they're multidimensional space monsters. They could. Sometimes you don't want to agitate someone on the other side of the glass if that glass is close to breaking.
I think you're safe, he said, handing Kenzie the keyboard thing. About what you just said, I do think you're smart. More importantly, you put in the effort, and I put a lot of stock in that. If we were still in the PRT, I would want you on my team.
No, you wouldn't. Nobody who's seen my record would.
I've seen your record, and I would.
I'm a fuck-up, though. I leave a trail of messed-up relationships and regrets behind me wherever I go. I'm doing it right now.
With me? No. I bit my lip. I wanted to comment, but this was between them.
No,
Kenzie agreed.
My new team.
I'm very much the same, Lookout. I made almost no friends over the years. Chevalier, Mirden, Miss Militia. I'm not even sure most would look at those relationships and think of them as friendships.
Dragon?
Kenzie asked. I was getting around to that. Dragon was my first real friendship. I had immense respect, trust, and fondness for her. It did require some leaps of faith, challenges.
Because she's an AI.
Yes, and because we're different people. We figured it out because it was worth it for both of us. That laid a foundation for a relationship that was more.
I've talked about those sorts of foundations with people before. It's not that easy. It sounds easy on paper, but...
I know, believe me. She wiggled a bit.
But if you want more friends, I'm always down. You've seen my record, so it's okay if you say no. But if you say yes, then you're saying yes while knowing I'm a bit of a nuclear-powered screwer-upper of relationships.
I would be happy to be your friend, Lookout. And if I'm welcome, I'd like to see the tech in use. I have a guess about what you're doing. She nodded, enthusiastic, then looked at me. Yeah, I said. Yeah, though we're not the only people involved. If they say no... Of course, Defiant said. We got moving. Though he'd just handed us the keyboard thing, Defiant ended up carrying it and carrying the bag, which I was secretly grateful for. I didn't feel like I was at 100%, and fatigue set in easy. Even though it was against my personal policy, I ended up flying rather than walking as we made our way through the hospital wing. Is Dragon okay? I asked. Dragon's fine. What's she up to? Infrastructure development at Carroll Hill and Autumn's. 2 of the new tent cities and hopefully one of the places we can settle for good. I suppressed a comment at that. Your teammate fought Saint. Did he mention her? No, I was just asking because she was absent. As was I for the latter part. Dragon is immensely powerful, but she, like any tinker, is dependent on her pre-established work to function at optimal capacity. The Dragon Slayers knew this and used it against her in the past. Teacher used it against her here. With no satellites to use for remote access except the ones she deployed after passing through the portal, she was limited in what she could do. If she dies without redundant systems and infrastructure behind her, she dies for good, just as any of us would. Kenzie's eyes dropped to the floor. At the same time, I made a bit of a face. I wasn't sure he'd seen with the medical mask covering my mouth. He'd seen. And there I go, proving my earlier point. I'm not always good at conversation, even or especially casual conversation. I heard about your teammate. I didn't mean to prod a wound. That was casual? Talking about death, dying, and the cape stuff? Either way, I nodded.
It's okay,
Kenzie said.
I'll forgive you your foibles if you forgive me mine.
We'll work on them, he said. To me, he said, I don't suffer from that same general need. I don't often lose my technology, but I suffer for a lack of allies and friends. I could have gone ahead and cut my way through an army of people who only committed the crime of getting brainwashed, but I thought it better to support my team, my wife, and force him to keep committing forces.
It wasn't easy, I said.
He shook his head. No, and neither is the aftermath. Teacher is free and untouchable for the time being. Ingenue is on the loose, and other thralls are operating elsewhere. Gary Nieves is wanting to make a meeting, bringing Dinah Alcott with him, of all people, and he has a great deal of political clout because of the ongoing riots and protests. We're trying to secure the city and ensure the evacuation goes smoothly, and the only asset we have in the process of that is that Contessa is working with Citrine to manage it. I winced. Yeah, he said. My feelings exactly.
Byron's room was at the end of the hall. Rain was there, as was Vista, who wore the cloth part of her costume, but not her armor. She was curled up in a chair near Byron. Rain sat on the opposite side, shoes kicked off, sock-covered feet up on the side of the bed. They were watching a movie, to the tune of regular beeps. Byron lay on the bed, bandages on one arm, shoulder, and at his side. The bandages were clean, but there were hints of seepage, too thin to be straight blood, but with telltale crimson. He wore a t-shirt with parts cut out to accommodate the bandaging, and pajama bottoms. He hadn't woken as we'd entered. His eyes were half-lidded. I'd seen him awake, and I'd seen him unconscious. He had slept through 80% of my visits. Seeing Byron had been my thing on day 3 of being sick, with me keeping my distance because of the illness.
Oh, hey,
Vista said, her voice pitched to be quiet so she wouldn't disturb Byron.
Hi, boss.
Hi, Vista, Defiant said, matching her tone.
Hanging out? I asked.
I was up all night with patrols. I came by and stayed for the movie, she said. True enough, she did have circles under her eyes that had nothing to do with the thick black eyeliner she'd applied. Kenzie hurried into the room, getting the keyboard.
We're trying it?
Rain asked.
Yeah,
Kenzie said, double-checking with Defiant. She was doing a lot of double-checking. She set the keyboard on the foot of the bed, reconsidered, and had Rain stand up before placing it on his chair, scooting the chair over.
You're not using your power, right?
She asked Vista.
No, why? Because even if Defiant says there isn't, I'm worried there's a teeny-tiny chance this could blow up everything.
I stopped flying. Rain backed away a step. She placed her phone over the top of the buttonless keyboard, then used it as her console to activate parts. She slid it over, hit more buttons, slid it over, and hit more. It came to life, light shining from the seams. And orange-red motes began to move through the air, diffuse and smaller than what Tristan normally created. They settled into a general silhouette, and then that silhouette clarified, until we had an ethereal image of Tristan, just a bit fuzzy around the finer details like individual strands of hair, eyelashes, and a thread or two on his clothes. He overlapped Byron at first, but as he tested his movement, he slipped off to one side and stood away. He attempted to cross the room, and he hit an invisible wall. He reached out to touch it. When he spoke, though, his words came out as audio garbage. All the right sounds if those sounds had been into a blender and mixed in with static. He tried again and seemed a bit put out.
Fine-tuning to be done,
Kenzie said. She shut down the box. The motes began to scatter, peeling away and dissolving.
Can we wake up Tristan? See what it's like for him?
Rain reached down and jostled Byron's shoulder, trying to wake him. It didn't work. He sounded discouraged more than upset as he said, I'll get a nurse. Had he sounded very upset, I might have panicked. As it was, I was anxious and uncomfortable with so much about this. Kenzie literally wrung her hands. Rain stepped out of the room.
It's cool that it worked well,
Kenzie said.
He could move around. I was worried I wouldn't be able to let him do that. They can make micro-adjustments to have a slightly different pose or posture when they swap in. Is that why you had the perpendicular set of high-distortion prisms?
Defiant asked.
I thought it might grease the track if he wanted to move down it. It's a good idea. You do sacrifice some clarity.
I made so many mistakes early on, trying to get perfect clarity or better than perfect clarity. No, it's not what we need. We need to be able to communicate with him. The nurse came back in. She had a syringe. She addressed us all, not looking the least bit intimidated about being surrounded by capes, let alone Defiant's massive frame. He scheduled a wake-up this morning, but are you sure you want to do this? We are, Rain said.
She removed the tubes from his nose, the covers from over top of him, and the heartbeat monitor from his finger. It produced the tonal beep of a flat line as she disconnected it, a sound that made 10 kinds of bad emotion jump all over the place in my chest and stomach. She gave Byron the syringe in the shoulder, depressing it. His eyes fluttered, opened, and he stirred. "Change," Rain said. "Swap out." Byron hesitated, then blurred. A moment later, he was Tristan. He sat up, hopped down. "Couldn't talk," he said.
"We know," Kenzie said. "I can work on that next time."
"It would be a lifesaver," Tristan said. "It would mean a lot." Kenzie bounced a little with excitement. "Can we look for Byron?" Tristan asked. Kenzie nodded.
"Sit on the bed. Pull your legs up. You have to stay within bounds."
Tristan did. She activated the machine again. The blue motes appeared, and they coalesced into Byron's form, partially curled up, lying just behind Tristan. He looked to be unconscious. Byron had sustained light brain trauma and more severe trauma to his body. The pair was trapped in a tricky dynamic now, because Byron went in and out of consciousness, something the nurses said was a consequence of the kind of healing he needed to do. But he didn't heal while Tristan was out and about. He had to be phased in, lying there with people checking on him for best results. Tristan had been giving up extra time just to give his brother a shot at a faster recovery. And he was recovering, but it was slow. And apparently, while Byron was in that twilight state of recovery, Tristan was aware. There was no sleeping in sync like they normally did. Not for most of it. "That makes this the first time in years he's not looking over my shoulder," Tristan said, sounding awed, or stunned, or horrified, if not all three.
"Maybe that's a good thing,"
Vista said. "Maybe," Tristan said. "We'd have to do more tests. Do this a few more times."
"I'm down,"
Kenzie said, sounding excited.
"Yes, absolutely. But I have to go home and tinker, and then I can bring it back, and in between phases, I need to visit Rain while he's asleep."
"Me? Why?"
"Because I think the principles we're using here could help give a sense of what's going on there, in your head, when you're in your dream room. And if we can do that—"
"The door," Rain said.
"If we can move static things or grease the way, maybe we can get it so you can go through."
Holy shit. Do what Teacher was doing? Going into the shard's space and affecting things there? "No." Everyone assembled turned to look at the speaker. Defiant. "No, I'm sorry. I could talk to other members of the Wardens about it, but I don't think we could conscience it."
"If we don't, Teacher will," Kenzie said. "He'll figure out how to get in there and how to mess with powers or do whatever else he was doing."
"Maybe. He doesn't have his tinkers or tech. That slows him down. We're maneuvering to deal with him."
"This is a possible answer. What do you think the danger is if we're basically doing what Teacher is?"
"I don't think there's any particular difference in the degree of danger you face compared to him," Defiant said. "I think it's very possible what you're talking about could work and would work in the same way."
"Then why not?"
"Because you're 11, and he's a criminal with the remainder of his punishment pending, and that's... Frankly, if it's what we think it is, it's a horrific amount of power."
"You don't trust me?"
"I'm not sure I would trust Dragon with it, and I trust her more than I trust anyone. This is something we could reserve for emergencies. We could pull multiple Tinkers in and spread out the load, maybe, but my instinct is no. It's too much, and it's too dangerous."
"Oh."
"I'm sorry if this spoils our..."
"Friendship?"
Kenzie asked. She shook her head.
"No, you're still cool."
"I'm glad. I should go and look after things. This, in its current form, very interesting work. Keep me up to date on the progress?" he asked.
"Can do."
He gave a nod to Vista, then turned to go. The conversation resumed, Tristan getting his stuff together, Vista talking to him about a movie they'd watched, apparently Tristan's pick, except she or Rain had picked up a similar movie to one on Tristan's list, same name, same director, same year, wrong Earth of origin. Kenzie was quiet, staring down at her work. Her hand ran along the flat surface. Then she looked up at Rain, who was already watching her. Her eyes found me, as she'd done earlier, checking with me, checking with Defiant, checking with Rain, asking for permission. Permission to delve into stuff despite the warning from the top. I didn't say no. Arc 16, From Within, Chapter 2. Listen up! Conversation throughout the dining area ceased. There were 6 teams present across 30 tables, with maybe another 20 capes and 10 non-capes using the edges of the hall as passages to get from point A to point B. All stopped and turned to look. Tristan, Kenzie, Rain, and I looked as well. Vista had left to go to work. Naphtha was a warden, but not one of the major ones, likely standing somewhere between Vista's tier and the rookie tier. He stood on a table, decked out head to toe in glossy black, with bold yellow decoration standing out as a kind of light armor. His power made everything within 15 feet of him, teammates excepted, slick with what looked like crude oil that periodically produced bubbles. The effect looked like it was perfectly circular if I looked down on from above.
No obligation, but if you're up for it, we could use the help. I'm going to list off some current problems we need to address. Put your hands up or let us know if you can contribute. We have a villain group with an aggressive hold on an isolated population of non-English speakers preventing evacuation from a part of the city we're considering high risk. They had a protection racket going, a lot of power and control, and they don't want to give it up. Teams have tried to be as firm as they could without upsetting the locals, but it's time to break their hold and get this settled.
Where?
Someone called out. West of downtown. 3 city blocks with 2 apartment buildings.
What kind of non-English speakers?
Does it matter?
Naphtha asked. There was no answer from the guy who'd called out. Vessel from the Shepherds. He was one of 4 who sat at the same table, 3 on one side, 1 on the other. Scribe sat 2 seats away from Vessel, her elbows on the table and her hands covering her mouth. Her costume still didn't suit her. She hadn't joined the Fallen like a lot of the racist shitheads had after Gold Morning, which counted for a bit of something. But I felt like I needed to see more from her before I could stop thinking of her as Rune from Empire 88. And one of those things I needed to see was her speaking up instead of being silent when a question with that kind of undertone came from her corner.
We doing any of this? Tristan asked.
Victoria's sick,
Kenzie said before I could answer.
I could do something minor, I said, but...
Someone just took that one, Rain cut in, pointing. A team had raised their hands. Naphtha's teammate was briefing them now.
It's not our skill set.
I finished the sentence I'd been saying.
Yeah, Tristan said. And I think we're all running on empty right now.
Not me, Kenzie said. I had the best breakfast. I'm all revved up and ready to go, if you guys want to do anything.
I held my tongue. Kenzie's issue wasn't that she didn't have the energy. Kenzie's empty was another gauge entirely, and it related to her team and her process of grieving Ashley. My concern was more that our collective energy levels and focus weren't where they needed to be to handle a small crisis and keep an eye on Kenzie.
Naphtha called out. Issue 2. We have a broken trigger at the top of a high-rise apartment complex in one of our highest-risk areas. There is no oxygen or gravity in the area, but we need to minimize the use of powers to avoid the risk of added damage. We need changers without the need to breathe. Anyone with Tinker suits already built to host their own oxygen supplies, or anyone comfortable wearing a bulkier suit.
I'm going to go suggest Love Lost, Rain said, standing. I know she has a mask like that, and she could handle the low gravity.
She's in her cell right now, isn't she? Tristan asked.
Yeah, went back to prison after we raided this complex, Rain said, looking around at the white walls of the dining area.
She's still the person that butchered a lot of us and who would probably be okay with you dying, Tristan said. I'm not sure how cool I am with us continually offering her hero work in exchange for lighter sentences or whatever.
Kenzie rubbed at her fingers.
Should I not? Rain asked.
I spoke up.
The last mission we brought her on, she... Cover your ears, Kenzie?
She did, but while she did it, she said,
If you mean that part where she cut someone's arms open, I saw that.
I motioned for her to put her hands down.
Yeah. It sort of had to happen, but it's scary it happened that easily and that brutally.
Yeah, Rain said. He was still standing by his chair, hands resting on the table. I guess I want to cut her some slack over Cradle's influence, because I want that kind of slack myself. but I'm not the only person she hurt, I guess. I'm not saying don't, Tristan said. I'm just saying, what happens if we do this 20 more times and she's whittled her sentence down to nothing by deals she made? It doesn't feel right that she'd be back on the streets anytime soon or go unpunished for what she did. I'm on the same page, I added. I was trying to keep half an ear out because Naphtha was already on issue 3 and was saying something about another group of villains. It sounded like a similar dynamic to issue 1 with villains messing with the evacuation, but more to do with random fuckheads stealing from people who were leaving the city with their most valuable things, complicated by more power use restrictions. Another team was asking questions, and I felt like it would be weird to interrupt Rain and Tristan and interrupt the other team that seemed to have a more avid interest in the job. Besides, I wasn't in the mood to deal with random fuckheads. Over the past 5 days, I'd been prepared to jump in if there was a pressing issue, and that held true, but I was okay taking the back seat and focusing on my team. Losing Ashley hurt. Her absence at the table was felt. What if I told them she was a possibility, but stressed no special favors or gave them a better picture? Rain asked. That would be my instinct, I said. I looked at the others, and Tristan nodded. Kenzie seemed distracted, but nodded when I sought out her eye contact. Cool, Rain said. He walked over to the table to wave down one of Naphtha's teammates. 4, Naphtha called out. Someone at a nearby table said something snarky I didn't quite hear about the number of crises that were popping up and how we should have it handled. The annoying thing was, this was the event that they were having trouble finding manpower for. There was a lot of other stuff going on that already had teams assigned. The Machine Army reached Boston in Bet. We delayed them as best as we were able, did a final sweep, and found a crude interdimensional effect that was left over from an ongoing power. We cleaned it up, but the Machine Army is reportedly building a housing for the traces of power effect and trying to build what might be an interdimensional portal. What the fuck? Vessel asked. How? They can do that? Using tech they collected elsewhere and ferried to the site. We have capes on the scenes, plenty of firepower already. But given how tenacious the threat is, the higher-ups want some secondary firepower. We want powers that can do damage. You'd be replacement for any wounded, relief, and if we had to pull some of our capes back to the city or one of the excavation areas, you might be one of the ones asked to stay.
I always wanted to get a look at one of those robots, see how they ticked, Kenzie said.
It means going to Boston, being hours away from everything else, Tristan said. I hear it's intense, relentless. Kind of, I said. Less about constant fighting unless someone really slacked off, more about worrying there could be an IED rigged to anything you touch, or a bear trap under any patch of dirt. Except it's not an IED, it's a giant robot that tears you apart.
I could help, scan with my cameras, Kenzie said. You could help, kind of.
They want unconditional firepower. Rain's firepower comes with conditions, I said.
Tristan, no. You could, Victoria, kind of, Kenzie mused. I want to go, though.
I have to stay close to the hospital, so you'd be going without me, Tristan said. Kenzie slumped in her seat. Naphtha was talking to someone. Situations where we can't let people use powers at their full strength. If you want to help, but your power is big, constantly on, or inherently reality-distorting, this is a big way to help. If you're anti-violence, or you don't want to be in a situation like we had when we fought Teacher, where we had to take lives, dealing with the Machine Army is one way to contribute. Nobody's going to fault you if you'd rather contribute that way. No takers. That's all, Naphtha said. Thank you for your time. Reach out to any warden if you change your minds. He stepped down from the table. The circular pool of oil moved with him, leaving things untouched. He joined the conversation between Rain and the other warden. We finished off the plate of deep-fried chicken and zucchini. More of a brunch than a lunch, but I had the generally ravenous feeling that came with the decline of a spot of illness, and I didn't mind the chance to fill up. Tristan, I said as I wiped my mouth and discreetly wiped my nose before pulling the medical mask back on. What's the status with Barcode? We're fine. They're appraised. They believe it wasn't intentional. Their thinker vetted me. I put them on some other stuff a few weeks back.
finding some people. Paris was one, but then we ran into him before Barcode did.
I looked across the table at him. What were they supposed to do with Paris when they found him?
Tell me, he said.
Then
we'd see, he said.
His expression was flat, betraying nothing. He looked back in Rain's direction.
Moot point.
That's not what moot point means.
What does it mean?
Kenzie asked. Up for debate?
Right. We can debate it if you want, Tristan answered, with a hint of the stubborn tone I'd learned to watch out for, like he was willing to fight over it. He sighed. I asked them to find other people. Goddess put us all in the worst mental states and circumstances where we had zero reason to trust one another, only protocols and rules to go by, you know?
Yeah.
It reassured Byron, I think, that things were that bad and we could still cooperate. Reassured me. I'm not sure I trusted myself before that, like I could have done something stupid again if things lined up wrong. Ever since, I've been reaching out to people we knew back in the day because I wanted to own up. And I was so goddamn sick of running into random people from our past and having everyone think they needed to worry about Byron.
They know about his current state?
Sleeping 99% of the time. Might never get full use of his right arm again. Most do. I know he was in contact with a few online. I had to keep my distance from all that, which meant he had room to reconnect and find his niche, I guess.
He's grown up a lot in the past few weeks.
Tristan nodded. The contracting we've been doing with Barcode has been using them as private investigators with a deeper knowledge of the Cape scene for Byron's sake. 90% of it was for Byron. 5% was me covering my ass and Breakthrough's ass, making sure we wouldn't be attacked by heroes with good intentions who wanted to save Byron from me or some shit.
I thought of Moonsong attacking us in the old warden's headquarters and nodded. Beside me, Kenzie turned and waved. It was the eyes in the back of her head thing, given the timing of it. I followed her gaze and saw Sveta navigating her way between the tables and chairs of the dining area. Behind her, I had a glimpse of Weld and Slickian.
What's the other 5%?
Kenzie asked.
Me looking up an old boyfriend, Tristan said. I haven't had the guts to make the call. I'm 90% sure he hates me, and I rationalized away the fact I hadn't called by telling myself I couldn't even do anything with him if he was forgiving and single, except now I theoretically could.
Ah, I said.
I think that's great.
Kenzie leaned forward as she talked to Tristan.
Love, making up for old mistakes. I think you should go for it. Life's too lonely to not be with people.
Sveta took her seat beside me, giving me a bit of a hug. She handed me a manila envelope with some heft to it. Present.
I can deal with lonely, Tristan told Kenzie. I tried to murder my brother and get away with it. Right under this guy's nose. I lied to his face 1,000 times. I felt like utter shit doing it, but I'm not sure that matters. And I've had years to think about it, but I'm wondering if he suspected or knew.
He knew? I asked.
I think he got an inkling when I wouldn't. Not while Byron was in there.
Marriage?
Kenzie asked.
No,
Tristan said, blinking.
No, I just saw stars and lost track of my thoughts at the thought of marriage. Don't hit me with that sudden mental image at 10 in the morning when I've only had 1 cup of coffee.
Oh,
Kenzie said.
Boning. That's how Candy puts it.
Christ. I looked around to see if anyone had overheard. How the fuck was I supposed to navigate this? Tristan, meanwhile, had put his face into his hands. I wasn't sure if it was laughter, crying, cringing, or some combination of those. Heartbroken are giving you a miseducation, huh, Kens? Sveta asked.
Oh, yeah,
Kenzie said.
Tristan, look at me. Maybe he figured it out. Maybe 10% of him knew, and that's why he's so angry. Because the whole of him is angry at that 10% of him. But if you call, sure, he might be angry, you might be upset, but at least you'd know.
That could be worse.
It could be, but maybe he'd be willing to forgive you and things would be better. You could do what you couldn't and wouldn't do before, which is probably a lot of things, considering you told Rain and Chris you and Byron, can't and won't, even alone, and that's a lot of not over years and years.
Tristan stabbed a finger in her direction.
We need to ban you from talking about certain things. It's uncomfortable. Serious ban, really.
My point is, if you don't call, then it's the same as the worst-case scenario. Him angry, you miserable.
Tristan sighed. I'm trying to think of a nice way to phrase this. This is where I kind of miss having Chris around, because he'd just say it. Kenzie nodded, but I could see her shrink into herself a hair. I put my hand at her back and gave it a little rub. The sentiment is very much appreciated. I think you're probably right, Kenz.
Cool,
Kenzie said, bouncing a little in her seat, before leaning forward to grab the paper basket that had held the deep-fried zucchini and tipping crumbs into her palm.
That's not something Chris would say.
But take this as gently and lightly as it can be taken, with a pinch of good humor.
Can do,
Kenzie said, before tossing the handful of crumbs into her mouth.
I always do, I think.
It's a huge step forward that you're giving what sounds like good relationship advice, Tristan said. Yeah, that was probably as diplomatically stated as it could be, considering. Chris would have been meaner about it. Maybe it would have been better to leave it unsaid, though.
Thank you,
Kenzie said.
I know I'm a fuck-up when it comes to relationships.
Not how I'd put it, Tristan said.
I am, though. I always was, and now I've gone and fucked up my whole relationship with the new team, and they don't want anything to do with me. When I saw them because I had to, it was super awkward and stiff, and...
She huffed out a breath, smiling.
Really, really sad, because of how awkward it was. I get why you're afraid, Tristan. They say it's better to have loved and lost, and it really, really isn't.
Isn't it? Sveta asked.
Not when you put your everything into that love,
Kenzie said.
Not when it happens over and over. You can only lose everything so many times.
I put my arm around her shoulders and hugged her closer. I could feel the vibrations through her head as she crunched down on bits of deep-fried food that were still in her mouth. Given the force of the chew, the bits had probably deep-fried into chunks of pure carbon. I didn't mean to rub a sore spot, Tristan said.
You didn't. I'm just sore in general. So you need to go find your romance so I can live vicariously through you, okay? Or try. But make the call.
Okay, Tristan said. Later. I can't do it from here. Vicarious romance, Kenz? Sveta asked. Is this a new interest?
No,
Kenzie said.
No, not really. I have some people I might like, but I talked to Candy about it, and Candy says I might be in love with the idea of being in love, which is different from infatuation, which is what Darlene has, which is different from love, which is what Perry and Foyle have. I was already going to move super slow so I wouldn't do anything dumb and ruin it all, but now I can't and won't do anything because they hate me.
Hate isn't the right word, I said. You might be reading too much into this. It might be worth taking your own advice and just confronting them.
The difference is I don't need to call to know. It's like I picked up the phone and then I overheard something and I got something more honest than if they'd said anything to my face.
A biased take.
Fine. It's like I got to listen in through the phone and hear everything they ever said about me, and it hurts as much as anything because I didn't even get to see things start to fall apart before it happened. With my parents, my foster dads, the wards team, the summer camp, the other wards team, the school group, the girl I'd talked to before and after class in math, my old teams online, my music teacher, my parents the second time, Houndstooth, and even Ashley, there was warning.
Hearing Ashley's name come up as part of that was a gut punch. I wanted to say something, but the heaviness of that gut punch made it hard, and Kenzie was on a roll of sorts.
I loved them with everything I had, and at least I got to see where things were going and pull back maybe 5 or 10% of that everything. With Chris and with Chicken and Syndicate and Decadent, I didn't get the warning.
They said a lot of those things when you weren't there, and then when you were there, they thoroughly enjoyed your company. I don't think it paints a good picture, Kenz. We hear and register the bad more than we hear and register the good.
Chris said I don't, though. Chris said I could meet Hitler and get along with him because he loved dogs, and I'd chatter at him about dogs and wave at him through the window while he turned on the gas. Chris said I don't see the bad enough, so maybe it's the opposite, and I didn't even pay enough attention.
Or it could be that you're growing up, Kenzie, Tristan said. You're meeting people like the heartbroken, your tastes are maturing, you're getting a questionable education.
Standard education, I think, Kenzie said. Just very all at once.
Maybe. You're dealing with loyalty-inducing goddesses and mind controllers, bad guys and crazy clusters. You're dealing with a lot, and maybe you're getting a better understanding of good and bad.
I think the you we first met might have gotten along with Hitler, Kenzie, Sveta said. But the you of today is less innocent and wouldn't. The you of today called out Chris, and that's a little bit sad and a huge relief at the same time.
Kenzie shrugged. What would Ashley say in this moment? I asked. The smile that touched Kenzie's face for a moment could have been the fleeting happiness of her thinking of her friend, the smile falling away when she remembered. Instead, it suggested the opposite, like I'd stuck her with something sharp and the pain was fleeting. Odd, because I could feel like it was the worst of both.
She'd say, if they really said all of that, then they aren't worth anything and they don't deserve me, Kenzie said. Maybe.
True, Tristan commented.
Except,
Kenzie said, making her voice a hush like she was telling us a secret,
they are worth something. They're cool and I miss them, but I couldn't tell Ashley that sort of thing.
The issue with loving everyone you meet and seeing their best sides is that when there's fault in the relationship, she thinks it's all hers. They can be cool and still make a mistake, I said. And I think if you asked them, they'd say you're cool, but you made a mistake by reading what they said in private. Kenzie smiled, cringing a bit. The best way forward is to arrange a meeting. We could arrange for you to talk to them, you clear the air, you apologize, they do the same. Then everyone tries to do better.
I can't fix all the problems they say they had with me.
That's a cop-out, Sveta said. You can't fix all of them, no, but you can fix some and work on others. You pledged to do that as part of your apology. Kenzie sighed. Yeah? Sveta pressed her.
Yeah,
Kenzie admitted. I'll call Tattletale later then. We'll work something out. Kenzie sighed. At the other table, the shepherds were packing up. Scribe was doing a lot of the talking, and the three others were listening. She drew something on the head of her staff, then let go of it, letting it float down and flip over until it was horizontal. She stood on it, a witch with her broomstick, and used her telekinesis to manipulate it and help her keep her balance. The entire time, she was speaking in a voice that was more quiet and for her group only than anything we'd said at our table. Not that we'd broadcast it, but... Fuck, I was being unfair, wasn't I? We should go check on Rain, I said. I have a hard time believing he's been talking about love lost for this long. We done? Do you want to grab something to go, Sveta? No, I ate, she said. We packed up our trays and gathered the cutlery into one glass. I gave Scribe a glance over my shoulder and saw her staring. She rolled her eyes, her expression just shy of being a sneer, pure disdain in every account. That done, she floated away, still surfing on her magic stick. Her trio walked behind her. Maybe I wasn't being unfair. Fuck, I really didn't like her. You were with Weld, I noted. I wasn't really, Sveta said. He was there, but I was with Armstrong, filling him in on Ashley, asking questions. Weld was there for part of it, and so was Slickian. As a friend, Weld said. That sounds fucking miserable, Tristan said. He's still one of my favorite people, even if he's being a complete butthead right now. It was nice to talk about him. He was nice about Ashley. Do you mind, Kens, that I'm talking about her? I could understand if it was...
No, it's the opposite of minding it,
Kenzie said. She was walking in the midst of us, and from my angle I couldn't really see her face. He had some anecdotes from when it was just him and her talking. Armstrong had some too. I'll share them later.
Please do,
Kenzie said. Armstrong was so proud of how well she was doing, it really affected him that she was gone, you know? I can't say I felt exactly the same. I never really felt... I don't even know how to put it. She wasn't someone I clicked with, not in a general sense. But I have a ton of memories of conversations like the one I mentioned to you a bit ago, Victoria, about Ashley wanting to be Case 53. Times our differences made the bridging of the gaps feel really meaningful. That makes a ton of sense, I said. I kind of feel the same way, probably about very different things. Sveta smiled. Very different things. Rain was talking to a cape with a helmet covering the upper half of his face, a scar across both lips at the lower half. The armor the guy wore was partial, covering one shoulder and pectorals, but not the other or belly. It was all done in the chrome dome look, all smooth surfaces, with the rest of the costume being dense red mesh with metal threading through it. He had something like 6 modified revolvers with barrels the size of toasters holstered along his spines, so the handles fanned out, and 4 more at his belt. I didn't count myself a fan of the look. Maybe a small part of that was being grumpy from being sick and grumpier with the general disheartened feeling over Swansong. "Still talking about love lost?" Tristan asked. "Nah, told Naphtha he's going to run it by Warden leadership. I was recounting what happened with Nieves in our last run-in, and Hardboil. This is bullet time. Bullet time, meet Tristan, Victoria, Sveta, and Kenzie."
"Public appearances scare the crap out of me," said the Cape, who looked like he was tough enough to smash his face into a brick wall until the wall gave. "My knees knock. I'm not even joking. It came up because I mentioned Nieves arrived and asked what Precipice knew."
"Nieves is here?" Sveta asked.
"He's here,"
Kenzie piped up, in a little announcement that made Bullet Time give her a curious look.
"He brought, what's her name? She went by Kid Cassandra while doing contract work. The Heartbroken said Tattletale coined the name to annoy her. Then she wanted to change it because she's barely a kid anymore."
"I don't think she confirmed a name change,"
Bullet Time said.
"Names are hard," Kenzie said. "I've been through, 5.
"Guys," I said, "I kind of want to check in on that. Do you mind? Is this in a secret holding area or something, Kens?"
"No, just an office,"
Kenzie said. "We'll come," Sveta said, her voice firm.
"Good talking to you, Precipice,"
Bullet Time said.
"Show me your stuff later. No tinkering, though. I've learned my lesson after giving a tinker carte blanche to ramble at me."
"Sure," Rain said, smiling.
"You made a friend," Tristan said as soon as we were out of the dining hall. "And you weren't just talking business, were you?"
"We were talking about Nieves before," Rain said. "That led into talking about hobbies. He machines his own guns, no tinkering. I do some metalwork, knife making, trap making, except I barely have time these days."
"A chronic problem,"
Tristan said. He had less time than any of us, because he was giving his brother his time to speed up the healing process. "Yeah," Rain said. "That led into talking about my workshop, and the view from my workshop, swimming in ice-cold lakes."
"Macho stuff,"
Tristan teased. Maybe. We were sharing stories, but it didn't feel like one-upping one another. It was nice. He's very different from me. I was rural. He grew up in one of the areas that got designated HOSV, like Brockton Bay almost was after Leviathan. Is that right? Yeah, it's right, I said. Mayor went to testify about it, said not to, that things were recoverable. If he'd said the opposite, maybe the city would have had all the power and water shut off to encourage evacuation. He grew up in a place where they did that, Rain said. Except his family was among the people who stayed. He said he shot someone before he was Kenzie's age.
I shot someone before I was my age,
Kenzie said. Flash gun doesn't count. The conversation continued, and I wondered at how we were glossing over the reality. As of right now, we were making small talk and letting Rain geek out over making a friend when it wasn't something he did a lot, and we were ignoring that the topic of HOSV was very close to what we were collectively doing in this moment. Naphtha was striding down the hallway, coming in our direction. He stopped us.
"Changes?"
"No changers in our team," Tristan said.
"Why?"
Naphtha getting close enough meant I felt the oil touch my skin, as it touched everything in a certain radius of Naphtha. He pulled it away from me as it touched me, but my skin crawled with the memory of the feel of it.
"Another crisis. Similar to the others. Going to announce it to the dining hall," Naphtha explained. "I don't suppose any of you feel brave enough to go up against Sleeper? Absolute invulnerability better than Alexandria's, special brains, absolute annihilation powers?"
"Huh, no," Tristan said, genuinely amused. Then his face fell.
"Wait, is he moving?"
"Yeah, but not fast enough to matter right now. It's another thing demanding attention, focus, and manpower." He was already leaving. "If you can, put in some hours helping to evacuate. It helps if we show our faces, even if we do nothing else."
"After," Tristan called out, "recovering from injuries and a death in the team."
Naphtha was essentially out of earshot already, still moving quickly toward the dining area. He gave us a thumbs up at Tristan's comment, which felt jarring, but it was also one of very few ways to effectively communicate we were still on good terms. Maybe I would have done a salute or something, I wasn't sure. Evacuating. We're conceding, I thought. We're facing this looming threat, and we're having to cut and run, to take this city we devoted so much to and let it go. And every step of the way, we were running into obstacles. Gary had been a big one. We had petty criminals, monsters, broken triggers, and our hands were continually tied by other obligations. By this new fragility at the center of the city, where any intense power use could break things or catalyze disaster. Villains had been told, and villains were apparently holding back enough that alarms weren't going off and we weren't being told it was all hands on deck. But collectively, we weren't good at that. We made mistakes. We had people with issues, or buttons to press, or agendas. We had fucking Teacher waiting in the wings, and he'd made his agenda perfectly clear. I wanted 3 things. I wanted this team to be okay, because even if Jessica had shifted focus and career away from this, I'd made my promise to look after them to myself in addition to my promise to her. I was trying to do that now, because it was at least something I could do without draining myself, sustaining more wounds, or getting sicker. Thing number 2 was answers. I wanted to know more, which led me to open the manila folder Sveta had handed me earlier. I had my hopes about what it was, and those hopes were exceeded. Files on findings and research about portals and interdimensional fuckery were part of it. We were heading to get to the rest of it. Gary had some answers, at least when it came to anti-parahumans and what the people on the ground were doing. Thing number 3 for me was taking those first 2 things, my team and those answers, and doing something about it. The door that Kenzie could apparently open in Rain's dreams was the definitive thing. An idea communicated with a glance that would make us 0 friends if we attempted it. But it would let us do something when we were faced with a series of situations that felt hopeless. Fucking Sleeper, the machine army. The city was so vast it took half a day to get from the west end to the east end. 3/4 of a day to get from the southwest to the northeast, though the Dauntless Titan had kind of trashed the northeast by appearing there, so it wasn't a real consideration. And yet, with so many things pressing in on us, the city felt small, claustrophobic. This city-sized complex where we were bringing in some of the refugees and evacuees felt the same way, not helped by whole sections that were devastated or off-limits. Kenzie led us to the area where Gary was talking to the warden leadership, a parahuman in his company. Security stopped us. ID? We handed it over. We let them check the records and systems.
It's like they're old people pecking at the keyboard with their fingers, except more, because I'm way faster than them and they're way slower, Kenzie muttered. It's adorable and really frustrating.
Be good, Sveta admonished. If you say something, they'll hold us up for longer.
But if I get locked up, I won't have to watch them take forever to do what I can do in a literal eye blink, Kenzie whispered.
Be good, Sveta said. We were saved when Golem stepped out into the hallway. He saw us and approached. Precipice, hey. Hi, Breakthrough. I'm sorry about Swan Song. Thanks, Rain said. Appreciated. You guys saw Contessa, right? You met her? Did you get an impression about her character or anything weird?
My impression is that she's awful and fuck her, Sveta said. But I'm biased.
Understandable, Golem said. My impression is that she's awful and fuck her, I added. I'm not as biased. Why? Something came up. Can they come through? I'll vouch. They can go through if you know them, the security guy said.
Thank you, Kenzie said. You're my hero.
Giving us a quizzical look, Golem led us down the hall. We passed a meeting room with the blinds partially closed, and I could see the silhouettes of Dinah Alcott, a.k.a. Kid Cassandra, and of Gary Nieves, sitting across from Miss Militia. We didn't stop there, though. We weren't asked to watch. At the end of the hall, there was a wider area that resembled a police bullpen or the cubicle zone of a computer startup, a lot of desks and computers. Heroes were gathered, watching the interrogation on a monitor. Some were huddled around computers. Theo led us to one system and brought up a recording of the interview. Dinah Alcott was speaking, sounding annoyed or upset. She wore a nice suit dress with a wild pattern to it, and a similarly patterned cloth as a blindfold.
You can't trust her. I've run the numbers. I can't see past her, but I can see everything around her, and I can at least see things that have yet to happen that are right behind her point of influence. Understand?
Barely, Miss Militia said. Not at all, Gary said. He was a big guy, one hand wrapped around one fist. He looked entirely out of place, like a grown man with a fear of kids sitting in a kindergarten.
Contessa is doing things that have nothing to do with saving lives or what you explained with what she did after being released. She sent a harbinger to kill the number man, and when she did, she set off events that messed up everything I was working on with Gary.
What were you working on? Me. We were in contact, Gary said. I didn't realize the extent of it. I had a few eye-opening moments in a row, and then she reached out. We talked.
I put him in charge of the movement, and I showed him some fundamental truths, Dinah said. I put in years of work to help with things, to keep things from boiling over, and it's been destroyed because she did something and she's still doing it.
It's manipulation to a degree that's very uncomfortable to think about, and makes me second-guess, Gary said. But I like the attack on the mayor even less. I despise Jean Wynne, but that's not the kind of change I wanted.
And he's not in charge anymore, Dinah said. It's all about the violence now, fighting back. It's going to blow up. And I can't stop it if I spend 5 days asking myself questions. I checked, it's really not an option. This is the catalyst for the disaster you're anticipating, and it's her. Infighting to distract your capes? Her. Just like you said she had you do to distract and scare off Teacher.
Arc 16, From Within, Chapter 3. The interview between Miss Militia, Dinah, and Gary Nieves continued on the screen, the timestamp marking it as having happened 10 minutes in the past. The onlookers who'd gathered to see what Golem was showing us had peeled away, turning their attention to other, more current feeds at the front end of the bullpen. On those feeds, if I squinted to see, Gary had pulled off his jacket and stood in the corner, arms folded. On our feed, Miss Militia stepped out of the room. Gary turned to Dinah and spoke. The more you talk about how people with the ability to see the future can manipulate things, the more I question why I'm here in this nightmare of a place.
You're worried I manipulated you.
Didn't you?
Not to get you here. To get you to change your mind about things, some. But you have to keep in mind, I used my power to find someone with the power and ability to change the course of things. A brainless patsy who didn't believe or have any convictions wouldn't have worked.
Why not?
I can only ask so many questions a day. My biggest manipulation was in choosing you in the first place. I couldn't function if I had to manipulate your every move, and if I picked someone weak-willed who easily changed their mind, then I'd have to constantly watch that their mind didn't change back.
You could still be manipulating everything I say, finding the best numbers.
Gary,
Dinah said. She twisted around in her chair and she lifted her blindfold to give him a serious look, eye to eye.
You aren't that important. I have other things to focus on.
He seemed to absorb that. I thought there was an opportunity to ask a question without interrupting our watch, but then he said, a very blunt way of putting it.
I'm being honest. I'm not going to pretend we're equals or fluff up your ego.
Yeah, he said. That small face on a 15-inch screen didn't look happy, but it didn't look mad at her either.
This thing about the Harbingers killing Citrine at Contessa's command? I asked. That's the message she sent?
I wasn't there, but I read the notes you guys gave us, Golem said. Contessa tells one Harbinger to leave. The Harbinger left to communicate with Jean and Kurt Wynne, who were making calls from their office, calling in favors and resources. They had assumed a leadership and tactical role and were making their last preparations before joining the fight.
They were going to ask me where they were needed as soon as they were back, Kinsey said.
She stared at the screen without blinking, which was part of why I studied her more, and which played into a double take on my part. I looked closer, and the image reflected on the surface of her eyes wasn't what was on the screen. One glowing screen was in front of her, and 4 were arranged on her eye. They left as soon as they got the report, trusting Contessa. The anti-parahuman faction had prepared a bomb. Kid Cassandra alleges they wouldn't have missed the bomb if they hadn't received the message. By that logic, sending them the instruction killed them as surely as if she'd pulled the trigger of a gun. Do I have that right? He'd asked Rocket Round, who stood nearby. Rocket Round, wearing the PRTCJ uniform with his stylized rocket icon on his chest, only nodded.
Do we know what else Contessa's done?
No, Golem said. He tapped a button on the keyboard a few times. Each press seemed to tick things forward by 10 seconds. Miss Militia re-entered the room.
We'd like more information on what you've been doing and why, if it's no trouble,
Miss Militia said while taking her seat.
Sure, if you could avoid phrasing things as questions, I'd appreciate it.
Doable. I imagine you've asked a number of questions today.
3. I anticipated coming here, and I wanted to keep my options open. I'm not ruling out that the Wardens, PRTCJ, or any of the subordinate teams might try to kidnap me. I hired mercenaries to get me out, just in case.
Palanquin.
Among others, I am a target.
Understood. I understand you can ask more questions than you used to.
40 to 50. It's not as many as it sounds like, but it's more than it used to be.
It might get easier as you work with the anti-parahumans or other high-conflict factions.
Some. Is this leading to you painting me as conflict-seeking and dangerous?
I didn't mean to give that impression, no. I think you came here at what you see as a great risk to yourself because of what you see as a critical danger.
What I see.
We're absolutely looking into this, Dinah. But as clear as your power is to you, we have to make our own judgment calls. We have 2 people with very credible powers with apparent agendas sitting opposed to one another.
My agenda is and always has been what's best for humanity. I predicted the end of the world. I positioned the right people in the right places. Khepri.
You did. But I could ask 2 people what the perfect end result looks like and get 2 very different answers. This is why I need to question you about things like your involvement with and focus on the anti-parahuman movement.
They were a bigger threat than anyone was aware, because they're a massive weak point that nobody on our side is aware of, while foreign powers are eager to foster them. They were the biggest factor with the least noise around them.
Tell me about this noise.
Other thinkers, complicating factors, power-induced randomness, blind spots. An example would be how I couldn't act against Teacher as long as he had Citrine Mathers. If I look at her future, then she starts appearing in all futures I can see. I slowed him down when I could, but that was a lot of effort and a lot of risk he'd target me. There are a few things like that.
My colleagues want to know how you started and how this is supposed to end.
I started by identifying key players and figuring out the courses of action that helped them climb. Up until the election, I was putting a lot of time and energy into working out if I could put Gary or one of the other 2 in charge, but I didn't like the numbers after that point.
You manipulated the election.
No, I could have, but it wasn't worth it. I changed my focus to putting things in as positive a place as they could be before the portal disaster.
Tell me more about that.
Massive interdimensional effect. I couldn't see past it, and I didn't know what it was. I planned things and ensured everyone was as healthy and safe as possible before it went off. Then I steered things after.
Steered Gary?
Only a little. The movement was rising around him, and people were angry. Chite's theocracy desperately wants Gimel, and interfering with their agents has been a major focus of mine. Keeping them in the background. Keeping the anti-parahumans they were fostering as a thing that was simmering. Keeping Shin's role in things simmering.
My colleagues will want proof.
I can send you my redacted notes on questions asked, with the when, why, and who as it pertains to that.
Will you talk to a thinker?
No. No mind control, no interference, no powers or people I don't know and trust.
It would be a thinker, not a master. Someone who reads but has no other impact. Dinah shook her head. You have to realize this makes convincing people much, much harder if you refuse.
I realize.
Let's go back to the process and end goal.
You realize how scary we are, right? How scary you are, Miss Militia?
I think I see where you're going with this, Dinah, and I know what you've been through and how it might color your perceptions. But don't make the same mistake the anti-parahuman groups do. We aren't our powers. We're people.
If you picked 20 random people out of a crowd and asked me to put my life in their hands, I wouldn't be able to, Dinah said. The difference is that when they have powers and they have an incredible amount of say, the ability to take my life into their hands no matter what I want, there's no choice in the matter. Believe me, I get the irony of it being me who is saying that. I know how much power we have.
Do you drive? Miss Militia asked. Sorry, that was a question.
Yeah, I drive.
Then you put your life in the hands of more than 20 people every minute you're on the road.
I have car insurance, Miss Militia. My car has seatbelts and airbags. There's no insurance against what a parahuman can do to you except being very wealthy and hiring competent mercenaries. I can do that. Gary can't.
You want rules in place.
Laws, consequences. The goal was to have all violent retaliation fail, to put Gary Nieves at the head of an outraged and energized majority of the population, letting him choose a course of action. Gary?
You're asking what I'd do? On the screen, Dinah could be seen wincing.
No questions, please. And yes, your actions, assuming you were in charge.
Sorry. If I was going to go with the most extreme idea, because I don't think small could have any impact...
Do,
Dinah said. A citywide strike. Or a strike across the resettlement camps. Peaceful resistance, work limited to subsistence only. Shelter for ourselves, food, clean water. Parahumans want amenities, clothes, convenience. They want to reap the benefits of the society the rest of us built. It's a long shot. We would be opening ourselves up to being preyed on and to retaliation, I know that, but... The wardens would do their best to stop any predation or retaliation. Most of the heroes would, Miss Militia said. I can't help but doubt that, Gary said. But I would respect it if you did.
They would have, Dinah said. You could get the message out at a time shortly after the internet is online at the new settlements, when a pair of videos are making the rounds. A man and a woman talk about how they wish they'd struck out on their own and discuss self-sufficiency. I went and looked.
Going to look for specific futures and eventualities devastates you, Miss Militia murmured.
Yep,
Dinah said. Her smile was slight but confident.
But it was important. The words inspire people who need inspiration and who want to do something different but don't want to leave the settlements, which is most. Gary has the capacity to direct that inspiration to something they can do. The weeks that follow the resulting strike are ugly, but only 2 people die, and they're people who would have died regardless. Mostly, it would have ended up being about control, with the worst instances resembling hostage-taking or tyranny, and the wardens would have stopped those instances.
I don't necessarily believe you, Gary said. It sounds too neat.
That's fine, I get that a lot, Dinah answered. In the aftermath, fences mend, the worst villains are gone. A big disaster I can't clearly see sits in the middle of where the city used to be, but the damage to the city is controlled. Nothing suggests it reaches further in the next 5 to 10 years, not in that course of events. Not so long as the most reckless villains are dealt with and everyone's focused on cooperation.
That's your goal, Miss Militia said.
It was.
Dinah's voice had a touch of anger to it, even through the computer's speakers.
She ruined it.
By killing Kurt Wynn.
Gary can't take power. There are no numbers that scale those steep odds now. Violent anti-parahumans will precipitate the disaster you're worried about in the center of the city. Now ask me what our new odds look like.
You want me to?
I want you to ask me, Miss Militia. It's fine.
What are the odds?
80.3615% chance of mass death that extends across realities. That remaining 19%, 15% of it is worse, where we don't even get to die. The other 4% isn't pretty either. Do you see why I'm upset?
I run the risk of sounding overly aggressive by bringing this up, but someone could charge you with playing with fire with a very incendiary group and put yourself in a position where this sort of chain of events or disaster on this scale was possible.
I took every precaution, Dinah said. I double-checked every major move I made. I triple-checked they wouldn't lash out, and I mitigated the damage if the anti-parahumans had to act, except when I was blinded. There were 2 instances where I had to let Teacher use them unfettered because he would have found me if I'd stepped in. Those times accepted, I kept them out of your hair. I would have kept Kurt Wynn alive and Jean Wynn uninjured. I was as careful as you could expect me to be.
Miss Militia wrote something down.
I made no mistakes. I wasn't reckless. I was careful, and she woke up, blinded me, and slapped everything I was setting up out of my hands, and she did it for a reason. And in every one of those eventualities I talked about, she makes it through. She's there after all the blind spots pass, and she leaves us to our fates for as long as we still exist in any sense.
Through the speakers, Miss Militia's chair scraped against the floor. I'm going to go talk to my team. Kenzie reached over and hit the pause button. You can see where we're concerned, Golem said. Yeah, Capricorn said. I expected Kenzie to say something because she'd been the one to pause, but instead she sat there, staring at the screen. I crouched, and I brought my face closer to hers to look at the reflection of the screens on her eyes. Each one moved independently, the tiny black silhouettes that were Miss Militia, Gary, and Dinah all at different points on different screens. 8 screens at once, and...
Done watching,
Kenzie said.
You watched the entire recording, I said.
How? Golem asked.
Split it into parts and watched all the parts at once with some lip-reading tech, because that's easier than dealing with sound. Breakthrough needs to go.
We do? Rain asked. I had questions, Golem said, and frankly, I have way more questions since you're apparently wanting to leave right away.
It's nothing bad,
Kenzie said. She grabbed the mouse and selected a point on the time bar for the recording. Can do with the curfews, Gary said.
That's before,
Kenzie said. She moved the bar again, twice in short succession.
Either the group attacking the evacuee caravans or a group making a move tomorrow morning. I can help you with the caravans.
Tell us about the caravans.
They'll be raided by a group calling itself Deathchester. Reckless power use, violence. They'll steal from people who only have the most precious things they could afford to bring with them, and those people aren't in a position to fight back. You can save some lives right now by sending some people to go recruit heroes and send them to the location, the Inwood Highway.
We'd need to vet you first.
Send them now, vet me in the meantime.
Kenzie hit the pause button. She twisted around to look up at the rest of us. I don't get it, Rain said.
Deathchester. It's the area of Boston the original Damsel of Distress tried to take over. This is New Damsel, Side Piece, and Nailbiter, along with,
She reached over to the computer, opened a browser, and typed in a long sequence of numbers. You know, Golem kept his voice quiet. It's a good thing I like and trust you guys, because the way Lookout was talking about the recordings, she had database access to play multiple recordings at once and relay it to whatever tech she's using. And now she's... Kenzie hit the submit key, and surveillance footage from a camera outside a store showed a group of capes striding along the sidewalk, a couple of them hopping up onto cars in deadlocked traffic. Black clothes, torn clothing, and blood seemed to be a dominant theme. Some had armbands, scarves, or coats in checked white and black. Doing that, Gollum finished. Kenzie rewound a bit, bringing up the shots with clearest views of faces and masks. As the camera tracked each face, it stuck names over their heads. Torso, Gibbet, Nail-biter, Trophy Wife, Sidepiece, Backwoods, Mockument, Hookline. Most of these guys are ones we've been dealing with off and on in the heart of downtown, Gollum said. You've got ones like Trophy Wife who start up an enterprise or something and other low-level villains will join in. What enterprise? Tristan asked. Poaching, animal slaughter. We sent in people from the city core who have some familiarity with them. They're a small team, but they're smart and reliable.
Yeah, that's super great, Kenzie said. So can we go?
Why is this so important? I asked. You want to see Damsel?
Kind of, yeah, but also because we know how to deal with a lot of them. And because there's no way she didn't account for us going in the numbers, since we have to go once we hear about this, obviously.
Kenzie, slow down, Sveta said. Why do we have to go?
Because there's no way we don't go if we think Cassandra mentioning this is meant for us to hear and us going to help.
Kenzie's voice was rapid fire. She saw Sveta motion to take a breath and paused to do so.
And because Damsel's there, and others we know how to beat are there too. And Damsel.
I reached out and touched her forehead. You're warm. I got you sick.
Nope, no, I'm fine. I overheated my brain a little bit by watching all that video at once, that's all. Really. So you don't need to worry.
Kenzie, that's far more worrying, I told her. I looked at Gollum. Is there water? On it, Tristan said. For a split second, I thought he would absent-mindedly turn into Byron and we'd have another health crisis. Point me the way to the office cooler? Gollum did.
I want to call in my brownie points. Every time I've been good or helped or put a smile on your faces or did what I was told or made a machine to help Tristan talk while deep in his brother or held back or shut up or any of that. If I got any points at all, I want to spend them now and I want to go.
Code names, I told her. Gollum's trusted, but... I saw her put the brakes on, which was really my point. We were being really sloppy, even with Rains introducing of us to bullet time, and Gollum was trusted, but I was tired, and the shitty thing was that when I was sick and tired, I became more like my mom. Rules and petty manipulations. Her having to stop to rein herself in and check her words meant she wasn't rambling or getting worked up. She visibly slowed herself down, but she looked anxious. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that, I told her. We're being pretty loose with those rules. That was a knee-jerk thing from me.
Okay,
she said. Tristan made it back and handed Kenzie a glass of water, which she downed. He took a paper towel he'd wet and folded and pressed it against her forehead while her head was tipped back to drink the water. She lowered the cup from her mouth but kept her head back, eyes closed. She sighed, full body.
I want to go,
she said. Really? You seemed a bit wishy-washy about it, Rain said. Kenzie's eyes opened and she moved her head fast enough she nearly lost the paper towel compress, catching it with one hand. All energy, almost alarmed at being misinterpreted. I was kidding, he said. You want to do this? Gollum asked. Possibly, I said. I looked at the others. Probably. Unless we get an objection as strong as Kenzie's desire to go for it. Let me run it by people, Gollum told us. Decide in the meantime, and don't leave so fast you don't tell us something about Contessa. Deal. Thank you, Tristan said.
The other group of heroes are 5 minutes away,
Kenzie said, and she brought up an overhead map of the city.
We'll be 6 minutes behind them.
If we go, I said. Look, I don't want to be paranoid. I know we technically met Contessa's predicted outcome of having 2 members of Breakthrough out of action for the long term, but I'm not positive. I'm worried. Nothing says we were out of danger the moment Teacher ran. I know this is a touchy subject so soon after Swansong. Kenzie drew her shoulders in together a fraction. I put my hand on one of those shoulders. But one of us could still die as a direct consequence of the events we set in motion during the fight. We could die any time, Tristan said. Let's just be mindful of the risks. These are some unpredictable, violent, and dangerous villains. Some of them are goofballs, but not all of them are, I said. We're not at the top of our game, or I know I'm not, and... I trailed off. I'm not. I'll admit that, Tristan said. I'm going stir-crazy.
I really want to, though,
Kenzie said. On a scale of 1 to 10, how are you doing? Sveta asked her.
4? But I won't be fighting. I just want to be there and help people and then see her after you've all kicked her ass.
Making us do the hard work, Tristan said.
Unless you've got a way to age me up by 6 years, Kenzie said. Yeah, that's how it goes.
I'm just teasing, he said. Not super great then, Sveta said. 7 for me? 6, Rain said. I prefer to tough things out than complain, but 6. Maybe 7, since I'm happy to have met a guy I can talk to about workshop stuff with. Putting all of us between poor and good with an average that's below par, I said. Yes? Yeah, Tristan said. Kenzie tapped on the computer. It brought up the meeting room, the time differential replaced with a live icon. Gollum was knocking on the door to the room in reality and in the video feed. Come in, Miss Militia said. Hi, Gollum. Problem? He shook his head.
Heya,
Dinah said.
It's been a little while.
Hi, he said. Good to see you. Been too long, yeah. I've been listening in with Breakthrough. They're considering going to Deathchester. Should... He stopped himself. Sorry, that was almost a question.
It was a question. It clarifies the numbers,
Dinah said. I don't know if that means it improves them, Miss Militia said.
It does, just working on clearer terminology and understanding of my power. Yes.
Miss Militia looked up at the camera. She seemed to think for a long second. I wouldn't object, except they need to know the rules. Did they overhear the restrictions we put on the other team? Yeah, Gollum was audible through the speakers. I'll go over them. Sorry to interrupt. Guess we're doing this then, I thought to myself. Hearing it improved the numbers was maybe more inevitable a thing than Contessa telling it was so. We had to. I looked at the others. They seemed to get it too. Kenzie was bouncing. Fuck. I'd have to get my costume. Tristan punched one fist into his palm. Gollum was out of the meeting room and started toward us. When we all headed his way, he stopped, waiting for us to come to him. What are the restrictions? Minimal power use? I asked. The powers you can use are restricted based on the power, he said. Powers you willfully use or turn on are a no. That would be your aura, Antares. Probably your power, Capricorn. Sveta should be fine. Lookout should be fine. Precipice... I turn on all of mine, Rain said. Are there any you can turn on now and keep on? My blades. Do that then. This way. The portal at the end of this hall will put you close to the Inwood region. We opened it ourselves. I can keep my flight on? Same idea, yeah, he said. Someone had a metaphor for it. The ice is cracked. It's fine if we spread out our weight and don't make any sudden movements, I said. I started flying. I think their metaphor was about animals on the other side of the glass at the zoo and not wanting to tap or tap so much it irritates whatever's on the other side. Yeah, if you have to use a power, don't use it while everyone else around you is. The villains aren't going to be playing by these rules, Tristan said. No, we instructed the Huntsmen to communicate with the villains if they could. They should warn them of the risk. That's not going to work, knowing Damsel, I muttered. And if she's in charge... No guarantees, Gollum said. She likes to be in charge, I said. Yeah, Kenzie said, still bouncing. Fuck. Fuckity fuck fuck. That's about it. She says the numbers get better and I trust her, Gollum said. Before you go, is there anything you can tell me about Contessa? Stuff I can pass on? I let you through security and I tacitly signed off on this. It'd be nice to throw the skeptics a bone. I hate that we have skeptics, Sveta said. You guys already know this, probably, but she let her guard down before she got caught.
Gave herself a day without using her power, and that's the day teacher attacked her, or so she says. You don't believe her? I think the words that come out of her mouth are engineered just as much as she engineers every last action to produce an outcome. Dinah has a limit to the number of questions she can ask. Contessa doesn't. She can manipulate every last detail.
Fair.
I don't think we got into the nitty-gritty details when we briefed you after the raid, but when it came to deciding how I should deal with Saint, she immediately assumed I'd kill him. Then she shut off her power before I could ask whether I had to. I think that's an ongoing problem. She takes the most efficient route, regardless of the casualties or side effects. What Dinah is talking about, with how her plans were spoiled, I think that might be a side effect.
Something that happens regularly, I elaborated, if she isn't mindful about it. Sveta nodded.
Maybe Contessa gets stronger when she can build up plans over days and weeks, and she was just woken up when we met her and she didn't have a backbone of pre-existing plans and safeguards in place. So she took the cutthroat route, and maybe it gave her an added 2 seconds of confusion for teacher if she killed someone she had worked with for decades. I think that would be okay in her books. That's why I think she's awful.
Golem looked at me, then at Tristan and Rain. I'll pass that on.
I'm biased, Sveta said, but I don't think I'm wrong.
He nodded. I could see the staff and the general effect that surrounded one of the portals in and out of this place. Kenzie had her coat over her arm and pulled it on, wrapping her scarf around her neck. I still had my coat on and made sure to button it up. Fuck, I wasn't even going to get to put on my costume. Here, Golem said. He indicated the portal. It was the same rip-in-reality style that Kenzie's cube made, rather than the electricity-framed doorway that teacher's tech tended to produce, or the three-dimensional hole style that Faultline's group and Kepri had made. I did have to wonder if putting more actual fucking holes in the glass or the cracked ice wasn't a really questionable idea. But they had to have thought of the same thing. They'd have taken precautions, especially if they had teacher's tech for tracking all of this stuff. Golem's word was enough to get us through the checkpoints. It put us in the city. He walked with us right up to the tear. What you said about that 2 seconds of confusion, it might line up. Some of our thinkers were there in the room before he ran. They reported he was distracted. Makes sense. We were pressuring him, Tristan answered. They also reported that your group showing up was part of what made him decide to shut down. You specifically, Antares. I frowned. I don't know why and I don't know what it means, but I figured you'd want to know, Golem said. I have no clue, I said. The guns, Sveta said. You picked up 6 guns using your force field. I looked through the portal at the distorted picture beyond it. I thought of the rising anger, the frustration at Byron's condition and not fucking knowing, then the black mood that had settled in as Kenzie had reported that Swansong was dead. In the midst of that mood, the wretch hadn't moved how I'd wanted it to. I'd moved like it wanted. Thanks, Golem, I said. You're the best. I flew through the portal. Even remembering the black mood left my own attitude today touched. Being grumpy as fuck because I was sick, my eyes closing in the face of the sudden cold, it certainly didn't help. The top of the building was protected by a fractal force field that looked like a blooming flower. Layers peeled away to give us an avenue out and forward. I could see the traffic that had stopped 3 blocks away. The people that had left their cars and backed away, but who weren't willing to abandon their vehicles entirely. Rain had his silver blade out as he emerged with a bit of swagger, Tristan right behind him. I gave him a look. He's happy because he has 2 friends. Golem wants to hang out, Tristan said. The others followed. Kenzie all bundled up, tech in each hand. Sveta looking normal, though she'd had her mask in her pocket. I'm scouting ahead. You guys okay making your way down? I'd carry you down, but my arms and hands are a mess right now. I don't trust you to haul us around while sick, Tristan said. Fuck me, I don't even get to use anything except my strength. Kenzie said something, but Sveta talked over her. Kenzie was talking to Tristan and Sveta to me, so I listened to Sveta.
Yeah,
Sveta said. She put a hand on my arm.
We're okay. Scout.
A small part of me wondered if she was telling me to go because she had something to say, a suspicion. Except that wasn't Sveta. My mood was just dark, my interpretations the worst. I flew away, over rooftops and closer to the scene of the ongoing crime. A group of 10 villains who weren't holding back. I could see Trophy Wife with her rack of animal parts and keepsakes mounted on her back and sweeping up behind her head and shoulders. I could see Hookline, who we'd chopped up the last time we'd run into him. No kitchen sink. I'd caved in his chest, and he apparently wasn't in good enough shape for mass robbery. And Damsel, with side piece and a cape I didn't recognize in her company, having the time of her fucking life. I flew closer to watch her and see if they had a clearer agenda, and the jester-type figure I'd pinned as mockument pointed at me, calling out a warning. She twisted around to look, and I didn't miss that her expression changed. A fleeting look. More swan song than damsel. I'd thought of white behind black or black behind white, of villain and hero and the layers behind layers, and here I caught it, manifest and clearer than ever, just for a moment. Damsel, too, seemed to catch it. Her expression twisted, anger, not just at me, but at that same moment. She raised a hand, long blade fingers pointing. What a fucking mess this all was. Arc 16, From Within, Chapter 4. What a shitty battlefield. Cold, snowy, tall buildings on either side, cars sitting bumper to bumper down every bit of road and street I could see, and people who had evacuated their cars gathered at the edges, in doorways, nooks, crannies, and building interiors. I kept up in the air and out of the way, flying across the street and turning around so I could watch them and keep an eye out for breakthrough as they advanced. I relocated as Damsel directed some of her people my way, Mockument, Gibbet, Hookline, and Sidepiece, then relocated again. She wanted to come after me, it was clear, but I was more mobile. I didn't mind being a distraction, if that's what it came to. The Huntsmen were heroes who had set up shop in the city outskirts, west of the area that was geographically approximate to where New York had been on Earth Bet. I could see them already, mostly hanging back and ensuring people were evacuated. Heroes with something of a vigilante edge, and that edge combined with their aesthetic of black costumes and hoods to make me think of Shadowstalker, to the extent I almost expected her to pop up among them. But they had a nature theme, and Shadowstalker didn't, and they were serious about their job, policing the park territories. Thing was, they were probably more corporate and business-driven than the likes of Azure. The park territories were tracts of forest multiple acres in size, which the government had contracted out to companies and groups of people who agreed to provide the city a scheduled allotment of game meat, wood, and other natural resources. So long as they provided that, they had the excess to use as they saw fit. Most subcontracted to fill criteria, and most also subcontracted to hire the Huntsmen to protect their ends of the deal. All of which was probably fucked now that we were moving people out and away from the city to alternate worlds and areas a half-day's drive away from the city. Trophy Wife, Backwoods, and a few others had preyed on the system the Huntsmen and Park Territory companies had set up. Now they positioned themselves between the Huntsmen and Deathchester, but they watched me most of all. Damsel had pointed me out and warned them. Their position and mentality reflected their experience with their nemeses. Trophy Wife had a white fur coat with a trophy rack sweeping up from her back behind her head, with animal parts and what might have been human bits dangling from it. Very intimidating, regal, messed up. I could see why Ashley liked her. Backwoods had a gnarled wooden mask, black toque, black overalls, heavy boots, and a dark green canvas coat that looked like it had been liberally smeared with oil or black grease. Maybe to dull colors or to turn a regular coat into something resembling forest camouflage. He held spear-like branches in each hand and had a V of 2 more branches sticking up from his shoulders. Nailbiter and Hookline were the ones who had reacted most to Damsel's alert and walked on top of cars to get closer to me. Nailbiter had extended her limbs. Same principle as Trophy Wife putting herself closer to the Huntsmen. Old grudges, and they had some sense of how to fight me, both in terms of what I was capable of and how that actually applied in the real world. Gibbet was sticking close to Hookline, I noted, despite being a member of Mockument and Torso's troop. She wore a truncated red noose around her neck, a black head covering that covered everything from the neck up, with a tear for the mouth that had been stitched up with red cloth, and tears around the eyes, which had been painted black, with red X's over the eyelids, and either contact lenses or a minor mutation that gave her actual eyeballs the same red X. She wore a long and heavy black coat that probably weighed as much as she did, with more stark red imagery embossed on it. She looked barely over 5 feet tall, petite enough I doubted she weighed over 100 pounds, and she carried an L-shaped length of wood, telephone pole thick, with a noose hanging from the short end, bearing it across her shoulders. I guessed Hookline had a girlfriend now. Hookline's hook flew up at an angle, flying past the rooftop's edge and past me, then did a U-turn, reversing course to travel back down to him, hook looped around and scraping against the chain on the way down. Gibbet hopped up onto the hook itself, swayed a second for balance, and then found her position. The hook started to retreat back up toward me, carrying her. Nailbiter, too, started climbing, using the chain as a handhold. I flew away from the roof they were aiming for, which made Nailbiter stop. Gibbet continued to be carried up. Mockument was in his own sub-faction, with capes who tended to hang around together. Jokers and randoms. He had a look that made me think of a jester proportioned like a gorilla, predominantly done up in the new group's aesthetic of white and black checkerboard. Torso was a mannequin or doll's head and an upper body in a hard and bulky stone-like material, the rest black and slim, with doodle-like drawings on it. Mismatched cartoon eyes, a heart roughly where the heart would be, and a few words so scribbled out I couldn't understand them. The look seemed immensely top-heavy and uncomfortable. Mockument, Torso, Sidepiece, and Damsel were in the center of the mess, breaking into cars and collecting things, or cutting off the ropes that tied the luggage to the tops of vehicles so they could open the luggage and fish through the things. I winced as I saw Damsel using a power to blast open a lock on a hard plastic case. She held up a bass guitar. Sidepiece said something, and Damsel threw it to her, followed by the strap. Damsel looked up at me, and I could see her distant expression. Whoever Damsel was, I knew the kinds of expressions she wore and why. My ex-roommate was almost exactly the same. I took her bait, flying toward her. "Damsel!" I called out. She pretended to ignore me. I avoided flying in close enough that she could use her power to close the distance and try to tag me with a blast. I didn't want her one blast, let alone 2 in short succession. "You can't use your powers. This area is high risk."
"Fuck you!"
Sidepiece screamed the words.
"How convenient for the heroes. Scared?" she called out.
"Heck yeah, we're scared," I answered. "You're like an arsonist at a gas station."
"Can we do that later?"
Sidepiece asked Damsel. Backwoods was using his power, too. He hurled his wooden spikes. They hit a car near the Huntsmen, and then exploded into a dozen more spikes, impaling the car from within. I looked in that direction, anxious but unable to do anything. I had to trust the Huntsmen. Can we talk, face to face? I called down. I know Lookout really wants to chat, and I know you like her. Mockument used his power. Hand held over the ground, then slowly lifted, raising up a pillar of pavement from the road. Don't, I started. The pillar broke like an egg. Flesh spilled out, reaching, groping. I had no idea what it was at first, until I saw the blonde hair and the extent of naked flesh. I flew back about 10 feet just from the unconscious recoil. A caricature of a monstrous caricature. Features distorted, with mouths yawning open in horror, lips lipstick red, or whole faces smushed into distorted kissy faces. I saw a tattoo of a heart with an arrow through it, the space within with a word in it. Amy.
Listen to me!
It screeched, shrill. A hand slapped against a nearby car, caving the tire's housing in while pushing the car a few feet away.
Ah! I have a runny nose and a sore throat!
Sidepiece began cackling.
I actually don't know what to say, Damsel said. I was going to joke I didn't have to go with you to have a face-to-face with you, but there's nothing to joke about. It's just sad.
Get rid of it, I said.
Get rid of me!
The thing screeched.
I'm so done with this shit! You're so ugly inside, Damsel said, before looking up at me, locking eye contact with me, narrow pupils staring. I tried to draw in a breath to say something else, and the breath hitched. Let's call it truce. 30 minutes. We have tea. You tell us what you... The thing used my aura. Its power spurting and stuttering, washing over me as something I had too many resistances against. No, that wasn't enough to interrupt me. What was enough to get me to stop talking was that it kept talking over me, louder, echoing my words. It flopped around, trying to use flight while having no less than 6 different frames of orientation fighting against one another. Have some fucking tea! Tell us what you want! Sidepiece fell over, laughing. I couldn't get distracted. We'd been told our presence helped the numbers. I'd work toward that. Tell us what your demands are, I said. If you guys back down and don't stir things up, we'll pay you off, strike deals, give you a territory. You picked the right time and place for this. You win. Right time and place for this? Fuck! You win, we lose like we always do. Boo-hoo! Can we keep it? Sidepiece asked. You want a deal? Damsel asked. Truce? Yes! The thing on the road screamed. Let's shake on it, she said. Her eye contact didn't waver. Her clawed hand extended my way. I knew Ashley. I knew that she had her tells, and one of those tells was that she tended to go very still and quiet when poised for the attack. Swansong had done it with Beast of Burden. Before any outbursts, there was often a moment where she was more terse, quiet, as if something below the surface was simmering, and a part of her was trying to keep it from losing control by doing nothing. Which was ironically what I'd wanted her to do. Stop ignoring me! The caricature screamed. Sidepiece laughed every time it talked or tried to fly and hit a car instead, the laughter completely new each time. Torso and Mockument were hanging back, watching. For how ludicrous their costumes were and how Mockument's power worked, neither seemed to find much humor in this. Ashley stared me down, pupils narrowing and then disappearing entirely until her eyes were pure white. She wasn't trying to bluff. She was challenging me on my convictions, with the implicit threat that she would slash me or use her power to annihilate me. I called her Ashley in my head because in this moment, in that dangerous frozen position, her mannerisms were one, the same, and both. I just noticed the tattoo says Amy, Sidepiece cackled. Amy! The thing screeched, abrasive. Amy, I love you! I wouldn't have thought Antares, Sidepiece jeered. How I love you! Let me count the ways!
It was demolishing a car in the process of trying to drag its bulk onto the trunk. The strength seemed to come and go, as did the flight and the aura.
Sweet, sexy sister of mine!
Sidepiece, already mid-laugh, stopped mid-laugh, dragging in a wheezing breath, before collapsing against the side of a car. She made a sound that might have been her saying, "Oh my God," while wheeze-laughing at the same time. It was all I could do not to use every power I had to wipe that thing from the face of this earth. Sidepiece a close second. Mockument third. I shot Mockument a look that made it unambiguously clear what I was thinking.
No truce?
Damsel asked.
Truce, yes, but I'm not stupid enough to come down there and shake your hand. Besides,
I said. I pointed to the mask I wore on my lower face.
Cold.
You're cold,
the caricature asked.
I'm naked and I've got 10 different tits pressed against icy pavement and I'm also sick. Yeah,
Sidepiece called out.
Have some consideration, you pious sister fucking bitch. Those were the happiest days of my life,
the caricature said.
Because she forced me to be happy. But they were still the happiest. I might go back if I could. Things were simpler then. I had everything I wanted. Because she made herself the only thing I wanted.
Oh, Sidepiece said.
Oh, that recontextualizes a lot.
If you had an ounce of decency in you, you'd kill that thing right now, I said. I turned in the air to face Mockument and say, or unmake it, send it back to where it came. Sidepiece retorted,
If you had an ounce of decency, you wouldn't be a sister sexual and a sister romantic. You think you have the right to preach morality and tell us what to do? Hypocrite, sister fucker.
I flew back another 10 or 20 feet, feeling a horrible kind of sadness welling in my upper chest to the point it hurt to breathe. Damsel had been planning something, and as I retreated, she lunged forward. She created a ball of power in one claw and a lateral blast in the other, as if to push the ball out my way. The ball unfurled, traveling a surprisingly long distance. If I hadn't been wary, that might have grazed me. My heart sank further, and I floated further back, staying relatively low to the ground. I couldn't get distracted. If nothing else, I had grown up around heroes. From the day I'd first started playing at being a hero, my parents had both been giving me tips, using some to manipulate me into doing homework or chores, because didn't a good hero need to be smart? If a heroine wouldn't keep her room clean, how could she keep a city free of crime? Tell that to Crystal. They'd hammered in situational awareness, a need to stay in control. I couldn't come here looking to keep power uses down and keep control over things, then turn around and use the full capacity of my strength on these guys. I couldn't provoke them or risk provoking them. I tried to tell myself that if I was at least getting them to stand down in this moment, if they were standing there laughing at me, at least they weren't using powers and threatening everything. Backwoods was still periodically using his power, lobbing stakes of wood that exploded into multi-pronged outgrowths of wooden spikes. Each time he pulled one from his shoulder, another grew out. I saw Gibbet and Hookline huddled together, his hand at her waist, their hips touching, his head bent down to talk to her while he kept one eye on me. His hook... I saw the line of it trailing down to the ground, and the slack seemed to run beneath cars. He saw me looking. The hook had been creeping in my general direction, snaking between cars. It didn't have to travel far, and it was whip fast as it rose up toward me. I put my foot up to give me a chance of kicking it or deflecting it if I needed to, while flying in another way. It wasn't necessary, and I managed to avoid it. I hadn't used my force field on going through the portal because I hadn't wanted to hurt anyone on either side of the heavily guarded hole in reality, and I hadn't wanted to damage the architecture of the portal itself. Now I acutely felt the lack. I looked down at the caricature, which was crash-landing after another aborted flight attempt. It was his power, right? He created copies of people that reflected what they hated most about themselves, threw in a few mistruths, like the "I'd go back" if they'd fuck with the target's head enough, right? I had to deal with it like I'd deal with any emotion power or secret penetrating thinker power. If I melted down now, or did something that impacted innumerable others, I'd just be doing what my sister did. And there was way, way more to that line of thought, and I was nowhere near being able to tackle it. I was in a position to go after Backwoods. Trophy Wife shouted, "Flyer!" as I made my approach. Backwoods responded by throwing down a spike, surrounding himself in spiked branches. I couldn't plow through, but I could dodge through if... The huntsmen were motioning, waving arms in certain directions. The ones on the left waved me left. The ones in cover to the right waved me right. I headed left because the only consistent message was not to fly straight for him. As I got closer, branches forked, stabbing out, and then bloomed, exploding into foliage with gray-green leaves and tiny white flowers. They grew with enough violence I could imagine I would have been scraped up, if not outright flayed or stabbed with a branch that then expanded out into 5 branches pointing out in different directions. I could see some spots where the foliage was already grown, perhaps strategically located to block the defending capes from being able to shoot. As I flew over, toward the huntsmen, they motioned again. This time it was unanimous. Up. I flew up and over, giving the growths an extra wide berth. Leaves and flowers came to pieces, detonating into what might have been poisonous gas or pollen, a heavy cloud that was about as dark as green could get while still being green. Backwoods began to make other growths sprout and bloom, filling the area. "I'm guessing they weren't up to talking," the leader of the huntsmen said. I shook my head. 2 huntsmen were holding their ground behind cover that, in itself, had enough cover that the branch detonations wouldn't reach them. One used the length of a bus with some cars on the opposite end. Another used a bus stop. It seemed someone had tried to drive on the sidewalk to circumvent the traffic, out of selfishness or because the villains had spooked them, but they'd hit the stop and the mailbox that was built into the one side of the stop. That car was the added cover for the cape there. The 3rd huntsman was crouched by a row of cars, looking through a succession of windshields and rear windows to get a blurry sense of what was going on. 3 more were guiding the crowd. They weren't having a lot of luck in convincing people to get the fuck out. "They sent us back up, huh?" one of the huntsmen asked. A woman with her hood down, wearing a white mask with a lot of airbrushed details on it. It made me think of Snow White. Black hair perfectly arranged, overly rosy cheeks and eyeshadow, crimson lips. Their cape and hair blew against the wind, not with. Precog said it improved the numbers. We've had a few run-ins with Damsel, Sidepiece, Hookline, and Nailbiter. Disjoint's not around? Snow White answered. "Recovering from an injury. Sidepiece had a few parts of him with her, from what she said." Damsel's twin was on our team as Swansong. Swansong died in the raid. It's part of why Damsel is acting out now. Good to know. That wasn't in the briefing. Questions? Concerns? Any way I can help? Need any rundowns on power? We got the rundowns. The priority is evacuating. There's a lot of people still out there. I looked and I saw a few. People hunkered down in their vehicles, periodically putting their heads up to look around. I'm not positive what we can do. They might be better off staying put. They keep using maximum danger powers. Damsel of Distress is Chaos Storm power. If something goes wrong, those people are right in the middle of it.
We tried to bait them away, but they aren't biting.
Loot's too tempting, I said. Torso started to pick up a piece of luggage and fell over, face-planting into the top of a car, shattering the windshield and partially caving the roof in. Hookline and Gibbet were sorting through a suitcase, with Gibbet holding something lingerie-ish up against her front. Way too big for her. Hookline, meanwhile, cracked open what might have been a jewelry box, going by the glitter as he emptied the contents into his hand. Gibbet laid the see-through top over the top of the case, and Hookline emptied the jewelry box into it so they could sort through. Damsel put bladed fingertips to her mouth, then whistled, sharp. Backwoods and Trophy Wife looked, then began to retreat.
"Move up!"
Snow White ordered her people.
"Looks like my team's just arrived on the scene," I said. "She's pulling back to defend."
Stay out of their ranges. Do what you can. You know the restrictions?
Yeah, minimize powers. Only use always-on powers, or ones that were turned on before the fight, I recited.
Any help you can give is great.
Rundown on Trophy Wife. Anything else about Backwoods or Mockument? What does Torso do?
Trophy collects parts, has an aura that grants subtle mutations to people around her based on what she's collected. She gets the same thing at double strength just for herself. Night vision if she tore out a cat's eyes, manual dexterity if she has some person's amputated hand, ability to land on her feet if she has a cat's tail, raw strength if she has a strip of muscle from a large animal, sharpness of nails if she has the claws from someone's pet cat. She'll have important ones inside her coat.
Great, I said. That made Backwoods even more problematic. He was the most wanton with his power. That power was disruptive and dangerous, and now he apparently had a mess of minor benefits granted by being close enough to Trophy Wife.
Backwoods, nothing too special. He is dropping traps here and there, trying to be subtle. There are 2 big branches extending over his shoulders, but they really form an X, and he's grabbing from the lower prongs.
Good to know, I said. I floated up a bit, watching the guy.
Mockument? We don't really know. The minions aren't strong, they barely have powers. They don't really have brains. They're just conduits for a thinker aspect to his power, but...
Snow White looked over at the caricature of me. It was perched on top of a car now.
Jesus,
she said.
Yeah.
I tried to sound casual, and I sounded too quiet instead. I spoke more normally as I deflected with, "It targets parahumans only?"
Think so.
Probably uses some weak connection to the power or replicates what it can track nearby.
Barely replicates. Weak powers.
It's good to not underestimate powers, even broken intermittent ones. Snow White seemed to accept that.
Right. About Torso.
There was a crash. Powers in use. Damsel primarily. With a blast, she totaled someone's car and most of the things they'd brought with them through the end of the world and this evacuation. I clenched my fist.
Do what you can,
she said, in the tone of someone who was resigned to not doing a whole lot. I flew straight up. The tallest rooftops downtown were left below me. The air got colder and the precipitation more ferocious as I rose up higher, and if I had any trouble breathing, I wasn't sure how much of it was my cold, constricting nasal passages, and how much was the thinner air. My eyes closed, fists clenched. I slowed my ascent. I continued upwards, more gentle now. I could feel the transition. My flight was like an ice cube sliding along a slick floor. If there was any resistance, it was in the air, but up here the air was thinner. I panted for each breath. Maybe it was how pure things were up here, how small the problems below were, how there was little to see except the diffuse clouds that made it impossible to see 20 feet away from me. There was no noise up here except the wind against my hood and the bottom end of my coat. Maybe it was that the air was thinner, so there was more room to feel other things. I could feel distinctions. The ice cube slide of flight became smoother still. It was a slide over skin, not scar tissue. No bumps, no tiny bits of turbulence that weren't actually wind. If I controlled fire and paid the most acute attention, would I see the difference in how the flames touched and tongued the air? If I mutated from head to toe, would it shape my form, the whirls of metaphorical fingerprints and the spacing of pores? Go, I communicated. I activated my force field and aura, and then I let myself fall. Surrender was the name of the game here, so I pushed everything out of my mind. I held on to that tranquility and peace of the cloud cover above, with the thin air and the scarcity of noise. I held on to nothing else. My plummet was almost meditative. The wind didn't touch me, but it touched the wretch, catching the broad side of one part of the form and flipping the wretch vaguely around me. My head was below my feet as I watched things unfold. Side piece had a double now, shorter, fatter, more missing around the middle. My double was still there, but her double was dangerous, where mine flopped around. It was more wanton in how it tore itself to pieces, but those pieces didn't all explode, and didn't explode as violently. But it was fucking loud. Shouting, squawking, taunting. Anger and instinct fed into my actions as I went with the flow. I wanted a weapon, and I didn't even have the buckler or arm guard. I patted pockets, found small change, and extended my hand. I let go of it, and it collected within the force field. Then, just as easily, it escaped the force field. A mouth or other cavity yawned open. The change leaked out and found another invisible trap to fall up into, 1 or 2 coins being lost in the process. I'd thought about this a long, long time ago, as a what-if. In reaching for the change, I hadn't even consciously recalled the memory. It was only when I realized what was happening that I connected the thought. The change moved, then disappeared. I saw the violence, heard the impact of change striking car doors and icy road. I'd been plunging toward my caricature, and now I changed course. My caricature was dead. A coin dropped from the top of the tallest building in the world wouldn't kill someone. A handful, thrown with the kind of strength and force that could lift trucks, had a treatment like a low-impact shotgun. Fuck the wretch, I thought, the thought punctuating the full collapse of her body onto the road. I blindsided Sidepiece's caricature, flying up close until the force field got a grip on her, then let the force field do its thing. All around that same area of the road, everything was transforming. Telephone pole-thick gallows were lurching and spearing up out of the ground, ropes snagging and pulling at my teammates' arms, legs, and, in Rain's case, neck. He slashed the rope twice before a full-body kick jerked it enough to trigger the silver lines. He dropped 10 feet to the ground. "Holy," Sidepiece said as I disengaged from her other self's remains. I reached for the Sidepiece caricature's lower rib, then hurled it at Gibbet, finishing the action before I fully realized I wasn't grabbing it with my hand. It hadn't been my idea, I was pretty sure. The rib detonated, more of a focused blast in 2 directions that seemed to punch through a nearby bit of metal construction fencing by the side of the road. The rattle of it knocked Gibbet from her perch atop the tallest and sturdiest of the gallows, and she fell into the darkness beneath a sea of structures that loomed over parked, dark, and snow-colored cars. Rain was cutting a piece off a car that had been demolished by one of the attackers. Tristan picked it up to use as a shield while beating a retreat. Most of the aggression was targeted in a way that meant he couldn't run or the flying bits might hit people at the very fringes of things, so he just ran straight for Sidepiece, trying to limit how far her power could reach or what she could do in the motions of her arm or reaching down. He began to bend the metal around. Sveta was almost at full capacity. Her power was always on. Her focus was Nailbiter, who was much the same. As with Croc O'Shit, Sveta showed her stuff when faced with enemies who were too big and tough to take down in any normal way. I imagined they became accustomed to being too big to wrestle or crush, and let their focus and skills slip when someone like her effectively tried. Torso charged into our group's back line, and our guys scattered for the most part. That wasn't the focus here. I turned around, spotted Mockument, and flew toward him. He was already creating another minion. Pillar raised from the ground, already cracking. I was trying to be careful to preserve the force field. I kept my flight speed controlled to grab the rusty little post-GM car instead of just punching it, to partially push, partially pull, but mostly just to get it from where it sat to Mockument. I wasn't going full bore, so he had time to react. He tried to get out of the way, and he wasn't quite that fast. He put his misproportioned arm out, and he managed to exceed the strength of the force field. Well, for the most part. The force field didn't get tired, and every fraction of a second that passed, Mockument was losing ground. But he did manage to bring feet up and out of the way, so being caught between two cars wouldn't sandwich and pulverize his legs. Flexible, strong, he had the ability to create minions and the ability to gather information from those minions because they reflected deeper things about the targets. I saw his eyes, and I saw the trick. Irises of a different shape beneath that jester mask. That would be Trophy Wife. I twisted around, saw her looking, and moved my hand, fingertips grazing a car's side view mirror. Multiple hands slammed the side of that car, indenting it a half-dozen times. In another time and circumstance, I would have berated the wretch. I would have cursed it out for the unnecessary property damage, for not doing quite as I wanted. But I was pissed, hurt, sad, sick, and a little door had opened before, back in teachers' headquarters. Once opened, it didn't close quite the right way again. Hands gripped the side mirror, and I twisted as the wretch did the same. The mirror was flung so fast I had trouble tracking it with my eyes. It hit Trophy Wife, hard, and flew off with enough speed still driving it that it shattered a car window, striking Ragged Side first. Trophy Wife was tough, and we'd hit her where the trophy rack was attached to her back. But that was a hit that would have been bone-breaking without the armor, if not purely lethal. Backwoods started to run to her side, but the Huntsmen fired bows and crossbows, one using a net that was thrown at least 200 feet. Backwoods started producing more outgrowths to act as cover so he could get to his partner's side. She was leaning over a car now. He helped her straighten. Behind me, the wretch pushed the car. Mockument was still there, one hand sealed to the roof of the car by Capricorn's power. With one leg dangling while he fought to get leverage, the movement of the car pinned that leg. "I hate your power," I told him. "I hate it too," he replied. He smiled wide, but his eyes were cheerless. "The person who had it died, and I'm the mess they left behind." I backed off, leaving him to it. Damsel was using her blasts. A lot of it was focused on fending off the attack from the Huntsmen, who were closing the gap. The villains were closing their ranks, Hookline and Gibbet together, Trophy Wife and Backwoods joining them from one direction, while Torso faced off against Breakthrough at the other. One of the Huntsmen had a flyer power, a helmet with a cowl built in and a flame motif at the sides, and was flying near outcroppings, provoking them by stabbing at them with a glass spear, then flying away. The wall that was created was almost a barrier to the villains escaping. Except for Damsel, who blasted at the nearest one.
"Idiots, imbeciles, incompetents! We finally get a good thing going and you can't do the most basic things!"
She blasted again. That ugly feeling I'd felt free from in the clouds above was worse. Hookline's hook came around. I tried to dodge it or to catch it, and in that moment, the spell was broken. Training working against me. It was me acting, not the wretch, and the wretch in that moment wasn't as smooth or focused. The hook struck it, and I lost my force field. Damsel used her power again, a continuous burst used as a shield as another net was thrown. "No powers!" I shouted, top of my lungs. I dropped out of the sky and onto a car, the impact punctuating my shout. My throat felt tight from the cold and the recent high flying. Damsel blasted again. Not listening.
"Damsel!"
Lookout shouted. You were supposed to stay back. Kenzie ran forward, into Torso, who was facing Capricorn and Rain, and pushed Torso out of her way, toppling him to the extent he face-planted. He couldn't get up on his own. She hopped onto his back for the extra height, then hollered,
"Ashley!"
Ashley stopped, hesitating. She flexed her claws, glaring, going very still. In the midst of that stillness, again, I saw mannerisms that were more swan song than damsel. Bleed, personality leakage. Followed by anger, recognition of what was going on.
"Don't," Kenzie said. "Can we talk?"
For an instant, I thought there might be compromise in that internal war. Then she looked at the crowd. Pride, I thought. That's a no.
"She already offered," Damsel said, pointing a claw at me. "I made my answer clear." "I'm offering," Kenzie tried. "We got along, didn't we?" "You're annoying me," Damsel said. "I destroy things that annoy me."
I could see Kenzie absorb that, a twisting of a knife in an already tender wound. She shrank into herself to the point she seemed an inch or two shorter, backing up until her back was resting against a car. "We surrender," I called out. Damsel turned. "We give up," I said. "You win. Take your loot, leave. Let people continue evacuating." "Don't patronize me." "Take what you wanted. Take your wounded if you care about them. Leave them if you don't, and we'll give them treatment. I'll argue to release them after. All we want right now is peace." It was like all of the fight had gone out of me the instant I'd banished the wretch. I just felt that sadness again. "Weak," she said the single word softly. "You're too strong, you're too dangerous, it's not worth it." "I wanted to talk," Kenzie said. "I want you to shut your mouth for once," Damsel said. "I can guess what you have to say or to ask, and I don't care. I don't want to talk about it." Trophy Wife said something, approaching by a few steps, when Damsel twisted, looking like she might lash out of a purely defensive, paranoid place. "Go," was the last word Trophy Wife said, through the pounding in my ears. I motioned to Tristan, who walked over to where Sidepiece was. She'd broken free of the section of car roof and now lay slumped against a car. She took his hand without a fight, and wobbled as she made her way toward the rest of Damsel's group. Mockument was over there too, but it took Backwood's help to support him. It didn't look like Damsel believed us, and I didn't fault her. The Huntsmen only had 3 of their capes here. The rest were making a more concerted effort to get people clear. Technically, we were matched in number, or slightly ahead in numbers if we counted the members of Damsel's team that had been knocked out or hurt. But we were knocked out too. We didn't have our powers, or we had them and we weren't willing or able to use them. Lookout stepped off of Torso's back, and Snow White worked with Rain and Tristan to help the guy up. He fast-walked to catch up with his group. They had to weave through the cars and the outcroppings of Backwood's power, using the gaps created by Damsel's blasts earlier in the fight as a kind of path. They left, Hookline and Gibbet grabbing 2 massive suitcases, including the one they'd dumped jewelry into. Backwoods threw sticks behind him, littering the road. If we gave chase, he'd turn this road into a thicket. Sveta, off to the side, was the last to release the villains, letting go of Nailbiter. She found her way to us.
"Doesn't feel right," Snow White said.
"Really doesn't," Sveta said.
"What was the reasoning?"
"It's the old reasoning. Years of cops and robbers distilled into moments," I said. "Isn't it?"
Snow White made a sound.
"Lookout, can you do us a favor? It's okay if you can't, but—"
"Give me something to do,"
she said. "Okay. Trace what belongs where, whose cars were damaged. We have funds, and money might not mean much right now, but—"
"Money for the people who had stuff break. Okay, I can look up license databases."
"Do you need to go back for tech?"
Rain asked. Lookout shook her head, tapping her eyeball.
"How much brain-overheating tech did you jam into your eyes, Lookout?" Rain asked.
"Lots. Enough."
Sveta looked at me, the team mom worried about the team kid. Yeah. We had to talk about stuff, arrange stuff, get everything in order. Kenzie was grieving, but... "Can you track their group?" I asked.
"Yeah. Are we following?"
There was interest in her eyes, but not hope. I nodded. "We need to get that loot back for the owners. If you could keep tabs on what's from where?"
"Can do."
"And I want to try talking again. On their turf, away from this mess, away from the high-risk area, and without all these people watching."
"Ashley isn't as conscious of her standing if there isn't a crowd,"
Kenzie said. "Hopefully not," I said. The Huntsmen were getting sorted out. The flyer with the glass spear pulled off her helmet because she was sweating, and I recognized the hair and facial features. Etna. That would be who filled the Huntsmen in on our villains from the stretch between the New York and Boston areas of the megalopolis.
"I don't want problems," she said. "I moved way out to the woods on the end of the city to get away from everything else, and I still get dragged into it."
I shook my head. "We're good." She gave me a wary look. "Really?"
"All right,"
she said. "Good showing," I said. She nodded, then walked over to her team.
"I saw Swansong in there,"
Kenzie said. "Yeah," I replied.
"It sucks, because if she's in there, then she can't be out here."
I nodded.
"I'd rather nothing at all and a bit of hope or pretending than this."
"Agreed," I said. "Yeah, absolutely." I pulled her into a one-armed hug.
"We were talking on our way over here," Rain said. "She once mentioned she had dreams. She was studying them with the wardens. Might be relevant before we try anything with—"
Sveta arched an eyebrow. Tristan, at the same time, elbowed Rain, giving a look to the Huntsmen, who weren't close by but were potentially close enough to hear. We walked away from the others. The civilians were starting to make their way back to cars. Tristan bent down to pick up luggage, and Sveta did the same. I was a little dizzy and fatigued, so I kept my work light, gathering things that had been knocked from luggage and boxes atop cars onto hoods and trunks, or the big things that had tumbled to the ground. Further discussion was delayed as people approached Tristan with questions. They left. Others approached. Then those people left. Traffic began to crawl forward at its glacial pace, slower and more awkward because of the damage, the pulverized cars, and the spiky outcroppings of wood that had to be navigated around. All accepted with resignation, or quiet glares in our direction. "We'll talk about it," I said, when I was sure the coast was clear. "After we talk to her. Because this situation as it is untenable. If we're going to have to take the high road again, I don't want it to be because we're accepting more losses. We might as well take the highest road and decide things." Arc 16, From Within, Chapter 5. I took Kenzie's keyboard-sized bit of tech that she'd brought with her, slinging it over my shoulder with a strap she'd attached. I would have let the others do the carrying, but the others were working. Huntsmen, Tristan and Sveta pushed a car that had been put into neutral out of the middle of the road. Rain still had his silver blade and was chopping down the fully grown wooden growths. With backwoods out of the way, they didn't seem to be triggering with proximity. If I'd been in costume, I might have felt like I needed to do more while in the public eye. Instead, I surveyed, and I took a break to cough violently for a minute. My head pounded. I'd taken the time to go talk to the people who'd lost property. Kenzie had taken pictures, she'd said, of the damage, license plates, and what she'd seen of the looting. I'd asked the car owners where they were headed. Kenzie stood next to me, and it wasn't the normal kind of standing next to. We all had our normal expectations of personal space, and she stood within mine, as close as she could get to hugging herself against my side without actually touching me. I'd nearly elbowed her in the head while attaching the strap for the keyboard knot cube. I put a hand on her shoulder.
Tonight?
Kenzie asked, looking up at me. Making the sound made me cough.
Rain's thing that we were just talking about. Tonight. It's about noon now. I think if I got some things together and checked old readings, I think I still have readings from the Shin prison. And he's slept over at other times. I have most of what I need. I could really use some tips from Ashley, damsel, but that's not super needed.
Tonight was sooner than I was thinking, I admitted. Damsel?
Tonight is better, isn't it? They're saying things could break like they almost did here, sometime today or tomorrow. Isn't it better to be soon?
Yeah, it's better.
Cool,
she said, before dropping her head, hands up to her hair.
Shoot! Not cool!
I could feel her shoulder tense beneath my hand. What?
Some things I need are back at my workshop. The one I set up with my other team.
All right, I said. It's up to you. It doesn't have to be tonight.
But it should.
Probably. And we were talking about this as a conversation that needed to happen. I rubbed her shoulder. She let her head wobble with the motion.
They're out of the city, by the way, she reported. They got into a pair of cars. Ash, damsel of distress, is riding shotgun. There's less cameras near them now.
Okay, but you can track them?
I put a tracker on torso.
I'd say that's perfect, but I don't like you getting that close to the action, especially with an unknown power.
Sorry,
she said. I gave her shoulder one last rub, then stuck my cold hand in my pocket. What was I even supposed to say here? What would Ashley have said that would be so out of sync with normal expectations, but so right for Kenzie? Who's going to stick around to tell me I'm awesome if you go and get your head smashed in? No, not that blatant about the ego, but who's going to tell me to use challah for French toast if you go and get your head smashed in? I like having you around, Kenzie. After a pause, she let her head tilt left, resting against my arm. And for the record, I said, I'm saying that to Kenzie, not Lookout. I like Lookout too, but I think we got along from the start when we first met. That was before Tinker Powers came into play.
I always get along with people at first. Usually when it counts, then I ruin it. It's dangerous saying stuff like how you like having me around.
I can handle dangerous, I said. Of course, finishing that sentence made my throat tickle, and I had another coughing fit. At the very least, when I was done, I could feel Kenzie's head trying to find its place resting against my arm, while she laughed to herself. I craned my head down to see, and there wasn't a smile on her face. If anything, she looked pensive, jaded, eyes half-lidded and downcast, even as she shook with the last few chuckles. I felt in the moment like she'd grown up by years in the past few months. It was a fucking shame in so many ways. The others rejoined us. Tristan signaled, and I nodded. My hand on Kenzie's back to give her the initial impetus, we started walking, heading over to the Huntsmen.
Good work,
Snow White said. Etna was just a bit behind her, floating while leaning against a car, still holding the glass spear. I mentioned we might be able to trace them.
We can. We have a tracker on them, and we know they're leaving the city, heading into the woods to the west. Do you think you'd be willing to negotiate to know where your rival's HQ is?
What are you looking to negotiate for? Snow White asked. A ride? As much as I'd like to accept, we have other obligations. The moving trucks? Etna asked. Yeah. They're only available for a few hours, Snow White said. She turned to us, to me, packing up our base. I'd invite you to come and see if there's a chance to make a detour, but we'll be loading up 2 of our apartments as well. I just helped someone move, Sveta said. It's a pain. Any other time, I'd put off the moving trucks, but they're booked solid. They've taken trucks from the city's construction companies, and they're having them hauling houses 24/7, and it's still not enough.
That made me regret not packing up more, kind of.
I can take 'em, Etna said. It might be a bit cramped. Yeah? Snow White asked. I don't have anything to move. It lets me be useful. I can bring some of the info back.
There was a brief confab within the Huntsmen. I took the opportunity to check with the others, more in the sense of looks and shrugs than anything else. No objections. If anything, my own reservations about Etna, however small, were probably overblown compared to everyone else's.
Good luck,
Snow White said. You too, Tristan said. He shook her hand. Hey, I said, just to get their attention before they left. If this thing happens, this shattering of the worlds, the damage, whatever teacher was working for, what are you going to do?
How bad are we thinking it's going to be? Snow White asked. Good morning, bad? Maybe. We survive, scatter. I think we stick together as a team. We keep doing what we've been doing for a while. Put arrows in the worst bad guys and manage the rest.
That simple, huh? Snow White shrugged.
Simple, yes. Easy, no.
I nodded. She gave us a short wave by way of farewell, then left with the rest of her team, leaving us with Etna. Etna led us back to the portal, a couple of blocks and an elevator ride away. From there, we crossed a part of the complex to reach another portal that extended further out. It felt like an interminably long time, especially because Etna was the type to kill any conversation or small talk by giving short answers that were impossible to follow up on. I would have thought she didn't want to chat, but her responses were earnest, and what little I could see of her expression suggested she was trying to be nice, and she was pleased and bewildered that we were taking her switch from villain to hero in good stride. And I wanted to reflect that attitude of hers so much, but I was mostly being quietly down and introspective, all of my defenses up so I could fend off intrusive thoughts. I was doubly annoyed with everything and doubly distracted because I couldn't fly. I'd stopped flying to make an I'm disarming point to someone who didn't see it as me being armed, and I couldn't conscience using my power until we were away from the highest danger part of the city. Fuck it. I was grumpy. I was letting myself be grumpy. My ego felt bruised after Mockument had hatched that creation, and I felt so many different instances of bad for people that I felt bad overall. Felt bad for Kenzie. Felt bad for Tristan. Felt bad for the dozen or so people or families that had seen their cars get trashed and their life's possessions totaled. It felt so petty to go after these guys with half our rationale being to get jewelry and clothes back, but it was important too. We found ourselves back outside, and the group trudged along sidewalks that hadn't been cleared of snow in the last day. I spent a minute tuning everything out, my head pounding, my heart trying to channel every bit of negativity into hating the snow and the winter. As long as the trudge felt, the use of portals had let us cross some surprising ground. Flying, the trip might have taken me 15 or 20 minutes. As it was, it took maybe 12, and the rest of the team got to come with. Etna and I at least floated above the snow, but I flew low enough that my toes trailed in the snow,
so I could give Kenzie a hand if she reached up to get over the snowbanks that piled up at each intersection, barring the way to crosswalks. "Any tips on making weapons with a power?" Tristan asked. Most of the attempts at conversation seemed to be him taking stabs at it.
"Not really,"
Etna said, holding up her glass spear, as if to launch into another bit of conversation or explanation.
"Nope."
Her arm dropped. "I know we come at it from pretty different directions, but there are factors like weight, balance, edges. The sharper the edge, the more brittle it's going to be." "I run into that with making knives," Rain said. "I made a mistake using too pure a steel once." "Exactly," Tristan said, enthused. "Do you run into that, Etna?"
"Oh, I guess so. I figured that out as I went. I never really thought about it."
"Ah, so it's instinct," Tristan said. "But even with instinct, there are different kinds. For a parahuman, there's the instinct that comes from you, and there's the instinct that comes from the connection between you and your power, or you and agent."
"I like that a lot," I said. "You could say there's an instinct that comes straight from the agent." "You can definitely say that," Sveta said. "I've been fighting it for all my life. It's only recently I got to stop fighting and finally relax."
"I think most of my instincts are learned and come from me," Rain said. "Or is it more accurate to say I'd like to think that? How do you know?"
"You know,"
I said at nearly the same time Sveta did. "Then I think I know it's me," Rain said, his tone a little different, like he'd been subdued a bit. "Three kinds, then," Tristan said. There was an energy to his mannerisms and tone that wasn't always there. I might have thought it was related to him being away from the hospital bed or energized from the fight, but it wasn't. Not exactly. He turned to Etna. "Any theories or thoughts?"
She said. "Not really, but I'll think about it." "Are the Huntsmen treating you well?"
Sveta asked, her tone bright.
"Yes, they really are. Nice, but they're very serious when it comes to the Cape stuff."
"Good serious?" Tristan prodded.
"Yep, it's good."
Tristan was strong enough to move through the snow without difficulty, due to that small boost his powers gave him to his physical capabilities. He put a hand back to give Kenzie a hand while I took the other hand. We lifted her up and over a tough patch of footing. I could see just how much agony he was in. The energy he was putting into bashing his head into this brick wall was a consequence of his stubbornness and his extroverted nature catalyzing together. I could picture him dragging fingernails down his cheeks. It was comically amusing at a time comical amusement felt out of place. My thoughts were on Mockument and on Swansong, on Kenzie and on Byron. "You remind me of my brother when he was a kid," Tristan told Etna, his tone still light.
"Really? Should I take that as a compliment?"
"Yeah," Tristan said. "He's a good guy."
"Neat."
More agony for Tristan. 10 or 15 minutes of this.
"Here's my car. Sorry it's a bit of a mess."
The hatchback had been painted a bold red, but aside from some rust on the passenger side door, there wasn't much mess that I could see. Her car was cleaner than just about anyone I knew, and even the back was mostly vacant, with a second spare tire within. She had to unlock all 4 doors manually with her key. It was one of the post-Gold Morning cars. Early era, by the look of it. In a world where everything went perfectly, humanity got over its current crisis and we found our equilibrium, I could imagine it being a collector's item. Everyone climbed in. I took the back seat, Kenzie on one side of me, keyboard, not cube, on the floor by my feet. Sveta took the next spot in the back seat, followed by Rain. Tristan in front. Sveta loosened up her body, looked for a space to occupy, and then went over the back seat into the trunk area, looking over the top. "You drive, huh?" I asked.
"Yep,"
Etna said.
"I can, but I couldn't convince myself to get a car when I fly most of the time."
"Oh, that makes sense," she said. I wondered if I'd given her any brain damage after all. The car was in the process of pulling out when something struck the windshield, which made Etna hit the brakes hard. cracks spiderwebbed out from the point of impact. Some of us climbed out to look for the source of the attack. I was one of them, floating up to get a better perspective. There were maybe 10 people close enough to have thrown. It looked like a car part. 10 people close enough. 20 people in total, all standing along a street with mostly one-story businesses. They stared. Their attention was wholly on us. The classroom dynamic of every kid looking at the class clown that had just disrupted things wasn't in effect.
"Let's go," Etna said. "You've had this happen before?" "No," she said, "but I've heard about incidents with capes and angry people. Let's just go."
"Are you sure?" Sveta asked.
"I can fix windshield damage. I don't know what I can do if other parts of the Etna-mobile get damaged."
There was none of the eager awkwardness from before in her voice.
"Ballsy,"
Rain said. Tristan was looking around.
"It'd be more ballsy if they stepped up and admitted who did it."
"I know who did it,"
Kenzie said. Of course.
"Let's leave it alone," I told her. "If we make an issue of it, we make ourselves look worse, not better." "I joined villains because it seemed fun and easy," Etna said. "Everything else seemed so much harder. There's money in being a villain. The costumes are better."
I said. I remembered Etna's skimpy fire sorceress outfit from Hollow Point, before the weather had cooled.
"They really are,"
Kenzie said. Traitor, I thought, with no venom to the thought.
"But it isn't easier. It wears on you. You have to worry about being caught. People will like you from a distance because you're cool, you're dark, you're edgy. Then they hate you to your face, even if they don't talk about it because they're afraid. I went hero and they hate us anyway?"
Might be because so many people chase being a villain first, because they'd thought it'd be easier and more fun, even if it meant stepping on the civilians along the way, I said.
"Ugh,"
Etna grunted. She sounded genuinely wounded as she said, "That's fair." "It's fair, but a little mean of Antares to say," Sveta said, poking me. "She's in a mood."
"Sorry," I said. "I really do think it's great you joined the side of the heroes, and I think the costume looks cool." "Thank you." That's not just me saying it because Tress is jabbing at me. I don't have the energy to be fake.
Etna made an amused sound, which had the benefit of not being another conversation aboard her. At the same time, Sveta stopped poking me.
"Turn right,"
Kenzie said.
"Then head pretty much straight until we're out of the city."
As Etna turned right, I let my head go left, resting it against the window. I partially closed my eyes, tuning almost everything out. The buildings to our left grew thinner, and I couldn't remember the last time I'd been in a vehicle to watch the city go by that hadn't been me with the patrol, Jasper heading to the community center. As the buildings got thinner and further between, I could see past them to the city proper. I could make out the slice of the highest density portals all mixed in together, like a pane of glass that had broken, each segment a different piece of sky, many of them brighter than the sky we had here. The wind that came through seemed to repel clouds and storm as they emanated high-pressure air. Was that going to be the entire city? How much of the rest of our world would follow it? I didn't sleep, but I wasn't wholly awake either. Kenzie used the windshield to start talking about glass and lenses with Etna, and Etna didn't seem to know how to disengage from a conversation with a tinker who was deep into her subject material. Kenzie needed the distraction, and we'd exhausted our collective conversation starters with Etna inadvertently shooting every single one of them down, so I didn't expend the energy to steer Kenzie away. My thoughts turned to the upcoming conversation, ways to handle it, and from there they spun off in a bunch of different directions. I brought up a few with the team, and we had a back and forth, before the conversation died for reasons having nothing to do with Etna. I lost myself in thought and in the absent-minded tracking of the sensations of power. If I paid attention to my flight while sitting in the car, could I feel the difference as we got further away, like I'd felt a difference while rising in the air? The drive felt like it took the question mark at the end of that question and dragged it out into a long, unconscious drone. A question without firm answer. My eyes opened as the car slowed, rumbling over a frosty dirt road that had barely been looked after. Kenzie was leaning into me, fiddling with a button, a needle-thin screwdriver, and what looked like the world's smallest arc welder, her cupped hand containing the brilliant light.
"Slower,"
Kenzie said, without looking up.
"We're close enough they could hear us coming."
"Okay," Etna said. She slowed down considerably, to the point the car had trouble making it over roots that cut across the top of the road. I opened my car door and slipped out while the car was still moving. The woods were dense on either side of the road, and the road, such as it was just a strip of dirt cutting an irregular path through the trees, less like it was intended to take a straight line, and more like they'd cut down as few trees as they could get away with while still getting where they wanted to be. The house itself was half concrete and half prefab, thick walls on the lower section and the side facing downhill, slabs like shipping container walls locked into each other on the other faces. The prefab slices were construction yellow, but it had been painted over in a paint that wasn't entirely sticking. The effect was almost cool because it looked like it was glowing through. The chimney smoked, and 2 cars were parked under one corner of the building, which was held up by a pillar. The others gathered below, Etna momentarily looking like a deer as she bobbed up and down to avoid branches above and annoying undergrowth below. "Do we knock?" Rain asked. "We could," Tristan answered, "but I don't think that would go over well."
"Wait,"
Kenzie said.
"This is my specialty. Here, Etna, take this."
Etna took the button.
"What do I do with it?" "It's a gift,"
Kenzie said, while she busied herself with her phone.
"For giving us a ride. It gives you a cool effect, but probably only for 30 minutes. Use it to look intimidating and cool if you have an event or want to look cool for the cameras or some junk like that. It was supposed to be for a friend, but I swapped out the aesthetic tiles and mapped in molten glass and regular fractal glass patterns. Just press the button when you want to use it. Not here. Not here, you'll give us all away."
Okay, thank you."
"And use it before the next year is up, then dispose of it somewhere far from any people, or deplete its battery, just to be sure nobody gets hurt."
All right, thank you." "Here," I said. I had my wallet in my jacket pocket. Money for gas and for the windshield while we're at it. I forked over the bills. Etna handed me back a $25 new bill, waving it off as too much. Kenzie got Rain to pull out his phone, because he'd apparently let her tinker with it, then had it display a feed from an external camera outside the forest headquarters. I could see us, or the general area where we were, though we were too small and muted to be easily made out. Her own phone showed the interior. The villains were settling in. A few were working on first aid. She mentioned for me to get my phone out, then positioned it herself so she wasn't looking at any of the phones, instead staring out toward the cabin. My phone flickered, then showed an image similar to the interior shot. All villains were highlighted in yellow, their names above their heads, while the rest of the place was there in shades of blue. X-ray vision. "I'm going to point out again that you've got way too much tech packed into your eyes, Lookout," Precipice said.
"I used the concepts from the contact pads you showed me to have eyeballs outside the head, remember?"
"I remember."
"And then I figured, why not just have eyeballs inside my head like a normal person? Phase them in, each one on a different channel, with the contact pads going straight on or near the brain. Fake optical nerves, minimum connection tissue, like how you talked about your stuff working better if you planted the pads nearer to the spine or the median nerves of the arms."
"I have about 6 different problems with that," Rain said, his voice low. 7, now that I think about it. How hot are you running? I put my hand on her forehead. I'm not feeling anything.
"I'm not running any side routines on my brain," Kenzie said, sounding exasperated. "Look, first of all, we have a job. If I zoom in, focusing in on the car, the trunk is still in there."
The phone I was holding up had the X-ray vision. Kenzie had tuned the view to capture the loose luggage shape in the back of the car.
We could sneak down there, crack that open, and steal it. No fight. Obviously, we wouldn't get a chance to talk to Ashley, or it would be an ugly and unfriendly talk, but it's an option, okay?
I feel like you're distracting us, Rain said. I have 6 problems with your tech load and how you're carrying it. I'm not even a good tinker, and there are red flags here.
Can we deal with it after?
Kenzie asked. She pointed.
Mission. Ashley.
Damsel, I said, quiet. Not Ashley. She sighed. I get it. I've been doing the mental flip-flop in my head myself, I told her. That's Damsel, that's Ashley, that's Damsel. But that first talk was to look for Ashley and reach out. This time, we're here for Damsel.
And Damsel's here for us,
Kenzie said, turning her head.
Did they see us? Do they have a thinker?
No thinker, Etna said. The Deathchester group was leaving the headquarters. They fanned out at first, which suggested they hadn't directly seen us.
I was careful with the camera,
Kenzie protested.
Shoot!
Tristan reached out to touch my shoulder. We looked at Sveta, who nodded, then at Rain, who didn't protest. We stepped out of the cover of the trees, away from our parked vehicle. Deathchester lined up, facing us. A few of them had stayed inside. Sidepiece was thankfully one. Gibbet reached for a log from a stack of firewood and broke off a stretch of bark. She dropped into a crouch and pressed it into the ground before turning it like a key, ignoring the hardness of the ground as she was turning it, though. All around her, like a ripple expanding out, jagged, thin walls of wood stabbed up and around us. Until we were surrounded, walled in. Not that it was much of a wall, cardboard thin. I supposed her use of the gallows before had been a style thing.
We didn't see a tail, Trophy Wife said. How did you know we were here? Kenzie asked.
I'll tell you our secret if you tell us yours, Damsel said.
More at ease, even surprised with a situation like this, than she'd been back in the city center. Oddly so. Because she was further from the thin ice?
Can I?
Kenzie asked Tristan before looking to me.
It's a security thing.
Yeah, I said. I saw Tristan nod at the same time.
Tracker,
Kenzie said.
On torso.
I told you to check yourselves over. You in particular.
Damsel hissed the words, before striking Torso on the back of the head. He toppled, landing on frozen earth, the back of his head scuffed by the claw marks.
How did you find me?
You're getting sloppy, Damsel said. I hired someone because I had a sneaky little suspicion that a sneaky little heroine would be snooping around. Epeos.
Kenzie groaned.
He's going to have his greasy fingerprints all over my stuff now.
With way too much of that stuff in your head,
Rain muttered under his breath.
No whispering, Damsel said,
extending a bladed finger our way. She seemed pleased with herself.
We might get paranoid, and I destroy anything that might make my underlings paranoid.
You got your trial run as leader, Damsel, Trophy Wife said. It doesn't mean we're all underlings.
Shh, Damsel said. I'm the leader until someone says otherwise. If you want to oust me, do it formally, not in front of the riffraff.
Can we talk? I asked. You scored your win, walked away. I want to strike some deals. Think of it as walking away with something more.
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand you with that mask in the way, she said. Mockument, could you do us all a favor and bring us out an impartial translator?
Do that and you'll be picking a fight, Tristan warned. We can't negotiate with a distraction like that.
She waved Mockument off.
Since you're pleading with me, I'll be gracious.
Sure, Tristan said. 3 things we want, I said.
Greedy. You know it's really hard to take you seriously, Antares, when I've seen the ugliness that lies within you.
I tensed. She smiled. The cast of figures around her were either stone-faced or masks covered their faces. Mockument was utterly still and expressionless, as were Trophy Wife and Nailbiter. Gibbet and Backwoods had masks, and Hookline and Sidepiece were inside. I answered, careful to keep my voice steady. We could have come after you hard with the stunts you were pulling and the risk you were putting all of us in. The only reason we're here talking to you is that we've seen what lies within you. Her smile dropped away. She went completely, dangerously still. Maybe it wasn't the best move from a diplomacy standpoint, but it was satisfying on a visceral level. We want the loot back. That's thing number one. It's not a lot to you, but it means a ton to those evacuees, sentiment-wise. We'll pay you more than it's worth. You won't need to fence it, provided you agree to our other terms.
What if we want to keep it?
Gibbet asked. She still crouched. Clothes too big for you and random jewelry? I asked. She shrugged.
It makes sense, Trophy Wife said. And we need to sell it to give the boys their cut of the earnings.
Damsel cleared her throat.
But,
Gibbet started. Damsel's power flickered along the blades of one hand. Gibbet shut up. Maintaining control. 2, I said, while she remained silent, glaring. Swansong provided the wardens with information about dreams. She got money for it. She's gone now. Lookout wants some details to prep something we're looking to do tonight. You want money. Do you think we can talk about a short-term deal? Brief 20 or 30-minute conversation. Couple $100 new to share with your team.
What dreams in particular have your kitty all up in a tizzy?
Damsel asked. She paced a bit now. Pacing was better than dangerous stillness.
Do you want to know if I have any fond memories of Swansong? Are you having a service tonight?
No,
Kenzie said.
No service yet. All the places we'd normally hold one are evacuating.
We can get into which dreams when we've agreed on prices, Tristan said. Damsel shrugged. She flexed her claws. She was dangerous. In another time and place I wouldn't have wanted to work with her. But Damsel of Distress was chaos, and we needed chaos under control. The only alternative was to extinguish her, and I was pretty sure that the ramifications of that would be far, far worse than at least trying this. Third thing, I said, we can't have repeat incidents. We need you to back off for real. We need to know we don't have to worry about you attacking our most valuable areas or causing interdimensional disasters because you're willing to take those risks.
But Antares,
she said, putting on inflection on the name.
You're prostrating yourself before me, offering me all of these things. Money, free reign, escape. I bet I could ask anything of you. I know you like your discussions over tea or bread and wine with black and white movies. I know our deluded Swansong enjoyed her breakfasts with her desperate little supplicant. But those things don't have any hold over me. Why would I tie my hands? She moved her claws to demonstrate just what hands would be tied. I could see too much of her eyes, too much energy in how she moved those claws. She was bringing up details she had no right or ability to know, things she'd picked up from the dreams, from Swansong, Ashley, using them. Earlier, I'd thought maybe she was less on edge because she was further from the thin ice. Now, I was thinking it was different. She'd been caught off guard back there, and any variation of Ashley or Damsel that was caught off balance would rebound the opposite way, violent, devastating, and unpredictable. It had been the case even in our first match against one another, in many unfamiliar situations. Here, she wasn't off guard. She'd had time to consider the situation, and while I'd been thinking of how to accomplish this conversation and what to offer, she had been coming to terms with that glimmer of Swansong within her. She felt in control, poised, and powerful now because she was harnessing that glimmer. She'd used knowledge of Kenzie to hire Epeos,
Probably before today, given the timing. She was using knowledge of me and Kenzie to get at us on a personal level, show how much she knew. Think of it less as you tying your hands and more about elevating them, I said. Moving up in the ranks, big picture. She didn't immediately respond. That blade cuts both ways. I know you, too. You're a new team, pulled together. You can tolerate each other for the most part, okay? You've got power, a first win, some credibility. Geography's changing. We put you in contact with Semiramis, Prancer, and the Undersiders. The rules we're suggesting are the rules they want to play by too, I guarantee you. Play by their rules and our rules, you can sit at their table. She betrayed nothing in her expression, but her team sure did. I saw Trophy Wife smile a bit. Gibbet was nodding. Torso, still lying face down, stopped trying to get up and twisted his head around to look up at Damsel. They were transparent, but I felt like I knew her well enough that I was more sure about her answer. She would quibble, but she would say yes. She'd called her group Deathchester after the territory she'd wanted back in Boston, where she'd almost but never quite claimed her seat at the table among the local villains. I could take a stab at giving her that, give her exactly what she wanted, while embodying so much of what and who I didn't want to be. Arc 16, From Within, Chapter 6. The snowstorm was about as intense as I'd seen it this fall or last winter, and the degree of the city that had been evacuated left the building interiors dark and unlit, especially this far out. The lights I did see were just as worrying, because it marked people who would be lost to us if we let the city break. It was better to look at them as distress flares than anything reassuring. So much goddamn effort put into this city. It felt like my family dog had been run over, but I couldn't even say anything about it because anyone I'd complained to had been closer to the dog and, consequently, was more affected than I had been. I'd at least had a chance to save it, to step in and do something more, and I hadn't managed it. I'd scraped my knees and palms diving into the road, and I'd failed. But those other people hadn't even had the chance to try. So shut the fuck up, Victoria, right? Can't bitch when other people are hurting worse and are way more helpless. How are you doing? I asked. Kenzie trudged through the ice-crusted snow to my right. The snow was piling higher, and the city infrastructure that would have cleared the sidewalks had already been cut down to a tenth of what it was. It should have been zero infrastructure, zero people left, but it wasn't. Zero infrastructure now would have left some people trapped without any choice to leave. My question hung in the air, unanswered. It was just Kenzie and I now. Damsel and Deathchester, Breakthrough, Etna, and the Warden's megabase were behind us. Dark, hollow city, ice, and uneven road stretched ahead of us, along with sections of the city that had been abandoned for a few weeks now.
My foster dads had a system where we'd put these smiley faces on the fridge,
Kenzie finally said. Bit of a non sequitur there, but it had to be on her mind because she rarely talked about them, and now she was jumping at the excuse. I put a hand out to help steady her and to support her, in more than one sense.
Frowny or grumpy face if we were in a bad mood. There was an anxious face and a happy face, a calm face and a sleepy face. Most of the time you'd come in the door and the kitchen was the first place you'd go, and you could check in while updating people on how your day went without even saying a word.
Good system.
Whenever someone asks how someone else is doing, I think of that board. I think of how I could be in a really crummy mood, but I'd put a smiley face up there anyway, and how everyone sort of does that, you know? I do it a lot, but everyone does it, don't they?
They do, I know.
Jessica once told me that we all have different kinds of intelligence, and she asked me where I think my strengths are. I'm really good at schoolwork and organization and staying motivated, and I'm not that intelligent when it comes to figuring out what faces people are putting on, especially when I get excited, and especially when it's about people.
She ducked her head down as a snow flurry blew right at her face. I pulled my hood around the side of my face to shield it. I didn't interrupt her.
It's like there isn't room for being excited about people and loving people and also understanding those people in the people part of my brain. But then things go wrong, they leave, the excitement becomes dread, and I have all the time in the world to go back and look at every conversation, every moment, and realize how badly I fucked the dog.
Fucked the dog, huh? I asked.
Heartbroken slang. Candy said that Imp and the older Heartbroken try to get the younger Heartbroken to start saying it because it really, really bothers Rachel.
Got it. I'm not sure she's the type you want to tick off, though.
That's the fun of it. She gets so grumpy, apparently.
I thought of Rachel ordering her dogs to maim people, breaking legs, when my mom and I had turned up at one crime scene. The night everything had gone so wrong. I think, whatever happens, you shouldn't go out of your way to annoy or bother Rachel Lint. I think that should be a rule. I don't think you lose anything by doing your best to stay on her good side.
Except fitting in,
Kenzie said. Then,
except I'm not even fitting in normally, and I don't even know what I'm supposed to do there. I hate it.
I know, I said, and I don't want anyone to add pressure or more rules. I think I get what you're saying. People are frustrating and nonsensical, and it's all so hard. The clearest system in the world where you'd expect people to take their feelings and put them up on... It was the fridge?
Fridge.
Even that doesn't work out clearly.
You asked if I'm okay. I learned tips and tricks from Jessica, and I found my place in the team and the world, and I thought I was doing okay. And I wasn't, was I?
You're doing better, according to everyone that's been paying attention.
I don't think I'm better.
I didn't say better. Just, you've improved. Sveta would say to keep your eyes forward, build the you that you want to be.
After the first incident with my foster dads, I had other stuff around school and my dad's. People would say I had a tough start, growing pains, you know? But I lost my foster dads. I went to the wards and I talked to professionals and they said I was doing better, I was improving. They liked how things were going and I lost the team. I got sent away to training camps and they said a change of scene was doing me good. I was better, I was improving, and I got people in trouble there.
I shook my head. Snow fell from my hood. It's a pattern, but that doesn't mean you're not making headway.
I'm going to be your age someday, if I live that long, and a friend is going to be patting me on the back, telling me I'm doing better, keep looking forward. But I've had it explained to me, and I still can't stop it. How do you stop yourself from doing something if you can't see yourself doing it in the first place?
I had a moment's thought about whether she was calling me old or being way too fatalistic, then pushed it out of mind. It wasn't the issue she was trying or wanting to deal with. Things change, Kenzie. Nothing stays the same forever.
Ashley was supposed to stay by my side forever. She said she'd be by my side forever so long as I was her minion, and then she stopped saying the minion part and kept saying the forever part,
Kenzie said.
I'm so mad at her I could cry.
I couldn't see her face, as she had her head turned down to face the ground, watching her steps as we trudged through snow.
If it was just the chicken tenders, I'd be able to deal. If it was just Ashley, I think I could deal eventually. But this is the first time since I first ruined everything that I feel like it's all gotten so much worse.
We'd reached the end of the city. No more sidewalk, no more road, just wilderness. A tear in reality taller than any building off to the east, making the weather so much worse. Snow everywhere and ice on everything. I wish I knew what to say or do, Kens, I told her. A hug? A reminder that there's always a sleepover and hot chocolate waiting?
You make a really good hot chocolate, she said. You make a lot of really good stuff in general.
After Gold Morning, I drifted a bit. I focused on the patrol, school, trying to get into university. But food, eating healthy, and having meals to look forward to were a thing for me. Figuring out how to be an adult.
Yeah, makes sense,
Kenzie said.
Chris said once that when I became an adult, or when I started to become one, it would be a nightmare.
Chris is an ass.
But he's an extra big ass because he's right a lot of the time,
she said.
I'm worried because the nightmare started already.
I floated down so I was in a sitting position, my rear end a couple of inches from the snow below. Putting myself more on Kenzie's level, my legs crossed. I leaned forward, but she maintained a position where she stared off into the distance, not facing me, so I couldn't see her face even now. I ventured, I noticed this morning that you took some toiletries from under the sink.
I can replace them, sorry.
No need. It's there to be taken, so help yourself. Take some with you the next time you come by. But if you have any questions...
Not that,
she said.
Maybe a bit of that. There are 2 of the chicken tenders that I really like. Being away from them hurts extra.
Crushes? I asked. I couldn't see her face, but I could see her swallow hard.
I keep getting double whammied. 2 crushes, then I'm sad and my stomach hurts because of Ashley, and I'm weird sad and sore because, yay, I'm a woman or something.
Might need to chat at another time and place.
And I'm missing them because I'm not there, and they hurt my feelings, and I screwed up by reading their stuff, and I'm missing them extra because more weird feelings and hormones.
These things level off. They balance out, I said, to say something, even though it felt like an empty platitude.
I've been told for years now that I'm scaring people. I'm hard to predict. I'm out of control. And for most of that, I just kind of felt like, no, not really. I mean, well, it wasn't that bad. It was an accident.
Yeah.
Feeling like I do right now?
She trailed off. What feelings? I asked, to prompt her, because it seemed like she really needed to get this out, and because I had no answers to give, and asking questions had a chance of moving the conversation to a point where there were answers to give.
Desperate feelings,
Kenzie said. She hugged her arms to her chest.
Like some of the worst feelings I had, like when my foster dads were almost gone, or I knew something had happened to Ashley, but I hadn't looked to check for absolute sure yet. Or when Chris left, but I thought maybe he could come back. It's like there's someone really deep inside me, and she's scratching at the walls at the box she's in so hard she's leaving marks in the metal.
I took in a deep breath. I've been in that box, I said, scratching. Dean, me sitting in the hospital room, pining for Amy. It was hard to even think about, hard enough that I felt like the facade I was maintaining and had been maintaining for a while might crack, and past those cracks, I might be right where I started, right after I got a me body again, compulsions removed. She seemed to absorb that, then said,
There have been a lot of times in the past where people described what I was doing as scary.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Feels unfair?
No, it did. But feeling like I do now is the first time I'm a little scared by my feelings and what I might do.
Fucking hell. That was making me reconsider a lot about what we were doing right now. What the hell was I even supposed to say to that? Do you think you're a danger to others? I asked as gently as I could.
Maybe? No, not... I really don't know,
she said, quiet.
I said before that I couldn't see in the moment, but then after, when people ran away, I could see it.
Yeah?
They're running, and I can't see it now. It's getting harder. The feeling's weirder and crazier. So what do I even do?
Her hands in her pockets, snow a 1/4 inch thick on her hat, shoulders and arms. She turned to look at me for the first time in a good while. The smile on her face was the saddest and sweetest I'd seen her wear. I could see the headlights, our ride. The car drove slowly through snow that reached up to the undercarriage. There's a set of guidelines I'm pretty sure I've talked about before. You do what the law says. That's absolute. Kenzie hesitated, then nodded. Then you do what's right. When you're dealing with people, that means being honest, truthful. You show caring, share, be respectful of privacy. Oof. But you treat people right. I think your intentions are good. After that, if those two things are in conflict or you can't figure it out, reach out. Ask for help. Ask for advice. Hold back, move slowly, put on the brakes as best as you can, and leave room for others to say stuff.
What they say isn't always what I hear.
Yeah. Okay. And just try to live so you have no regrets.
That's your system, then?
She asked.
I think you did mention it, but I was distracted.
It's my system, yeah. When was the last time I'd even invoked it, or invoked it fully? I felt like such a hypocrite.
A part of me wants this to fall apart,
she said.
Because that's something I'm used to.
That's a hell of a trap to fall into.
Yeah, have to do this.
The car had started at the end of the road, moving at maybe 30 miles an hour, and it was halfway to us. Can I give you a hug? I asked. She shook her head, shifting her weight, still wearing a smile, even if it wasn't the scarily sad and sweet smile I'd seen earlier, that would forever be ingrained in my mind as an expression that was indelibly Kenzie. I know I'm sick, but would it be sufficient excuse if I said I was the one who wanted or needed a hug?
That's cheating,
Kenzie said, quiet. A bit.
And the answer's still no. I shouldn't be hugging anyone right now.
I nodded.
You're usually safe,
Kenzie said.
But if I let myself slide with you, then I slide with others, and I really, really can't slide right now.
Okay, I said. The car had to stop because the snow piled up at the front was slowing it down. It backed up, then began to drive over the hump that had been created. Why am I usually safe? I wondered. I couldn't dwell on it, not when there were bigger concerns. Had Kenzie confessed these desperate feelings to me earlier, I wasn't sure I would have arranged this. The car stopped. I opened the door for Kenzie, kicking aside a bit of snow so the door would open all the way and close without scooping in a heaping of snow with it. Sorry to have you come all this way, I said. Not too long a trip, Natalie said, but the roads are awful. Past a certain point. Rather than open another door, I climbed into the back while Kenzie scooted across the back seat. Project done? I asked Natalie. Yeah, a lot of last-minute changes. Being more aggressive, laying out more rules. We really missed having your mom there.
What project?
Kenzie asked. New laws and rules. Figuring out consequences we could levy against parahumans that don't rely on prison. I ended up using a lot of what I observed and saw. Do I need to be worried? I asked. No, nothing targeting you. I did make an argument at one point that if we didn't make parahumans listen to us or include us, they wouldn't, Natalie said. I sat with that for a bit, aware Kenzie was looking at me. I conceded. Fair. It's my fault as much as anyone's. I could have been more insistent when I had issues, but I wasn't. I was being paid to be available, and past a point you didn't need me to counsel you on the work you were doing. I get that. Natalie glanced at me in the rearview mirror. A lot of what we were doing wasn't hero work, I said. Aftermath of the Fallen, investigations that started and ended with Cape business, goddess, diplomacy. Absolutely, Natalie said. Her forehead creased above the over-large, round lenses she wore. I'm not trying to condemn you or make my unhappiness known after the fact, Victoria. It was a learning experience. I learned. I applied what I learned. If I hadn't worked with Breakthrough, I'm not sure anyone would have listened to me, so I owe you something. Natalie began fiddling with her dashboard map system. I would have told her to watch the road, but there were barely any cars this far out. What changes did you make? I asked. I convinced them to be strict. Where there are voids, capes and people in general will develop their own systems and rules within those voids. The laws include rules of forfeiture, labeling capes as non-compliant with rules for any media or businesses dealing with them. Forfeiture? Government takes their stuff?
Yes, property, cash, vehicles, assets, any tinker tech, Natalie said. Again, that concerned look. Like she thought capes might go ballistic at new rules and restrictions, and I was among those capes. Maybe that was unfair. You run into the problem of the government having to actually take the stuff. We don't. We have Dragon and some thinkers to keep an eye on the digital marketplaces, and they can swoop in to seize any funds there for fines. For everything else, we put out a bounty on assets equal to the amount specified by the legal action. A bounty, I said. If you cause undue property damage, for example, you get a chance to appear in court. You don't need to reveal your identity, though it helps, and just showing up gives you a reduction in any penalties. If the ruling is against you, you can pay the fine, but if you don't, your stuff is up for grabs, in an amount up to double the value of what the fine was. If someone wants to take your hideout, they can, and the government will consider it a fair transfer of property. Kill orders for stuff, I said. Hitting where it hurts. If you're deemed non-compliant with the local government, then there are other penalties. Restrictions on language and images that can be used, so the media isn't promoting villains or dangerous vigilantes. Businesses have to do paperwork to establish paper trails when working with the non-compliant, or face penalties. Making it easier to ignore the problem capes than to cater to them. Yeah, Natalie said. Other stuff, too. Formalizing the process where you guys send capes off to a mystery dimension with limited or no contact thereafter. We get our guys in on that process, victims get a jury of their peers, and we're requiring a few more rights to be afforded to the defendants, scummy as they are. Honestly, that would probably be a relief, I said. What do you think? She asked. I think it makes sense. I think you're going to be sparking a lot of individual conflicts and fights when you're saying people can legally take one another's stuff. Yeah. But that might be intentional, diverting those of a mercenary mindset and setting them against the troublemakers. That was part of the intent, Natalie said. Won't be easy or clean, I warned her. No, I never thought it would be. Follow the law, then do what's right. Reach out if you're not sure, Kenzie said. Yeah, I said. Minimize regrets. It might not even matter, Natalie said. We're going to try to spread the word, but we're worried nobody's going to listen because the anti-parahumans are louder, and they just got a quote-unquote win by attacking the mayor and killing her boyfriend. And there's the city itself, I said. Either we evacuated for nothing and people will be so mad they won't listen to reason, or we evacuated for a reason and nothing's going to matter for a while, Natalie said. She sighed. I heard that sigh, and it sounded like a perfect distillation of the feeling that had seized me earlier. A dead dog sigh. I hadn't felt any profound degree of kinship with Natalie until that sigh. Let us know what we can do, I said. I will, she said. The conversation turned, and we recapped our encounter with Deathchester, with Kenzie chiming in a very Kenzie way. Not quite the happy Kenzie I wanted to hear chiming in, but Happy was expecting a lot. She'd still lost her favorite person. I'd noted my ability to sense the turbulence of the world where the reality had been wounded and scarred over too many times in too fragile a place. In this car that wasn't meant to drive through snowy dirt roads, I was aware of different sorts of turbulence. Natalie and her underlying feelings on things. Kenzie and the rising nervousness and intensity. Emotions crowding out emotional intelligence, maybe. Compensated for with more verve, hype, and excitement. I could hear howling well in advance of anything being visible. As we got closer, I could hear the barking. Massive cabins, and there were buildings I might have tentatively called stables. As we drove up, a dog larger than Natalie's car ran up alongside us, separated from us by a fence it could have easily jumped. No rider. Some bones that should have been on the inside were on the outside, connected by webworks of mystery bone, ligament, muscles that didn't correspond to normal body type and shape, and were studded inconsistently with spikes and longer, thinner bits of bone that might as well have been spines.
The tail that flicked out behind it was like two human spines joined together, and then joined to the butt by a haphazard tangle of meat. Kenzie rolled down her window, which saw snowflakes and cold air streaming into the car interior.
"Dune!"
Kenzie called out. The beast crashed into the fence in its sudden enthusiasm. Natalie swerved a bit, as if anticipating the dog would crash through and cut her off. The smell of horses, dog shit, and horse shit followed in after the wash of cold air. Kenzie remained at the window, staring out at the scattered settlement of large cabins and larger stables. Whole areas were lit by spotlights, but it seemed more inwardly focused than previous iterations I'd seen. It wasn't Earth N setting up to defend themselves against an assault. It was about illuminating fields that had been cleared for animals to run around in. It was the mid-afternoon, just starting to get dark with the season being what it was, and people were out on their own sorts of patrol, with poop collection tools and trash bags. "They said to pull into the round parking lot," I said. The round parking lot was situated near a cluster of buildings. Just between one of the buildings was a skating rink. It looked like a couple and a father with his daughter were out on the ice. The Heartbroken were near one of the main buildings. Not just the tenders. Chastity, Romeo, Juliet, Aroa, Amias, Flor, and a few others I didn't recognize. Darlene, Iden, and Candy were slightly apart from the rest, and all three wore their costumes. Syndicate, Chicken Little, and Decadent. Imp stood by. No Rachel. Remembering the bit about Imp convincing the kids to use a swear that would upset Rachel, I wasn't exactly glad to see her hanging around. Kenzie pulled off her hat and squirmed around to see her head in the rearview mirror, with Natalie moving it to help. It hardly mattered. Kenzie's hair was perfect.
"I'm having second thoughts, but I can't exactly leave now that I'm here, can I?"
Kenzie asked. She hadn't left her car seat.
"We could,"
I said.
"But it'd make things worse," she said. "If you want to stay in the car, I can ask for your stuff. It simplifies things." "And it makes the gaps bigger," Kenzie said.
She shook her head, like she was shaking something off, and she got out of the car before I could say anything more. The door slammed.
"How bad is this?" Natalie asked. I couldn't even guess. It's the Heartbroken, and the only rule is that they'll surprise you, and they have the ability to make their surprises especially nasty. "Okay, what do I do?" "I wish I knew," I said. "Just back her up." "Okay." I climbed out. Natalie did the same. It was Decadent who closed the distance, jogging along the snow that had been trampled to a hard-packed and mostly flat plain around the major buildings. Kenzie brought her arms up to block the incoming hug. I saw Decadent pull off her grinning, heavy decorated mask, and I saw the hurt on her face. The others approached. All of the Heartbroken but one had black hair, the exception being a red-haired girl I hadn't seen before. All but two of them were the same slender, slightly shorter than average body type, with buxom Chastity and a more robust-looking little dude being the exceptions. And so it went. Juliet and Roman were the only two who had straight hair and not the unruly, wavy hair of the rest of the group. Of note, Candy was one of three to dress in brighter colors, with nice clothes in a very modern style. Her hair done over in a dramatic tumble over to one side of her head, a complex set of braids at the side turning what might have been an 80s-style disaster into something elegant. Darlene was wearing more high fashion, with a ruffled dress and jacket that could have been the very thing for girls to wear to an event 80 years ago. Her hair cut to be level with her chin, makeup done up to include bold red lipstick and similarly red eyeshadow. The effect was better and more striking than I'd seen it in the past. Practice paid off. She stood out from the pack because of her nervousness, when so many of the others were more the laissez-faire sort of confident. And then Chicken Little, who couldn't come off as anything but a kid when surrounded by so many others who seemed so bad at acting like regular kids.
The amusing thing was, he was showing off more power than the others, with 3 birds perched on his shoulders, where his red jacket had straps arranged to be extra padding and grip points for talons. But he didn't seem more powerful. It wasn't fair that it had to be 1 against 13, 14 if I counted Imp. Wasn't fair that there was so fucking much pain implicit in the fact that these kids existed and all had the same dad. That no moms were present to watch over them. I approached Kenzie, standing behind her so at the very least it wouldn't be quite so one-sided. She looked back at me. "We can leave any time," I murmured.
"Okay," she
said, barely audible.
"You've been doing your hair the way I showed you,"
Candy said. Kenzie had her hair in the 2 buns at the back, but had left some kinky hair she'd arranged to frame either side of her face and tuck behind her ears.
"I cheated," Kenzie said. "I liked it when you did it, so I took pictures to save them for later."
As if to demonstrate, she waved her hand through one of the locks of hair. The hair didn't budge.
"That's not allowed. You won't get better if you don't practice." "I know. But it's been hard to find the time the last few days," Kenzie said.
And with those words, a few people dropped their eyes or reacted. She seemed to gather up a bit of extra energy, pushing herself to add,
"I'm sorry about Samuel. I've already said it to Darlene and Candy and to Chicken Little too, but I liked him when I met him, and sorry."
"Condolences for Swan Song," Chastity said from the sidelines. She glanced at me, and I nodded.
"I didn't want this to be a big thing," Kenzie said. "You said you packed up the office, and you got my tinker gear?" "It's here. We were extra careful," Darlene said. "Knowing how tinkers work, we might have broken some of it no matter what we did. We tried to call. I was in a fight with the other Ashley. If it's just small issues, I don't mind. Thank you for being careful."
Kenzie sounded so earnest. Forced earnest.
"What's going on?"
Candy asked.
"I didn't want this to be a big thing. I just thought I could get my stuff. We could chat for a bit. Bring up some stuff to talk about more later. Cover more of this later."
"Tattletale said you were coming and you needed stuff, but that we had to have a serious talk." Approaching a sensitive situation with the social equivalent of a sledgehammer, I see, I thought to myself. And you're nowhere to be seen.
"Is there a reason you haven't been around? That isn't Swan Song?"
Chicken Little asked. Kenzie wrung her hands in front of her. "She's scared," the heavier-built boy that was under Kenzie's age said. "And guilty."
"Please don't do that," Kenzie said. "When I was in Teacher's system, I ran a system snapshot tech, reorganizing and sorting the files and contents by a few different metrics."
"Don't tinker talk at us," Candy said.
"Talk to us." "I am! I found files about us. Stuff he watched or captured. Stuff pulled from our computers by hackers. From your computers before I put my own security on there. From your phones."
"Did you read our stuff?" Darlene asked.
"I thought it was faked stuff, like he set up to divide teams, and my first thought was that I wanted to protect you guys, in case he wanted to split up your family or attack the Undersiders through you, so I ran some system check and comparison stuff."
"Did you read our stuff?" Darlene asked.
"My writing. You saw my pictures?" "Yeah, what I saw was good."
I cleared my throat. Kenzie turned around and looked at me, and I shook my head a bit.
"Did you look at Chicken Little's stuff?"
Darlene asked, sounding more offended than she had about her own things. I saw Chicken Little stiffen.
"Yeah,"
Kenzie said. Chicken Little piped up.
"I told you to leave my stuff alone. You said you'd respect any rules or requests if we had any, and I said to leave the family folder alone. But you went in there?"
"Okay, but you have to understand, I thought it was faked, like a bunch of the other stuff he did. Stuff was flagged with the parameters I set."
"No tinker talk," Darlene said.
"It's not—"
"My pictures of my mom were flagged?"
Chicken Little asked.
"No, but other stuff near it was, and the sort structure I used linked—"
"No tinker talk!" Darlene raised her voice.
"Stop! I'm not. It's not Tinker Talk. Kenzie raised her voice to match. It's regular computer talk, I think.
To go into pictures of my mom, you'd have to go into the folder. Chicken Little was quieter, while everyone else was louder, but everyone listened to him when he talked. You snooped.
I didn't, not like you're thinking. I wanted to be sure we were safe, and nothing was there that would drive us apart.
How would those pictures ever do that?
I can't say without talking about them, and I won't talk about them because that's private for you.
It was until you snooped, Juliet said.
Guys, I said, cutting in. Hey, let's tone it down. This is for Kenzie and the members of her team. Juliet shot me a look, cold and pointed. Like she was more ready to pick a fight now that I'd asked her not to. I looked to Imp for help, and I saw none. Was she waiting for things to get worse? Was she in the same boat as Tattletale, wanting Kenzie out of the team? Might as well tell people, Chicken Little said, sounding sullen, dejected. He shrugged. I've been saving pictures of people that remind me of my mom, since I don't remember her at all. It's random and stupid, but it's supposed to be my private random and stupid. It's not stupid, Roman said.
It's a bit stupid,
Aroa cut in. Roman stuck out his foot, lightly kicking Aroa in the butt. Shut up, you know the rules. And you know that moms and dads are tough topics. Nobody's going to laugh at Chicken for this unless they want my foot jammed up their ass.
I wouldn't laugh,
Kenzie said.
I could even help, if you wanted me to do a composite image for you using the parts you thought fit, or if you wanted me to search old databases.
It's my thing, Chicken Little said. I specifically asked for you to not butt in, and you're butting in more now that you've been caught?
That's not...
Kenzie stopped herself. Do you want to go? I asked. This was more aggressive than I'd anticipated.
Hey, look out,
Aroa called out.
Since Roman just mentioned the rules, do you need a refresher? The most important rule. They would have warned you pretty early on.
It's fine, Chicken Little said. No, not fine, but I don't want...
You don't hurt the chicken,
Aroa called out.
Don't speak for the group, Aroa,
Imp said. She'd been leaning against the side of a table. Now she was cutting in.
This is about the quartet and their team.
You don't hurt the chicken,
Darlene said.
Okay,
Imp said.
I'll rephrase. Don't speak for Chicken. He said he doesn't want anyone to get hurt, right?
Right, Chicken Little said. But some younger heartbroken had picked it up. Amias, the chubbier 8 or 9-year-old, the red-haired heartbroken.
Okay,
Imp said.
I guess that's the conch shell broken.
Okay, way more aggressive than I'd anticipated. And Kenzie stood there, wounded. Candy a few feet away, passive, while her big sister approached, bending down to whisper something in her ear. Candy nodded. I looked at Imp, and I made a surreptitious motion toward the car. She nodded. I put a hand on Kenzie's shoulder. I had to give her a tug to break her out of daze and get her moving, leading her back to the car. I nearly tripped as she jerked to a stop. I used flight to catch my balance, then turn around. Kenzie, stricken, wasn't moving a muscle. I looked past her, and I saw Juliet in the background, unmoving. Imp put herself between Floor and us, while Floor tried to duck around. She got closer to Chicken Little in the process, and it was Roman who looked after the kid. But that left a few others who were approaching.
Guys,
Imp said.
You do this, you don't get to come to Aunt Rachel's for a long, long time. I'll be disappointed. I think a lot of people will.
Chastity faced off against some of the younger group, whip out. Candy was beside her, arms at her sides. Darlene caught my eye, because Darlene was on the side of the aggressors, and I'd had enough warnings about her to date that I knew she was almost as bad as Floor. More than any of the others, she reminded me of what I'd seen of Cherish, and of John Paul Vasile, Regent. I used my aura, blasting it across the group. Fat lot of good it did. 3 out of 4 kids didn't even react. The rest barely seemed to be affected.
I bent down, swooping the frozen Kenzie up into my arms, in something approximating the hug I'd offered her earlier, but emptier, purely in the interest of saving her from whatever this group was threatening her with. The swiftness of the motion gave me a coughing fit, which I did my best to suppress, face turned away from Kenzie. The freeze gripped me. My every muscle ceased to listen to me, and only my flight kept me from falling over. She fell from my unmoving arms, landing on the snow. I flew to rotate myself around, but my body remained statue still.
You looked at my computer?
Candy asked. Kenzie was a matter of 5 feet behind her, kneeling in the snow.
Yeah. The letters I wrote to Dad's friends? Yeah. Yes.
Candy looked back, her expression pained.
I didn't want you to see those. Not yet. I'm sorry. You're going to be really sorry if they get to you,
Candy said. She took a step to the side, putting herself between Darlene and Kenzie. To Darlene, she said,
Don't. She hurt the chicken. The chicken says he doesn't want this. The reason you're doing this is you're jealous, because he likes her and she likes him, Candy said. Saying that out loud means it's more likely I'd do something to her, Darlene said. You like her, Candy said. You're happier and more friendly when she's around. When she's not hurting him. You enjoyed her company more than anyone. You had the least complaints about her. Sorry. I read all that, too, Kenzie said, still kneeling, eyes downcast. Oh, Candy said. Get out of my way, Darlene said. You don't want to get on my bad side. Try me. This is stupid.
Natalie had exited the car, running forward, and was stricken mid-stride. She fell hard, stopped for just a pivotal second while running. Juliet again. Roman had left, taking Chicken Little with him. She used her power, as someone ran across Roman's path, to make that someone stop in Roman's way. Roman nearly fell, then pushed the civilian aside, getting Chicken Little clear of a bad scene. Someone else exited the main building. A big guy with a black beard, his attention on our group. He fell down the bottom 3 stairs when she froze him. Aroa laughed, and it was a haunting, joyless child's laugh. I was free, and I flew closer, only to be caught in a cloud of blinding pain that made my nerves sing high, sweet notes. I couldn't fly into the crowd of heartbroken when I couldn't see straight, so I plunged into the ground near Chastity, a fierce enough impact that it spooked some of the kids nearby. You're being selfish and short-sighted, and you'll drive away all of the best people here. Chastity and Imp and Tattletale and Rachel, Char and Forrest, Ben and Old Bird, Candy said. You'll lose Chicken, and not because he likes Lookout. Why are you defending her? Because she's our best friend, you tit. It sucks we lost Sammy, and it feels like balances are broken, but it doesn't mean we go bad. It means we try to fill the space he left behind. And she lost someone too, and maybe she was dumb and she broke rules, but I think that matters. Swan Song was cool. Darlene huffed for breath. I remained in a crouch, feeling more like a feral dog than a person as the pain crackled off me, my entire body tingling in a way that brought back the worst of bad memories. About 4 kids were keeping their distance just because I was where I was. Darlene sort of included. Lookout, Candy said. When you looked at all that stuff, was it after Swan Song? Before, but we knew we'd lose someone. You weren't thinking straight. No. It was shitty, Candy said, her attention split between Kenzie and the ongoing skirmish, kids fanning out. Some, I was pretty sure, were unpowered, but some weren't, and I didn't know all of those powers. Those letters were for me and my doctor. Rachel's dogs were on the scene now. The one from by the fence, Bastard, Yips, and 2 more. They approached, and they interjected themselves into the middle of the fight. Crazy or sadistic, the kids didn't fuck with the dogs. Rachel hopped off Bastard's back, joining Imp, who seemed to be recapping. I know, really. I know I upset you guys. I pushed things too far. I crossed boundaries without meaning to.
You're talking about the other stuff, like when we complained about you waiting outside the bathroom while we went, or that day you didn't go more than 5 minutes without calling one of us. Yeah, Lookout said. I read the things you said. The jokes, like when I called and you said, "Look out, another Kenzie call," or Candy calling me thirstier than a humpless camel. You said I was so broken it would take your dad to fix me, and you hate your dad.
Rachel turned away from Imp. I held up a hand.
Some things are so horrible you have to joke about them, Darlene said. I'm that horrible?
Kenzie asked, quiet.
Dad is.
The fighting had stopped. Various kids looked sullen or wary. Others, like Chastity, looked exhausted.
We're all kind of broken or horrible, Candy said. Obviously. But we grew up with each other, so we got over it. We said a lot of nasty stuff about each other over the years, as part of the learning how to live with each other. Can I say she's part of the family?
She asked Darlene. Darlene frowned. Candy didn't press. Kenzie clasped her hands together for warmth, crouching and making for a very small, slight figure, still kneeling in the snow that had to be freezing.
Yeah,
Darlene said.
Okay?
Candy asked.
I have to think about it. I really want to hang out with you guys again, even if the team isn't a thing anymore. But Miss Yamada told me I have to be careful and watch out for anything like people who treat me badly and then draw me back in.
We'll ease back in, Candy said.
Make amends over time, please? I like having a girl as a friend I'm not related to who wears normal clothes.
Time to go, Rachel called out. She was addressing us. I stood up, using my flight. I gave Kenzie a hand and had to pull her up.
I need my stuff,
Kenzie said, her eyes downcast. Her voice was so quiet it was more for me than for anyone else, even Candy, to hear.
For tonight.
Can we get her lab stuff? I asked.
After. We'll send it to you.
That'll break stuff more,
Kenzie said, still talking to me, not Rachel.
We'll go,
Candy said. She stepped forward and took Darlene's hand.
As a team, whatever you're doing.
That might not be the best idea, I said. It makes a sketchy situation worse and embroils the Undersiders' kids in this. If this goes sour, the Undersiders will kill us.
It would help, actually, Kenzie said. Having Syndicate especially.
Please? Candy told Darlene. You said she was your best non-family friend. You enjoyed having her around. You complained less than any of us, right? Kenzie nodded in affirmation.
Can we go?
Darlene asked Rachel.
For a project tonight?
Rachel looked pretty unimpressed.
No, I think, Imp said. Not until we get all the lords and ladies of the Flies loaded up onto the warship. Sort out what happened. Keel haul a few of you.
It's important,
Kenzie protested.
And Darlene didn't do anything except get mad,
Candy added.
I didn't. And you should be focusing more on Aroa and Juliet,
Darlene cut in. The protests overlapped. Rachel whistled, hard. The kids shut up.
She said no,
Rachel said.
I say yes,
Tattletale said. She was just joining the group from behind Natalie's car, one of the other buildings.
At least for now. The kids should get in the car and make up. Bring Chicken back, have them talk. It does more damage if they don't at least say sorry to each other and get on the same page.
Rachel heaved out a sigh, staring Tattletale down.
Really? Tattletale said. I have the impression this is important. Let's get someone to get the Tinker stuff while we wait.
I swear, Imp said, and her voice was hard. If I have to have another funeral for the heartbroken so soon, I'm gone, and I'm taking them with. Samuel was bad enough.
Okay,
Tattletale said. Slowly, quietly, the mob was broken up. The kids sent their separate ways. Kenzie, Darlene, Candy, and after a minute, Chicken Little, all gathered in the back of Natalie's car, with Natalie sitting in the front, hands on the wheel, staring out at nothing in particular.
You want me to bring your damsel of distress into the villain inner circle, Tattletale commented.
It's what I said on the phone, yeah. Talk me through it.
You can work with controlled chaos. Semiramis wants a little Midas-like violent subfaction to bounce off against. It's how she operates. And I know Damsel will like Semiramis's shtick without them being so similar they'll threaten each other. Prancer knows her and knows her team pretty much.
She's a known quantity, sure, but she's a mess and she's petty.
She's looking for direction. You're looking to expand your collective power base. She captures a share of the villains out there that the rest of you guys don't. Her being petty is her having aspirations without having a lot of hard-to-meet needs.
And what do you get out of this? You get to play Kingmaker?
I get a villain who could blow a hole in reality off the streets and into a place where she's being watched and encouraged to be cooperative, I said. For right now, that's all that matters.
Until this big, scary side project of yours comes through.
Maybe, I said.
You're taking my kids and you're taking my Chicken Little?
Lookout seems to think it'll matter.
And she's really the one you want to be leaning on in this specific moment?
I sighed. She looked out over the area where the skirmish had been happening. Most of the kids had cleared out.
This is my mess that boiled over. I'll babysit your damsel for one day. After that, I suspect she'll either lose interest or we'll have other distractions. In return, you keep my kids safe, and whatever you end up doing, you don't point it at me or my people. If you can fuck teacher front on with a nail-studded baseball bat while you're at it, I'd consider it a favor.
I'll look into that, I said.
Do I go talk to Damsel now?
No, I said. You say yes, and I'll believe you. That should be enough to get her on board. She has details to share for our teacher-fucking project tonight, but they were conditional on getting some promises. I had to ask you first.
Face to face.
It helps, I said, shrugging.
And you're meeting her now. You're meeting everyone now.
I nodded. I looked back at the car. Kenzie sat in the back, knees drawn up to her chest, a smile on her face. It was not, at the very least, the horribly lonely smile from before. Talking to Damsel and getting the tech going. Tattletale grinned.
Then I'll come, to keep an eye on the kids in my charge, and to see what kind of glorious, horrible mess you're about to make.
Arc 16, From Within, Chapter 7. The number of people we were heading back with had necessitated a second vehicle. Tattletale took one car, and because Syndicate was being punished, Syndicate rode with Tattletale in that car while Chicken Little rode in the other. I wasn't positive that this was the time to be dropping the hammer, going for the obvious sore spot, driving in any wedges, or making the kid's mood worse. But I wasn't positive about anything, and if something went wrong here, I could at least have the satisfaction of blaming Tattletale. Still, it made for a much quieter car ride. Tattletale was free to give Darlene a talking to in the other car, while 5 of us were crammed into Natalie's car, which wasn't the most spacious on its own. Kenzie was in the corner opposite mine, knees up against her chest, head turned away, her eyes out the window. Candy sat sideways and fussed with Kenzie's hair as best as she was able. Natalie and I had combs, but they weren't suited for Kenzie's hair type, and Candy was using fingernails instead. Chicken Little, quiet and aromatic in a slightly bird, slightly dog way, sat just behind my seat.
I was secretly hoping we could make up and you could show me around. Ever since you all told me about Rachel's place, I've wanted to see the swimming hole.
It's too cold to swim, Chicken said.
I know, but I wanted to see it. I wanted to see the puppy pit and the horseback riding and the den where you have big sleepovers. You guys don't have video footage or cameras around your place, and the internet doesn't reach there, so I couldn't really find footage to fill out my mental pictures.
Combing with fingernails, Candy murmured, "That's how you reach across the gaps,
Yeah.
There are some kids who live in the area who'd join in for some swimming and den sleepovers," Chicken Little said. "You can't tell them to go away, because if you're bad or rude, you don't get to participate and you'll get kicked out. But they're kind of outsiders, and it's really awkward.
You're more of an outsider than they are, Candy said. You know what I mean, don't you? They don't know about all the Cape stuff, or they're really snotty. Some are okay, like Mason and Kathy, but a lot of the others are such a pain. They live there. They might have more right to the swimming hole and den than any of us. Some of them have horses of their own, and they work and do chores with the animals for the whole year to get special privileges, Candy said. But the heartbroken always complain about them, Iden protested. The heartbroken, in case you missed it, can be the absolute worst, Chicken. Man, I'm so mad at them right now.
Ow,
Kenzie said as Candy tugged too hard.
sorry.
Am I the annoying, snooty outsider that's butting my head into things at Aunt Rachel's? Chicken Little asked. Yes, Candy said. At the same time, Kenzie said,
Maybe.
Whoa, Chicken Little said. I don't know if I can even process that. My head is exploding right now. He moved his arms to demonstrate while making a little explosion sound with his mouth. Kenzie giggled a bit. Man, Chicken Little groaned. A beep of the other vehicle's horn made me twist around. I looked back, and I could see Tattletale and her driver in the armored black Land Rover above the glare of their headlights in the heavy snowfall. Oh, whoops. Sorry, Tattletale, Iden said. Shit. What did you do? I asked. When I did the explosion sound, he mimed the sound he'd just made while moving his hand. I also made the birds react. React how? Short, silly freakout from all of the birds. The birds that weren't capable of flying along were packed up in the other car. The other car honked again. I stopped, Iden said. He twisted around and looked back, calling out, I stopped! I twisted around to get a clearer view of Tattletale, Snuff, and the Land Rover. It didn't look like they were honking to warn us about anything. She's going to be mad, Candy said, sing-song. We're going to arrive at Kenzie's old headquarters, and Tattletale's going to bend you over her knee and give you a spanking in front of everyone. Again with the spanking? Don't be weird. I'm not being weird. I'm taking an idea I know about you and drilling it in there. We're going to drive for another hour or more, and you'll sit there with the idea. Rain would see. It's annoying and uncomfortable. I'm trying to annoy, so good. Guys, I interrupted. Please, Candy, we've had way too much uncomfortable for one night. Let's be as nice to each other as we can. Okay, Candy said. Sorry, Chicken. It's okay. The car trundled along. As we got deeper into the city, the snow on the roads got less bad. We were at the point where the road was cleanly delineated, when some of the areas outside the city or closer to the ruins of Gimmel's Brockton Bay had barely had an indent in the snow to mark where the sidewalk dipped down to the road.
I'm sorry,
Kenzie said.
I don't want to stir anything up, but I do want to say it. I'm really sorry I hurt you guys. I know I can be a blockhead sometimes. I think I'm really sorry enough that it's going to carve something into that block.
Shh, Candy said. Her fingers continued to comb through Kenzie's hair. Long after the point, she'd combed out the buns and had the hair just long, kinky, and parted to one side. Kenzie had refused hugs, but accepted this. We pulled onto a road where there was a long line of cars sitting bumper to bumper, many with things attached to the tops or backs of the cars. All of the cars were on their way out, while the road in was mostly clear, and half of the cars that were on it were ones that were trying to pull ahead, or were pulling into the incoming lane to get a view of how bad things were further down the jam. You were in Brockton Bay, right? Chicken asked. I was. Did you know Armsmaster? Only a bit. I knew him more as Defiant. Saw him earlier today, even. Cool. I can barely remember the times before my parents died, but I had some Armsmaster stuff. I had one of the video games, but I never got past the first level. I read about the bad guys in the manual, and I was too scared to go fight them. I mostly just ran around as Armsmaster. I smiled. Which one? Seasoned Heroes Northeast. One of the games that was re-released every season, with slightly different content each time, with variations for every major region. I had never understood the appeal of a game like that, when they could have run it all online and patched it instead. Money and lots of kids willing to pay, I supposed. Do you still play? I asked. "Nope, I'm doing it for real," he said. "I'm not scared anymore, and there's no manuals for these villains." "Too true," I said. "Did you know Dauntless?" I ran into him on patrol here and there. We had a jurisdiction we were supposed to stick to, and it was close to his, south end of downtown and the towers. We'd meet and compare notes. Was he nice? Yep, it's kind of one of those things where I wish I'd done something different. Back then, I just wanted to patrol more, so if my dad stopped and had a 20-minute talk with Dauntless, I'd be so eager to get going again I wouldn't be listening. Now, I kind of wish I'd paid more attention when the more legitimate heroes were talking. Especially with how things turned out for him. And Miss Militia? Super cool. Very serious. She's been a hero for a good long while now, actually. When I was trying out for the wards, she was in charge, so I saw her more than most of them. And Aunt Rachel? I drew in a breath, then held it before sighing. I kind of like her now, and my friends like her too. But how was she back then? I don't want to say stuff that gets me in trouble with the Undersiders. I don't like the villainy that they're involved in, but I think we need to work together at least in the short term so we can handle the bigger issues. I won't tell, he said. If I don't ask in a moment like right now, I don't think anyone's ever going to tell me. I looked at Natalie, then at Candy and Kenzie, Candy's hands moving through Kenzie's hair in a repetitive motion while Kenzie might have been asleep. No, I could see her eyes in the window. They reflected strangely. She was using the time to tinker or program or something. What do you think? I asked Natalie. I think tell him, if he swears to secrecy, if everyone in the back seat does. The kids uttered their oaths and swears, overlapping. Back then, angrier, I guess, violent, vicious. I saw her hurt people. When you looked her up online, there were warnings about her that there weren't for most villains. Then there was a time she got worse. Oh, huh. That bums me out, Chicken Little said. It is what it is. Dwell on who she is now. Tattletale? He asked. Tattletale is scarily similar. She's one of the people who hasn't changed much, except maybe some of the sharper edges have rounded off. Maybe. Sometimes I try to talk to her or convince her of stuff, and I have these points I'm pretty sure are good ones, but she won't budge at all. You'd think someone with her power would be better at seeing other people's points of view. No comment, I said. I don't want to make enemies. Okay, he said. Imp? Imp. I forget. Jar! Candy piped up. What? Jar. Dumb imp joke jar. You have to put in a $5. A $5? Yep, it's a rule. It is, Chicken Little echoed. There's no jar here. Give it to me, and I'll put it in the jar, Candy said, her face solemn. This feels like a scam. No, Candy said. It's a real rule, Kenzie said. I don't have a $5 bill, and what currency? Doesn't matter, you gotta, Candy said. The kids were rebelling, and the tranquility of the drive was disturbed, which seemed perfectly in line with the chaos that came with Imp entering the picture in any context. I'll lend you $5, Natalie said. Give it to Candy, and you pay me back. This seems overcomplicated, I said. But she pointed out where her wallet was, and I took the $5, handing it to the back seat. Tranquility restored. Paid for, but restored. Skitter, Chicken Little said. Did you know her? Some. A few run-ins. I'm afraid I can't tell you much that Tattletale couldn't. Tattletale says some stuff, but she's biased. I barely remember her. I spent more time around Gru than I spent around Skitter, and... Chicken Little stopped abruptly. I peeked into the mirrors, side view and rear view, and saw the utterly silent exchange between Chicken Little and Candy, confirming what had been a lingering suspicion, a link they didn't want us to know about. Between Chicken Little and Skitter, who had become Capri, who had become public enemy #1 and a legitimate Class S threat when she had taken over the minds of thousands of parahumans in the final confrontation against Scion. Do you miss her? I asked. The silent conversation was becoming one of hushed whispers, intense enough it threatened to become something I heard.
I felt like it would be complicated if I did. Asking my question served to interrupt that escalation. I didn't know her, so no, Iden said. That feels bad to say. She did help me and a bunch of the others. It's fair, though. Tattletale says that when you kill yourself, or you act so recklessly you die, so you essentially killed yourself, then it kind of means people won't care about you. Is that what she did? I asked. Heavy topic for a car full of 11 and 12-year-olds. Yeah. Tattletale says the people who love and appreciate you will be hurt or angry, and that hurt and anger makes it so they won't be able to hold on to the memories in the same way. And your enemies will forget you and move on and grow, while you just fade away. She makes sense sometimes, I said. I think about her once in a while. Skidder, I mean. Weaver. Taylor. I go a month without thinking about her at all, and then I'll get really curious because... Candy cleared her throat. She was there not long after my parents died. But I think about her less and less. You can only ask the same questions so many times, you know? Yeah, I said. I think that happens with any loss eventually. But with losses like we're talking about, when someone basically kills themselves, it happens more. Except for the hurt and pain, which will stick around for those that cared, yeah, they fade. I think Tattletale probably isn't the same person she used to be. She's carrying a lot of that with her. Hey, Natalie said, injecting fake cheer into her voice. Long drive ahead. Let's talk about something happy.
Chicken,
Candy said.
Is Scurvybeard in the car with Tattletale?
Huh?
Can you talk through him to say something to her? What's the funniest thing we could say or do?
Whisper really quietly, underpants, and leave everyone in the car wondering who said it, Chicken Little said.
Whisper murder and keep saying it louder and louder until Tattletale flips out and makes Snuff honk the horn again,
Candy added. Okay, wow, not sure that's better, Natalie cut in.
I could probably get into her car dashboard if I tried,
Kenzie said, perking up, before Candy pushed her back into the more relaxed position she'd been in.
Barnaclebeak could tell a long joke or story that never has a point or punchline. I think that would bother Tattletale more than anything, while Darlene would just be happy because Chicken's there.
Don't actually do any of this, or I'm the one she's going to come after, I commented. Also, did the name change?
It's okay,
Kenzie said.
It's a game we play sometimes. We imagine Chicken has a pirate parrot who he can talk through when he can't talk through any birds, and we think of what we'd do. Coming up with stupid names is part of the game.
Gotcha.
Also, just so you know, I could totally put a microphone on a bird. It's not my specialty, but it's so close to being a regular thing someone could do, I could do it.
Got it, Kenzie. Chicken piped up. In my class, there's a boy and girl who sit in the row in front of me. Let's call them, Atticus and Scout. My seatmate leaned forward and said, Hey, Scout, Atticus likes you, and Atticus got real flustered. We could have Polly Roger do something like that with Snuff and Tattletale.
That won't work, I guarantee you,
Candy said. They continued. I snuck a peek here and there and saw Kenzie remained where she was, curled up in one corner of the back seat, knees to her chest, apparently looking out the window, but the expression on her face was the jaded, partially lidded one, and the light in her eyes was from images dancing on the surface as she navigated menus and code, one ear on the conversation periodically joining in. But even when Candy stopped fussing with her hair, she wasn't left entirely alone. Candy situated herself in the middle of the back seat, feet in Kenzie's lap, head near Chicken's leg, chattering away. Physical contact maintained. And with that, I didn't see Kenzie's sad smile. This was contentment mixed with nervousness. The car doors slammed as the kids fished around for the things they needed, Snuff taking in the boxes of Kenzie's stuff. Chicken Little, Decadent, and Syndicate donned their costumes, while Lookout stood by, bundled up in winter clothing, looking a little left out. For my part, I flew up to a vantage point where I could blow my nose, wipe my face with a wet wipe, and fix my hair before flying back down. Want to put on your face, Kenz? I asked.
Just about everyone's seen my face already.
I winced. That's not a good thing. Also, we don't know exactly who came.
I know.
Because cameras, right. Do me a favor and put on a fake face.
Can't. Disassembled my hairpin.
Mask?
Didn't bring it with me.
I fished around for my mask, which was more for formal occasion than anything. I handed it to her, and she rolled her eyes before pressing it into place at her eyes. A visor without eye holes.
I don't really see the point,
she said.
But if it makes you happy.
Come on, I said. I went up the fire escape first, kicking snow off the stairs to clear the way. Tattletale and Snuff had already gone up, as had others, but the snow was wet, and the wet was freezing over, so it was a bit precarious. Into our old headquarters, at the cusp of Hollow Point, which was dark, evacuated. The car had been warmish, but getting inside the headquarters was the first time since heading through the new warden's headquarters in the old Cauldron base that I'd truly warmed up. Space heaters thrummed, as did some servers, and enough people were gathered that body heat was probably a consideration as well. Tattletale and Snuff took a spot relatively close to where Chris had once situated himself. Swansong and Sidepiece were present, sitting and exchanging words with Tattletale, no doubt about the villain collaborative. I could see Darlene turn and stare at the Deathchester duo before Candy tugged on her arm. She resisted, but Chicken Little seized her other arm and she went along. Sidepiece being here meant Disjoint probably had eyes on the scene, based on my understanding of his power. That meant the rest of Deathchester would be close to jump in if something happened. Something to watch out for. Tristan was back. He'd gone back to the hospital room to let Byron rest while I'd taken Kenzie. I could see that things were wearing on him, and heavy armor and helmet weren't enough to mask the weariness that seemed to be taking hold of him. He put out his hand for Kenzie to high-five as she ran over to her console, her group following her to the point in the room furthest from Tattletale and Deathchester. She checked something on her computer, bringing up a sketched-out blueprint, and then fell to her knees by the box of stuff Snuff had brought in.
"Look out," Rain said. "Stop. Pause for 15 seconds.
She turned around, hands still on the box.
"Have you removed your tech?"
"I've got a project. It's a big one, and we have a timetable," Kenzie said.
"What was it you showed me a few weeks ago? The phase map? When we were seeing if I could phase arms I built into the body?"
"Oh,
Can you bring it up?"
I could, but that's going to take, minutes, and I have tinker ideas right now."
"Kenzie," I said. "Faster you listen, the faster you can get to those ideas. Rain's got the right idea, I think."
"Ugh,"
she groaned. Rain leaned against the table with his own stuff strewn across it. The whiteboard had fresh notes, including a sketch of the room, color-coded. Out of all of us, he might have looked the most whole, the most there. 4 arms were folded. Some of those arms needed more work or had been taken apart for parts, and he'd done something with his mask to have more around his mouth, which looked more like function than style, but he was intact. If he had stuff going on with Aaron and family, he was toughing it out. Kenzie brought up a projection, an image of herself standing a few feet to her right. Like she had a slide projector going through slides, she brought up an alternate her, where her body was a silhouette. Her eyes slightly glowed, and the 2 antennae stabbed into those eyes and out through the back of her head, each one bent in what I could describe as spider legs as long as my forearms, if the hairs on a spider's legs were their own circuits, transistors, and smaller antennae, thick and dense. Points along those legs glowed white, and the structures gave off their own wave of heat, which was visible in the air and more visible in the shadow the projection cast. As Kenzie turned her head, so did the projection. Spooky to see her with tools stabbing out the back of her head, but she brought up another. The antennae were shorter, sticking more out the top of her head. The points that glowed were different. Another set. Antennae as long as my arms, but curled to stab back into the head. And another. 4 antennae on this slide. Then the final image. All slides together. The silhouette crowned with 10 antennae emerging from its head. Heat radiated off of it with waves that distorted the air, more intense than above any barbecue, and the individual lights blinked on and off along their mass. Blinking being the operative words for these particular orbs. The faint glow at her eyes overlapped to become an intense white that didn't all line up perfectly, so it bled out while casting its own heat shimmer. And a few feet away, regular Kenzie, a slight smile on her face, still wearing her periwinkle blue duffel coat and winter hat, hair down as it had been arranged by Candy, a bit behind one ear, in the exact same stance. She wore the mask I'd given her. Eyeless, while the other figure had 8 overlapping eyes, each pale and ghostly.
"I've got a project to get back to,"
Kenzie said, in maybe the first instance of her being self-conscious that I could readily recall. She turned, and the silhouette turned as well.
"No," Rain said. "I think you need to cut back. Let's go down to half the number to start."
"But
it's a good idea," Sveta said. Sveta was wearing a top she'd bought while shopping with me. With her new body, it fit differently. Her arms were exposed, and those arms had holes in them, like very geometric jigsaw pieces, the muscle showing beneath. She had drawn on her arms, covering them with sketched-out artwork in a pen that didn't hold up with smudges here and there. The cauldron mark stood out on her cheek, no makeup covering it, and she looked exceptionally tired, in a way that was as different as it could be from Tristan's exhaustion, while still sharing the same word for the condition.
"But,
sweetie," Sveta said, "that looks like too much. We have one tinker here who can give us an objective opinion, and he's saying no." Sidepiece piped up.
"I'm sitting here on the sidelines, and I'd say no, if it wasn't so gnarly."
"I don't care what you think,"
Kenzie said.
"It's pretty badass,"
Damsel added. Kenzie took that in, then looked at Sveta, one hand extended toward Damsel, as if that verdict was evidence in her favor. "No, honey," Sveta said. "Those are the opposite of objective opinions."
"But this is serious,"
Kenzie said, one hand extended toward the screen.
"What we're doing is big. Isn't it better if I do it with all the tools at my disposal?"
"Heating."
Rain held out a hand, grabbing his thumb.
"You once said that phases at a rate of 99% or something. If that includes heat inside your eyes and skull..."
"You're misinterpreting me. It's 99.9 to 7 decimal places. That's way different from 99%.
"Still, I'm terrible at math, but I suspect you're running the equivalent of a constant fever."
"If I was, it would be a very small fever."
0.2? If the slightest thing happens dimensionally, a weird power interaction, Vista using her power, the portal at the station nearby cracks open by 10%, there's got to be a chance that this very delicate house of cards flops over.
"Okay, but,"
Kenzie said, holding up her hands.
"Counterpoint, that's a very small chance. There's a big chance that what my eyes and systems are giving me are going to be important."
"Third,"
he said, grabbing a third finger.
"If you do it like this, it's going to be forever before I can sit down and pull this together,"
she said, plaintive.
"Infection, laceration. Super small percentage of it is anchored in reality, but it's still in there. One is doing damage, but that's not just one."
"Counterpoint, if my eyes did pop or something, I could make really cool bionic eyes."
She looked to one side.
"Yeah,"
Rain said. He followed her gaze, much as the rest of us did, to Ashley's whiteboard, which hadn't been touched or modified, except for a small drawing by Kenzie in one corner. There was a note about black bread, for some damn reason, and something about hair, all done in small script that was just meant as a reminder for her.
I remember her talking about the eye thing, too.
"Let me help you. Let me be useful tonight, and I'll take it out after. I'll go however long you want without using it again. But I don't want to do something this big and do it half blind, only for something to happen to you guys."
Ugh, there was a chance certain members of our team had rubbed off on her.
"You've got me,"
Darlene said.
"You've got Tattletale watching. But I haven't even scanned you, and Tattletale doesn't get this like I do."
"Look out," I said. "Listen to Rain."
"Rain probably knows what he's talking about,"
Chicken Little said.
"Don't,"
Kenzie said, and she somehow sounded hurt in a way she hadn't when facing off against the heartbroken.
"I'm just saying,"
Chicken Little said, apologetic.
"Just take 'em out, rest your eyes. If we can just see you didn't hurt yourself already," Rain asked.
"What if I say no?"
Kenzie asked.
"What if I refuse? I wasn't brought onto this team as the team's baby. The rule was I wouldn't be left behind or given a stupid, silly job while you guys did the real heroics. I was brought on as an equal.
I think we've more or less lived up to that, I said.
Kind of. Sure, but you're not living up to it now.
We call each other on our crap, Tristan said. Keep each other in line.
That's even less of a kind of than the last one. You go, kid,
Sidepiece chimed in.
Shut up,
Kenzie said, wheeling around. She sounded angry.
I don't like you and you're not funny. This isn't your business.
I turned. Death Jester, Undersiders, do you mind stepping out? You can go into the hallway or step onto the fire escape if you want to smoke or something. Sidepiece smirked, looked like she was going to say something, but then Damsel straightened, walking in front of her. Sidepiece and Damsel went out to the fire escape. Tattletale remained put, but sent Snuff out to the hallway. Staying? I asked.
I'm keeping an eye on things. I've got that covered, thank you, Lookout said. Just like I'd have this project covered if people would let me.
Why are you fighting us, Lookout? Sveta asked.
Because you're fighting me. This is what I do. This is what I'm good at. This...
Candy had tried to reach for Kenzie's hand, but Kenzie pulled away.
This is why I'm here.
I felt a pang at that. A stab of, not guilt, but sympathy. I'd been going easy on her, letting her coast and stick to known habits, because I'd had something of a guess that this was in the works, that she wanted to be needed. And the shitty thing was, I agreed with her. That the tech probably made more sense to keep than to discard, given what it enabled her to do. I would have been okay with her keeping it on until she was done, and that wasn't because I valued this project that highly. It was because she was an 11-year-old kid who had just lost her most important person for maybe the 5th time in her life, and she needed her security blanket, even if that security blanket was eye-penetrating alien hardware. I flew over, and the flight aspect of that seemed to give her pause. I put my hand on her forehead. Warm, but not quite fever-warm. She kept going.
Listen, I want to do this. I want to do it with all my eyes open. I want to help. I want to make a difference.
Count down from 100, I said.
That's...
Kenzie started. She stopped.
Not fair.
I kept my hand where it was. She counted under her breath. She was at 50 or so when Candy reached for her hand. This time she didn't pull away. Darlene stood behind her, a hand on each of her shoulders. She reached 0. Array 1, Rain said. Talk me through it.
Array 1 connects to systems and mainframes in the area, cameras mostly. Refracts within camera architecture, hijacks signals. Some hosting architecture too, so I can see a feed and think about it some without it taking up all of my attention or keeping me from looking at other stuff.
Do you really need that for this project?
It lets me keep an eye on Sidepiece in case she tries to hurt any of you, even when my back is turned. I can watch outside and watch the horizons with the cameras I mounted outside. It means I can work without worrying.
Array 2, then?
That's mostly a mainframe with a lot of hosting. Alternate vision modes, zoom, analysis, scanning. 100% essential for the work I'm doing. It lets me see inside tech and work on it without taking it apart.
Array 3?
Hook up to my main database, off-site hosting, on-site hosting.
With hosting being the thing where you're using it to think and watch stuff?
Yeah, thanks to scans of Chicken Little.
That was what was making you overheat? Kenzie nodded. Array 4?
Miscellaneous tools. Managing projections, eyes as cursors, drone management, not that I have a lot of drones. Onboard computing. I keep tabs on all of you while you're wearing my projection stuff. Monitor vitals, 'cause, I'm doing that.
She'd trailed off to a mumble by the time she was done with that. Onboard computing? Using your brain? Rain quizzed her.
No, that's Array 3. This is just, like having a laptop with me, except it's way easier to jam it in my eyeball instead of carrying it around.
Can we get rid of Array 1 and Array 3, do you think? Rain asked.
But I want to keep an eye on everything.
Can you trust us? Tristan asked. We have your back. You don't need to watch all of our backs for us.
We have your back,
Candy said.
Both of your teams.
Put on some music, I said. Tune out, focus on your stuff, if you still want to do it.
I do, I have to.
I drew in a breath, ready to say the hard truth.
We have to,
she said. I deflated.
They're going to bust a hole in the city,
Kenzie said.
Teacher's going to try to control it. We need to get there first. Head him off. See what he's doing. We have to see if we can't slow down the damage.
We can't do all of that tonight, Rain said. Set expectations lower. This is exploratory. Figuring out the tools we have at our disposal. I waited, tense, ready to tell Kenzie this whole thing was off. Embarrassing with Tattletale and Deathchester here, but I could deal with a little embarrassment if our heads weren't on relatively straight. Kenzie sighed, then nodded.
Exploratory. We see if we can get Rain in there.
Put on some music? Candy asked. Can I show you what I've been listening to while you work? Kenzie looked at me, then at the rest of the group. Sveta, Tristan, Rain. Natalie stood off to the side. I snuck a glance at Tattletale and saw a small nod.
Saw that,
Kenzie muttered, giving me a look.
You had to check.
A bit, yeah.
Good to go?
She asked. If you remove 1 and 3, Rain cut in.
Can I keep 3?
Kenzie asked.
I have my notes and stuff in there. Some processing running math that I'd have to start over from scratch.
Yeah. Keep 2, 3, and 4 then.
Things settled from there. Kenzie extracted the lengthy antennae from her eyes using a tool to find the right frequency and dig into the orbs for a grip, then laid them out by her computer. Then she set to work. Damsel came back in, while Sidepiece remained outside, smoking up a storm. Snuff checked in, then left to run an errand. I stepped into the bathroom for a break, because I hadn't had the chance during the road trips, then decided to run the shower. There was a chance I wouldn't get the opportunity, and I needed my head as fresh as I could get it. And it gave me a chance to breathe, without looking weak or anything in front of the team. Clear the sinuses, clear the mind. I wanted to help Kenzie, and I had no idea what to do except to give her support. Once I was done with the shower, I toweled off and pulled on the same clothes as before. Clammy.
It's a plane of red crystal, Damsel said.
She'd apparently been prodded to give an explanation.
Except the crystal is alive. The cracks are veins, and the shifts in the landscape that look like tricks of the eye aren't. If the mountain suddenly looks like a valley, it is one.
How often do you see it? I asked.
In the first year after Gold Morning, twice. Your swan song saw it 3 times. More lately. It's picked up. I saw it 5 times in the last week.
I'm feeling a bit intimidated, Rain said.
You should. What we have here in this world is the tip of the iceberg. What they have there is the rest of your iceberg, Damsel told him.
Kenzie was scanning Darlene and Chicken Little with a drone the size of a football while the pair held hands. She aimed the drone at a cube the size of a microwave and blipped data to it like she was shooting a bullet from a gun. The cube changed color.
Where to?
Rain asked. Kenzie looked, and a projected dotted line marked the boundaries for the cube.
Got it, he said.
We can try bringing others in,
Kenzie said, looking over the red cube with the scanned data from Syndicate.
I think I can lasso people with this. Transmit sensation and awareness. It probably knocks us out.
I'd be careful, Rain said. Remember what I said about Snaggletooth? Cradle hired someone to invade the dream space and try to screw with the rotation. They got mauled.
Chicken Little stopped spinning around in Kenzie's computer chair, birds moving from his shoulders to various perches nearby.
Mauled as in... Mauled. Taken to pieces. The details are graphic.
I hang with Imp. I can handle graphic, Chicken Little said.
Chunky bits were still dripping and settling into puddles a good 5 or 10 minutes after it left, Rain said. It's big, scary, and it apparently beat Snaggletooth in something she specializes in. I think I need to go in alone, at least for the test run.
Aw,
Kenzie said.
Yeah, no, seriously. Though I won't be completely alone. I talked to Cradle, Love Lost, and Colt. They know what we're trying. They'll be on their guard. They say they'll cooperate.
You don't sound confident, Tattletale said. No, correction. You sound confident, but you aren't.
Never 100% with that group, he said.
Not dumb, Tattletale told him. Do you want me to say something to Love Lost? Damsel asked. She liked me.
No, and it would take a while to get there. Have to get to the warden's base, get permission, then get access to the prison. Slower because they're busy and things are shuffling around.
Too bad. I was hoping for a peek.
There's that, too, consideration-wise, he told her.
I've got frequencies for the cube, Kenzie said. Once you outlined the room boundaries, I was able to look for something that fits those metrics in the mess of data. If I map it out...
The cube lit up. A projection of the room appeared in the center of our hideout, sprawling across the floor in what I had to assume was actual size, all in silvery, shimmering lines. The image resolution clarified moment by moment as numbers flew, jagged lines and angles resolving into shapes, then into small details, everything writ in silver. A 5-sided room with what looked like a crooked sundial in the middle. 2 parts of the room were cast into deep shadow.
There it is, Rain said.
Not what I saw in the dream, Ashley reported. Except...
She extended one bladed finger toward a forked line. It could have been a more organic vein, a bolt of lightning frozen in time, or a crack.
The crack's like veins, right, I said. I figured that was an image resolution error, Rain murmured.
Your brain paves over the gaps and cracks, but they're there. I'm not sure you can do much about them, but yeah,
Kenzie commented, working on her keyboard not cube.
So if I transplant the alter space that I set up for the Capricorn twins, can you move this cube to the center?
That's not a cube, Tristan said. Thank you.
It's a cube, trust me, Kenzie said. Over there? I'd have to unplug it from everything to walk it over.
Tristan picked it up, moving the not cube over. Kenzie remained plugged in, with headphones jacked into her computer, wires looped over the backs of her hands. She worked with a set of menus. The keyboard illuminated, projecting a rough cube shape in roughly the center of the room. The projected sundial toppled, and things throughout the room shifted.
Wait, Rain said. That's the actual room, not just a sketch?
It's the actual room,
Kenzie said. The light from the projection flared, so bright it was hard to look at. A figure, taller than any shelf or piece of furniture in the rooms, stepped out of the darkness and into the light, into an area riddled with concrete slabs. It was drawn out in the same silvery outlines, and its body didn't seem to hold a consistent shape. Like mountains flipping to become valleys with a perspective shift, but it moved across the room in that manner.
What the hell is that? Rain asked.
Tip of the iceberg, meet the rest of the iceberg,
Damsel said, her voice dry.
I bet it's been there every night,
Kenzie said, way too cheerful for the occasion.
In the shadows on the other side of the glass.
The thing touched a wall, and the bright distortion of it seemed to extend to the surface. The camera struggled to hold integrity, then went black, leaving the room we were in feeling darker than it had been before the demonstration.
Walls are down, Tattletale said, and our buddy there is on high alert. He'll be waiting for you all on your next visit in...
2 hours, Rain said.
We can do it,
Kenzie said, too cheerful and bright.
But let's reconsider you going in alone.
Arc 16, From Within, Chapter 8.
Okay,
Rain said. He was getting off the phone, and his statement came with enough finality that it made more than a few of us turn our heads.
You got through?
I asked.
Talked briefly with Colt and Love Lost. Couldn't talk to Cradle, he's off in the wilderness, and they're really antsy about drop-ins to chat with Tinkers, since Tinkers are most likely to try something fancy.
Probably for the best, I said. Might tip them off that we're trying something off the wall.
Yeah,
Rain said.
I just said it had stuff to do with dreams, which isn't too weird since you asked for details on dreams earlier.
Others resumed doing what they were doing, getting ready, with costumes on and low conversations. I had my own costume on, and Kenzie now wore her costume from the neck down, her helmet set to one side. It looked like she was trying something new, as a cross between her head-encasing helmet and the heartbroken masks. She still wore the visor across her eyes as she tinkered away on the keyboard. Above her, projected on the wall, was the short clip of the room's denizen moving from the darkness into the space at the center of the room, then into what Rain had labeled as Cradle's portion of the room.
Precipice,
Kenzie said, without looking up. The tool she held looked like a screwdriver, but sparked when she touched it to a circuit board.
walk me through the timeline again.
Look out.
Any dates you can tie to the costumes changing? Or when what you had on you when you went into the room changed? Anything?
You're trying to apply logic to dream, Lookout.
Yeah, duh? Kind of. We don't know what it's going to be like in there, but the way you talked about the room, you don't have powers in there?
Not really, no. And powers from outside don't normally apply inside. I was haunted by Mama Mathers for a while, and she didn't have any hold on me in there.
If this turns out that we're more like your usual dream self while we're in there than like ourselves out here, all you'll have is your stuff.
Yeah, Rain said. Which is the theory we're going with. Drag everyone into the dream room and go from the room to the general shard space.
But what if we can figure out the rule that determines if you can bring stuff in? Then you can bring in tinkering stuff, and we can figure out a battle plan. So let's focus and go back over stuff and see what maps out.
She sounded so impatient, constantly frustrated.
Don't be rude, Chicken Little said, quiet.
Kenzie looked momentarily frustrated.
Please, can we try Precipice?
I don't know what to tell you, he said. No specific dates. It went back and forth a lot. It's only recently that I stopped having the plastic demon mask with me when I appeared in the room.
I wanted to ask Tattletale for her input, but she was wrapped up in a conversation with Sveta. I motioned to get her attention, and she glanced at me, nodding, without breaking stride in whatever she was telling Sveta. Rain continued explaining.
Love Lost and Snag went to wearing costumes pretty quickly. No tinker tech exactly, but the housings stayed intact.
Housings,
Kenzie said, motioning for Candy to take notes. Love Lost's mask? Same general shape, but no tech. Snag had the arms toward the end, but they weren't tinker-managed, and he left them behind when he approached the dais.
Colt? I asked. If she's new, does she fluctuate more?
Her clothes change some, but it's pretty minor.
Does it match to what she wore that day?
Rain shook his head. No idea. Probably not. She wears her own style of clothes, even though she's in the prison near the bunker with the prison-issue clothes.
That leaves me with two ideas, just going off the usual shard stuff, I said. I had Kenzie's full attention, the other kids arranged around her, helping. Rain was nearby, too. Everyone else was getting ready, strapping in like they expected a fight, even though there was no guarantee we could put up any. Idea 1, it goes off self-image. Love Lost and Snag changed to wearing costumes because they quickly dove into the mercenary villain thing. Precipice keeps the Fallen mask because it takes him a while to let go of the guilt, self-image, how he was raised, whatever else. Did it go away when you fought Christine Mathers?
A bit before.
Okay, I said. I looked down. Well, that doesn't disprove idea 1. With this idea, Colt keeps her civilian clothes because her being in prison hasn't fully sunk in. If this idea applies, it might be worth meditating before trying this. Solidify a self-image in the mind. Works for breakers and some changers, where their form changes every time.
Okay,
Rain said. Kenzie groaned a little.
I can't do anything with that.
Idea 2 is that it's the agent's concept of us. This might sound a bit more woo-woo, but I think there's some foundation to it. They build up their own picture of us, and costume factors in. Breakers who wear a mask will have the mask become part of their breaker form. Valkyrie's flock seems to incorporate minor details into their physiology.
So my losing the mask is what? Rain asked.
I don't know, Precipice, I said. Maybe the agent was sitting latent inside of you for a long time. It recorded a lot of impressions of your time with the Fallen, while the others had comparatively less time, so the time they spent in costume got more traction.
Maybe the agents like masks,
Darlene said. She'd been pretty subdued since the incident earlier and her car trip with Tattletale. Tattletale had kept her back for a little while as part of a continued time out from her time with the Tenders,
But Lookout had needed to scan her again, and Tattletale was too busy to call her away again. I smiled, taking the effort to give Darlene one because it seemed like she was dejected enough to need one. She stopped fidgeting and clasped her hands together. I told her, "Could be. You definitely see that in Valkyrie's flock of warriors. It's never civilian clothes that got absorbed into their appearance. There are a lot of theories around how agents work with twins, similar or identical powers. How to phrase it? They're bad at telling one of us apart from the next. Twins especially. So maybe masks make us easier to tell apart?" She nodded pretty vigorously at that, looking over at Capricorn. He was on his phone, looking pretty wrapped up in his conversation.
"That's sorta dumb," Kenzie muttered. "Massive interdimensional cosmic tier power, and they need masks to tell us apart? Right.
Take 2 grains of sand off a beach. How easily can you tell them apart? Does it help if you paint each one?" I asked.
"Well, I'd love to know how I can paint each of us the right colors," Kenzie said, "with not that long left."
"Focus on what you can do," I told her. "Don't feel you have to cover every base." She nodded. The time had passed quickly. My trip to get my costume and pick up Kenzie's hadn't been too lengthy, but the little things like last-minute research, changing, touching base, and scheduling an email to let Crystal know what had happened if I wasn't in a position to come back and cancel said email, they felt like things that should take a few minutes, 10 or 15, and they took 2 or 3 times that in reality.
"Do you want to use our hands?" Darlene asked. "We could network, like we did when making the eye things." "No, that only works for mass production," Kenzie said, looking away from the hardware to focus more on software. Behind her, Darlene deflated a bit. Kenzie seemed to notice and turned. "But thank you for offering." "Anything I can do?" Darlene asked. "There are some snacks under the table over there. Can you get me some? An electrolyte juice box? And some snack I can eat with my hands. I want something salty, but I don't want to get salt on my hands." "We'll figure something out," Darlene said, happy to be useful. Chicken Little went with her to go raid for snacks. "Grab me something," Candy called out. "Go," Kenzie told her. "I'm here to cheerlead for you," Candy said, sitting on the edge of Kenzie's desk, looking down with her eerie smiling mask. "Rah, rah, go Kenzie, Kenzie snorted. "We could project a cheerleader outfit onto Chicken Little," Candy said. "How's that mental picture for you?" "You're distracting me," Kenzie cried out, but she didn't sound bothered. She worked more vigorously, tapping at a screen projected into the air. Tattletale approached, but she approached Darlene and Chicken Little first. She didn't break them up, simply checking on them as they brought back a bunch of stuff to Kenzie's work area, jogging with enough vigor they nearly dropped stuff. Tattletale's pace was more sedate. Darlene tore open a bag, nudging Chicken Little. "Open, Lookout." Lookout opened her mouth. Candy threw a pretzel at her, missing the open mouth, and a bird caught it. The second throw was on target enough that Kenzie got the mini pretzel in her mouth, the bird that was diving to intercept instead landing on her forehead. She wiggled with amusement as she bent over her work, chewing, the bird peering down with her. "What do you need?" Tattletale asked. "We're wondering about masks, gear, what might translate. Any ideas?" I asked. "No friggin' clue," she said. "Kids are being good enough?" "Yep, we were brainstorming a bit with Precipice." Tattletale made a noise, looking at Rain. "Nervous? It's your head on the chopping block." "Might have been nice to get advanced warning that we'd be letting the beast out of its cage there," he said, looking at the wall. Kenzie looked up at him, and he conceded. "It's probably a good thing we found out about it before we did this. I'd rather know in advance." "If you had to fight it, could you?" Tattletale asked. Rain shook his head. "No powers in there, pretty sure." "That, right there, is the administrator of your weird dream room. Dreams are especially hinky as far as agents are concerned, and they might have been anxious when setting up the dynamic you have. Before Gold Morning, minds got wiped. You'd have the dream room thing and you'd forget everything, but that's not there now. So instead, they set up this role. Manager, distributor of your token things, and guard dog.
Giant lightning man guard dog, Rain muttered, looking over at the projected screen.
It's not going to look like that when you're in there, Kenzie said. Just FYI.
Great. Now I feel even less prepared, Rain said.
Tattletale explained.
You've knocked down the dividers between sections, including the guard dog's pen. It's going to be pissed, but I don't think it's going to want to kill you, Cradle, Love Lost, or Colt. Maim, maybe, and I don't know how that translates to you being awake, but you'll get more deferential treatment than Snaggletooth did.
That's a bit reassuring, I guess.
Nah, Tattletale said. Don't be reassured. Because the walls are down, and that thing isn't going to act by human standards. I'd say you have 50-50 odds that it comes after you, hard, to guard its corner, and it'll come after you tomorrow night, and the next night, and the next.
Oh, Rain said, and his voice was light, airy. Oh, great.
That's if you and your clustermates are lucky.
What happens if they're unlucky? Chicken Little asked.
Maybe don't answer that, Rain said.
Something like Ash Beast,
Tattletale answered it anyway.
I don't know who or what that is,
Chicken Little said.
The human essentially gone, the powers at full, reckless capacity, always on. You get the part where you're repeatedly torn apart, but it's more of a 24/7, every second of every day than it is a once-a-night thing.
I swallowed, looking at Rain.
What do I do?
Rain asked, very clearly steeling himself.
Couldn't tell you,
Tattletale said, her voice level, almost bored.
Do what you were going to do, I guess. You white hats go sit in your cube, get transported in there, try to get your hands on the controls of this fucked up system we're all hooked up into. Do it before teacher gets set up and starts tampering with the shard space again. Do it before things start breaking down on the city-wide scale. Just, dodge or distract that thing while you're in there. Use the fact it probably doesn't want you or your clustermates dead. Shield your guests. Give them the opportunity to go for the goal.
Knowing it might tear me to shreds, physically or mentally, Rain said. Snaggletooth ended up brain dead.
The alternative is that it's just you and it might do that anyway,
Tattletale told him.
With that alternative, at least I don't put my team at risk.
You would be putting them at risk if you went the Ash Beast route,
Tattletale said. I saw Rain clench all 4 fists, and not because he was ready to swing at Tattletale. Stress, strain. I spoke up.
What's your goal here, Tattletale? Because this feels a bit more like you're rubbing it in than if you were giving it to us straight.
I'm here on pure goodwill, she said. And while I'm here, enjoying the chance to get a deeper look behind the veil. Bonus is, I'm guilt-free this time, and I get to be a bit smug that my kid didn't make this mess.
She motioned toward Kenzie and Chicken Little.
Oh, fuck off, Tattletale, I said. This isn't a competition, and we really don't need to be dwelling on this stuff when there's a deadline.
Not dwelling, she said, briefly commenting.
Chicken Little said. He raised his hand like he was in class. All heads turned his way.
Didn't you kind of mentor Skitter? Wasn't she your kid, kind of like this?
No,
Tattletale said.
She kind of was. I folded my arms. By just about every objective account we have, including stuff you've told me, Chicken Little said to Tattletale.
No,
Tattletale said.
You're way off base, bud. Skitter was her own woman.
But Imps said you taught Skitter about the cops and robbers game, and we all know how that went.
All right, Tattletale said. I might have to put a new rule in place where you're grounded every time you bring her up.
Why? That's not fair,
Chicken protested.
It's not fair,
Darlene echoed, in a tone reminiscent of the "Don't hurt the chicken" chant from earlier.
It's an OPSEC thing,
Tattletale said.
I don't even know what that means,
Chicken Little protested.
If I ground you enough times, maybe you'll learn,
Tattletale asked, sounding way too pleased with herself over browbeating an 11-year-old in an argument.
I bet it's 'cause you keep beating her in arguments whenever you do it, chicken,
Candy said.
What are the unwritten rules again? You don't attack innocents. We know Skitter did that. You don't use guns. We know she did that. You don't kill. Well, we have to remember Alexandria.
Okay, Tattletale said.
I think it's time to head back to Aunt Rachel's. I'm sure there are some stables to muck out as punishment for the whole debacle earlier tonight. If Breakthrough wants the rest of my Tattletale insights, I'll have to ask for my standard fee.
The kids protested loudly, voices overlapping, with Kenzie adding her voice to the outcry without looking away from her work. You're more of a child than any of the children in the room, I told Tattletale, incredulous.
I'm a mastermind supervillain with limited hours and mental resources. I'm being nice, offering my insights, but I am 100% willing to take the cheap shot shortcuts if it means conserving those resources or keeping my mentee safe. Does that mean if we make it less mentally exhausting to stay and be helpful, you will?
Candy asked innocently. Darlene must have chosen that moment to connect their little squad, because Darlene, Candy, Chicken Little, Kenzie, and Chicken Little's 4 small birds all looked at Tattletale in eerie, simultaneous sync.
Do you really want to go to war?
Tattletale asked, sounding amused.
I know your dirty little secrets. Swimming hole, Chicken?
Chicken flinched out of the synchronicity, looking down.
Your frequent stints over at the greenhouse, Decadent?
Candy didn't flinch to the same degree that Chicken had, but she wasn't in sync anymore either. Darlene looked over at Candy.
Wait, was that what Chastity was teasing you about the other day, or— Shh,
Candy muttered.
You're playing into her hands. Which of the gardeners is it?
Darlene asked.
Shh!
Candy made the sound through clenched teeth. Tattletale folded her arms, silently gloating.
Darlene, where do I even start? The nightmares or the twigs?
Darlene might have broken the connection between the kids, because there was no sign of sync-up anymore. She slumped a bit. She'd already looked a bit dejected and crestfallen since the whole issue earlier in the night, but it was more pronounced now.
I know about the nightmare, but twigs?
Candy asked, barely audible. Darlene didn't answer.
You're an actual child,
I said to Tattletale.
You try wrangling a whole family of heartbroken.
Tattletale, Rain said, and his tone was clear and stern enough that it got our collective attention. Any other information you could provide would mean a lot, he said. He didn't look at her, but at the ground between them, his fists still clenched. I don't have a lot of cash, but I will pay if I have to, and I'll go into debt if you need me to. I'll pay you later if I can't pay your fee now.
We can chip in,
Chicken Little said, piping up.
Right? Right,
Darlene said, sounding a little less confident or willing. Tattletale sighed.
You don't need to pay, neither of you.
Thank you, Chicken Little said, quiet.
Even if you could fight it, you're not going to kill it,
Tattletale said, indicating the monster on the screen.
It's going to bounce back from just about anything you could do to it. Prepare for it to have a few tricks up its sleeve, because it's an extension of a species that plays the long game and that knows we don't have it in us to permanently stop it. So don't underestimate it. Don't assume it's shown you everything it can do.
I frowned.
It isn't human, and it never was, she went on. Don't expect it to have human rationales. Do expect it to have a program it follows, a set goal that may or may not be 100% clear. It's going to be somewhat predictable, but powerful enough that the predictability isn't reassuring or an easy answer.
Does it have weaknesses? Capricorn asked. He'd joined the conversation.
Yep, I'm betting it can't go much further than the room. If you can get through that gap—
Tattletale walked over to the projected image, where 2/3 of the room were cast into shadow before indicating the far wall. It can't follow? Rain asked.
I'm thinking 90% odds it can't,
Tattletale said.
But you're going to find other stuff on the far side, a little less consistently solid, and from what Damsel said, it's going to be a bit like everything's gone breaker. They like structure, and they like redundancy, so expect details pulled from host awareness, specific and collective. When you don't have structure, you'll have vast amounts of connective tissue.
Valleys that are simultaneously mountains? I asked.
You got it,
Tattletale said, sounding like she was having far too much fun.
That stuff on the far side doesn't move far beyond its confines. Be ready to run. If your tricks to try to force waking up don't work, you just need to live for long enough to time out.
Talking to Colt and Cradle, our best guess for how long we're in the room is a little under 40 minutes, Rain said. I couldn't help but glance at the clock. Eerie that he said that, and the clock showed 35:12, 35:11, 35:10, counting down. I adjusted the buckler at my left arm.
Dinner's here,
Kenzie said. It was Snuff, back from his errand, with bags bearing the unappetizing name of Roadkill. I walked over to Tattletale as she backed away from the diffused situation with the heartbroken. Chicken Little was unwrapping Kenzie's dinner for her, holding her burger out, while Darlene tried far too hard to be okay with it. In this moment, at least, with the stress of the clock hanging over her head, Kenzie seemed to be as happy as I'd seen her since Ashley had died. Tattletale, I murmured. The way you described things in that room sounded familiar.
Yeah, she said. Fair warning, it's all educated guessing at this point. Very educated, but no guarantees.
Sure, I said. I looked at the constantly replaying image of the thing emerging from the shadows. Is it an Endbringer?
Nah, she said. Smaller in stature, more limited in scope.
I realized I was holding my breath, and I didn't release it. I felt like there was a but coming.
It's the same scaffolding, same construction material, similar principles, Tattletale elaborated.
Thanks, I told her.
You're not taking your kid in with you, are you?
I looked over at Lookout. Wasn't planning on it, I said.
Say something happens to your team,
Tattletale said. I held my finger to my lips. I turned my head toward one of the more obvious cameras. She brought a hand up to her nose to scratch it, but then left it there, cupped over her mouth.
Do you have any preferences, messages to pass on? People you'd rather see looking after her?
I didn't see Kenzie acting strange. With Darlene crowding in to take over burger duty, Iden holding out a napkin to catch drippings, and Candy laughing at something, the group of them were probably a sufficient distraction that Kenzie wasn't monitoring my conversation with Tattletale. I covered my own mouth as I talked. If anything happens, contact the wardens. Dragon and Defiant can handle the tech side of things, but you'll probably need the heroes to get a handle on her.
I'll waive my usual fees for handling contingencies if you're quiet about Chicken Little and his loose lips.
I nodded. With that, Tattletale walked away. We have to do this, I thought. Then I had to amend my statement, because we'd already let the guard dog out of its pen. We had to do this. We can't be following behind every crisis. The clock counted down to Rain's bedtime. 31:32, 31:31, 31:30. 2:15, 2:14, 2:13, 2:12.
Don't try to control your breathing. Ignore all of that usual stuff about deep breaths or breathing in through the mouth and out through the nose, Sveta counseled. Breathe naturally. Don't get mad at yourself if you stop breathing naturally. Just move on, move forward, return to what we're focusing on.
Sveta was the person to talk us through meditation, because she'd had to do it several times every day as part of managing her control.
Our focus is on ourselves, Sveta said. Body image, the costume we wear, and what led to us getting the costumes we did. If your thoughts go outside of this area, bring them back in, but don't get mad at yourself, or the emotion will become the focus. You don't get anything from being mad at yourself. We are the clothes we wear.
It was hard enough to bring myself to follow her general roadmap. So much of what I'd done because it hinted at or stood in stark contrast to things that were very fucking good at distracting me. I'd chosen a black costume because Amy's was white. Gold because of Gold Morning. My icon at my shoulders with its spires was evocative of the wretch's hands, the symbol extending to be a circle with the dot within to emulate the armbands that so many wore. And if I thought of Amy and the wretch, and if those thoughts took hold, if this meditation worked, would the me of the dream room be the wretch? The thought chilled me and invaded my thoughts over and over, which only made it worse. All were roads I could have spiraled down, so I turned to surrender instead. I didn't fight. I didn't struggle. If I thought of the current me, I tended to think of myself in costume, Antares in black and gold. The number of layers varied, sometimes a coat, sometimes a few bandages. But I was quietly confident in that background self-image, mostly confident that it was the me as I visualized myself. When I tried to let my mind drift with only nudges here and there, to explore the buckler and the arm guard that was attached, to go back to the routine of suiting up and pulling on the individual costume components, it was loose, fragmented, easy, but always with dangerous thoughts lurking around the exterior. I didn't make myself meditate, and instead focused on maintaining a good mental state, grounding myself in reality as I tended to do when I needed to bring myself out of the well of dark thoughts I tended to associate with the wretch. I was in a square with my team. We sat within the boundaries of Kenzie's cube that she'd used to let Tristan communicate while Byron was dormant. Wires streamed in from every direction to the cube's perimeter and the boxy keyboard that was the actual device. I peeked and saw Damsel fidgeting, bladed arms in her lap, the sharp inner sides of each blade turned upward. Each fidget was faintly audible as a metal-on-metal sound. Tattletale, Kenzie, and Kenzie's team were all on the far side of the room, giving us a wide, wide berth. Snuff and Sidepiece had left at our request, Snuff watching Sidepiece at Tattletale's instruction. If we were going to be collectively unconscious, then we couldn't have that unpredictable element out there. It was part of why we had Damsel in here with us. She knew the terrain, so to speak. Buckler, I thought idly. I imagined its dimensions, committed the weight of it to my mind. I thought of the zip of my top, the form-fitting nature of it, the feeling of boots being pulled on, uncomfortable and tight, then suddenly comfortable as my feet found the perfect fit waiting for them. The bottom of my foot imprinted on the material as much by hard landings and downward kicks as by any great amount of walking. I felt impatient. It didn't help that I had to feel like I was ready to jump into action the moment we ticked over, while trying to stay calm and steady enough that my costume-complete self-image held true. It felt like the clock should have hit 0 by now, and I was ready to voice a comment, asking if it had worked, if Rain was still with us. But first I'd look at the clock. I turned my head toward the display. Voices cheered and jeered, and people bustled around me. Tinny noises and different music formed a cacophony of sound. Where? I took a step forward, and I realized I wasn't in control. The motion happened on its own, which was a good thing, because if I had been in control, I might have stumbled or fallen. My legs were shorter. The faces of girls running just in front of me, almost cutting me off. They were familiar, but this scene wasn't. I ran forward, reaching for a joystick, my hands going to buttons. The joystick was the standard ball on top of a stick, common to any number of the arcade cabinets around me. But this ball, it was orange with black stripes dividing it. A basketball. Even the motion of the hand on the joystick was familiar while the context was wrong. Down, 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 selecting my team. 3 superheroes in basketball uniforms. "Victoria," my dad said. I twisted around, but the game was starting. A girl shoved her way in beside me. On the far side of the cabinet, other girls were there. 2 versus 2.
Just one game?
I asked, my attention divided. He looked so tired, so disinterested, but he smiled. My mom, beside him, managed to feign interest, but didn't smile. Amy sat off to the side, cheering loud enough to make up for both of them.
"I'm good at this,"
I murmured. Emotions were unsteady, unsure and small as they found their places in my chest.
I've practiced. Focus on the game,
the girl next to me said. She was my opponent, having butted her way in, choosing her own roster. She was bigger, square-chinned, naturally strong. Naturally good at the game, I soon found. I could have matched her, maybe. I had my own strengths, I'd studied, I'd put in the hours, and as my mom had said, it wasn't enough to have natural talents, you had to put in the effort too. I wanted to think I had both. I stole a glance, and I could see how they were barely holding on. Some people had approached them, talking to them because they were heroes. Everyone knew about them. They were cool. Even as they fielded questions from the crowd of parents and friends off to the side, they forced smiles, feigned interest, kept watching. My mom pointed, indicating for me to focus on the game. Down, down, down. The joystick mimicked the dribbling of the ball. I input the commands for a legendary half-court shot, a score. I chanced a look back and saw Amy there, cheering, pumping a fist. My dad mimicked her. My mom hadn't even seen. I had a flow going, a routine. The girl beside me elbowed me. She was stronger, and in the moment, she got my hands off the controls. She took the ball. She scored. I stole another glance. Of course it was a moment like this that both of my parents were looking. Down, down. It was my last game. They'd agreed to let me play it. Win here, I could continue until I failed. For the other girl, it might have been the same, but it couldn't have felt half as important. I wanted to show off. I wanted to show that even if I wasn't on the same stage as my parents, I could use what I'd learned, be excellent in my own way. Trailing a few points behind, I passed. But there wasn't any cooperation from the other player who was supposed to be on my side. The opportunities didn't come. The clock ticked down. 31, 30, 29. I didn't know the script, but I knew the tempo, the rhythm, the way this was supposed to go in the way I might know the beat of a song even if I didn't know the specific words. 15, 14, 13, 12. I got the ball. I got my shot, everything on the line, a chance to be a hero. And the girl casually shoved me. I fell, and on the dirty floor of the arcade, my arm skidded on grit from shoes and bits of food. A sandpaper scrape, a slam to my elbow that felt like a steel rod rammed up my elbow to my shoulder.
Ow,
I mewled, cradling my arm, and belatedly, I realized that this particular stage had gone quiet, just in time for me to sound like a girl closer to 4 than to 14, my voice overly loud with the acoustics of the space. The silence and the stares felt damning, as if this girl wasn't the one in the wrong. I was. Because I was the daughter of superheroes. I was supposed to be better. I didn't want to look this time, but I did. Amy had her eyes downcast, like she couldn't even look at me. She would later tell me she knew how much this had mattered to me. My mom, though, she stared at me. It was a look of condemnation and disappointment, followed by a glance away. I could almost understand that. My dad, though, arms folded, was talking to a man beside him, idly chatting. He glanced back over his shoulder at a man with a heavy beard and dense tattoos, too disinterested to notice my efforts or failure when 100 other people nearby had seen and heard every last bit of it. What is this? I thought. The game showed a countdown. I made myself get up. Free shot for a chance to continue. One shot wouldn't win this. It was just a stupid fucking game. My arm hurt. Fingers maneuvered the joystick. I hit the buttons. I missed the shot, with everyone except for 3 people still watching. Their love was conditional. The blare of the game over sound was loud, jarring, shattering my senses. What is this? Who is this? The legs could have belonged to the same person, but the sensations and the subtleties were different. The body wasn't as athletic, but it was lighter, skinnier. A girl. Sveta? In a house? I felt a weird surge of hope and dread. No, I felt a bit crestfallen. This had to be Ashley. Was this as different for her as it had been for me? The body I was riding inside reached the top of a third-story stairwell, then started navigating hallways and rooms, padding around on white carpet. The house was so large, so empty. The room she went into had posters on every inch of every wall, with some tacked to the ceiling. It smelled like sweat, with a faint bathroom smell, making her wrinkle her nose.
Gross,
she said. I felt a stab of fear and concern hearing that child's voice. She went straight to the bedside table, hauling it open, and poked her way past magazines of women wearing swimsuits. She found a digital music player with a cracked screen and the cover for the batteries missing, batteries exposed at the back. She had her headphones on, cord dangling, and she plugged it into the player. The music sounded muted, not as sharp as a modern digital player might be.
"Stop stealing my stuff, loser,"
she said, clipping the music player to her pocket. She fished through more of the drawer's contents, rolling her eyes as she turned the page of the swimsuit magazine, revealing it to be a cover stapled over a much more lewd kind of mag. She backed away, continuing her search through the room, but the bathroom smell swelled, and she turned her head. In the walk-in closet, gym stuff on the floor, more fancy clothes to the right and out-of-season winter clothes to the left, a teenage boy dangled from the central railing, toes touching the ground. Urine and shit ran down his legs to his nice white sneakers and onto the floor below. Blonde, but with face purple-blue, his features already distorted. She made an incoherent sound, lunging forward to wrap her arms around him, to try to lift him up as if she could. He was almost twice her size. The damp from his pants leg pressed through her shirt and to her stomach, and she flinched away, aware of how cold it was. She turned to the side, and the movement of her head brought another involuntary sound past her throat and lips. Her eyes traced the path, the plan, the route of climbing up onto clothes, getting to the rope he hung from. The clothes and the hangers weren't strong enough to support her, and she only managed to tear clothes off the rod. The actions were frantic, senseless, and each one seemed to punctuate the cold, grim reality. He didn't move. He didn't struggle. His skin was cold. She hit him, scratched him, as if somehow that could rouse him. Wordless, her throat choked, pain gripping every part of her chest and throat. Her fists balled up, and a strange sensation at her fingertips made her startle. She looked down, then startled again, her eyes going from the underside of her fingernails to the gouges she'd left in his arm. Skin balled up under her nails. She almost tripped over his things as she backed up, hand held out between them, as if she could somehow back away from it, too. Vision and breathing were incoherent, and there was a dazed, lost sensation as she stepped out of his room into the hallway and didn't even seem to know where she was. The hurt was constant, pressure on her chest, her head pounding, the bathroom smell lingering because her efforts to grab him had gotten some on her. "I'm sorry, Tattletale." The scene shifted, the path from her brother's bedroom to the phone not even committed to memory. She reached the phone, and she held her hand over the list of numbers. Parents, names that might have been family friends, emergency services.
"I don't know who to call, Rex,"
she mumbled, and her voice was small, timid.
"Ambulances are for people who are alive. Police are for investigating deaths, but it's obvious who did it. I feel so stupid."
Tears blurred her vision, and she blinked to clarify it, looking at the names. June Livesey. Fred Livesey. She didn't press the button. Quietly, she hung up the phone and headed out the door, head hanging.
"If I'd been a bit sooner."
Across the street, jarring in juxtaposition to the nice house and the nice houses on either side of it, was a shopping center. Lost, dazed, she started toward it, not even glancing either way to check for traffic.
"I'm sorry."
If Tattletale is here, then... The rocks and plants outside of the shopping center were exaggerated in size, and not because of the dream. They were exaggerated because this was a place that had been made before Gold Morning. As a larger group, they played on the rocks.
Hurry, Michael, Dimitri. There'll be time to practice jacking each other off later.
The larger of the boys laughed, even while other kids jeered at him. The point of view dropped to the ground.
No need, Nadia, the large boy called out. I've practiced, studied, and mastered that all on my own. I bet I could teach your dad some things, so he could please your mom for once.
The jeering continued. Nadia laughed. There was a display board with swappable letters by the trees. Nadia began toying with it, putting vulgar words up there. Kids jeered and joked, topping each other, with comments about Dimitri's uncle and inventive approaches to dog breeding. Dimitri joked back. Motorcycles rumbled with a deepness that sank in, right to the belly, as bikes pulled in around the mall. Men with tattoos climbed off, heading inside. Some had masks, dressed up like demons. The point of view didn't join in, remaining quiet, face heated. Some other kids were scraping stones against the big rock in front of the mall to make drawings as vulgar as the words Nadia was putting up. Hands scraped rock against rock, leaving pale markings behind, to draw swirls, birds, fish. I know those swirls.
You're looking good, Nadia. Almost like you're a real girl, Michael teased.
Nadia curtsied, plucking at the corners of her dress. She smacked her lips to blow a kiss.
And here I thought your family only had eyes for dogs.
You're the dog, Nadia,
one of the others jeered, almost drowned out by Michael's laughter. The efforts to draw the birds and fish renewed, more vigorous, more violent. There were tears ready to spill forth that were quickly blinked away as a faint rain pattered down around them. There were more rumbles, more motorcycles joined by cars.
Maybe we should go in,
someone said. The hand scraped stone against stone, hurrying. A hand gripping a branch to maintain a position, to finish the picture. Feet slipped. Then the fall, and a stunned darkness. Faces peering down, the pain, a disoriented jumble that came with a disorienting, slightly askew scene. I wanted nothing more than to hug my friend, but she was already slipping out of reach.
I'm sorry.
The words were a faint croak, thin in the throat before the scene faded. Her entire body convulsed as she emptied her stomach's contents into the toilet bowl. The force of it was so violent she almost lost her grip on the toilet seat. Her hands were trembling, and her shoes didn't have the traction needed to stay beneath her. Side piece? She's not anywhere near us.
Are you okay?
A voice came from outside the toilet stall. She heaved, but she didn't have anything left to produce except for a dribble of fluid.
Can I call anyone? No.
Bodiless, only an observer. I could only feel a nebulous but profound moment of despair. The word was French. It wasn't side piece. The voice was so young, hoarse from the recent vomiting.
Are you sure? You don't sound well.
The hands that fished for toilet paper were so small, wiping around her mouth. She wasn't even tall enough to kneel by the toilet. That was why her shoes had slipped, had been necessary. She wiped at herself some more, then looked down, at a nice dress and hard shoes with buckles, more useful for being pretty than for any activity, let alone finding traction on bathroom floors. She hiccuped, and the motion was so close to the recent vomiting that her entire upper body convulsed, hurting a bit. It at least seemed to disturb the hiccup enough that she didn't hiccup again.
I could call a doctor.
No! The child cried out, and the word was outlined in fear. She hurried to reach up and find the door latch, opening it to find a concerned, middle-aged woman there.
Please, I'm okay.
You don't sound okay, hon. Where's your mom?
My papa is outside,
she said in halting English. She went to the sink, standing on her toes to get water and wash her face, washing her mouth.
I didn't want him coming into the girls' bathroom.
Okay. Should I go find him? She shook her head. With damp hands, she wiped at her dress and then her hair. She half walked, half ran for the bathroom door, the fancy little shoes nearly slipping on the tile. A group of men with tattoos got in her way almost immediately. She shied back, waiting for them to pass, then saw the woman behind her and hurried forward, into the food court. A man, round-headed, round-bodied, bigger than any man she'd ever seen in real life, rose from the bench he sat on. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice gentle, the words French but understandable. "You ran so quickly for the bathroom."
"I'm okay,"
she said, clasping her hands in front of her. Every word French, but translated. "Do you want to go home? I can drive you now." She shook her head, fierce, emphatic. "Okay, then," he said. He put out his hand. Looking back at the middle-aged woman, the little girl reached out and up, putting her hand in the man's. "Do you want to try the arcade again?" he asked. He indicated the arcade at one corner of the food court. A crowd of parents and onlookers was gathered. "It looks busier than before, but that can be fun in its own way." She shook her head.
"No, thank you, Keith."
"Whatever you want to do, I want you to have the best time," he said. He gave her hand a squeeze.
"Thank you, Keith. Can we sit?"
"Sit? Surely we can do something else."
"I want to sit,"
she said. She looked at his hand, and the squeeze she gave it seemed calculated, intended. The look up at the towering figure tremulous, unsure. "Okay," he said. "Here, I have an idea. Sit, wait there." She did, sitting at the table in a large food court, looking around her at the people, eyes lingering on families. Her hands touched her stomach, which was tender. She saw someone glance at her, and dropped both hands into her lap, clasping them together against the stiff fabric of her dress. It wasn't cold, but her hands shook. She saw Keith return, navigating the crowd, smiling at a mother and her kids. Her stomach flip-flopped when she saw what he held. He placed the cup of ice cream in front of her, then did the same with an ice cream cone, which had a paper holder to keep it upright. "I wasn't sure whether you'd want a cone or a cup, so I got both. If you want both, I won't tell." He winked and she smiled, tremulous, unsure. She reached for the plastic spoon, and her stomach did another flip. "You don't want it?" he asked. "Are you okay?" Paralyzed, she sat there. "Candace," he said, and he hurried over, kneeling beside her to bring himself more to her level. It only made his presence feel more oppressive. "Do you want to go home?"
"No,"
she said, her voice small. Her lips formed a word she didn't utter. "Never." "Candy, I'm so sorry you had to go through this." "Candace, look at me." Obedient, she did. "I am your ally. I know some men pay your father for access to his, girlfriends, wives, to have them keep them company." Candy shrugged. I could feel the movement, as deliberate as the hand squeezed. Like the lie or manipulation was more obvious than anything in its intentionality. "I don't know if you remember, but I joked before about running away with you when we first got into the car." Candy nodded. "If you wished, Candace, we could get in the car now. We could drive away to a faraway place and he would never find us. I would never hurt you or do anything like he thinks I would. Like you might think I would. No, every day would be a best day, like today."
"My sister," Candy murmured. "I can't leave her."
"I could pay for her to come join us, perhaps." A different kind of paralysis took hold.
"I have many sisters. No, I can't. Even if not, I have to do what Daddy says."
"He said to listen to me, didn't he?" She went stiff, nodded. "Then I order you to listen to me. Tell me what you want." "Yes?"
I want to sit here."
"All right, we can sit. You have your ice cream. I know it's your favorite. Your dad told me. She picked up the spoon, hesitating. Her stomach cramped. I know we've had 3 desserts already, and 3 big meals, but we're allowed to enjoy ourselves on a best day like today, aren't we? He asked. He squinted his eyes together, like he was being mischievous. She nodded, unsure. Mange, mange, he urged her, chuckling a bit. She lifted a spoonful to her mouth, closing her mouth down around the cold ice cream. She shied away as he got back up to his feet beside her, and drew herself in to be small as he settled on the bench to her right. Her stomach hurting with every action, she lifted another spoonful to her mouth while he sat beside her, chin on his hand, looking at her like a fucking love-struck schoolchild looked at their crush, his hand on her back, rubbing. A tear ran down her cheek, and she hurriedly wiped it away, looking to one side to avoid letting him see. She saw a familiar face and reached out. That familiar face reached for her, Darlene. But there was too much distance for them to make contact. I'll go get some more ice cream, he said, almost giddy. Some to take home. You can have some on the car ride back. Darlene's hand dropped to her side. She was tugged along, her head ducked low. The grip on her wrist was like iron. This way, the mall's staff member said, meek, deferential. She bowed slightly, then looked abashed to be bowing. The door was pushed open, and they entered a back room, special event space, decorated with streamers and big paper letters that were all strung together. Kids were already assembled, half of the group gathered at one side table, expectant as the cake was cut. The other half were playing with presents that had been opened. The streamers spelled out a name, Yasmin. Darlene's eyes, our window into this scene, moved to a girl in specific. People turned, people noticed, they reacted. And then they didn't react. Cries of fear and alarm were silenced without word or gesture. Each of the adults went still. Come. The voice was French accented, but it spoke English. Smooth, cold, calm. I think you should sit at the head of the table, my Darlene. Any objections? There were none. Darlene's eyes moved around, tracking adult, child. The chair was pulled out for her, and she sat. Every adult obeyed. The children, however, were indecisive, frozen in fear that was wholly natural. Take down the other girl's name. You and you can watch the doors. Nobody leaves until my child has her birthday party. Sit, everyone. Darlene watched as Yasmin's name was ripped from the wall. His voice was loud and smooth in her right ear. He was quiet, but nobody present made even the slightest noise, so everyone heard. Now, who do you like? Who likes you, She looked at a boy, blond, and saw his eyes widen in fear at the eye contact. The boy smiled. Come, sit at the head of the table. You can be the prince for my princess. You will do whatever she asks of you. Darlene was stiff, frozen, staring down the length of the table. She shivered as she felt the boy next to her take her hand. Now pick one, Darlene. Who do you like least in this room? He said. His voice held the threat. It is your birthday. This is your test. You will choose. Both your brother and your sister got their powers, and so will you. But you won't leave me as they did. Hands on her shoulders, a hand gripping her left, adults smiling all around her. She pointed at a boy at the end of the table. Why?
He spat at me once. Said I smelled funky.
What shall we do with him? Darlene was silent. If you don't choose, I will, and I'm far crueler than you are.
Extinguish him,
Darlene whispered. The chair skidded, the boy thrashed, fighting despite the fact there was nothing there. He fell from his seat, while children all around the table shrieked and cried out. Then he went still. All around her, children looked shocked, stricken, horrified. They looked at her. Look at their faces, Darlene, he murmured. They never knew who you were, did they? Now they know the truth, and they will keep it with them forever. We will make decisions for each and every one of them today. Darlene nodded, eyes dropping. We are family, my Darlene, he whispered. That is all you will ever have or need, yes? Blood ties us together. Consanguinity. The detonation rocked the shopping center. People turned, looked, and saw the tattooed people standing on tables, standing on stairs to the upper level above the food court. Blue fire and shadows danced around them. The figure we rode in was another small body this time. A boy. Breaths huffed. He looked for help, support, and saw none. Alone, he was lost in a tide. People pushed him without even meaning to.
Imp! He called out. Aisha! Charlotte! Forrest!
There was no returning cry, or if there was, it was drowned out. The people around him increased by the second. But they reached the end of the long hallway with the big exit sign above it, and they stopped there. They didn't open the doors. People pressed in. He stumbled, falling, and he saw the people running at him, so fast it was clear they wouldn't stop. A large figure put himself between the boy and the people. A man with a thick beard, old-fashioned glasses, a piercing in his nose, and kind eyes. Snag. He fell as well, blocking the tide of bodies with his own, gripping the side of a sign that was built into the wall, scratched plexiglass case and frame protecting the image beneath. I'll do what I can to protect you, the man spoke, and his voice was deep enough to be heard through the din. I'll try to keep the path clear. Iden tried. But Snag gripped him, then lifted him up to the top of the plexiglass case, away from the stampede of people. Pushed, shoved, Snag nearly lost his footing, but then managed to get Iden to a secure spot, standing on the frame, the window above him. But Iden was too small to reach. He looked down, and he seemed to search for and find familiar faces, vertigo making his vision swim. Voices jeered, mixed in with panicked cries, and he shrank against the wall, feet slipping, finding footing again, slipping again, fear lurching in his chest.
Help, he whispered. Anyone? Please?
The perspective distorted, and the way down might as well have been 5 stories, not 10 feet. In the midst of the trample of bodies, Ashley twisted her head to one side as she was smacked across the head. Her vision swam. She tried to stand, and she wobbled. Stop, she said. They tucked themselves into a space by the wall, but it wasn't possible for everyone to occupy it. Her father loomed above her, struck out. Come on, he shouted, voice loud, hoarse. Make your decision. She winced, face turned away. Answer me. Don't go mute on me like she does.
I don't know,
she said. That's not an answer, Ash, he growled. People pushed past them. Come on. If I have to get rid of one of you, is it going to be you, or is it going to be her? Ashley turned her head, and she stared past her longer hair at herself, small and short-haired. She cringed, fearing the next blow, and the other her stood a little taller. Come on, he shouted, gripping them by the arm. Kenzie reached out, trying to find a grip. The mass of bodies pressed in, and she was pushed back. Her foster parents reached out for her. 2 black men, one barrel-shaped, hair short, wearing a colorful shirt. Another man, skinnier, with a tidy dress shirt, a worried look on his narrow face. She fought to hold on as people pulled them apart, and her fingernails dug in, scratching, scrabbling, skin filling the space under her nails. Until the desperate fight to maintain the grip made the reaching hand flinch in pain, pulling away. She reached out, vainly, with every muscle in her body. And there was hesitation on the other side, a fraction of a second. When they reached out, only fingertips touched. Then they were separated.
Byron,
Tristan gasped. He was trapped under the press of bodies, his brother on top of him, Byron's arm leaning against his throat. He couldn't breathe, and the view through Tristan's eyes darkened around the edges.
Listen to me, damn it. Wake up.
But Byron was unconscious, eyes partially lidded. The pressure on Tristan's throat was involuntary.
Wake up, please.
Reaching, scrabbling, Tristan found a splinter of wood. He stabbed his brother, perhaps to try to get him to wake up or come to reality. It didn't work, so he stabbed again and again. The doors opened, and Rain was there in the too bright light as people spilled forth. Darlene, Aiden, me, Tristan, Byron's comatose body, Sveta, Candy, Kenzie, Ashley, Tattletale, Colt, Love Lost, and Cradle. Rain greeted us all with a desperate, mocking laughter. And then, as though a light switch had been flicked, the scene was gone, and we were in the room, divided into 15 sections, each haphazardly connected to the last. I had my costume and my buckler, but not my flight. I hurried over in Sveta's direction, crawling at first, then staggering, and crossed the boundary. And, in the shadows furthest from me, the watchdog woke. It lumbered forth, reaching out to grab the concrete of Cradle's area, a table in Rain's, and to the shattered dais at the center of the room. Too many limbs. All smooth planes like marble, with cables running in the gaps, each glowing with an intense heat. A 20-foot-tall titan made of reaching arms that could have been tentacles, they were so many-jointed. It was nothing like the beast of lightning we'd seen on the video. There wasn't a single watchdog administering this room. It was one of 4 dogs. Cradle's. "Cradle!" I called out, and I felt like the words were futile even as I uttered them. "It won't hurt you! We need you to get in its way!" All around us, the others were still reeling from reopened wounds. They were slow to move, and the many-handed beast was quick. And Cradle did not get in its way. Arc 16, From Within, Chapter 9. The entire room shook as the many-handed beast reached to its right and tore a concrete slab out of the ground, reached to its left, and grabbed a chair and a fistful of floorboards from Rain's room. Cradle and Rain were almost mirrors to one another in how they moved away from the respective damage. Difference was, Rain kept running. Cradle only moved as far as he needed to get out of the way of any immediate hazards. He maintained a kind of eerie calm, finding a position on another slanted concrete block that was like a massive tombstone with no epitaph that had been tilted to a 30-degree angle. I had the impulse to fly, and I couldn't, and feeling that lack while facing down something as big and intimidating as this many-handed thing was suffocating. I'd never been especially afraid of spiders, but this thing was like 3 spiders of varying sizes all overlapping one another, each limb ending in a hand. It was fluid enough in its arrangement that it could be as tall as a 2-story building, then sweep out to be barely any taller than I was, but with limbs reaching out to every surface across a 20-foot span. No eyes to look into, but the glowing cords in gaps and joints drew the eye and gave suggestions of slanted eyes or opening apertures that weren't actually there. It was hard to convince myself to breathe, to move. The thought that broke the paralysis, fleeting as it was that I'd seen and been frustrated with civilians in the midst of the Endbringer attack and the broken trigger. It'd be hypocritical to cast aside all self-preservation now. Up! I spoke to myself as much as the people around me, my voice gaining volume as I continued. Focus! Process later! Survive now! Sveta was already getting to her feet. She was wholly human, tattooed from the fingertips to her shoulders and up her neck, with the tattoos clearly aimed at covering up deep seams in her arms. I saw her wince as she moved on her foot and cut the outer edge of it on what looked like a bed of obsidian and igneous rock that was nearly invisible with the black coloring and the gloom of the room. Watch your step, I called out. This was a time for punchy orders that got everyone on the same page, communicated necessary, lean information with no fat. Rooms can have hazards.
You're all idiots,
Tattletale growled. Exactly what I was just thinking we shouldn't do. Pure fat, no lean. Rain was getting to his feet to my right. A ways to my left, Tristan had hurried over to Byron's side, and Kenzie was near him but unable to really help. The other 3 kids gravitated toward that end of the patchwork room. Tristan and Byron's areas looked like concrete floor with spilled paint on it in their colors. Narrow metal pillars inset in concrete stumps, making the entire area like a forest. Byron's area had blue-green paint and was tinted like it was nighttime. Tristan's area was reds and yellows with traces of orange and shone like there was a window with sunlight shining in from outside, though the window was nowhere to be seen. Damsel stood, her expression hard and cold. I'd noted before how she seemed to freeze up or go still when angriest and most dangerous, and she was pretty much there. Difference was, she had to get to her feet first. Her area backed on Rain's and one of the Heartbrokens, and looked like a derelict apartment, with lighting like it was nighttime, and the only light came from the moon through windows, even though the windows weren't actually there. The hand she placed up against a partially intact wall for balance had long bladed fingers. She kept those, I supposed. I wondered what the distinction was that made it matter. I could see varying degrees of animation and emotion among the others. For most, the many-handed monster didn't seem to even register, because the specters of their past chased them. Ashley, the Heartbroken. Tristan barely flinched because his concern was wholly for Byron. Love Lost and Colt just looked bewildered. Bewilderment became an alarm as the many-handed thing crushed the concrete slab it held with 2 arms, then swiped the partially crushed mess in their direction. The result was a hail of rubble. This is a fucking mess, I thought. The kids, Sveta said. We needed a battle plan. Colt, Love Lost, I called out. Look after the kids and Capricorn Blue. Be prepared to carry him. Cap Red, we need you. But don't be stubborn. You have armor. I saw him hesitate. Then he turned toward his brother, his back to me. I thought for a moment he was rejecting me, but he was unstrapping Byron's chest piece, pulling it free. Once they saw what he was doing, Kenzie and Chicken Little helped with the strap at the other side. The many-handed thing didn't come after us, and the rationale could have been that it didn't want to go too far into the room and leave us room to slip behind it. But it was tearing up the floor and tearing up the terrain. Where the ground wasn't rendered almost impassable, it was littered with enough debris that we'd have to be careful where we put our feet. And it was gathering materials. Rebar. Wood. I wasn't sure armor counted against a threat like this, but I had seen Tristan fight. I knew he had experience. If we were going to make it through that forest of limbs and get past the guard dog and into the darkness behind it, we needed some experience, and we needed to organize by some metric. Precipice, I called out. I'm fighting, he said. He had a length of floorboard that he held like a spear. I didn't think it would matter, but... Grab me one? I asked. That got me a sharp nod. Tristan jogged over, Byron's scale mail breastplate loosely strapped to one arm, his hand gripping loose straps at the other end. He stood beside me, Sveta just behind me. Love Lost and Colt were in the jungle of rusty iron beams and concrete that was the twins' portion of the room. I looked back at my section. Panels of tinted glass and what might have been the texture of solar panels, cracked but not broken. Though they were gold, with the more solid solar panel texture having a backing of black beneath that surface level, there was no warmth to it at all. I turned back to the threat, pushing away the idle wondering as to whether the others were subtly bothered by their own spaces like I was by mine. Rain tossed me one short spear of wood, and it hit me in the ribs as I caught it. The sensation startled me, and as I looked down, I could see I didn't have my breastplate. I wore the black hooded top from my costume over the white dress with the watercolor skyline of Brockton Bay across the front. My hair was braided, and it had been a long as fuck time since I'd done that with any regularity. He handed more wood to Sveta and to Tristan.
"I can't unfurl,"
Sveta said.
"No traumatic force field for me, either,"
I said. She met my eyes, and in the gloom of the room, I knew that our sentiments were very much the same. For her to actually have a body with no associations to her power. For me to not have that shadow hanging over me. I reached out to squeeze her upper arm.
"Tristan and I will distract it, fend it off,"
I said, turning to the thing we were up against. I watched as it moved, continuing to tear concrete apart and harvest the rebar. Slow, methodical. I felt like its mannerisms were defined by it keeping 3/4 of its attention on us and 1/4 on what it was doing. It shook more concrete free of the rebar. Damsel had to step behind a damaged wall and still got plaster dust on her when the concrete punched through one portion of it.
"Sveta, Rain, focus more on distraction," I said.
"Okay. Harry, harass?" Rain asked.
"Just bait it to attack and move. Circle around."
Cradle, off to one side, was watching everything. He didn't move, didn't try anything. Is this thing like Cradle, lurking in the background before stepping in to do some horrific violence?
"Damsel," I said.
"Don't you dare give me orders,"
she snapped. Her claw cut light furrows into the ruined wall it was still touching.
"Tattletale, then?" I asked. "Can you help Love Lost and Colt with the kids and Byron?"
Tattletale had stood but hadn't moved from her starting position in her room, which was the furthest from the monster. Her dream was furthest removed from them all, too. Her area, despite being so far back, was bright like a room with a window open and the sun shining directly in, with a stretch of plush white carpet and a white wall cutting it almost in half. Wall and carpet were stained with large blotches of bodily fluids.
"You were going to ask Damsel to try to hurt it," Tattletale said.
"Yeah," I said.
She reached to her hip and drew a handgun. She still wore an expression like she hadn't quite left the dream behind. Sad, a little lost, not looking at us or the many-handed thing.
"I'll do what I can."
"Ah, okay."
"How?" Rain asked. "How'd you bring the gun?"
"Every day since I started working for Coyle back in Brockton Bay. Even before Leviathan, I had it with me."
"She shot me with it once," I remarked.
"If I'd known you'd be dragging me into this, I would have shot you with it twice. I thought the worst thing I'd have to deal with was maybe consoling your tinker if none of you came back. No, I get dragged into this."
"Power didn't predict this?"
"My power didn't,"
she said, her voice tense.
"That niggling little voice in the back of my head did, but I ignored it."
I looked back at her, studying her. Costume, gun, all was cohesive, complete. Tristan didn't have his helmet. Rain had a hooded jacket on with no mask, No costume elements except for the solid pads along his jacket sleeves which the mechanical arms he built could normally be mounted on. Love Lost was in costume, Colt in civilian clothes, still with that massive mane of dirty blonde hair that frizzed and puffed out to either side. Kenzie wore a black pinafore dress over a t-shirt, but she had sneakers. Chicken Little and Candy wore civilian clothes. Darlene, I noted, had a nightdress on, a bit old-fashioned. This is us, I thought. I pulled up my hoods, the hood built into my dress nestled inside the hood from my costume top, protection from any debris. The many-handed thing had been tall initially, almost wispy with how drawn out it was, how thin the arms were in comparison to how long they were. Then it had flattened out, to cover and guard more ground, and to reach more things it could pull apart and scatter around as debris. Now it drew in together, small enough in how each limb folded in or hid others from view, with more of the orange wiring and joints exposed to plain view than any of the hands were. Mere seconds had passed, and I was already having trouble tracking just how far those hands had reached when arms were fully extended. That is that, I thought to myself. And that's a deceptively open path to the exit it very much wants to guard.
Look, near the shoulder bulge,
Sveta said. The shoulder bulge was one extended part of the body where all of the hands seemed to reach out from, a lump toward the upper left part of its mass. There, illuminated only by the general orange-yellow glow from the wires connecting arm pieces together, a hand as big around as my upper body was from crotch to throat gripped rebar, bent it neatly to a right angle. I could see other machinations now. 6 hands closer to the core of the body were doing their individual parts, taking components that unseen hands passed to them, each performing specific actions that were methodical, sure, exact in the spacing of everything, like it was a machine. My eyes widened. Is it tinkering?
Go! I shouted. Right now! Before it can finish building! Love Lost! Colt, get ready to go!
It was so big, and it hung there, partially in the darkness, like there could be more behind it that I hadn't yet seen. It didn't breathe, didn't make noise, and only the shuffling of the sleek material of arms and hands against itself was really audible.
Go!
If I hadn't been shouting, I might not have had it in me to take that first, involuntary at the outset, deep breath. If I hadn't been able to take the deep breath, I might not have been able to lean forward, when all I wanted to do was step back and hope it wouldn't do anything until the 40-minute timer ran down. If I hadn't leaned forward, I wasn't sure I would have been courageous enough to run forward. And if I hadn't done that, then the others might not have budged, not when Sveta and Rain were following Tristan and I, and Tristan was distracted. My foot hit black stone, and I avoided stepping on the almost invisible outcroppings. One step, then another, legs moving to push my weight forward more than up. With the third step, the timing not quite coinciding with my footfall, I heard the heavier step of Tristan's boot. Be mindful of the arm's range, any weapons it might have. Deflect if you absolutely have to, I thought, trying to visualize the upcoming situation, trying not to think about how my mom had drilled visualize into me back when I'd played basketball. It's okay to get hurt, so long as we all get through the door. Watch for anything it might push into us. The arm unfolded, pulling free of the shuffle of 40 or more limbs that were folded into one central area, no weapon, and swung backhanded. It couldn't reach me, nothing in its path to throw. Others slowed. I was dimly aware of them behind and beside me. I didn't slow down. I was confident of my estimation. The hand dipped low, striking the damaged section of floorboards. It carved out a furrow, turning a hole into a ditch, a gap in the room with only ruined wood below, like it was broken floorboards or rafters with foot-wide gaps between pieces of wood, all the way down to fucking infinity. Which meant that when I shifted course to favor the smallest portion of the gap to leap the ditch, I was simultaneously going weak-kneed, my mind wrestling with the idea that it might really be infinity, that what happened here could really be forever. Muscle memory saved me, if nothing else. I landed on all fours, scooted 1 foot forward to be sure I could spring to one side if I had to, and twisted around to look up. Just seconds ago, I'd estimated the number of limbs at 40. How long before that had I called it 3 spiders, 3 times 8? Now I was closer, within reach of the longest arms, which were thin, tendril-like, and immensely strong. I could see it pulling more limbs free of the jumble, revealing something that looked like a disc, suspended in lightning that had been frozen in time. The disc barely concerned me, because I could have put the number of limbs I was seeing at anywhere from 80 to 100. "It's multiplying its arms," I called out. "No," Sveta said, and the statement was punctuated by one arm high above me stabbing in my direction. It might have sounded like a sad, resigned thing, even an acknowledgement that I was well and truly fucked. The hand was slender, considering the arm was about as wide as I was, and the hand was disproportionately narrow and long-fingered for the arm. It speared down wrist-deep into floorboards, then moved, tearing another trench. I had to back up and to the side, mindful of where I set my feet. There was a bottomless ditch behind me, a trench in front of me, the floorboards starting to fall away, with a loose precipitation of pine needles and leaves that had dried out a long time ago. "It's not 3-dimensional, Sveta finished her statement. 4-dimensional? The closer we got, the bigger it was, and the more its arms multiplied. More joints existed in more shades of color, and the color that radiated out from those joints was mild, less than a candle might shed, but so numerous collectively that they made something brighter. They were the source of the seemingly sourceless illumination that made it possible to see in the rest of the room. I could map it from room to room, including that cold golden light that was apparently meant for me. As it moved again, I jogged over to one side, so I was further from the trenches, so a third strike wouldn't see me fall into the abyss. Rain's space was a shack that had been left exposed to the elements, and it was my battlefield for the moment. The hand altered course, coming right for me. I saw a workbench, jumped up, and planted my foot on the top. I looked up, saw the hand, and let myself fall back, kicking backward from the edge of the desk to throw myself onto my back. The desk was not even obliterated. Smashed down and through floorboards into whatever oblivion lay beneath. The arm seemed to continue plunging down forever, while the body barely moved in accordance with it. I lay there on my back, arms out to either side, floorboard plank as a spear or tool gripped in my right hand, held against my chest. I remained where I was because the thing was above me, and being on my back made it easier to see what it was doing. I turned my head to look to my left, at the others. The room had once been 5-sided, maybe 100 feet across, like the ground floor of a house in Brockton Bay. The damage to Rain's section took maybe a quarter of the space we had available to maneuver away from us. 20 or 30 of that 100 feet of breadth gone, maybe 5 feet at the far edge, closest to the back wall. Another 2 quarters weren't so doable because they were a mess of concrete slabs, some a dozen feet long and 5 feet across. Slabs that had to be climbed beneath, which was more difficult because they were littered with crushed concrete and stray rebar. And because Cradle was there, staring us down, acting like the many-handed power that loomed high above me was a non-threat. One small push or kick at the right time, and he could end anyone's attempt to get over any one of 3 different concrete slabs. The additions had been stacked onto one end, Tristan and Byron's maze of rusty support pillars and paint, Sveta's black rock, Darlene's stark room with a table and bed overturned, food and cloth strewn so densely on the floor there wasn't anything visible. Candy's, it looked like a car interior, with barely enough room to squeeze through. Aiden's looked like a rooftop with building faces pressing in on either side. Kenzie's, a bedroom, almost utterly black. One of the few that was illuminated by any discernible source, panels like the glowing screen of a phone or monitor, like they were turned on but displaying black with that natural, cold glow. The kids were hanging back, Love Lost's unadorned hand held out in that universal sign for stop. Colt was a little further ahead. And the thing. It was there above me. 100 feet tall and 100 feet across, with more than 100 thin, reaching limbs holding it up, gripping things, or reaching inside itself to fiddle, to grasp, to take snatched-up materials from the room and feed them into the center. When it moved a few feet this way or a few feet that way, I could see the loss or addition of arms, as though quantity and distance were inversely correlated. The bulk of its body was directly over the wall we wanted to get to, and even from my current vantage point, it looked like there were more arms occupying that space than there was empty space. "Tattletale!" I called out. I saw arms move, reacting to the noise I'd made. It was simultaneously attacking the others. "Don't shoot it!" 3 arms, 3 hands almost as long as I was tall. By how slim the hands and fingers were, and how hard the floor should have been, I could picture them shattering as they hit the ground. But they were tough. They didn't come for me. They went after the floor around me. 3 separate points, with the very start of the most recent ditch between the 2 of those points I would have most liked to run between to get to the door. I rolled to my feet, stumbling as the floor sloped beneath me. A sick feeling gripped me, like the plunge of a roller coaster, with 0 thrill, only a feeling of despair. We wanted to distract it? It could hit all of us at once if we were in reach, and it would have 80 more arms to spare. Dark floorboards and infinity below me on 3 sides were illuminated only by the many green-tinted joints and digits that the endlessly long arm had at irregular intervals. I moved to back up, ready to leap again and retreat toward the back of the room, and an arm moved to block me. I turned another way, and an arm swept across that exit to sweep out and destroy floorboards between 2 of the penetration points. Nothing to grab onto. No handholds, with the nearest joints a couple of feet below my own 2 feet, and higher above me than I could have jumped or easily climbed to access. The floor dipped precipitously again. My feet began sliding on dusty, pine needle-covered floorboards, and that horrible roller coaster drop feeling became an ongoing thing. Too wide a gap to jump. No footholds. I adjusted my grip on the spear, stabbing down at the joint below, driving the tip into the mess of faint green wires. It penetrated, doing some damage, and remained jammed in. The arm dipped another foot, and the bottom end of the floorboard was pulled out of my hands. I backed away, not because of fear or immediate threat, but because I was one more shift of the floor's angle from sliding down into oblivion, and I wanted a chance to be able to think and react before I did anything there. With hands and feet, I could move back 3 or 4 feet, and I would summarily slide 2 feet back toward the edge. I wasn't even breathing, and I had to force myself to start, because I could not afford for my muscles to be oxygen-starved at a moment like this. Tinker, I thought. It's a tinker, and it's a shaker, and it's a changer, for all intents and purposes. There were rules for engaging with tinkers, changers, and shakers. Tinker especially, you deprived them of their stuff and blitzed them where possible. The rule for Shakers was to avoid fighting on their turf. I couldn't stay put. The two ideas were half-formed, and they combined into one notion that I put into motion before even being able to fully visualize it. My mom had dropped the visualize part of her general encouragement when I'd become a hero. Like the basketball was always a thing of dreams, fancy, and imagination, and the hero stuff, that was what required practical advice and attention. I pushed myself forward, rising to a standing position and running down the slope to plant my foot on the very end of that floorboard. It bowed and splintered under my weight, and I dropped toward the infinity below. My other foot came to rest on the angled surface, scraping down it as I sought to push the bowed part straight more than I sought to find any balance or extra traction. My right foot remained on the floorboard, and my right knee hit my chest painfully as I dropped. The hard edge that separated the front portion of my boot tread from the heel portion caught on the floorboard, giving me control and a semblance of awareness over the position of the piece of wood. Maybe steadying it that tiny fraction I needed to keep it from bowing further. When I kicked off, I used one leg to launch my full body weight, and the boards didn't spring or fall away from me. My belly hit broken floorboards, and my legs and hips dangled. The buckler and arm guard were more hindrance than help as I fought to get a grip. A hand smashed, palm flat, into the ground about 10 feet away from me, floorboards crowning up around the impact site, and I had lost an inch of ground. The hand was added traction for whatever heavy lifting it was doing elsewhere. I wobbled left and right, trying not to make sound or alert it to my presence, gaining quarters of inches of progress as I wormed my way forward. I scraped my thighs bloody in the process of getting them over the shattered row of floorboards. I crawled forward, hands and knees, then shifted to a kneeling position. I was almost directly beneath it. I looked up, and I saw what I could imagine another planet might look like if it were separated from our world by only a few hundred miles. A tangle of reaching limbs, recesses, never repeating, not a funhouse mirror or kaleidoscope, but wholly unique when I looked at any portion. Its dimensions distorted the dark portion of the room in retrospect, making it seem like the distance to the gate was miles, and those miles were punctuated by hundreds of arms that were planted on ground that had ceased to be floorboards and was now a plain of what looked like hard, packed salt, granular against my scraped knees and palms. I felt like my body was non-existent between my rib cage and my knees, after having my stomach drop so much and so intensely across those frantic minutes. Standing was an exercise in convincing myself not to flop over like Torso had. Blitz it, I thought. It's a tinker, supposedly. Let's hit it before it can hit us. Moving forward was disorienting. Normal rules for perceiving this thing didn't seem to apply, as things moved at the wrong speeds in my peripheral vision when I moved past them. I found the arm that looked like it was straining to bear the most weight, and I punched at the purple-tinted cordage with my buckler's hard edge. Light dancing with blinding brightness from the damage I'd done, so I hit it again. My eyes averted. Every muscle in my shoulder, arm, and forearm hurt, and the old bullet wound in my bicep was shot through with a feeling that I'd been stabbed. Because, of course, it was tuned into a part of me. 4 hands came plunging down, 1 for me, 3 to provide support that this many-handed monster wasn't getting from the one I'd punched. I backed out of the way of the one and used my hood to shield my face from the cloud of granules and dust that exploded around the impact site. I could see phantom images in that dust, traces of writing hanging in the air in the 3 dimensions with diagrams. Shadowy figures, like people who were too stooped over, almost bean-shaped, their faces lost in a puckered mess I couldn't interpret. They even wore clothes. 3 large and 1 small, as they placed a limb on the small one's side where no limb had existed before. As the dust got thinner, the clarity of the images gave way to lines and numbers, like some vast over-blueprint written throughout this space. As I moved away from the scene, it changed. Distance correlated to other things. Or perhaps correlated to quantity still, but the memories took on another, fuller form when viewed in aggregate. Written behind the air here to be uncovered like pencil rubbings on a sketch pad. You fought the same fights we're fighting now, I thought to myself. And if they moved on, that means they got you. I couldn't stop moving, so I ran like I normally flew, straining my legs, seeking any opportunity to reverse course, feint, and make my path hard to predict. It swiped at me, brought hands down, tried to bar my way by laying one arm flat to the ground. When it didn't come for me specifically, and when there were joints in plain sight, I punched the buckler into the vulnerable spots. Here and there, it cut. In other places, it bent rigid filaments and components. I pulled entirely away from the others. They were fighting their own uphill battle, and as it twisted, facing me more than anything, they were given a reprieve. Time to get an injured colt to her feet, to run forward unmolested, to find their equilibrium. The entire room groaned as the many-handed, planet-sized guardian shifted its stance, for lack of a better word. Arms found positions on walls far too out of our reach to access, and others were placed strategically where it would take far too long to run to, or near broken sections of ground. Other limbs, I could barely see, even a majority of others, were gripping a ceiling far out of sight in the darkness high above the room, so the rest of it could hang down. It reached into itself, and it pulled out the finished work. I counted 10 pieces of Tinker technology, built to be larger than I was. Then I revised my number to 15, then to 20. Discs, gauntlets, claws that glowed too bright to look at directly. "Hurry!" I called out, with one word taking up my full capacity of air. The next 2 words were the same. "Devices incoming!" I could make out the others past dust and images of a world past. Their route was close to the dais, beneath an outcropping of Cradle's slabs. That outcropping served as their cover from the worst of it. Filaments extended down. Not a hand, but 1,000 prehensile strings that snatched at my clothing, the roots of my hair, my arms, even my nose momentarily, my tit, and the toe of my boot. One moment I was free. The next I was being wrenched skyward, filaments cutting into clothes and skin like razor blades. And in the third moment I tried to move, and I realized the sheer limitation of movements available to me. I shifted position, wriggling my shoulders until I was out of my jacket. I hoped to slip free, and I found the cords cutting into my sleeves too tight. It was a good thing the material of my costume top was made to be rugged. I hung from my forearms and one toe, my jacket bunched up around my elbows. My midsection almost didn't have the strength for me to twist, to bring my foot up, and to get it to where my elbow was. To push, scraping the sleeve against my arm inch by inch as the ground disappeared beneath me, half foot by half foot. I got one arm free, and I swung. I kicked off my boot and swung again, dangling only by the one arm. And, inch by inch, my body weight now pulled my arm free of that sleeve. Cords were reeling in, possibly ready to reach out again. I focused more on the moment than the future I could be dreading. I kicked out, swung, and wrapped both legs around the nearest arm, giving me the leverage to pull with almost my entire body, getting my arm free. It got my costume top, which, apparently, wasn't okay. From one disc above me, a flare of orange, a burst of flame. Like Colt's lightning arms, but it was fire, and it was sinuous, with 3 digits like a bird's talons. When it hit the granules beneath me, it turned them to glass. Forming a shape like a letter Y, 2 talons slid on the ground around to point away from me, and the third stabbed up and in my direction, aimed right for my upper body. I punched out with the buckler, my other hand going to my wrist to push against the wrist that bore my arm guard and buckler, bracing it against the force of incoming heat and flame that threatened to throw me from my perch. The heat swelled, metal melted, and residual heat blasted my face and scalp, despite the fact that my shield, part of the thing's arm, both of my arms, and my hood were between the source of the heat and me. The intense burning sensation hit a dizzying crescendo, then changed to something approximating cold, like all sensation was gone. It felt like it took half of my consciousness with it. I barely even heard the gunshot. I did hear the ringing silence after, dimly registering the fact the flame talon wasn't firing anymore and instead hung limp, sparking. Thanks, Tattletale. I bet you're going to be smug about this. I tried to slide partway down using thigh strength alone, but the fire had damaged the thing's own arm, and I wasn't all there. I hit a stopping point and nearly fell from there, but found the wherewithal to slide down a bit more, to punch my arm in the general direction of the melted section of smooth white skin, jabbing the contents within with a buckler of glowing metal that easily bent and smeared globules of molten steel amid dense wires and filaments. They burned with an acrid smell. I tried to slide down a bit more, and somewhere along the line, numb, I lost my grip. The impact knocked the wind out of me. A blinding pain at my leg made me twist away, but it was the pain and blurry vision through eyes that might have been burned that informed me my shield and arm had come into contact with my knee. The others were more in this section now. Last leg of what shouldn't have been this insane a journey. More devices were going off. Claws that scattered shelving units and propelled them away with force. Limbs sprouted from the ground, and Tristan carried Byron's weight on his back while charging one, throwing their full weight and the shield into the limb to push it back and away, giving Sveta room to move, as she jabbed at another with a stick of metal. Damsel kept her distance from the pair, but as the smaller hand recoiled from Sveta's stabbing, she took advantage to turn the hand into a stump with the swipe of her claw. Given the logistics of the claw, the weight of it, and possibly the fact that tinker tech that didn't belong to the many-armed agent itself wasn't working, the slash seemed to require a lot of effort. That, or it had always been a weapon more for show and shaping her power than for practical slashing of any opposition. Chicken Little called out a warning about a bombardment from above, and Sveta and Tristan split, moving in opposite directions as fresh tinker tech was unleashed. Sveta went deeper in. Tristan backed up to the nearest cover, adjusting his grip on Byron. I saw Sveta look up and see the sky I saw, all darkness, pale arms, and glowing points of light. I saw as it dawned on her, the nigh impossibility of getting through this forest of limbs and now almost continual bombardment. I saw Sveta look at me, my burned self, and seem to despair more over that than anything. Tattletale fired with thought behind each shot. 1 bullet for a given device. Not every device got a bullet. It might have been only the ones she thought she could break, and most of them broke. She wouldn't have access to her power, I was pretty sure. I thought of the girl in her trigger event. You're not dumb, I thought. You know what to do. Rain, Tattletale, and Love Lost passed beneath the granite slabs, guiding and shielding the kids. Cradle loomed above, unmolested, still watching. I opened my mouth to shout a warning, and the air in my lungs tasted burnt, my lips split, and the effort dizzied me. The pain was coming back, but it was simultaneously profound and disparate, touching some parts of my upper body and leaving others entirely numb. A casual, two-handed throw of a piece of rubble. Rain was sheltering the kids with his body. In the end, it meant that when the rubble came down, it struck both him and Candy. He stared down at us with scuffed glasses, saw Tattletale taking aim, and ducked down, hiding in his portion of the room. Sveta started my way, but the ground between us was suddenly riddled with phantom handprints, forceful enough to turn the granular into something solid. She shied back behind the wreckage of empty shelving units in what I presumed had been Snag's area. Writ large, with the spatial distortion that came with being directly under this thing, this guard dog. Long seconds passed, and was feeling colder and colder with every heartbeat. The bombardment was slowing. The thing was drawing back into itself.
"Why did you go ahead?"
Sveta asked me. My throat felt impossibly dry. I'd inhaled air that was too hot, maybe. "Needed to distract," I said, intending to say it and getting only a mouth movement with no air instead.
"You did that. You followed through," she said. "Gave us that opening we needed."
Tattletale and Love Lost worked together to carry a partially caved-in Rain, Tattletale with a gun in her hand, her eyes on the concrete above her. Darlene, Chicken Little, and Kenzie carried an injured Candy. Rain had apparently absorbed most of the blow.
"Escalated,"
I managed.
Escalated,
Sveta said.
"It did, like an Endbringer."
I pointed, using my less burned arm. It was escalating even now. Disparate parts and pieces of technology knitted together into something big. Some tinkers specialized in the big stuff. Others worked toward it for a long time. In Boston, the original Damsel had faced off against Blasto's big project. At Gold Morning, String Theory had unveiled her own, apparently. The Tinkers had collectively built one. Now this nest of arms was forging something else, and by the looks of it, the glow of individual energy cells powering on, it was nearly complete. I could remember the files, the information only for team leaders and wardens, information on the Endbringers, provided in retrospect, only after Gold Morning when the Endbringers cooperated against Scion and the attacks stopped.
"We can't get through."
Sveta looked, and I saw her purse her lips. Too many limbs, and too much tinker tech had been used to complicate the way through, riddle it with hazards.
"I don't think we can, sweetie,"
she said, barely audible. The kids were yelling, pointing at what Sveta and I had already noticed. I shook my head. It wasn't time to give up like this.
"Get,"
I managed, pointing.
"him."
Cradle. Arc 16, From Within, Chapter 10. The tinker device the thing above us made was spinning up, producing a metal-on-metal sound that grew louder by the second. Too much of me was numb, and the rest of me felt like it was still on fire, the skin still bearing residual heat that hadn't faded. When I moved, most often involuntarily, I found myself in contact with grit, pushing it into the wounds. Every breath was a labor, and that labor was made worse by the fact the rest of my body was struggling too, offloading issues to body parts I needed to breathe. Gorge rose in my throat, interrupting a breath in process, and receded just as quickly, leaving only acid in a windpipe that had already been in a sorry fucking state. I coughed, and that made everything else hurt. We come full circle, I found myself thinking. Shitty circle when it starts and ends in burns across most of my body. Acid from Crawler, now burns from this. Acid in the throat, burns on the body, acid on the body. If I'd been on the way to a coherent thought or deeper understanding, which I probably hadn't, the pain that seized me derailed all thinking. Sveta grabbed me, pulling me into a hug, with emphasis on pulling. I could feel her hands drag across skin that might as well have been attached by mere threads. I grunted, guttural, my thoughts dissolving into incoherent animal panic, and I felt the impact. She'd been pulling me out of the way of danger. As she let go of me, I landed on my back, facing this creature that was as vast as the sky, and what looked like a faint blue glow in the center of a flower made of quicksilver. The flower expanded outward, rotating madly with that metal-on-metal sound, and it touched the creature's arms, painting, augmenting, and decorating them. It splashed into an arm, then congealed into armor with a technological component to it, covering up joints, adding spikes, arms that branched off, and faint blue plumes that might have been rockets to accelerate the arm's movements. An arm crashed down amid shelving units near the bulk of the group. The quicksilver that coated it splashed out, mechanical limbs in a dozen varieties appearing around the impact site, reaching out, groping, clawing, and tearing. The metal receded, arms shrinking back and dragging components with them, and then those blue jets fired down, torching the surroundings and hauling the arm and the shelving units it and the smaller arms held into the sky with the speed of an elastic band's snap. 3 more plunged down, aimed at my teammates. Some came down as fast as the other had gone up, but the force of it seemed to damage the underlying arms. Fuck, I could barely think. It wasn't like this thing was going to run out of arms anytime soon. Hundreds of arms. We'd only damaged a few. "Get Cradle," I said. Had I said it earlier? "I can't leave you here," Sveta said. "I have to pick you up." I wanted to say no, but then she was grabbing me again, and my skin wasn't in good enough shape to be grabbed. I started to black out and forced my way back to consciousness. Have to help if I can, even if it's... Pain distracted, broke up the flow of thoughts. I had to get my thoughts back on course, and this time I could. Perhaps I could credit the mental agility of not thinking about certain topics, dodging around the thought of them constantly, or thinking despite factors. I wanted to think I'd gleaned something from it. I felt victorious as I remained conscious and finished the thought with, "Advice. Lend them my eyes." Except time had passed. Nearly blacking out and coming to felt like it took a couple of seconds. Sveta had hauled me across the white beach to the shelving units in what had probably taken at least 2 minutes. Most of the others were there, or were here, scattered around us, amid various pieces of cover. And, above us, the many-handed monstrosity was trying to find its balance. I had to twist to look, despite the pain twisting caused. Damsel slashed at the hands that were resting on the ground, aiming for wires. More and more of the hands that appeared around her didn't have any, with the living metal coating protecting the joints. She looked like a fencer, favoring one arm. Focus, I thought. Same thing I'd been doing, and it had a similar effect. This thing was ungainly, lopsided, ill-fit to the space it occupied. When a hand came down and incredible amounts of weight came to rest on that hand, it suggested a needed support, weight-bearing. With a metal-on-metal scream, the hands around Damsel lifted up. The thing had stopped for a moment, repositioning to put its hands out of the way of us, hands planted on the far end of the room and against the wall on our end. And I saw Damsel cradle her arm against her chest, claws curled in to almost touch her elbow. 4 claws. Her thumb was gone, along with a whole strip of her forearm, with strings of blood, strips of muscle, or tendons dangling from the wound. She saw me looking and pulled her arm away from her chest, leaving a slick mark diagonal across it. She let her arm hang at her side, finger claws almost touching the ground. She raised her chin and looked up at the monster. Choose, I remembered. That had been our Ashley standing there beside her in the dream. You don't have to hide that you're hurt, damsel. I knew Ashley, and I had a good sense of how she thought and processed things. Seeing the dream, I knew what was on her mind. She thought, given the chance, we'd get rid of her and get Swansong back. I wasn't so sure we would, but it didn't matter, because she was convinced. I could tell. The way the thing was getting further away from us demultiplied the number of arms around us. With more arms pulling up and finding positions elsewhere, the room was distorting again. I could see the process of how the room distorted in reverse this time, see the distant distortion as Tattletale's distant area bloated and smeared around. Put 2 arms 15 feet apart, and the space increased to 20 feet, with everything around accommodating. Put 2 arms 10 feet apart, and it increased to 12 or 13 feet. More arms, more distortion. In the distance, it placed limbs to expand and stretch out my room. When it tore up and removed panes of glass and those solar panels that were black except where they caught direct light and reflected gold, those things remained expanded, distorted in dimensions. Arms hauled them up to the core, feeding them into that quicksilver flower that it had teched up. The metal-on-metal scream was joined with the sound of glass scraping and breaking, churned up by a blender. The quicksilver flower was soon decorated, gilded with gold-tinted glass and the black panes of the solar panels. The noise set my nerves on edge. Good thing I have less nerves than I had when I entered this fucking place. I smiled at the dark thought. Hey, Sveta said. Her hand was very cool against my cheek, sparking pain while being welcome at the same time. Stay with us. With you, I said, before trying again. I'm with you.
She okay?
Tattletale asked. Victoria wants us to go after Cradle, Sveta said, not answering the question.
I want to go after Cradle.
I identified the voice as Darlene.
He hurt Candy and Precipice.
I heard Chicken Little, but didn't make out the words. He might have been talking to Rain.
What's the logic?
Tattletale.
It means going the opposite way we've been headed, chasing down a guy who doesn't want to be found.
He's this thing's host, I managed. I started to cough and stopped myself, because I knew it'd make my whole body move and I wouldn't be able to stop. I choked on the next word I intended to say instead. Cut him off and maybe we cut off the power?
Might kick us out of the dream,
Tattletale said. Wouldn't object, I grunted out the words, suppressing another cough. My throat still burned with acid. This dream sucks. Can't believe Rain had to come here every night. Precipice, Sveta said, quiet. The way looks clear, Tristan said. We could make a run for it. It won't look that clear when you get there, I said. It's a feint. It can hear us, everything in this room.
You know this?
Tattletale asked. I shook my head slowly, feeling skin at my neck crack. But it makes sense. Come here, Tristan said as he settled beside me. I saw Kenzie just a short distance away, her back to shelving, her attention divided between me and the sky above. Tristan muttered, I don't know enough medical stuff, but... Get Cradle, I said. Take him out, and this might all stop. He touched a finger to my throat. Your heart is hammering. I can't even count this fast. I winced at the shock of crushing pain through my left arm as he leaned in. Makes some sense,
just go? Stop kneeling on my elbow and shit while you're at it.
I'm not, he said. I looked. Sure enough, he was nowhere near the blackened mess where what remained of sleeve and skin were indistinguishable just from the residual heat that had come through the shield and where the metal of the buckler was slag. The pressure swelled with the realization there was no source, like the wretch had me by the bone and was squeezing hard enough to crush me. It was one of too many things that were going wrong or giving way. I kept the sounds that I made small to minimize the chances that I'd scare the kids. Every part of my body felt like it was defaulting to wrong inputs or wrong outputs. A brain to not process, to not dwell. An arm that didn't move where every sensation it did have was a false one. A throat meant more for holding the acid of puke I'd swallowed again before it could leave my mouth, for holding the feeling of being burned, and a knot at the base of it like the wretch had her fist there, right behind the collarbone, stretching it out. A hummingbird heartbeat that was beating so fast it felt like I had no heartbeat at all. Skin that was more a gaping, massive vulnerability than a wall between the inside of me and the world outside.
Get Cradle,
I said, wincing at the pain in my arm.
You're a natural superhero, Trist.
I winced.
Not your first rodeo, I tried again. Maybe your first Dream Zone fight.
Second, Tristan said, looking up. He looked like such a superhero in that moment. Square jaw, intense. A giddy and delirious part of me wanted to kiss him, hug him, embrace that as much as the handsomeness of him, which would probably traumatize him on a few levels. It scared me that my emotions were so out there, so far out of bounds, when I'd prized and fought so fucking hard to establish my bounds. Maybe, yeah. The outcome looked and felt grim enough that I was finding a whole lot of stuff I'd been holding on to didn't matter. There was a very real chance I'd never see my parents again. Amy. Things I needed to come to terms with.
I'm not using my power or anything, Tattletale's voice cut through my thoughts, forcing me to focus my thoughts like I might try to focus my eyes in a moment of double vision. But now would be the time to go if we were going to go. Focus, I told myself. Go kick some ass, I said, reaching over and across my body for Tristan's arm and missing it entirely. I pointed instead. I don't want to be the guy who charges in and leaves his friends vulnerable behind him. Not anymore. You have my permission. Go. Vamos. He stood at that. The relief that hit me came with another momentary blackout. Sveta's cool hand on my forehead stirred me to awareness again. Tristan was talking to Kenzie. Don't want to see this. I've seen worse. Okay. Keep talking to her. Keep her alert and aware. If she needs something, give it to her. Can we move her closer to precipice? Chicken's watching him and... Can't move her, Tristan said. Okay. Sveta, Tristan said. Sveta lurched to her feet. Eyes on the sky, Kens. Same rule we gave to Chicken. If it comes for you guys, you run. Leave the wounded behind. Kenzie looked down at me, her eyes large in the gloom. I nodded. I mean it, Tristan said, sounding as intense and almost angry at Kenzie as I'd ever heard. You run. I'll run, Kenzie said. If you start running now, the sooner the better. Look after Victoria, Kens. Tattletale, look after these guys. I will. Love Lost? Colt? I heard Love Lost's footsteps. Obviously, she wasn't one to reply. I'll stay, Colt said. I'm too slow like this.
Okay. Damsel, Tristan called out, his voice booming. Want to help kill an asshole? Might end this. The thing was moving, and all I could do was lay there, focusing on breathing, while Kenzie crept closer. Darlene and Candy kept even more of a distance. Candy had both of her hands pressed to the side of her head, and Darlene had one hand pressed there as well. They hunkered down by a shelf, hiding, their position apparently chosen to keep an eye on me and Kenzie, and on Chicken Little and Rain. I could see the blood that streaked down Candy's arms, into her sleeves and to her elbows, seeping through the cloth in blobs. Darlene looked hurt too. Her ear and eye were bleeding, the eye closed, but she was using her hands for Candy's sake. She might have been hit by shrapnel at one point. "Put pressure on that," I said, too quiet for them to hear.
"Are you putting enough pressure on it?"
Kenzie asked.
"Yeah,"
Darlene said. The thing made its next move. Arms were augmented with metal and glass now, and when arm plunged like a thrown spear, the impact site where it penetrated was a dozen arms of metal and glass. The glass exploded and the arms ripped and tore. The resulting cloud of dust concealed the scene. Shards of the glass glinted in the dim light. I had to imagine it'd be nigh impassable, blocking the other group's path. God, my arm hurt. Like the bone, muscle, and everything else was being crushed endlessly, but never actually broke. Tattletale walked over to stand over Darlene and Candy, pulling medical stuff from her bag. She looked over at me. We'd seen each other's worst moments, or interpretations of those moments. It kicked down doors. More boundaries gone. 3 more arms plunged into different points in Cradle's territory. The first arm receded. The remainder were working on maneuvering the large body closer so more arms could reach. Protecting Cradle. Looking between shelves and through the gap between 2 pieces of sheet metal that backed 2 shelves, I could see the silhouettes of the others, charging in nonetheless. "Thanks, Tats," I said.
"What's she saying?"
Tattletale asked.
"Thank you,"
Kenzie said. "For shooting the thing."
I heard that one. What were you doing charging in like that, you reckless idiot?
Had to distract it. Stick to the game plan.
Brute mentality, no brute powers. See where it gets you? Tattletale asked.
She stopped as more hands plunged down. 4, at my best guess, all aimed for the other group. I had a sinking feeling watching. The onslaught was increasing in intensity as the thing drew nearer to them. "Any insights?" I asked.
"No power,"
Tattletale said. She sounded bored, detached. "Still," I said, "you don't cape for years without figuring some shit out."
"Are you trying to be nice, Antares?" Tattletale asked. "You saw where I come from. You feel bad." "Let's not fight," Kenzie said. "You feel sorry for me?"
Tattletale asked. More crashes. It had to be 10 arms, though I couldn't see the entirety of it. Some speared down, some raked their individual paths, one after another. It was so hard to breathe, and the pain when impacts shook me interrupted the process. My heart was still aflutter, and it was probably contributing to my thoughts being a little lightweight, shallow thinking, like the twilight before sleep, that I could only steer with constant attention.
"You don't know anything about me, okay?" Tattletale asked. "You don't get any points if you end our relationship with some well-intentioned questions. You triggered because Mommy and Daddy didn't love you because you were normal, then proceeded to show you were the last person who ever deserved powers, maiming people and using your sister to dodge the consequences when you hit them a little too hard." "Stop," Kenzie said.
"Hey,"
Colt said. The silence was maybe the heaviest silence that I'd ever heard. Heavier than the times after my family had left during visiting hours. Heavier than the rooftop after Dean had died, when I'd flown up there to cry on my own because I couldn't cry in front of his family and everyone else in the hospital. Heavier than the silence after I'd been fouled in basketball, in the before and after of my own pained cry. Heavy because the hands had made an all-out attack on the other group. 10 hands all together. I could taste the dust and the glass particulate in the air. Tattletale's voice picked up, starting slow, then building in speed.
I bet you knew she liked you. You knew she was in a bad place, but it was convenient to keep using the girl instead of getting her help. Bit you in the ass, huh? I bet what gets you is that you know you deserved those years in the asylum.
I focused on breathing. Kenzie reached for and took my hand. She held it in 2 of hers, clenching harder than was necessary.
Tattletale,
"It's okay," I said.
"Is it, Victoria? Is it really? You're dying. You're not going to last the 31 minutes that remain here. This is it. We're probably going with you, and I'm not going to mince words or tell you some convenient things that help you go without regrets."
She didn't address me further. Darlene stared up at her, and Tattletale reached down to push a lock of hair from Darlene's forehead. Darlene pulled her head away, then hugged her cousin. Regrets. Things I needed to come to terms with. I'd been dwelling on it earlier, a tangent. I felt like I could let my mind touch on the subject of my mom and dad, and how they'd betrayed me in their individual ways, and I could make a kind of peace with that. I could touch on the things they'd said and done, and ways they'd let me down, and a kind of tension that had been there since I could remember was released. Amy. The thought didn't provoke fear or defense reactions in the same way. A deep sadness and feeling of loss, yes. A small stab of alarm, worry, like a primal part of me had to cover the bases in case she could somehow reach out and find me here. But I was out of her reach, and a growing part of me was feeling like I didn't need to worry because the chances of me seeing her again were getting a lot closer to nil. My breathing was hoarse, more because of the fuckery in my throat than anything. Every breath hurt. I was free to make peace with... I wasn't sure I was coherent enough to summarize what the whole thing with Amy was. In a state where all the edges were rounded off and the thoughts could glide from one to another if I didn't think or pry too much, I could extend a measure of understanding, see where she had been coming from and why. Maybe. I could forgive her, probably, find that internal compromise. Forgive her for myself, at the very least. But like hell I was ever going to do that. Like hell I was going to forgive her for anything, even my own peace of mind. Like fucking hell I was going to compromise. Understand? Yes, but only as a defensive measure, like I tried to understand this many-handed fucker. Fuck no. Hell no. Fuck. If there was a chance she could find out how I'd felt about her in the end, and powers meant there was always a chance, I wanted the answer to be bitter and hurtful. Because she'd remained too much of a coward to own up to it in reality and totality. Because fuck her. Anger made my blood pump and woke up the pain, bringing me back to reality. My parting thoughts on the subject, as I labored to breathe, were simply that I could make peace with my lack of peace on this one subject. "I don't need your words to help me get there," I said, my voice soft. Probably too soft for Tattletale to hear.
"Antari said,"
Kenzie piped up.
"I don't care,"
Tattletale said. The thing was gravitating more our way. It hadn't attacked since that burst of 10 attacks all at once. aimed at the others.
I'm pretty spooked,
Colt's voice could be heard.
Me too,
Chicken Little said.
Not me,
Candy said.
Nope. Ate fear for breakfast the first 6 years I was alive, sometimes for real. Can't touch this. Braver than me,
Darlene said.
Way braver than me,
Chicken Little could be heard.
Mr. Hugs sucks.
I laughed, out of sync with the tone of the situation, fed by a little deliriousness and released frustration. It wasn't a happy laugh, but it was a mighty one, full body, in a way that made me hurt in 20 different ways, made me cough between laughs.
Antares thinks you're terrible at names, Chicken,
Kenzie said.
I'm not that terrible,
Chicken Little said.
You kind of are, Tattletale said, but it's one of your many good points.
Uh-huh.
Hands crashed through something distant with a sound so sharp it made my ears ring. I looked at our exit, and there were overly long, mechanical hands near and above it, barring the way, along with dropped pieces of concrete and rubble that had been picked up elsewhere and brought to that pitch-black wall we were supposed to run through. Even if we sent the kids, there was no way they'd get past.
Hey, Tattletale,
Candy said.
Hey. What? If you want to tear me down because I gave Antares a reality check, you can save it. That thing is on its way, as soon as it can find a hand to stand on that Damsel didn't hack at. I gotta, though, Candy said. Reality check. You helped give us the best years we ever had. I know Imp went to you for money now and again, and you paid, even though we were more hers than yours. I know you found the tutors, and you found the fashion people and junk. I know you found Aroa's mom, and I know that didn't go well, but it was real nice you tried.
I heard a sniffle, from her or Darlene.
Chicken Little, you're one of the best guys I know, and I don't really like being around guys, especially ones that seem nice.
But you're cool enough and nice enough that you kind of won me over, and I think you helped fix a little bit of a part of me that's broken just by being you. I know you think you're a scaredy cat, and I want you to know you're braver than anyone because you step up despite being that afraid. I don't really know how to start and end these little speeches, except, if you somehow get out of this, and I don't, marry a heartbroken your age and become an official member of this family.
I heard Darlene hiss something.
If you are gone, then the only heartbroken his age would be Flor and Darlene,
Kenzie said.
Well, I guess that makes it simple, doesn't it?
Candy asked, her voice artificially bright.
Flor it is. If I made it out, I'd volunteer myself, but...
I will kill you, Darlene said, audible this time.
I think we beat him, Dar,
Candy said, harder to make out because she was talking to someone sitting next to her.
We made some of the coolest friends. We figured out how to like each other again after he turned us all against each other. We had a family and homes and puppy piles and swimming and shopping and crushes and schools, terminally boring catch-up classes. Everything he tried to take away from us, we got back in spades, yeah?
Darlene's answer was broken up. She cleared her throat.
I messed up tonight. Yeah, but that's okay. It doesn't change things. Nobody's holding it against you, right, Kens? Right,
Kenzie said, right next to me, holding my hand. I felt hands strike the ground, supporting the greater whole. It loomed larger over us the closer it got. More hands, emerging from that swirling Tinker Tech core.
You're the most beautiful person I know, Kens,
Candy said.
I can't tell you how much it means to me that your hair right now is a hairstyle I gave you. I know we grumble, I know we gripe, but I would spend every day with you if we could get away with it. Okay? Maybe that doesn't sound as fancy, but...
Kenzie gripped my hand, harder.
I would too,
Chicken Little piped up.
I didn't get to say anything earlier tonight, but I really didn't mean things I said, and I want to make it up to you.
He yelped at an impact. a sweep of a hand crashing through a metal shelf, mostly sheet metal. The crash spread the living metal and living glass with reaching arms that tore at other cabinets. I peeked around the corner, and I could see another 2 shelves get torn to pieces. It reached all the way back toward the concrete, the hand in question hovering, then picking up a broken piece of slab. It threw it in our general direction, bowling through a few more shelves. "Gonna be a minute now."
"Yeah,"
Candy said.
"I'm sorry if we didn't get that far. I would have wanted sleepovers and adventures and for-real visits to Aunt Rachel's until you were sick of us." "That's not possible,"
Kenzie said. Miss Talkative, reduced to 3.5 words. I gave her hand a squeeze. I didn't have it in me to stand, let alone fight. No flight, no powers, no connection to the shard. Just me. I heard a distant shout, an instruction. A female voice. Someone in that group was okay, and they were way over there, trying to communicate with us. Too far away, muffled. I sat up and immediately regretted it because it meant my senses were on full alert as a hand swept through an empty glass display. Loud as shit. Something had happened, or they were doing something. "Help me up," I grunted.
"I don't think you're in any shape to get up,"
Kenzie whispered. I could feel my heart now, but it was in the nauseous, imminent heart attack sense. Adrenaline surged, giving me the energy to perk up, pay attention to my surroundings. "Go," I whispered. "Run, toward the others. If they're safe and it's not after them, you need to figure out why. Go!" She held my hand, and I could remember the scene I'd seen in the dream. She wasn't about to let go. "Darlene, Candy, Chicken, Tattletale, Colt, take Kenzie and run! Someone's still alive over there. Go to them!" Kenzie gripped my hand, but Candy and Darlene, leaning on each other, were there in a flash. Chicken Little stood at the end of the haphazard aisle, looking. "We won't make it," he said, looking up.
"We will,"
Tattletale said. The heartbroken girls hauled on Kenzie's arm. Tattletale hauled on Chicken Little. Colt lingered, looking back toward Rain.
"Antares! Precipice!"
Kenzie called out.
"No goodbyes," Tattletale said. "I should have drawn the line earlier. No goodbyes. Run."
The hands came down, between them and their destination, through shelves. The pump of adrenaline and the rush that was dulling the pain served to put me straight into cape-thinking mode. There was a logic or a rhythm to how it went on the offense. We just hadn't figured it out. There was a good chance we wouldn't still. But we could try. "Hey!" I bellowed. I banged my hand against metal shelves. "Here!" It loomed over me, hands plunging down to support its weight. The dust of its attacks swept over us, obscuring every last thing, bringing a rain of glass fragments that pattered off of the metal shelves, fallen and otherwise. A sweeping limb dashed it just as fast, turning the precipitating shards into a barrage. It had stopped its attack again. As the scene cleared, I could see why. Tattletale stood there, kids behind her, Colt beside her, gun raised, pointing. Cradle stood in the way. He looked so young, and he stood there with glasses scratched up to the point they looked unusable, wearing blood-stained clothes. It had stopped attacking because any attack against Tattletale risked hurting Cradle. "I heard you earlier. No bullets," Cradle said.
"Did you also hear us say that your shard buddy can probably hear everything in this room? Gotta keep some tricks up our sleeves, and I gotta tell you, it's really satisfying to successfully bluff an extra-dimensional monster like this."
Cradle moved his arm, and it was apparent he carried a large combat knife. He'd perhaps brought it into the dream the same way Tattletale had brought her gun. They stood a mere 10 feet apart. Tattletale in the area with the shelves, Cradle in the area with the concrete slabs.
"You brought a knife to a gunfight?"
Tattletale asked. "I don't think you have much fight in you," Cradle said. "I dare you to pull the trigger."
Cradle, Ryan,
Colt said.
"Hey, things were going so well. The dreams were getting better. I could at least control them on my nights and give tips to the others to make them less bad. We weren't all screaming at each other or getting mad."
"And then you pull this," Cradle said. "It wasn't better for me, not really."
"Wasn't it? You can't have enjoyed that?"
"I'm supposed to enjoy being stuck? Being trapped in the wilderness, only 2 people to keep me company? No way to get home, no way to tinker, my agent slowly pressing in on me, demanding I build when I can't?"
"I'm talking about the dreams. You and me, we're in prison because we hurt a lot of people. Some of these people. But we can at least keep the dreams peaceful."
"I don't want peace," Cradle said. "I want revenge. You all intruded on my life, my deal, my space, my dreams. Now I'm really, really hoping that when my agent here tears you to shreds, it puts you all in comas where you have nightmares every damn moment you're under." "You're kind of a terrible person," Chicken Little said. "So why doesn't she shoot me?" Cradle asked. Tattletale kept the gun leveled at him. "Thought so," he said, barely audible. Cradle started forward, marching her way. She swung the pistol, aiming to pistol whip him, but he had the knife, and the knife gave him more effective range. The cuts were deep, the slashes painting sprayed arcs of blood momentarily into the air. Forehand and backhand swing into Tattletale's forearms. The many-handed thing creaked, hands picking up and orienting, ready to plunge. Cradle barely seemed to care, one eye on the hands, the rest of his attention on the attack. Hands came down, aimed at distant points, the others. "Can't get me from behind," Cradle said, "and in front of me—" Tattletale attempted to back up, and in the doing, she nearly tripped over Chicken Little, dropping to a crouch in the process of catching her balance. Colt rushed in, and Colt got stabbed twice, her punches and grabs ineffectual. She wasn't combat trained. The kids were backing up, the hands finding position as the main body of the thing reoriented. Cradle, too, backed up, until his back was to a fallen concrete slab. "Heads up!" Chicken Little called out, voice high. The hands came down, 3 of them. I had to turn my face away. It was like Cradle anticipated it, or he understands how it works. And I could connect some of the dots. Why Cradle was safe, why the others hadn't been attacked, and why the many-handed thing had drifted our way instead. I drew in a deep breath, the skin of my chest cracking and oozing. "It isn't avoiding just Cradle," I called out, with every bit of volume I could manage. "It's avoiding killing anyone that's in their own room." Meaning, if they could get to their own rooms, they'd be safe. By leaving our boundaries, we invited attack. And here, in the room with the empty shelves and displays, it kept hesitating, avoiding striking home, waiting. Snag's influence at work. Maybe he was here in a fashion. There was some other logic at work, too. Maybe a desire to emulate Cradle and maim or corner us to torment us as much as possible. But for right now, this knowledge of the safe spaces was all we needed. "Get closer to Cradle," I called out, my voice straining around attempted coughs. "Try to kick him out of his room." A man with a knife was less threatening than that thing, and the entire group that was over there seemed to agree. Darlene picked up a piece of fallen shelving, a long bit of sheet metal. Unwieldy, inconvenient, floppy, she held it up at an angle with the bottom end dragging on the floor, the rest of it aimed at Cradle. Pushing it aside took focus, time, and movements he didn't have in excess when the rest were getting closer. When he had a moment, he aimed for Chicken Little, knife out, and lunged. Tattletale threw herself in the way. She'd dropped her gun, so she only had her hands. He sliced her again and again. Back, shoulder, arm. She looked up, trying to get a sense of him, and he caught her above the ear and near the eye. Darlene threw something, and Tattletale found a moment to get a grip on his shirt, trying to drag him around, closer to the other room. Colt was there, kneeling, too badly hurt to move from where she was. Knife fights were ugly, and Cradle seemed to know that. There weren't good moves to defend oneself from a knife user who was aware of the full potential of the weapon, and any move that was anything less than good meant horrific damage, often going past skin and into muscle, if not organs. Tattletale took the brunt of it, because the alternative was that the kids would do the same. Hands plunged down around us, but they didn't come down directly at that little fracas. They were aimed at Damsel, Love Lost, Sveta, and Tristan. Keeping it busy was good. It forced it to stay at a certain orientation, a certain height and position where it could reach them at the edges of their territories should they step out. I heard a cry, a roar that was so filled with anger and emotion that I honestly mistook it for Love Lost's scream. I didn't even take it for a word at first, and it was guttural and filled with pain. Cradle's name turned into a ragged cry. Cradle turned to look, because the volume of the shout no doubt made it sound like the source was close. But it was Rain, injured and unable to move. Providing Tattletale an opportunity to stagger to one side and pull at Cradle's sleeve, slinging him around in a quarter circle. Cradle staggered back, banging against shelving. A piece of rubble the size of a fist bounced off his arm. Darlene's continued ranged offense. His expression twisting, Cradle started forward, and his shirt snagged on the shelving.
"Go,"
Tattletale said, talking to the kids.
"Back to your rooms until we come for you. Go!"
They went. And the others came. The cavalry was there. And the many-armed thing had more targets it could attack, all in close proximity. Tristan had his shield, protecting Sveta and Damsel from the flak, but it bowled him over in the process, living metal arms reaching for his shield and dragging him across rubble. Sveta and Damsel carried on. Love Lost was just really athletic, even in this world, and managed to avoid the worst of it. "Get Cradle!" I called out, unnecessarily. It was Damsel who reached him first, spearing him before he could unsnag himself from the twisted metal of the empty shelf unit, spearing him through the shoulder. "No killer instinct," Cradle snarled at her.
"You really want to tempt,"
she started replying. He hacked at her already damaged hand with the combat knife. The injury brought her to her knees, interrupting the retaliatory swing with the other hand. Sveta reached the shelf and kept her distance from Damsel and Cradle both. Instead, she leaped onto the shelf itself, one foot and both hands finding purchase near the top. It wobbled, and it wobbled more as a hand plunged down right behind where Sveta had been. Glass arms, liquid metal arms, and floorboards went flying all around us. And it crashed down, impossibly loud. The dust cleared. The glass stopped raining down. Love Lost had joined Sveta in bowling over the shelf, bringing it down on top of Cradle. And without the host, there was no agent in this space. No light source in Cradle's portion. No monster looming over and around us. "Where are you going?" Tristan asked. He was injured himself, badly enough I'd be sending him to the hospital in any other circumstance. The shield was a mess now. The question was directed at Damsel.
"Out." She pointed at the far wall. "These are simulated bodies, aren't they? I don't know about you, but I want to move to a simulation where I'm not so scratched up."
She swayed as she stood. She was missing a thumb and had a deep notch in her forearm, more damage along that arm. The limb trembled where she held it against her chest to try to stem the bleeding. Scratched up. There were more injured than able-bodied. It was Sveta who picked me up, sweating and grunting as she dragged me, putting in enough effort there weren't words. Tattletale limped about halfway. Love Lost helped Colt. Tristan helped Byron. The kids stayed with Rain while waiting for escorts. We passed through the wall of darkness, into a room like the one we'd just left. More stark, barren, and with 3 more things like the one we'd just left behind. One made of blades that flowed in and out of themselves while having no individual substance beyond what they kicked up from the ground and carried up into their own mass. One was sleek, cat-like and multicolored, quadrupedal, with a pattern like flames along its pale length, starting pale blue at the shoulders and reaching a pink-red at the hindquarters. Another existed as a mess of geometry, suspended in air, dark and still. And all were still. I could imagine this room rotating, the gates opening, the guardians taking their turns. We carried on, out of the mutable rooms and onto a plane of carmine crystal with veins that could have been cracks or blood vessels. Above, just darkness. Below, more darkness, with flashes here and there. We weren't healed by the transition between spaces, and too many of us were dying. Tristan didn't speak as he laid his brother down, then went back for Rain and the kids, but I could see how stiff he was. I looked into a spike of crystal to my right, and I saw my reflections. Faint, so fleeting I could barely make them out. They seemed to go blacker, illuminate again, then dim, and then I realized that was my own vision suffering. Each face had something different. A fixation on mouths, a fixation on... I could only interpret it as similarities to my parents, if I wasn't seeing memories of them in the crystal too. "How?" Sveta asked. I looked. Damsel was in one piece.
"Offer me something, and I'll show you how," she told Sveta.
"Accolades," I managed, my eyes not focusing well enough. "Awe, admiration. When and if we figure out anything about this space, we'll have to admit it was you who pioneered it, you who figured it out first. We'll even have to tell the wardens eventually, and your name will come up."
"Laying it on a little thick," Damsel said.
"Is that even possible?" I asked her, managing a faltering smile. My lip cracked. She approached and motioned for Sveta to move with a sweep of the claw. She reached for me with clawed fingers, and I went stiff. The blades didn't touch me, but the lengths and backs of the fingers did. She caught me around the head and throat.
"Can't replace me if I'm this good at this,"
she said, forcing my head around so I looked at the spike of crystal. I could see myself in various dimensions and aspects, and I could see her. I could see Swansong, prominent among those jumbled images. She pulled me off balance, accidentally scraping me with a finger, then pushed me. I fell into and across the recess that looked like a spike from a certain angle, or that was both. I could see just how bad the injuries were in the faces and facets, magnified large by the broadest, flattest planes. I came to a stop, panting for breath. I reached for my shoulder where I'd been scratched, and found my shoulder intact. My hands explored my face and arms. No burns, no wounds. "I was being tongue-in-cheek before about the awe and admiration," I said, "but now it's for real. You're scarily good at that." "No shit," Sveta said.
"I've been here before," Damsel said as she headed over toward Tattletale. "Spent a while here when I was dead. You learn your way around."
The light danced around like a subsurface lightning bolt. Images were illuminated. And I could see others. Reflections that weren't me and weren't us. Glimpses of the real world, pale in the midst of those flashes. This was it. The system. The source of powers. As vast as Earth was, maybe more so if each piece of the landscape had multiple interpretations and variations depending on how you approached it. How the hell do we find Teacher in all of this? The able-bodied joined Sveta and I. The kids all holding each other's hands, clinging to one another. Love lost. The injured awaited Damsel's attention. Everyone a little haunted, traumatized a few times over. We'd revisited our starting points. The traumas that plunged us into this world. And by Candy's words to the others, I was pretty sure there had been a point or two there where just about all of us had resigned ourselves to our deaths. We'd faced the visceral ends of our journeys. The end of the vast majority of parahumans. Death at the hands of powers. Starts and endings, all faced together. And this, I looked out at the landscape, is everything that was in between. Arc 16, From Within, Chapter 11. I watched as Damsel repositioned Byron. He was propped up to be kneeling, and she held his face with the tops and flat sides of her fingers, which were blunt, like the tops of kitchen knives. Her face remained close to his, her hair swept over one of her shoulders so it wouldn't drape him. By small measures, she changed the angle of his face, her eye watching as the reflected scene changed. Byron, hospital room. Byron, injured. Byron staring off into space with tears trailing down his cheeks. Byron looking grim in what might have been the Shin prison. Tristan watched, his arms folded, his expression serious. Damsel reached out with one hand, bladed fingertips touching the crystal pane that she was using as the mirror. It was like looking at a drawing of a cube, sans shading. From one angle, the cube could be seen as exterior walls, point facing out. From another, it could be seen as interior walls, point facing in. The bladed fingertips pulled away, then touched down again, switching between the two with each time she tapped them. Byron with a bloody nose. Byron talking with a haunted look in his eyes. Damsel pushed him. With enough force, it looked like he would smack into the pane of crystal. Her bladed fingertips tapped. He hit the interior wall rather than the exterior one, bounced at a less violent angle than he would have if it had been the latter. A half-dozen reflections around him moving in sync, sliding out of view as Byron moved out of their frame of reference. The Byron Damsel had just been handling slid out of the frame too, for that matter. It was another one who moved to the edge of its particular facet of crystal and kept moving beyond it. Damsel put her foot out, toe against crystal, her leg keeping him from falling too violently. I saw a flash of light appear at her foot before racing off to the distance by a lightning bolt of a path. "Wha?" he said. She didn't bend down to help steady him, only keeping her leg where it could brace him until Tristan knelt by his brother's side. Byron looked up, then around. The sky was pitch black above us. The ground was like any other landscape, except with a bit more twist to it. Rolling hills that tilted a bit too far to the left or right with each roll. All in red crystal that trended toward black, with faint red glows where the two planes of crystal met, highlighting edges and cracks. Byron said. He looked at his brother, then seemed to realize who he was looking at. The fuck? That's The Last of Us, Rain said. Now that I've seen it done, and now that it's too late, I'm really feeling super uneasy about this, I murmured. Damsel sniffed. Also really freaked out you're that good at doing that, I said.
Good, Damsel said. Freaked out is a compliment.
Byron and Tristan talked, exchanging words in murmurs. Where did that Byron come from? I asked. Where did the sleeping Byron go? Kenzie didn't get hurt. Is Kenzie the Kenzie I know?
No,
Kenzie said. She touched her pinafore dress, then hair.
I don't think I ever wore this combination of stuff.
I hadn't either, for that matter. Costume top, the Brockton Bay watercolor remembrance dress. I was pretty sure I'd been more okay with my fate back there against Mr. Hugs than I was with the present state of existential horror. A few others in the group had some degree of uneasiness clear in their expressions and postures, too.
If it helps, Tattletale said, don't think of it as us being out here in the open air, mountains and pits all around us. Think of it as us being on the other side of the glass. Each crystal is a computer. Each pane is a single area of focus. We are things one program set into motion that are now pouring through the file system until our program runs out and we wake up again.
I thought about it, trying to put my thoughts to words. That makes it worse, Sveta said, before I could manage. That, I said. What Sveta said.
Most of this is happening through the corona thingy,
Kenzie said.
Byron?
What? Byron asked. He was getting to his feet with Tristan's help.
That means you'll probably go back to not being okay,
Kenzie said. Oh, he said. I could see his eyes move, see his lips press together. He didn't volunteer anything more.
It might help kickstart things,
Kenzie said with some enthusiasm.
Like getting a running start might stir things up.
Maybe, Byron said. Stirring sounds right. Vista has been stopping by a lot. You seemed to notice her, Tristan commented. If you need any motivation. I could hear Candy cooing, jostling Darlene and Kenzie, who joined in, and reaching past Darlene to push Chicken Little, who rolled his eyes. Byron said. Maybe. Let me finish processing the overwhelming information I have right here before getting into that. Sure, Tristan said. I looked away, turning my attention to the crystals around us. Each facet of crystal was its own area of focus. Every time I thought I understood the logic behind a particular facet, I'd see an image that was out of place or ill-fit. Maybe it did make sense, but the things that linked those out-of-place images were things like thoughts or associations. Me at various ages. Kid Victoria, often viewed in the mirror or in videos or in photographs. Then me after Gold Morning, in a patrol uniform, watching a bunch of 18-year-old guys in similar uniforms spar. Then more Victorias from childhood, broken up by an out-of-place scene of me in my Antares costume, washing my face with one hand while holding a tissue to my nose to stem the blood with another. That one was immediately followed by a scene of me in Gilpatrick's office, the wretch reaching for the glass, getting cancelled before it could break that glass and inconvenience Gilpatrick. Was the connective tissue between those things something to do with youth or my past? with that sparring and bloody nose outliers being a moment I'd already forgotten, where I reminisced about being young or studying? Was it a kind of education instead? Each thing connected by a theme of me learning things? Learning things about myself? In that case, the photos and videos were a kind of study of my past self. The sparring exercise and bloody nose something tangential to that? Coming to terms? My life, facets of me, arranged by something else's sorting system. Sveta walked up behind me, her face sharing the image. The images became incoherent, choppy, with the wrong lighting, like a television screen with the darkness cranked all the way up. A lot of the scenes seemed to be from the dream she'd just had. A fleeting image appeared, disappearing before I could even open my mouth to remark on it. A fishing village surrounded by tall trees, perched on an outcropping of black rock that had been scratched or painted with swirls in white. It moved like the viewpoint was swimming or in a boat.
My sibling and I were like Tristan and Byron, Sveta said. I got mad, went to work on my own, draw.
Even then, huh? Sveta shook her head.
I dreamed about drawing on blackness when I was in the hospital. I mentioned it to Jessica. It's why I picked up the painting.
I remembered something like that. I knew she'd dreamed about things and wanted to paint them, but I hadn't known the painting had been in the dream. She indicated the pane, which was showing more images from my memories now.
I slipped and fell. It wasn't from some tree onto the parking lot. It was from black rock onto black rock. We both got taken away. We both got vials after that, but I was the one to survive.
Are you remembering this now?
More or less,
Sveta said. It showed more blurry, fractured images from Sveta's memories. Darkened, incomplete, stuttering.
I'm so angry all over again, she whispered. Like when I first heard about Cauldron and what they were doing.
I thought of my own fit of fury directed at Amy, in Rain's dream room. They're monsters. Depending on how this goes, maybe they're monsters we can vanquish once and for all.
It's not that simple, Sveta said. You're thinking of Teacher?
Yeah. Maybe Citrine and the Harbingers, depending on their perspective. Sveta nodded, watching the scenes. She stepped a bit to the side to see what other facets were revealing.
It's not so simple.
I nodded.
I'm really glad you're okay,
Sveta told me. I'm more or less there, I replied. She touched my arm, then walked away. I glanced at the reflection and saw a storm in that too dark, too distorted image that seemed to follow Sveta. Then it was Victoria at a birthday party, classmates around her, sister beside her, cousins Eric and Crystal off to one side, a little too old and too young to be hanging around with her. Candles out, the lights turned on a little too quickly. I wish I was a superhero. I knew the wish because I'd made the same one every year. I looked away. The group was exploring, but at this stage in things, it was a rather tentative exploration, fanning out until we were no more than 15 feet away from the next person, peering into crystals, trying to figure things out. I decided to break pattern, because there was no way we'd find Teacher if we didn't get moving with a bit more speed and distance covered. I walked away, not briskly, but not dawdling either, thumb of my right hand scratching at the edges of the bandaging at my left hand. What's our goal? Finding Teacher? Byron asked. Essentially, Tristan said. Man, is it weird to talk to you. We have other objectives, I said. The original Earth N portal, it was that way? I pointed. Kenzie corrected, reaching up, moving my arm a few inches to one side. I looked down at her. You sure?
I have a good sense of space, and I remember which direction the room was oriented,
she said.
Good enough.
You want to see it from this side? Tristan asked.
Let's see what we're dealing with, yeah.
He nodded. It ended up being Damsel who led the way. She approached a rising hill to our left and walked over to one slice of it, waiting for our group. She put a foot down, experimentally, and stepped onto a downward slope. I couldn't quite figure out the how or why of it until I'd walked another 5 steps and saw the hill in a fresh context.
What keeps you from doing the paradigm shift that you used to heal us? I asked.
Me,
Damsel said. She stepped onto the downward slope and shifted her footing until her feet slid on the dark, glass-like surface, hands out for balance, claws pointing back.
That's real helpful, I muttered.
I did my best to follow suit. The kids were right behind me, with Chicken Little going down the slope in a sitting position, feet bracing him. Candy trying but landing on her ass, and Kenzie and Darlene managing it. Every surface existed in multiple contexts. As I slid down, not hurtling, but moving fast enough my braid was picked up by the air, I could see glimmers and flickers of other things, painted in reds and blacks on the black crystal with red highlights. A forest, campfires, a boat in water, the fallen camp.
Damsel!
I called out. I ducked low to reduce my profile and reduce air resistance, even though I wasn't sure this place even had any. I did what I could to catch up to her.
Can we...
She glanced at me, then did much the same as I was doing, and her shoes were better for it, pulling ahead. Turning my body more, ducking lower, I tried to close the gap. And she seemed insistent on maintaining the lead. Fine, whatever.
Any tips?
I called to her back.
To avoid any accidents?
It's as Tattletale says,
Damsel said. She bent her knees more, then hopped up to a flatter plane of crystal, running a few steps until the momentum had been eaten up. She turned, not even glancing at me, just looking at the rest of the group.
We're just bundles of code encapsulating ourselves, written in a language we'll never understand. When this ends, our brains will be translated back. We'll wake up, and all will be normal. The trick...
I hopped up to the platform she was on, leaning my upper body back as she made giant air quotes with her claws.
Is that there is no trick. All of these versions of ourselves, hurt, crying, laughing, young, present day, costumed, they exist simultaneously. You choose the face you want to present.
I felt simultaneously frustrated at that, and at the same time, I was pretty sure I had a good idea as to why she was so good at managing this side of things. The kids were next to arrive, Chicken Little putting his feet out to stop himself, kicking at the side of the platform, catching Candy. Darlene and Kenzie reached the platform and flopped over it, feet still on the slope, upper bodies on the slope itself. I bent down to pick both of them up, then again to help Chicken Little and Candy up.
The storm is chasing you more,
Kenzie remarked, pointing down. I looked, and I could see the flashes of light, some brighter than others. Ashley was the brightest, producing more flares of light that traced their way along neurons on the other side or surface of the crystal plane, traveling their zigzag, forking lines as they raced to places unknown. Darlene was second most, but it took me a moment to notice because her flares of light were less intense. Each time she flared, there would be a brief, stuttering light between her feet and Candy's. And I had to watch for it to see it, but as Darlene smiled at something, she produced another stutter, another light that raced off the same way. Sending messages home, I guess, I noted. I bet if you chased that, you could find your power's source. Damsel made a sound. She raised a hand, claws extended my way. As if to make that moment more dramatic, the stuttering light appeared between us, before we each sent our individual lights racing off to different points at the horizon. She dropped her claw. "I don't suppose you could trace a line to teacher that way, huh?" I asked. She shrugged.
"You try."
The others had all arrived now. Rain, Sveta, Tristan, Byron, Colt, Love Lost, and Tattletale. Damsel stalked off as everyone got together, talking among one another. Alone, disconnected. I saw her turn her head, and light flashed beneath her feet before jumping over to a distant figure. Something lurked on a distant slope, not dissimilar to what Mr. Huggs had looked like. A burning torch of a figure, tall and ladder-like. The more I looked up, the taller it seemed to get. The light touched him, then raced off to Damsel's usual spot. It turned our way. "Let's go," I called out. Damsel, unfazed, walked to another slope I couldn't help but see as uphill before stepping down and sliding down it.
"This is hard on the legs," Darlene complained.
"Let's go," I said, still watching the distant thing.
"Easier than walking,"
Sveta said, giving me and the distant figure a worried look.
"Sit,"
Chicken Little suggested. "It's fun."
"But sitting is a kid thing to do,"
Candy told him.
"Is it?"
he asked. He walked up ahead and stood at the edge of the platform, swaying slightly before hopping down. He followed behind Damsel, standing this time. He looked back, his expression serious until he turned his attention back to where he was going. The other kids stuck with him, with only a couple of nervous glances back before sliding down. Candy kept her balance this time. I approached the edge, and I could see reflections all around me. My mom and Uncle Neil. Amy. "We're all the summation of the faces we wear and where we come from," I thought, interpreting Damsel's words. Vicky, Victoria, Glory Girl, Wretch, Scholar, Warrior Monk, Antares. Whatever I was these days that was so willing to come here, to break rules, to callously suggest we kill Cradle, and to feel nothing but mild relief when the shelf fell on him, taking his life. Whatever I was this moment, trying to be stoic when there was a not impossible chance that we'd have another fight like we'd just barely survived if we didn't get moving. "Come on!" I raised my voice, hardening it. They came, finally. Love Lost approached the slope at a run, going full velocity this time, looking as serious as I'd seen her. We all stepped down, following the leaders in sliding down the slope. The group that was already at the bottom looked stricken, stunned, or distracted. "Careful," I called out. "Something's up." I braced myself, eyes to the sky as I coasted onto the platform. If there was something problematic, I didn't want to be caught by it. "What's going on?" I asked, walking forward. I kept my head angled so I wasn't looking at the crystal protrusions. Around the largest protrusion, I could see our way forward, the distortion that was probably the Earth N portal. But that wasn't their focus. "Problem?" "Just the opposite," Darlene said. I looked. Darlene had her arms around Chicken Little's shoulders, hugging him from behind. He seemed as oblivious as ever, his attention on the crystal. A red-haired woman loomed in the image, viewed at a weird angle, red-haired with freckles and wide hips that seemed wider because the image made her head seem small and her legs seem large. The clothes looked very 2000s. If I unfocused my eyes, looked at the image that was almost too blurry to see, superimposed over hers, I walked to one side so I wouldn't mess up Chicken Little getting to see his mom. And I saw Uncle Neil picking up a younger Eric by the suspenders of his overalls. Manpower, and the little boy that would become Shielder. Tattletale reached the platform. I saw the glimpse, looking past her at the image, the closet I'd seen in the dream, her body blocking the silhouette of the figure within. She didn't look. Sveta's image was almost clear as she walked by one pane. showing the Case 53s, dark as it showed people huddled indoors at night, illuminated by a small fire. For Tristan and Byron, it was old teammates. 2 of those teammates were distorted, like so many of Sveta's scenes were. Too dark, too fast or too slow, inconsistent, stuttering, seeming to show something and then skipping away. For Love Lost, a man, Asian, with scraggly stubble. For Colt, it was her mom and dad, people I'd seen in a video once upon a time. The panes that Kenzie walked by were green text against black screen, lines of chat in a chat room. I turned away, because there were expressions and reactions that weren't for me to see. In turning, I came face to face with another image. Black, the lights almost out, the image distorted, stuttering. What I could make out suggested it was Dean. "You didn't tell me," I murmured. The light flashed from my feet, through the crystal pylon, and sputtered out. The scenes changed. Dean in a dozen contexts, all choppy, pieces missing or too dark to see. Then Eric and Sarah and Uncle Neil, with Crystal out of focus. Then Dean again, shirtless, wearing jeans, his face practically scratched out. "You were the one person who didn't let me down, if I forgave the whole dying thing," I whispered. "And I think I could have, especially with today's close call." Dean, sitting by the window in a classroom, staring outside, except a blot of darkness smack dab in the center of the image blocked most of the view of him. "You couldn't confide in me? You couldn't say, 'Hey, I bought my powers'?" I asked. "You had to lie about triggering and dealing with that? Did it even happen?" The images gave way. It was the Pelham backyard, Eric, Aunt Sarah, and Uncle Neil in the pool. Crystal was in the pool too, but only visible as shadows as she swam underwater. The Dean images didn't come back, like I'd scared them away. Not that I really waited. I turned away, feeling anxious and hurt to a level I didn't really want to dwell on, and found myself glancing at and trying to understand a bloody scene. Damsels. The boy that was dying looked like he was 18 or so. The scene was dark, black, distorted, stuttering. Even though it was an event that happened earlier in the chronology, the stutter gave me a glimpse of a hand, Ashley's hand, reaching for his arm and obliterating it with a burst of darkness. The stump gushed blood. The other arm was already in the same state. Damsel turned her head and saw me looking. She turned to face me as the scene behind her changed to something more illicit. Ashley straddling the same teenager's face, dress draped over the top of his head. Hands, not claws, reached up to run fingers through her hair, to stretch her arms, even cross her wrists at her chest, but never to put her hands near him. Much of it was obscured by more stutters, darkness, and distortion. I didn't want to see that part of it. It was eerie, personal. But there, the image turned back to blood, annihilation. A mute rendition of a scene where the boy sat in a chair, both of his arms bleeding. And Ashley, the point of view for that particular scene, stared down at him, put a foot out to keep him in the chair when he tried to stand.
"The Jewel of Boston," Damsel said. "J. Accords. He had powers, but he only ever showed me the one. He could mold himself to be anyone's perfect person." Kenzie approached, and I took 2 swift steps before putting my arm out, stopping her from getting far enough around the corner to see the image that was playing out. "Perfect person?" I asked.
In personality. He was someone who could fill the lonely void in any of our hearts. And we all have one,
Damsel asked.
"Yeah,"
Darlene said, off to the side.
"He intended to betray me. He'd killed 4 others already, made them love him, broke their hearts, broke them, humiliated what remained, then killed them. I got out unscathed."
From her tone of voice, tense, too controlled, it didn't sound like she had.
"Love and caring makes you weak," Damsel said. "I annihilated that love and caring, and I watched it bleed out. I didn't even know the particulars. I had an inkling something was up, not about him, just something. So I murdered him."
"Oh,"
Kenzie said, very quiet.
"Swansong mentioned—"
"I know what Swansong mentioned."
Damsel raised her voice and her claw at the same time. Kenzie, meanwhile, dropped her head and moved obediently when I pushed her back and behind me. Damsel met my eyes. "We should get going. You've been impressively helpful so far," I told her.
"Picking your words carefully to appeal to the arrogant supervillain," Damsel said. "Working that impressively in there, Swansong knew what you were doing and accepted the words like a dog accepts scratches behind the ear. Servile, weak, disgusting."
"I think it takes a certain kind of strength to know how to receive affection,"
Kenzie said, her voice small.
"And give it."
"I didn't really know,
Damsel said, ignoring the comment.
"About the jewel. Armstrong would tell me later, but right then, he was just a boy. All I had was an instinct, and I still maimed him. That's how little a perfect affection means."
I frowned, and Damsel locked her eyes to mine.
"Don't look past the surface if you can't accept what you see," she said. "It was the same for your swan song. Same feelings, same ideas, same decision to kill a boy she was fond of when she wasn't sure, because power is that much more important than love. She made that call, same as I remember, and you think she wasn't using you, Lookout?"
Behind her, the boy from the chair sat on a desk, wearing only a bathrobe. He had a piece of meat on a fork. I spoke up. "You're making yourself look small, Damsel, picking the most vulnerable person here and picking at the sorest sore spot." Damsel sniffed, dismissive.
"I'm not the most vulnerable,"
Kenzie said, looking up at me.
"That'd be Byron or something. He's in the hospital."
Sure," Byron said, poking his head around the corner.
"You don't even know a cute, super awesome heroine is visiting you," Candy said, mischievous. "Vista is Aunt Rachel's friend, which means she's not just kick-ass, she's kick-ass with cool friends. She visits Aunt Rachel's, Byron, and she likes dogs. If you get better and come along with her, you can sit in the puppy bucket. That's where you get put in one of the great honking big laundry buckets and they put a whole litter of puppies in with you. It's great."
"It sure sounds great," Byron said, with just about as much enthusiasm as Byron showed for anything, which was about 2 bars below Tristan's baseline. "Except when they pee on you," Chicken Little said. "That happens."
"It's an excuse to swim,"
Candy said, jostling him, tugging on his arm. Chicken Little shot one last look at the woman in the one crystal, looked at other crystals, but found them too narrow to provide a coherent picture. He gave Candy his full attention as Darlene butted in to break Candy's grip on his arm. He asked, "Swimming in winter?" The conversation had turned, and I was keeping an eye on Damsel, who had gone very still, and on Kenzie, who hadn't stopped looking at Damsel. "Let's keep moving," I said. "We don't have a ton of time, and we have a lot of ground to cover."
"Yeah,"
Kenzie said. So many of us. We had a couple of people we'd loved and lost, that were reflected in crystals here. In one crystal, a few friends I'd known in school that I'd called best friends once, who had drifted away. In another, Sveta, possibly because she'd left the hospital to go with Weld. I could see that for Kenzie, it was like every crystal had a dozen faces, and each face had a different person.
"Damsel,"
Kenzie said. "Let's not engage," I said, my hand at Kenzie's back to keep her moving. I was aware of how stiff Damsel was. She'd been ignored. Her provocations hadn't worked. Kenzie looked back at Candy, who was jogging over to catch up with her.
"I think you're great, Damsel.
You're stylish and beautiful and intimidating and badass and awesome, and you're a kick-ass villain who's only going to kick more and more ass as time goes on.
If Damsel attacked, what was I even supposed to do? One knife had done enough damage to Tattletale, who was actually the one who'd gone ahead now, and Damsel had 10. No powers here, nothing in the environment to salvage as an improvised weapon. I had my buckler, at least, but everything put together, I gave better odds to Damsel.
And?
Damsel asked, her voice sharp as she penetrated the hanging silence after Kenzie's statement, as though a sentence had been left unfinished.
That's all,
Kenzie said, and she smiled at Damsel. Damsel, for her part, smiled back.
And here I thought you'd be clever.
She was, I thought to myself, but I didn't want to poke the bear by mentioning it. Seeing Damsel mirroring Kenzie's smile was unnerving enough. Tattletale was standing on a ridge, staring off into the distance while avoiding looking at the crystals. The others were catching up. There were too many spots that reflected into deeper parts of ourselves and our world, and a region where the people we'd loved dwelt was captivating. Devastating. Chicken Little kept looking back. Darlene flinched as she walked past a crystal and an unkempt man walked beside her, black-haired and lanky. And her mood had darkened afterward. Is this place aware we're in it? Does it care? Is it throwing these things at us to screw with us? My instinct was no, that this was just happenstance, and that this was the kind of analysis and digging into our beings that the overarching system was doing as a matter of course. "What are you looking at?" I asked Tattletale. Kenzie broke away from me to go to the other kids.
Looking back the way we came, we covered a lot of ground, more than you'd think.
I looked, and I tried to interpret the landscape that shifted like an optical illusion, tracing the slopes we'd come down, finding the starting point. "Yeah," I said.
"There's something over there,"
Tattletale said. Over the horizon, the sky wasn't entirely black. "I'll go on ahead," I told her.
"We're not letting Damsel have the lead anymore,
Tattletale asked. "We don't care who has the lead," I said, rolling my eyes slightly. "And I do care about figuring out how to navigate and work with this place. If we're going to beat Teacher at his own game, then we need to learn how to mess with this system, get our fingers into the works."
"Don't let me stop you," she said.
"Watch Kenz?" I asked.
"I don't need watching,"
Kenzie raised her voice. "You already sound like a teenager, Kenz. Hurling yourself down that path?" I put my foot out, finding the slope before us. It wasn't really angled, though, just awkward to walk on. Nothing flat, everything at ankle-twisting angles. I could shift my head to adapt to the perspective I wanted, but putting my foot out still found resistance. "It's not about my head, it's about me," I told myself. Damsel had pushed us when she'd wanted us to go from one representation to another. I'd flown enough to be familiar with that stomach-jarring perspective shift, the dips and dives that one associated with roller coasters. I'd experienced just a bit of it when taking that one step to follow after Damsel when she'd gone down the slope. I tried to capture it, forcing that feeling as I took that precarious step forward, my entire body following after with the sensation in my gut moving out to the rest of me. My foot found flat ground. What had been a plane of ground like a folding fan stretched partially out was now closer to a somewhat precarious staircase, though nothing had changed visually. I climbed it with the one hand and both feet, moving at an angle as I went. I put Dean behind me as best as I could, but doubt clawed at me. The blurry image had marked him as Cauldron, which made sense. His parents were rich. I didn't fault him exactly. I didn't blame him for going to them, not when it had probably been his dad who'd bought the powers or something. But he'd lied to me.
Why did the list of people I could absolutely trust or look on with fondness seem to grow so short, especially when those people went and died on me? I crested the top and then dropped low, a patch of daylight spreading out into the faces and facets of crystal captured in veins. The landscape here looked like the landscape I'd seen when flying from my patrol assignments to the ruins of Brockton Bay. Cracked, with ravines where there shouldn't be ravines. Images that were supposed to be writ large were broken up, out of sync. And white lights that danced across the landscape hit the ravine and stopped, stuttered, or shook the ground, causing more schisms to form. 3 things like we'd seen in the room of dormant guardians stood there by a tear in reality, a great white schism in this landscape. The area reflected around it was terrain from the city, captured and folded into the crystal, or just there but not visible from my present vantage point. Images all around me were animating, picking up on what they could glean from me that was relevant. Empire 88, Leviathan, the Slaughterhouse 9, the Fallen. Violence, deaths. That was just the nature of the routines and subroutines of this particular neighborhood. 3 agents, interacting with this tear and the cracked sky and ground around it. One looked like a necklace giant crossed with a puddle of oil, shimmering in rainbow hues, features non-existent. Another like a tall, slender woman in a dress, with a headdress of spikes radiating out for 50 feet around her. The last was barely there, insubstantial, a wisp of pale yellow in a vague centaur shape, with a broad slash of black instead of a face. And 50 of Teacher's goons, dressed in white, carting in technology, working to build something connected to this tear, working with the agents. I watched as light flickered, dancing across the landscape, across the sky, and to the great black fissure. Stuttering lights connected to everything nearby, like a blinding flash of lightning, utterly silent, that left ghostly images of planet-sized monstrosities dancing amid the spots in my eyes. Each of the 3 gargantuan agents turned to look, in near synchronicity with the goons in white, anticipating. The flickering stopped, the lights going out, everything returning to the way it had been. Collectively, they returned to their nearly silent work, preparing, I was sure, for the moment that flickering started and didn't ever stop.
Arc 16, From Within, Chapter 12. Lights flickered, dancing from the feet of agent to person, person to person, and off to the distance, neurons in a larger system striking like lightning. But in this too bright corner of a dark, living landscape, these lightning strikes could only travel so far. This world was like a broken window. The landscape cracked, and the fact the light didn't travel to where it needed to go served as a suggestion of just how broken it was. The others approached, and I motioned for them to duck their heads down as they peered over the cliff's edge at the group on the other side of the ravine. 3 agents and 50 people dressed in Teacher's pristine white garage worker coveralls. The workers were just numerous enough that in an ordinary situation I wasn't sure one wouldn't look in our general direction and make out the masks, helmets, and heads of hair that stood out against the consistently dark background and landscape. But these weren't regular workers. They were thralls, and they were wholly wrapped up in what they were doing. The agents were the really scary thing. And as much as they seemed fixated on picking at and adjusting the edges of the portal, the notion that they might turn and give us their full attention was a hell of a lot scarier. We didn't make a sound, aside from the occasional scratch of armor on crystal or harder-than-normal exhalation. Off to the side, Tattletale motioned, indicating something to Sveta. I saw her hold up 5 fingers. then 6. I could count the flashes and where those flashes were traveling. 6 flashes moving from the group to a specific point in the distance. Our flashes had a consistency too, messages transferred along these neurons, dancing along the hard edges of the crystal, always to the same destination. But these guys, they didn't have powers. By all rights, they shouldn't have had a common source, except for Teacher. Except we couldn't get over there. A canyon separated our section from theirs, and the failures of lights to find any means of connecting suggested we were on an island. Scenes of the city in winter painted many of the crystals, growing fainter for those scenes appearing on crystals further from the tear in reality. I watched as they worked, and I saw as they reached out to touch crystals as certain images came up, which seemed to highlight related images on other crystals. Through a relay, they selected certain things, bringing up selections a few feet away, which the next person chose from, until they were affecting what was being managed on crystal faces well away from the aperture. Others were setting up tech, with monitors showing data that was way too far away to make out. But those monitors were plugged into crystals around the edges. I watched as crystals rearranged near the portal and cracks widened. A chasm separated us from them. Ability and capacity to understand and work in this system separated us further. If we wanted to change anything from the inside, we'd need a system at least as good as that. We had no powers, and we were up against 50 thralls in very much the same boat. If knowing how to function in this world offered us any advantage, then it offered their side 100 times the same advantage, because it was pretty clear Teacher had granted them some natural ability and awareness. Frustration seized me, and it came with a panicky feeling that I was not expecting. Not like that. Not like this. I was used to danger, used to that fight or flight drive. I could fly, and I was pretty good at using it to deliver the fight part of things. But this, it didn't come from facing down a cape with an unknown power. It didn't come from memories of Crawler and acid, or the idea of Amy coming when I didn't expect her. Those were people. They were things I could stand against. The panicky feeling delivered a sensation of being paralyzed, of not just being unable to breathe, but being unwilling to. Paralysis wasn't a stranger to me. I had to remind myself of that. Suffocating, too. Had to find my way to the right line of thinking. Thinking of flying so high that the air was thinner. Tricking my brain to think of coming down from that high place. Easier if I thought of this blackness as the night sky. I resumed breathing, resumed moving, turning my head away from that situation while I processed. Why? Another power? Were they doing something? I hadn't seen a flash from them. I was pretty sure it wasn't Rain's power, and it wasn't Darlene, who was the most active of all of us. Just me, wholly internal. The light flickered beneath me and darted off to the distance in a near continuous stream. We were fortunate that the group over there wasn't in a position to see as the lip of the canyon rose up and blocked their view. Being burned, being that hurt, it had left its traces behind. I hadn't forgotten it. And remembering it was very easy when tied into the deep feeling of frustration. Sveta touched my arm, jarring me back to reality. Had I been making a noise or acting strange? No. Staring off into space, thinking hard? Yes. She motioned to Tristan, who repeated a gesture he'd no doubt made earlier. I nodded. Go. Retreat. We gained nothing by watching too much longer. We pulled back from the canyon's lip, sliding down the hill and finding a recess to gather in. Breakthrough at one side, kids further down, Love Lost, Damsel, and Tattletale sitting around the periphery on higher ground. I was breathing harder than necessary, even a minute later, and controlling my breath took focus. I didn't want this latest bit of trauma to be yet another thing that sneak-attacked me when I didn't expect it, another arrangement of mines in the minefield that I had to navigate. The idea frankly terrified me, and the anger and bitterness that gripped me as I bit the inside of my cheek was bad enough that I didn't want to be the first one to speak, in case it colored my tone.
"Ideas?"
Tristan asked. I didn't answer. I handled my shit. I made my peace in that moment. What's a little pain? I've been hurt before.
"I can take a stab at this,"
Tattletale said. Please distract me.
"Caveat," she went on. "This isn't me using my power. This is just me using my head, a bit of educated guessing from earlier uses of my power, and the fact I was one of the first handful of people to really cotton on to this."
She indicated the valley around us. Anything you can give us. I tried to keep my voice normal. She gave me a funny look. Normal voice failed, I supposed.
"Syndicate is firing zaps back the way we came. That nexus, or landing between slopes that we passed through, people, relationships, wants, the faces of people you'd all lost. I think some combination of that and the cluster are serving as our current hub, connecting us." "That was the principle of it," Kinsey said. "I think. I don't really have access to the mental blueprints while I'm in here, which is weird."
Tattletale continued like Kinsey hadn't spoken.
"Syndicate hubs us up, and it's why our little territory here is bigger than some of the others nearby. The big golden asshole died. Individual areas with individual focuses all got broken apart. Or, when he was around, there was something more active, bridging things here on a permission basis. Dunno."
I thought of them as islands, I remarked.
"Sure, if you want to be pedantic, go ahead."
"So it might be possible to make connections," I said, "to connect one of the islands to another one." Tattletale shook her head.
"The connections we know about were set up outside of this space. To create a bridge over there like we have here, we would probably need Darlene to wake up, find Teacher, and use her power on him."
"Other ideas, then," Tristan said. "There has to be a way."
"Can we hack it?" Rain asked.
"Form a connection from within? If we can use crystals to access functions, isn't it possible to get one of these areas or things to form a bridge?"
"Could," Tattletale said. "Or it could be a safety measure that says sections can't be bridged without the big golden guy handling it."
"Put a pin in that. Other options," Tristan said. You motioned toward the lights. "Teacher?"
"If it's about connections and finding a bridge, we need to figure out a place to cross over that's reaching out outwardly," I said. Focusing on the abstract theorizing helped. My power has an aura. I could see that radiating out and connecting to others.
"But it's not on, and they aren't nearby," Tattletale said. "Love Lost, Colt, and Rain are out. We've been to their centers of power, the key processing units that handle their powers, as those powers currently manifested. Yes?"
"Yes," Rain said, looking back.
"Yeah,"
Colt said.
"Capricorn twins are structural, no reaching out there. Sveta reaches out, but not in the sense we want, with continuous, lasting connections to other parahumans and their power sources. Chicken Little, same idea. I don't think it bridges any gap between him and another parahuman. Lookout would bridge to her tech. Darlene we've seen. Damsel's focused on destruction. From a pure, shard-focused perspective, that leaves me?"
Does it, though? I asked. I know you've given up some details, but I don't know specifically what you do.
I get information. I pick up extra info, abstractly related. I can aim it, both at people and at certain topics I want to fill in. It's constant and ongoing, which is what we want.
I'm worried that isn't a strong enough connection. I'd rather pick Decadent, I said, indicating Candy. You've used your power on capes. You oversaturate them with happiness and hallucinated sensory inputs, but there's a lasting suppression effect, right?
Yeah, I've used it on family, non-family,
Candy answered. She clasped her hands together, looking less secure than I'd seen her in a long while.
Bunch of people, bunch of capes.
Has your power hit them in the powers? Taken away their joy of being artificially beautiful, yeah. Or running, for one super fast guy.
You hit that gamma rod dork,
Darlene said.
Who got hard-ons while irradiating people and giving them probable cancer.
What? Chicken Little said.
And that other one Papa worked with sometimes, Darlene went on.
I barely remember that one, Candy said.
He slid between people's skin and muscles, and you took over their bodies. He always had to have an eye appear in a hidden spot, like so he could see, because he didn't control the eyes.
Yeah.
He was going to take over me. I was so scared Papa hit me with calming emotions, and it didn't even make me stop freaking out. Some of that was calming emotion, but...
Yeah, Candy said. I remember. We weren't that old.
You stopped him, and it was the first time I remember you being a real sister to me. And it was only a week after I pushed your plate of spaghetti into your lap because we were fighting.
Candy nodded.
We don't know if they're all alive. Gamma Doc is, Tattletale said. But that particular incident happened in Brockton Bay, and I've kept tabs on our old enemies. Unless he bit it in the last week or so, there's an active link to the guy. And, last I checked, the guy was pulled out of retirement to work for teacher in the facility. That's the good.
The good? I asked.
If we go over there to Candy's thing,
Tattletale said, pointing back in the general way we came, maybe a bit to the right.
There's probably a good bridge, or a few of them. Can't say how intact it'll be, but it's a good bet.
What's the bad? Byron asked.
The bad is Candy's area is way back over there, and Teacher's is way over there.
Tattletale pointed in 2 different directions. Travel's deceptively fast here, I noted. It's our best bet. We go over there, we circle around, we go for Teacher.
Other option, Tattletale said. My territory. Count on links seeking information to form bridges.
Even while you're here? I asked.
Even while I'm here.
We don't have time to argue, Tristan said. I vote Tattletale's.
Antares's, Byron said. Tristan looked annoyed.
Tattletale's, Chicken Little said. I'm mad at her, but I know she knows some of this stuff.
With her power,
Darlene said.
Even with.
Okay, then I vote Tattletale,
Darlene added.
Tattletale,
Sveta said.
Sorry, I get the reasoning, but...
No need to apologize, I said.
We need to do this fast. We don't have long.
In this bizarro world with a pitch-black sky and a floor of something alive, something we were technically inside, as we dealt within the crystal's interior as simulations, I was advocating for the conservative, sure route. Tattletale preached the direct, unreliable route.
Antares,
Rain said.
Antares,
Kenzie joined her voice to his.
Tattletale,
Candy said.
I assume we're going to be working together if we get out of this in one piece, Damsel told Tattletale. I'll make my token effort to build something by giving you a small, minuscule amount of my faith. That's a bad basis for... It's more than I give others, Tattletale. Don't be greedy.
Sure, Tattletale said, sighing. Everyone else made their quick vote. Love Lost pointing a claw at Tattletale to make hers. Byron, Rain, and Kenzie were the only ones in favor of my path. We started off. Have to find a way over. Have to see if we can't work something out with these panels and getting into the guts of this system. Have to see if we can't slow Teacher down, or at least figure out what he's doing here. Easy enough, right? The panicked, frustrated feeling hadn't quite been extinguished, and the tension of the moment sat uneasily within me. I didn't like that this was the second time we'd voted, and that I had to reconcile that I'd hated that I was going along with the decision to split up, when I'd known deep down inside that it wasn't the way to go, and now I was accepting another lost vote. Did I believe this to be wrong? No, not exactly. I could think of supporting arguments. But I didn't trust Tattletale. I'd seen a glimpse of who she really was, and I'd seen how very real that glimpse of her still was, when the first sign of anyone sympathizing or trying to connect with her over it had seen her go straight for the jugular, blaming me for what Amy had done to me. Shitty, but understandable, and only minimally to do with my lack of trust for her. Take this Livesey kid out of the equation, and all that was left was the power and the identity the power had helped build up. And we were rushing toward it. There had to be other options, and I focused on sorting them out. "Damsel," I said, a little out of breath. We couldn't slide downhill in the direction we wanted to go. "What?" "When you do the transition from injured to healed, you did your own, right?" "So?" "So, how do you control it?" "Be less incompetent." "Damsel," I said, my voice hard, serious. "Don't fuck around. You're the expert somehow. Strut your fucking stuff." "You're all of the choices already. Find the face you want. Move toward it. Let it move toward you. Pass each other." "That's instinct," she said. "When we die, we all end up in a place like this. Images in crystal, flickering memories. But it wasn't this broken up before. The next death will be worse. Shallower, more intense, lonelier."
"Swansong's death is worse than it was before?" Kenzie asked.
"Who cares?" Damsel asked.
"Me, duh," Kenzie said. "All of us. You."
Damsel shook her head, only visible from behind, and picked up the pace in a way that was sure to tire her legs out. It didn't help that we were getting into thickets of crystal. Spikes that soon appeared often enough that we'd take 2 steps, find a crystal in front of us, have to circle around it to get past, and find another crystal in our way, if the way wasn't blocked. With a black sky and crystal faces that were black if they didn't have any light coming from directly behind them, it was easy to not see them until they were in arm's reach. It was Sveta and Love Lost who had the most luck navigating, and they became our guides, the rest of us taking the paths they chose as the crystals grew taller and came to rest at diagonals and horizontals, forcing us to duck and crawl. The images that popped up, at least, were vague, with no coherency. Closer to watching a television show with someone who was endlessly channel surfing, but the scenes were from our lives. Sitting in a car, getting up from our seats in class, opening the fridge to find the contents, lacing up a bit of armor. Tattletale's next flicker gave us further guidance, then picked up in intermittency. We emerged from the worst of the thicket to a spot where a tear across the landscape had felled most of the crystals and sent them somewhere else. And to our left, head the size of a house, was the thin, tall woman with spikes radiating from her head to infinity in each direction, empty eye sockets staring us down. One of the kids shrieked on seeing her. One of the guys said something to the tune of, "Oh fuck," in short exhalation. Shit. We did absolutely not see her coming. Is she that fast? Something else? We scrambled back as she reached out and over the chasm. Ducking into the thicket of crystals slowed us down.
"Hello there, you shitty bitch," Tattletale said, her voice low, angry.
I looked over, and I could see that past the tear in the landscape, Tattletale's agent was an extension of the landscape, built almost like a cone poised on another cone, except it was a person's body in a toga-cut dress, twisting and rotating in jerks, like every movement snapped its own spine. It had an abstract, eyeless, mouthless head bearing a full head of thick cords that could have been wires, that trailed down to the crystal below her. Each jerky rotation suggested a different number of arms as she interacted with the forest around her, bringing up images just by facing each crystal. Each image that was brought up sparked off transmissions for elsewhere. And, I could see now that we were closer, there were more, small, almost imperceptible sparks traveling from each spike to elsewhere. It was barely visible, but with 1,000 spikes altogether. Sharp fingertips scraped the already damaged section of crystal. It got Tattletale's agent to pay attention, upper body and main head craning over in the direction of the spike-headed woman, lowering her face to be almost on the same level as the spike-headed woman's. They began communicating, clumsy and at range, bringing up disparate images. Tattletale motioned. We used the distraction. Into the forest that was alive with the arms. A crystal lit up to my left, Slaughterhouse 9, like a punch to the gut. Mama Mathers, throwing herself in Rain's direction, like an animal at the zoo hurling itself against the glass. Then, when I passed that same crystal, it was Crawler, puking. Kenzie, a few steps behind me, saw a black woman with a serious expression. Not her mother. Hand reached out, bandage pulled away. I looked back because looking forward was to wade into a storm. Into Leviathan, into the hospital room. Many-sided crystals where every side was a different image and every image was the hospital. And then not the hospital, but flesh. My flesh, my features, my belly with gaps on either side so it was still my torso and my silhouette, but the armpits webbed out to more torso and to arms and to legs, and the slope of belly meant to connect to pelvis bridged out to another torso instead, like the Queen of Spades in a deck of cards, joined to her other half at the rib cage. Sad eyes, without hope. It got my guard down, made my heart sink. More images around me flared to life, so visceral and visual they seemed to have sounds to them. Violence, being drenched with acid. Violence, having my arm shredded. Over and over again. Injuries, my body being torn apart with battle wounds, until I felt like I might look down and find myself in tatters. That paralyzed, frustrating feeling was building up, and with it came the terror that if I couldn't push through, if I lost strength now, then that feeling would be with me forever. And, at the same time, if I pushed forward, then it would mean risking doing something reckless and stupid. The violent images shifted as Kenzie became the closest person to that cluster of crystals. Kenzie viewed from across a dinner table as her face was smashed into a plate. I'd seen that, captured in still image, on the projector box in her workshop. Candy took her hand, and Kenzie looked over, gratitude clear on her face, even though she didn't smile. But the image changed, to an Asian woman holding a dark-haired girl down, fingers hooked into the child's ear, twisting. The child wasn't even of an age to attend kindergarten, but the woman's face was contorted as she shrieked and wrenched the child's ear enough it bled. It was Love Lost who jumped to the rescue before I could backtrack. Love Lost's arrival coincided with a shift to images filling the area as if viewed by a dozen different sets of eyes. Every angle, every detail. Mother holding daughter in the midst of a stampede that threatened to tear her child from her arms. The little girl leaned heavily on a bunch of tables that were folded up and resting on their sides, flush to the wall. One slipped from its position, and with it, she went down like she'd been pulled or thrown down. Her face collided with the edge of the next table. Love Lost faltered, then wrapped her arms around the two girls' heads, clawless hands covering their eyes. Rain helped Darlene, who might have slipped or fallen behind when we dodged the reaching hand. The images became a jumble of ramshackle accommodations, a little boy being thrashed. Corporal punishment in 10 different forms. A small Darlene fighting a boy she had to be related to, like her life depended on it, scratching, biting. Legs of adults were visible, standing around unmoving, more like the fence posts of an arena than anything human.
"Your idea fucking sucks, Tattletale," Tristan bellowed.
"Shut up! It'll hear you!"
"It can see us!" Sveta called out. "Everything's lighting up around us while we run!"
I heard Tattletale mutter,
"Shit!"
We were closer to Tattletale's agent now, precarious, teetering, ever examining. As we got closer, though, the functionality seemed to change, much as the many-handed Mr. Hugs had seemed to multiply the number of hands and the amount of tinker tech it could produce. Building false crystals that looked like smoke but held a crystal-like shape, propping them up. Moving crystals. All while facing down the other creature, which I could track because it was close enough its spikes seemed to extend out as far as the eye could see to sky, to either horizon, and downward at angles, raking the landscape. The way it sets up crystals and moves them, that's how it builds bridges.
"Get to the edge," I called out. "Don't get spotted by Spikehead."
The images around me changed. A woman in white, standing dangerously close to the portal. One of Teacher's flunkies. 2 more flunkies were standing nearby. Nobody I recognized. I let Love Lost and the kids pass me.
"Teacher,"
I said. The images changed. I took 1 step to the side to see better, as I realized which ones were responding. Flickering, vague images showed a doorway, thralls standing at the ready. Then a scene before that, Teacher stepping through the door. "He's here."
"Amelia Levere,"
I said. My sister, talking to 2 members of the Shin Council, emphatic, while Chris wore a monstrous form and prowled behind her. It was pretty clear that what she was talking about was important.
"Mark Dallin. Is he okay?"
My dad facing down Amy, both of them in civilian clothes. He looked so much like he had when I'd stayed with him. He asked a question, and Amy's face turned to fear, her mouth moving as she shook her head. My dad looked disappointed as Amy looked scared. I had a good sense of what he'd asked, and my disappointment was for entirely different reasons. I knew he still had depression. Amy had never fixed it. It was a kind of hell, especially when he was so capable, but he shouldn't have asked her to do anything to his brain. Not if he knew and understood everything about the situation. "Amy Dallin," I tried again. Amy, wearing earth-shin nightclothes, lying in bed, staring up at the ceiling, her hand flat on her stomach. It traveled southward to the waistband, passing beneath. I looked away, but not before I saw a sudden movement from her. She lay on her side now, hand trapped and unmoving between her thighs, expression angry. "Yeah, I know who you were fantasizing about," I muttered, disgusted. The image changed. Me, sitting on the cot in the little cell in Earth Shin. Amy sitting across from me. I'd known, but I hadn't wanted to know. This wasn't some crystal ball I could rub, ask my question, and get a happy answer. Not with the names and questions I wanted to bring up. I prepared to walk away. "We can't get down," Tristan called out. "Look for another way." The images changed, dancing from scene to scene, showing this place. With no way down, only the sheer drops if one were to jump across the narrowest parts of the gap. 100-foot falls. I had an idea as to how to handle that, but I stayed. "Panacea," I tried again. Dot clambering up her arm, excited, cheerful. Amy pulling her hand away from a young girl, a blonde, who was chattering madly, as excited as Dot. Amy looked at the boy who stood on the far side of the room, flinching every time Hunter gestured too wildly. That was there. Here, Spike-headed woman was still out there, struggling to reach across the chasm, barring our way. In the background, I could hear another scrape, the raking claws of the giant woman with spikes that extended to infinity. And here, beneath my feet, the lights flickered. "The Red Queen," I said. It was Amy, in full battle dress, such as it was. Marquis stood beside her, and Dot perched on her shoulder. A long, long line of Earth Bet and Earth Gimel cars were making their way in through the portal, bumper to bumper, the snow nearby red from all of the brake lights. Refugees. I knew what she'd been arguing for now. And she would save so many lives by having won that argument, by having made the promises she'd made. I hated that I couldn't hate her for it. "Carol Dallin," the words left my lips. My mom, startling in how she was younger than I was now, less tight and precise in her movements than I'd ever known her to be. Even with the brain injury, she moved with more control and less abandon. Her hand reached up, fingers running through beard. And my dad had never had a beard. And Uncle Neil that was Tristan's age pushed young Carol up against the wall, kissing her.
"It's lies, you know," Tattletale said. "Inconsistent information, jumping to conclusions, filling in blanks wrong. Start from a faulty premise. In this case, I think I thought of all of you heroes in suits with way too much white in the design as being oversexed and deranged. I was right on one count."
The image became Amy again, wearing her Panacea costume for warmth, working furtively in a room too dark to even see what she was doing, arms wet with blood up to the elbows. She wiped her hand over the gore, and there was only pink skin streaked with blood after the hand moved away. A hand, my hand, gripped hers. That frustrated, panicked feeling felt like it was swelling, reaching out to grab all of the other emotions that had gotten tangled up, too dangerous to even think about, like the sun was too bright to stare directly into. At least, I thought, and the words were meant to be humor, a way of shrugging off this bad feeling. At least I don't have to see my mom and Uncle Neil fucking. It didn't work as humor. didn't put a smile on my face or ease the weight that felt like it had settled directly onto my heart, suppressing each beat.
"It's lies," Tattletale said, standing between me and the biggest crystal. Off to the side, claws longer than I was raked crystal with a nails-on-blackboard sound.
"Aren't the guesses those crystals made of smoke?"
I asked, indicating the nearest one.
Tattletale sighed, but she didn't correct me or convince me otherwise. My mom and Uncle Neil, 21 years ago, if I had to guess. It was all so shitty. The number of people I could count on. I looked down at the ground. The flashing light was almost continuous, on for 9/10 of the time, flickering out for that last 1/10. "Crystal," I said. Crystal and my mom in Crystal's kitchen, a surprising number of things boxed up and stored off to the side. Clutter reduced by maybe 20%. Crystal was washing something in the sink. My mom was at the cutting board. I'd seen her cook before, and this wasn't her usual self, moving with deliberation, care, and still not getting carrots to coins of equal thickness. She said something and backed away from the cutting board. Crystal used lasers and finished the job in a jiff before returning to the washing. I could see her expression, sad, and my mom lost in thought as she hung back, no longer helping to make dinner. Not so bad. No deep betrayals, no horrifying weaknesses. Crystal was good. "Did you ever figure out what Contessa's failure states were, specifically?" I asked. "What was option A? One member of Breakthrough, suffering eternally?" The scenes changed.
"If you ask here," Tattletale said.
It was the room where the wardens had confronted Teacher. Rain pulling away from our group to stride into the door, silver blades in hand, and driving those blades into the door's edges. Second by second, Rain was overtaken by the portal energy, consumed by the silver blades that could set anything up to be sliced through.
"I think if you ask and find out specific answers, you'll screw up Contessa's odds and spoil things. Don't ask for—"
Tattletale trailed off. "For the particulars about the option we took?" Dinah was unreliable. Contessa was... If she was on the up and up, she was playing with big moving pieces in a way that was awfully scary and hard to extend any trust to. My family was a mess, physically, mentally, emotionally. We faced the end of the world, and I wasn't sure I trusted we. Breakthrough? I thought of the different names I could invoke. Tristan and Byron? I had seen Tristan's mad stabbing in the trigger analog. Kenzie? I already knew she'd done some sketchy things before she knew better, and that the well of loneliness inside her was profound. She had never been dishonest about who or what she was. Rain? I'd already seen that ugliness he would have wanted to hide. The maniacal laugh as we'd reached the final stage of the dream. That made it so easy to understand how Love Lost could hate him, even now. Sveta? I'd had glimpses, and I had ideas. Where she came from had always been important to her. I had seen her hometown, the Black Rocks, the place her art came from. Her original self, in a way, through the trigger analogs, run through a translation program from the original footage to Maul. She'd told me that her body felt like it was hers for the first time ever, after Orchard had finished with her. That she could breathe for the first time ever. I could see why. She'd want to bring it up once she'd digested it. I wouldn't push her, and I wouldn't pry. No, I wouldn't raise her name. Chris Ellman, I said. The scene had the same impact as the aggressive visions. Chris in a bestial form, as big as a car, quadrupedal, with a human face that over-enunciated by the way it seemed to move as it uttered words. It faced down Amy, pressuring her, barking words at her. She backed away one step. The beast that was Chris Ellman, that was Lab Rat, advanced 5 steps, traveling in a quarter circle around her, ending with his face inside Amy's personal space, scowling. She hung her head.
"It always gives the worst details," Tattletale told me. "Stuff that cuts right to what's most important, what's most visceral. Hard details, weaknesses, the key elements that make us us, that would be hardest to uncover otherwise. Stuff you'd never want to admit or let out of the box."
I had a chance to get answers, as ugly as those answers were, to face down those people who were most incomprehensible and get that key insight.
"You could ask it a million questions and understand everything, I bet. There are less filters while we're in here, probably," Tattletale told me.
"I always thought of myself as an answer seeker," I said.
"Yeah, sure, absolutely," Tattletale said, quiet. "Here's the deal, though. By the time you're done asking a million questions, I guarantee you that you're going to hate everyone and everything. You'll abhor them, despise them, be afraid of them."
I looked away from the crystals, which had gone dim. Tattletale's expression was sad.
"Sometimes you just gotta pick a few promising runts out of the litter and just plug in that one big assumption," she told me. "Start with the assumption they're good people and build on that belief. Sometimes they step it up and live up to what you think of them."
"What if I did that and they disappointed me, and I need to know why?" For every fucking name I'd brought up so far. Tattletale shot me an apologetic look.
"Kiddo, you could go down that rabbit hole forever. Do you want to go there, or do you want to do what you came here to do? Help us find a way down."
"I have an idea," I said. "Lead the way to the safest part of the ledge?" The crystals around us shifted, showing a few example sites. Tattletale took a second to absorb it and track it, then took off. I started to follow, then hesitated by a small fraction. "Jessica," I murmured. I'd thought the scene with Chris had been high impact. This, a whirl of intensity. Jessica reaching out with a bleeding arm, grabbing a thin wrist, slamming it down into rocky ground until the attacker dropped the blade. Frantic, even though it meant losing traction, Jessica reached out and swiped the knife, sending it flying 10 or 15 feet. The hands that grabbed her arms were small. Fingernails dug into forearm and came away with fine white lines caught beneath small fingernails that had been painted pink. Jessica knelt on the offending hand, pinning it down, and strangled Bonesaw. The pressure in my chest felt like it squashed my heart flat. No beat, only hurt. Yeah. I turned away from the scene. I chased Tattletale, following her route. The white light beneath my feet was solid now. 10 units of time out of 10, 100 out of 100, 0 out of 0. I reached the cliff's edge. Rain, Kenzie, Love Lost, and Colt were at crystals, fiddling, trying to decipher the system. I doubted they'd be making any bridges appear, but it was good they were doing that. The other kids were staying safe. Chicken Little holding Darlene's hand, talking constantly, like he couldn't stop. The others were huddled, hiding. The spike-headed woman was approaching, navigating cracks that forked off from the rest. I looked down and saw darkness with no bottom, a bottomless canyon. The other side of the chasm was 50 feet down and 20 feet away. How long do you think you'd fall before something terrible happened to you? I asked.
A good while, Tattletale said. She looked up at me. I'm just guessing. My word isn't gospel.
It's never gospel, Chicken Little piped up. I nodded. How long do you think we have? I asked.
Minutes, Tattletale said.
So you figure maybe a 2-minute fall? I guessed. I sounded like a faraway person.
It could be 10 seconds, and it could be 10,000 years, Tattletale said.
That's even better, I said.
What are you doing?
Sveta asked.
She's acting unhinged because she got to see some family stuff she probably shouldn't have, Tattletale said.
What stuff? Sveta asked. She touched my arm. I looked at her and saw her looking down at the bolt of lightning that was firing off to one side.
Hey.
Mom stuff. A lot of Amy stuff. I knew I shouldn't have looked, I said. Bonesaw never came back. Jessica quit being a therapist.
I told her she shouldn't have looked, Tattletale said.
Talk us through this,
Sveta said.
Why even talk about falling?
Because we need to get down there, I said. If we go by the median, 5,000 years is a pretty good bet, isn't it? I pulled away from her hand, walking away from the chasm.
For what?
You're insane, Byron said. You can't. The spike-headed woman was getting too close. Past this point, the window of opportunity threatened to close. I used the steps I'd walked away from the ledge to get a running start. Sveta tried to grab me, and if she'd still had her powers, she might have succeeded. Arms out in front of me, legs behind, flying without flying. Over a chasm that might have been bottomless. If I didn't clear the chasm, then the odds were in my favor, probably. I'd fall into the darkness below, and I was betting the chances were pretty good I'd still be falling in a few minutes when we woke up from the dream. I cleared the chasm, meaning only hard crystal lay below me. I twisted, angling my body, saw my reflection, and I slammed hard into the crystal, terminal velocity. I felt bones break. I brushed past her. She brushed past me. I slipped away into oblivion. She knelt with one knee on hard crystal, hand balled into a fist flat against the surface. She was me, and I was her, switching places. Thankfully, with no momentum conserved between the two selves. I looked back in time to see Damsel jumping. I smiled. The spike-headed Titan gave chase, and I ran, to lead it away from Damsel and to have any chance of getting where I needed to be in time. The Titan was like a cyclone behind me, tearing everything up, but it was the spikes that radiated down, the claws that extended into crystal, and she didn't whirl. She only charged my way, picking up speed as she went. I saw her claws bite deep, her body reflected across the path in front of me, and I followed that reflection, looking up again to see she stood in my way. Operating by different rules. Spikes and claws of infinite length, and that seemed to extend to weird rules about reflections and placement. I barely slowed, only heading left because Damsel had landed, emerged in a tattered black dress and gnarled black mask across the eyes, and she was running to the right. Because she was competitive enough, she wouldn't let me succeed while she stood back. I had that competitive streak too. I'd had it as a basketball player. The drive to prove myself. The spike woman extended hands to either side. Spikes plunged down directly for me. I twisted mid-stride, knowing I'd fall, but her accuracy was good, and a claw as wide across as my hand was plunged into that hand. Bones shattered, and flesh became a ring of meat no wider across at any point than a pencil was, fingers barely hanging off of the wreckage of it, pinned to the crystal floor. Why was Teacher afraid to let me in here? Why had he backed down at the end of the raid on his base? Because I'd been in tune with the wretch. Come, I thought. I twisted my thinking and my every sense of where my hand was, which was strangely easy to do when my hand was in about 5 different places at once in mutilated tatters. I pushed my hand into, through, and pulled it out in another interpretation, another side of the same die, another facet of the same me, buckler attached. The spike woman reared for another attack, turning her head so the spike that stuck down at an angle would sweep my way. A pillar so wide across I couldn't have wrapped my arms around it tore its way toward me with surprising swiftness. And a figure of what could only be described as glass, gold, and glory crashed into her. Golden lights and outlines, a fragile shell with nothing within, all radiating out like light through a prism or a lens flare, except what radiated out had some substance to it. She broke like a Christmas ornament might when hit with a sledgehammer when the spike woman hit her. And then she was back moments later. I picked myself up and I ran. Damsel off to the side ran too. They'd noticed us, or the spike woman had tipped them off. Some of the 50 were in our way. And behind them was Teacher. Teacher broken. Teacher, if Teacher had been caught in a lawnmower and the substance of him wrapped around the blades. But the blades were a figure, and the figure was many-spoked. Black and radiating dark lines that stabbed into the ground at an angle and traced webworks between crystals and thralls. The figure moved thralls around it like puppets, using the spokes, the threads, the lines. How long has this agent been in control? I wondered. Because what you've been doing makes a kind of sense if I imagine it wasn't you, but it. The thralls weren't fighters, but they didn't need to be. They just needed to buy a minute or two, maybe less than a minute. The edge of my buckler smashed into one nose. The flat of the shield struck someone in the ear. Behind us, the wretch was losing its fight against the spike woman. She advanced, and she swiped out. I threw myself to the side, shield up. It helped with the debris of shattered crystal, but not the general impact of it. But she'd stopped short of hurting Teacher's thralls. She turned her focus to Ashley, who was attacking the ground. Clawing at the lines, maybe. Scratching the crystal? I doubted she could get deep enough, but they seemed to care. I turned, looking the other way, while I still had a distraction. To take it in. This pillar of a being, this controller. To see the lines, the systems by which it operated. The tech that had been carted in and arranged around it. I broke into a sprint, staggering because my right leg was more hurt than I'd thought, and didn't like having my full weight on it. But in a minute, that wouldn't matter. Thralls grabbed me, struck at me, tried to tackle me. The shield helped, but only a little. Anger helped a lot. Anger at Teacher, at Amy, at my dad, at my mom. I punched the shield into wires, and I felt the electricity run up my arms like snakes writhing through my tissues. And tech all around us went dark. The woman with spikes stopped what she was doing. Thralls turned to face her. Some began climbing up to Teacher to help extricate him, when he looked much like my hand had a minute ago. The more they pulled, the more human his shape became. It's the agent. They're organizing, and Teacher's a prime organizer, I thought. At least I broke his hold over his pet. What had that been? A generator? tech to carry his power outside the bounds of the portal? Whatever it was a distraction. Only 10 thralls were focused on me now, because there was something way more threatening in play. She reached out for me. I'd freed her from control, but I was still the enemy. But I could put Teacher's apparatus and agent between myself and her. She scratched at the ground and severed more wires. I stumbled, my leg still hurting, and walked a half circle around the apparatus, keeping a healthy distance from everything. Watching the lines of power and control that didn't require any tech because they were operating from here to here. I decided on a crystal that seemed to be doing a lot of heavy lifting. Damsel was climbing Teacher's apparatus, clawing her way up as thralls fought to get in her way. She reached a band of flesh that was Teacher and stuck her claws into it. But as his head was pulled free by thralls, Teacher looked my way, not toward the wound.
"No!"
he hollered. I was in the midst of charging toward the crystal, buckler raised high. Was that a "no, the world will end"? He was someone who wanted the world to end, because he wasn't a man anymore. He might not have been for a while. He'd gone down the same path as Khepri. Was it a "know my plans," then? My whole life was fucked, and had been fucked from the beginning. My mom was not even disappointing. I was angry at her, but most of all, I pitied her, and that was so much worse than just about any other feeling. But she'd taught me from the start that I should take away what the bad guys wanted most. I smashed the buckler's edge into a crack in the crystal. Then I took a few steps back and used the 20 seconds or so that were left to watch the fallout. I stirred, and phantom pains danced around my body before mercifully fading. "Everyone okay?" I asked. I looked, quickly checking. Nobody was brain dead, by the looks of it. Candy had a cut on her forehead, but it was apparently from falling where she'd been sitting on the desk. 1,000 horrible images danced in my mind in the span of a second. The dreams, the horrible insights, the agents, and the magnitude of what we were attached to. Because the agents were only one small part of a much bigger system. The Crimson landscape had been the real system, and the smaller agents had been capable of reaching to what I could well believe was close to infinity. It was dizzying to consider the implications. "World didn't end because of us?" I asked.
"No,"
was the deep, vaguely digitized growl from the door behind me, as angry as if the world had ended. I looked, and I saw Defiant standing next to a very alarmed-looking Natalie. "That's good," I said, quiet, with a calm I didn't feel.
Arc 16, From Within. Interlude Y. Months ago. She stopped at the door, peering through the glass pane, and exhaled slowly, trying to calm her nerves. She was surrounded by people who were so good at this. She had always been surrounded by people who were so good at this. But whatever genes were supposed to be imparted, whatever lessons were meant to be instilled, she still had to gather her composure before entering a room with people in it. One person, in this case. The warden's headquarters had some massive statues in the lobby, several stories tall, and this part of the second and third floors was essentially a series of catwalks forming half circles around the statues, with a view of the lobby below. At this hour, long after most employees had gone home, There were only a half-dozen people visible on the catwalks above and the floors below. It made her think of the hospitals, doing her rounds. She pressed her hand against the door, but didn't push, stopping to look at the tattoos, the clone-grown fingertips Riley had made for her. Bold black lines and spaces filled in with crimson. Gold tracery, far more fine, subtle but omnipresent, extending from the sun further up her arm. It was bolder than an ordinary tattoo might be, the gold close to actual gold. A reminder. It still hurt every time. It still brought back memories of her lowest point. Another breath. She'd been struck by the thought, one night in the birdcage, that if it wasn't her biological father or the Dallins that she'd gotten this anxiety and quiet nature from, it had to be from her biological mother. It had been a relief, a piece falling into place, and in one fell swoop, the anxiety had seemed easier? She had brought it up with her father, not excited, but calm, a bit assured in a way she usually wasn't. And he had smiled. Just a smile, no words, careful and arranged. She'd known him well enough to know that it was because words would betray, and a smile let her keep believing. From that smile onward, she hadn't kept believing. She took the details she knew and the things he had told her already, and picked apart the notion. Her mother had been a Cape groupie, with more of a sense of adventure than common sense. Bold and brave enough to raise her for the first 5 or so years before returning to face Marquis, show him the ropes, and get them used to each other. Hardly someone who hesitated before walking into a room with one person in it. This wasn't quite like the usual, she told herself. The stakes were higher. She pushed on the door, stepping out onto the pathway that looked out over the lobby. The space always looked like it was the twilight of earliest morning or cusp of evening. The dark statues were lit by soft floodlights, and similar lights shone down from the ceiling, though the catwalks above blocked the direct glare. The windows that did exist were partially shuttered, as a defensive precaution, and didn't account for how big, imposing, and conservatively lit the space was. One person was on the second floor, that she could see, leaning over the railing, nursing a cup of coffee. Shorter than average, Asian, with a simple haircut, and clothing choices that were as conservative as could be, while still being very summer-appropriate. Khaki skirt that extended to the knees with a pleat at each side. A white, short-sleeved blouse with a high collar and no adornments. The fact she wore a watch suggested she was old-fashioned. Studs for earrings. The woman, Jessica, straightened, leaving the coffee perched on the railing, work bag on the floor below it. "Thank you for coming. I'm Jessica Yamada, in case you didn't read the email closely," Jessica said. "I should ask you before we get underway, do you have a name you prefer going by?" Amy shook her head unconsciously before realizing she was doing it. People kept asking that. What was she supposed to even say? She had her guess as to why she'd been contacted, and if she went by that, then wasn't Amy the best name for the occasion? Amy. On impulse, starting the action and then feeling there was no option except to follow through, she put her hand out. Jessica didn't hesitate. Jessica's hand was cool to the touch. With the skin contact, Amy became instantly aware of every cell in Jessica's body, every process, every measure and composition of hormone, protein, and lipid chain. Of bacteria cultures, of viruses trying to assail the greater structure and losing that battle. She could feel the warmth of the body's interior, the electricity of nerves firing from the ones in the brain and what those suggested to the micro-firings that Jessica wasn't even consciously aware of, that shifted her position by small fractions to keep her balance. They shook hands. Amy broke the contact. "Sorry," Amy said, looking away and down. Two women in business wear were talking while looking at the contents of the same file folder, one holding it, the other pointing at a graphic. Their upper arms touched. Amy wasn't looking directly at Jessica, but she didn't miss that Jessica looked down at her hand, palm turning upward, before asking, "For what?" "That was a very murky thing to do, offering the handshake, putting you on the spot," Amy said. "A part of me wanted to see if you were scared, if you'd flinch before taking my hand, or if you wouldn't shake it at all." "Should I have?" Jessica asked. "No, I didn't do anything either, if you're worrying about that." Jessica shook her head, walking over to the railing to pick up her coffee. She leaned against the railing, her back to it. Amy remained where she was. Leaning against the same railing seemed too casual, and she didn't feel casual. She didn't have any pockets to slip her hands into, but she didn't want to clasp her hands or anything. She focused on adjusting her hair by the ear instead. It only gave her a few seconds of not looking like she didn't know how to be human, standing unnaturally in place. "Can I ask how James and Riley are?" Jessica asked. "They're fine, I think. Usual. James might be a little bit depressed, but I don't really ever see him. They keep us separated. Riley is hard to interpret. But you didn't ask to meet me so you could talk about them." "I didn't," Jessica said. "But I'm trying not to treat you like a patient, and I thought I might approach you as a colleague. I am interested, and I thought I'd ask." "Okay," Amy said. Jessica had walked back a few steps to retrieve her coffee, and Amy wondered if the 5 or so feet of distance that separated them had been calculated. It was the kind of chessmaster-type move her father might have done, having an excuse to retreat, which... Amy said. "My throat's dry. Do you mind? I'll be right back." "Not at all. Do you need change?" Amy shook her head. Vending machine. She took the time of feeding in the change from her jacket's inner pocket and collecting her iced tea to sort out her head. Not her thoughts, but to get to where she could have coherent thoughts in the first place. She approached the railing, stopping short of leaning up against it. A noise below gave her an excuse to move closer to the railing and look down. The same woman from earlier. One of them had thrown something into one of the big stylized trash cans in the lobby. "Colleagues," Amy reminded herself by saying it out loud. "If that's all right?" She had no idea if she was being manipulated. She didn't have the skill set to even begin figuring it out, or to know what to do if she'd been able to put her finger on it. If she could re-listen to this conversation with her father, with Marquis, then he could no doubt tell her if the colleague thing was a trap, something to get her to let her guard down, or to feign equality when they weren't equal, when she was being tracked and closely watched by the same people who no doubt paid Jessica. "It's all right," Amy said. "How are you? It's late. Was it a long day, or—" "It was a very long day. Always is," Jessica said. "But I enjoy the work I do." "I was wondering if you stayed late just to talk to me. I'm glad if you didn't." "You work long hours too?" "For a certain meaning of work. Babysitting, checking work. Some hospital work. Some research stuff. A few initiatives, like seeing if my power can engineer something to their specifications that will curb the machine army's approach. How'd that go? I could, but they didn't trust it. The thinkers reviewed the plan and thought it was a bad idea. It's possible the machine army incorporates it or adapts to it. Or there's something out there that would mutate or twist the pathogen. That's too bad, Jessica said, sounding very casual about it. I never know what I'm going to do on one day or another. I wake up, check my emails, figure out if I can sleep in. Usually I can't because Riley is a morning person and she wants to start the day. I'll have 10 emails and 5 or 6 will be things people want to talk to me about, and I block out the day. I get more by lunchtime and more by 4. By the time I'm done, it's 8 o'clock at night. You could say no if it's too much. It's not, Amy said. Like, it's that, or I go home at 5, and most of the time I just stay home watching shows with episodes missing, or new shows that seem off, because production values haven't caught up, and new or old, I'll watch something with a story, and it's just... Amy made a frustrated movement with her hands, clenching them. Jessica looked at her. Dull, Amy said. It wasn't the word she wanted, but she couldn't think of the word she wanted. Not my thing either, Jessica said. It's very hard for me to find television to watch. I like crime procedurals, but they tend to get too close to home. I find the dramas dull. Dull's the wrong word, Amy said. Numb? Numb? Jessica asked, propping chin on hand, elbow on railing. Casual, removed from the professional. The emotional moments don't land. I've seen and lived more intense things than anything I could watch. No other hobbies you could pick up? Nobody to meet? Just say yes to all the emails? I mean, I say no sometimes. I'm dating, you know. Kind of. Are you? Amy nodded. She rested her forearms on the railing, and her fingers rubbed at the tension in her hands, like they were trying to follow the lines of the tattoos and wipe them off with enough pressure and repetition. That was a whole thing. I was upfront, let them know I was seeing someone with powers. They were worried about security and grilled me about who she was. I thought, I don't have a mask, no costume. Most people who know about Cape stuff know who I am. It wouldn't be fair to her because I see her when she's in civilian clothes. How did they take it? Not well, I guess. But I've stacked up a lot of brownie points. I've stuck to their rules, and the amnesty technically applies. I'm betting they know who she is, but they couldn't say no to me without admitting the amnesty doesn't apply equally to everyone. I pointed out that, yes, I did go to the birdcage, but I went voluntarily. If I didn't have any powers at all and I checked myself into the loony bin, wouldn't I be able to check myself out? Not usually, Jessica said. That's moronic, Amy said, more bitterly than she intended. It was a temporary thing. Going to the birdcage could have been a permanent transition. Amy drank her iced tea, and the flavor and coldness of it shocked her. She'd held it this long and hadn't actually had any of it. She watched the 2 women in the lobby leave. They looked close. They shouldn't have let me demand to go there, she said, quiet. That was then. Today is today. How's the dating going? Jessica asked, If you don't mind my asking, I have to live vicariously. Can we, Amy clenched her hands again. Stop pretending. Pretending? Jessica asked. Or dodging around the big elephant in the room? Victoria, I saw her for the first time in a while last night, and now you reach out? I've been talking to Carol, and she mentioned you were Victoria's therapist. I'd know even if it wasn't her, so don't get her in trouble. That's not what I'm here to do. I don't intend to get her into trouble. But you are here because of Victoria. She hasn't even talked to me or looked me in the eye, but I got an invitation to the same barbecue she did, and she flipped out. So much that I'm sure she turned around and went to the wardens and told them how scary and dangerous I am and made demands. And maybe you know it's all ridiculous, but you have to do your due diligence. I can't talk to you about her. She's a former patient, and it would be breaching her boundaries. If I sound angry, Amy said, shrinking down a bit, arms folded over one another on the railing. I am not angry at you. Just all of this. And that's probably dangerous to say because you'll have paper pushers go over every word of this conversation with a fine-toothed comb, highlighting every word that suggests I'm dangerous. Angry's gotta be a big one. That's not what I'm doing. If there are any recording devices, they're as big a surprise to me as they are to you. Passing on a message, then? Amy asked, her voice hollow. Go away, stay away, I am a terrible, horrible monster? I couldn't hear all of it, but I heard bits. She treated Carol like a monster for just associating with me. No messages, Jessica said. I think she has made it clear she doesn't want any contact or relationship, sisterly or otherwise. That extends to sending or receiving messages through middlemen. Right, Amy said, her voice terse. I think that she has gone to great effort to keep her distance from you to avoid the same events, associated people, and places. Drawing only from my own conclusions, I think that is incredibly hard on her. The kindest thing you might be able to do is put in a similar degree of effort to maintain that distance and separation of your respective lives. You asked about my dating life earlier, as a colleague? I did. But as a colleague, I'm hoping you'll at least acknowledge what I just said. I will, but let me say stuff first. Jessica nodded, sipping her coffee. This woman I'm dating she's beautiful, she's smart, not educated, but she's had to learn about a lot of things, and she picked it up fast. She's passionate and stylish, she's interesting, and it's like those television dramas. Numb, you said. Jessica interjected. It's enjoyable, it has its moments, don't get me wrong. But those moments pass, and it feels like there's a bit less of everything to everything. We started it off as an experiment. I was upfront about things, and maybe we'll taper it off, I don't know. I think we could remain friends. I don't think anyone could know the context of what happened and fault you for taking some time, finding your way back to a comfortable place. I don't want to take time, Amy said, a little bit emotional now. I don't want to work from 9 until 9 every day, and I don't want to work from 9 to 5 or 9 to noon either, with half my day or my evening spent on dates. I'm not really interested in the dating part of it. I want to skip forward. Wanting to skip forward to the part where you're situated and comfortable is very common, I think. I've heard similar sentiments from people I know, especially introverts. I want to skip forward to the point where I've known her for 10 years, where we've been there for each other's trigger events, where we went to high school, middle school, and most of elementary school together. And I had that. I almost had that. I don't think that's possible, short of using time travel. I don't think you could 100% rule that out, but I think even if you did travel back in time and rewrite history to contrive those scenarios with your new girlfriend in mind, I don't think you'd have what you really want. No. Can you broaden your hopes and expectations? I tried seeing this one girl in the birdcage. Ex-mechanic, smaller than me, but strong, short black hair, funny, tender. I didn't really believe her story about what she did that got her into the birdcage, but I didn't really care. I asked my dad if it was safe to try seeing her, and he said yes, and... Amy trailed off, aware she was rambling. She was my first kiss, Amy said. And it was pretty wow. Jessica's expression changed, and Amy caught it. She'd had to catch a lot of those little expressions to navigate the household of Carol and Mark. What? She asked. I shouldn't remark, but I find that surprising. You mean Victoria? I shouldn't have commented. I apologize. Amy tensed, fists balling up, tattoos tight around her bones. I wasn't me. I was fresh off of having my fingers eaten, my home destroyed, my life overturned. Bonesaw tried to break me. She tried to break Mark. I wasn't me. Victoria wasn't Victoria. Jessica didn't interject. What we did together doesn't count. Amy's words were more a plea than a statement. Not when we weren't ourselves. She really wanted Jessica to sympathize. Needed it. When the woman didn't say anything, Amy went on, asserting her voice, trying to sound confident. It was my first kiss, with paroxysm, and a few first other things, but that numbness, knowing it wasn't what I really wanted. We broke it off about as amicably as you can when you're stuck in the same place. I saw a girl after Gold Morning too, but that was not fun. She was still mourning. I couldn't help her through it. Okay, Jessica said. I don't want to lose sight of my suggestion from earlier. It doesn't change that you and Victoria would be better off if you both tried to avoid each other. Amy could have hit something with the frustration she felt. I'm getting back to that. Listen, I can't be expected to spend the rest of my life alone. She felt so lonely just saying that out loud, and she willed Jessica to see it. Her chest hurt with it, like physical pain. I don't think anyone is expecting that of you, Jessica said, her voice quiet. I'm being punished, but I'm a victim too. If that were so, I'd still stand by my recommendation of striving to maintain the distance. You gain nothing by engaging with her. My sister? My not being alone anymore? Amy asked. How did this woman not get this? You have your mother, your father, Marky. You're on speaking terms with Crystal. I know you have colleagues here. You're taking initial steps towards figuring out the kind of relationship you want, and that will take time, and it will be hard, but that's only natural. If you need help finding your way there, I have a colleague who would be willing to talk to you. He opened up one patient slot. He specialized in working with traumatized emergency service workers. Cops, paramedics, doctors, firefighters. Amy felt stung. I'm not nuts. I'm not crazy. You don't have to be to talk to someone, and it sounds to me like you need to talk to someone. I already am. I get mental fitness checkups with the wardens because I spend my time around Riley and people. That's different. This would be time set aside for you to talk through those feelings of your numbness, your frustration, your fears. It wouldn't cost you anything except a couple hours out of every week. I got permission from the wardens. They'll cover it if I say it's needed. Great, Amy exclaimed. Hey, that's fantastic, knowing the guys at the top are signing the papers saying I'm crazy and I need enough help they'll pay money for it. Everyone seems to think this, apparently. They don't have your name. You talked about brownie points earlier? I used mine. That's all this is. I'm not crazy, Amy said. Really, I'm lonely. I had a bad day years ago. I freaked out and I wasn't myself for a while. Now nobody's willing to forgive me, even people I don't even know. And the most fucked up thing about it, excuse me, I shouldn't swear here. It's not a church, Amy. Some swearing is fine. But if you're finding yourself using swear words where you usually wouldn't, it might be a good indicator we should pause the conversation and calm down. Amy drank more of her iced tea. She pulled the bottle away from her mouth and indicated the statue in the center of the lobby. The motion forceful enough the bottle almost slopped over, despite being only a third full. Heroes, right? They are, Jessica said. You're a hero, Amy said. I don't have powers. You don't need powers to be a hero. You're a hero, I think. I don't know if you're a good therapist. Amy stopped short of saying she suspected Jessica wasn't a good therapist, given how little Amy felt she was being listened to. But it wouldn't help anything if she voiced that out loud. But you're a therapist. You chose that career. You put a lot of time and energy into helping people who need that help. Doctors, nurses, I spent a lot of time around them as panacea. All heroes. I like that, Jessica said. You think heroes, powers or not, would be more forgiving. You'd think people who have had trigger events would be more forgiving of other people's traumatic events, where that person isn't thinking straight. What happens in the past is the past, Jessica told her. Amy started. Her expression twisted. Quieter, she finished. Shit. It's what you do moving forward that matters. Talking to my colleague and taking extra care with boundaries would be a good start. You're not listening, Amy muttered. She wasn't good enough at playing games to hide the hurt on her face. She'd wanted Jessica to listen. You came here with these things you wanted to recommend because you think you'll help Victoria, and no interest in hearing out my side. I am absolutely listening, Amy. I do think you are a good person. A hero, even. Amy fell silent, staring down into the empty lobby. These things I brought up, they're for your sake, not Victoria's. She benefits, sure, but that's more because we all benefit when we are all taking care of ourselves. Victoria as a subject clearly makes you profoundly unhappy. Distance or a severing of ties is good. Amy finished her iced tea. The speed at which she tossed the bottle back made it clink against her teeth. She was conscious of the minute amounts of pathogens in it. She could even run her hands down its length and get a sense of where the man who had fed the bottle into the machine had touched it, because he'd left bacteria behind with the faint oils of his hands. Moving suddenly, Amy passed behind Jessica, giving the woman's back a sidelong look. Jessica leaned over the railing and didn't even flinch. Another marquee sort of move. Another test. Either Jessica was very good at bluffing, or she really did think Amy was heroic enough to not worry about the dangerous parahuman with a touch-based power passing within arm's reach. Amy dunked the bottle into the recycling bin. "Thank you for your offer," Amy said. "But I'm not crazy. I don't need your colleague." Again, it's not for the mentally ill alone. The stuff that isn't mental illness is the kind of thing they can't help with. What about coping mechanisms? "I'm coping," Amy said, shrugging. "I'm going to the mental fitness checkups. That's what they pay attention to, isn't it? Whether or not I'm coping?" "It is." "I'm not happy. I'm lonely, but coping just means you're dealing with some difficult stuff. That's the difficult, and I'm dealing according to the people who do the checkups. Yes?" "I talked to them before talking to you." "Great. More rumors about me losing it." "And?" "And they sounded satisfied." "And you believe in them? Your colleagues? Because, oh man, I've worked with Riley. I've heard about James Rinke. I've checked on a few of the others, and if you're not confident that these guys checking on the guards and staff aren't really good at what they do, then holy shit, we are fucked." "Okay," Jessica said, hands raised. "For what it's worth, I do believe them. And I believe you. You say you're coping well enough. All right." They were words Amy hadn't heard enough. I believe you. But wouldn't it be nice to have an established relationship with someone who understands you, in case a day comes tomorrow where you aren't coping? I get the sense you regret the last period of time where that happened. Therapists are very hard to come by in the present era. "Are you seeing someone?" Amy asked. "Can't we focus on you for the moment?" "Don't dodge me," Amy told her. "You said we were colleagues. As a colleague, are you seeing a therapist?" "For what it's worth, I really wish I was. But like I said, therapists are hard to come by, and I have no time. I've tried, and I've seen one or two for one-off events to make sure I'm approaching them in the right ways." "Yeah," Amy said. "So maybe, you use your therapist friend? Keep him in that time slot available for when you have time?" "Can't. We know each other too well." "Then give the spot to Victoria," Amy said, "because she's not coping. Can we talk about her for a second?" "No." Jessica's voice was soft. I'll talk at you about her for just a bit. You don't have to interject. You don't have to do anything. Just let me say my piece. Use it if you think it's right. Not that you will, since you're a shitty therapist who can't even hear what I'm saying, Amy thought. Jessica didn't budge. Didn't say a word. Carol neglected me. Mark, in his way, neglected me more. I've been thinking about it, and I think that was the kindest thing they could have done for me. I think that family isn't healthy. I think they pressured Victoria, and that pressure did a number on her. And the sad, sick thing is, they pressured her to be exactly what she should have been. Does that make sense? Jessica didn't move or respond. Amy turned, leaning over the railing, not looking at Jessica. Easier than trying to talk without any cues to go by. It was like talking into an answering machine, stumbling over words because the pauses and exchanges weren't there. If she'd been meant to be a basketball player and they pressured her to be a hero, she could have found her way to basketball, I think. But since they pressured her to be a heroine and she was born to be a heroine, I think it's all tangled up. The lessons, warnings, the conditional love as much they probably didn't intend to make it conditional, the complicated feelings, the family, the relationships. I don't think it's a bias that Gallant was so bad for her. She didn't love him. She just felt like she had to be with him because expectations. They didn't let her hide her identity, not that it really was possible. They made the decision when she was 7, and she was brought on talk shows and put in front of cameras to talk about what it was like having superheroes for parents. I had too much stage fright to do it. We were local celebrities. Her hands rubbed at her tattoos again. It felt like there was just tattoo, meat, and bone. No skin. Our Aunt Fleur, she wasn't officially our aunt. There was never a wedding. But I really liked her. She was kind of an outsider like me. Her body wasn't even cold when people were putting microphones in front of us. We were kids, not even in middle school. That fucks you up. Amy checked Jessica's expression. Nothing. Victoria did this thing at the community center, and that tells me she still needs to be a hero. But she's angry. If you saw her last night... Amy said, trailing off. Carol says she's not putting on her costume. She's doing something volunteering with teenagers, helping out around the portals, teaching them about capes. But that's not enough. She's in stasis like that. She won't grow, she won't heal, because she's not herself. What I said earlier about me not being entirely me and her not being her, she's still not herself. And I admit I played a role in that. Fingers rubbed against tattoo. It always felt like the gold ink should smear. She needs to be a hero in a way that doesn't put that anger front and center. That doesn't involve Carol and Mark. In a way that involves healing and supporting. Not heroics for justice. Not heroics for power. Not revenge. Not monster slaying. Because all that feeds back into the anger. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a therapist. But I know her. I analyzed her enough over the years, believe me. Jessica's empty cup tapped against the railing. When Amy looked, the woman seemed to be lost in thought. "Do you want me to take your cup?" she asked. Jessica handed it over. Amy deposited it into the recycling bin to her right. Still no flinch. That was reassuring. Even Crystal had flinched at the barbecue last night, and Amy had taken baths with Crystal once upon a time. Still hurt. "Sorry for taking up your time," Amy said. "Not at all. I did invite you to talk. I just can't comment, as I said." Amy nodded, looking down at her hands. She'd wanted to maintain a connection to Victoria. Sun for the past on one arm, for Glory Girl. The then present at her hands, red. And then the future on the other arm, the golden-haired girl. The fall, the rise, a promise to herself. A promise to herself that she would make things right, and that things would be all right again. Touching Glash de Guanya had been a moment that had convinced her there was no way that she would remain in the birdcage. Not if things came to a head in her lifetime. And they had. Mark Dallin, on one of his visits, made a remark to me that I made a note of. It's in a file in a cabinet somewhere on Earth Bet somewhere, no doubt half buried and soaked in water. Jessica said. Amy glanced at the woman. He said that he didn't like therapy, that it hadn't done anything for him. Amy found herself nodding in acknowledgement before she caught herself. Carol, if I remember right, was made to attend therapy for a time, but abandoned it once she was 18. I see what you're getting at. She abandoned it because she had Victoria, just for context. You talked about the influence they had on Victoria. Didn't they influence you? Is it at all possible you picked up prejudices as a consequence of how you were raised? Not when they were barely parents to me, Amy replied, her voice harder. Jessica nodded, her expression momentarily sad. Because pity. Amy wished that pity was for the right reasons. She felt the urge to make her final appeal, a Hail Mary attempt to convince this woman that Carol had described as so important to Victoria. Because even if Jessica Yamada was a bad therapist, and Amy wasn't sure now, she was important for other reasons. I'm not a bad person. If this is another appeal to tell Victoria anything... No, Amy said. It's not. Me to you. Okay. If I was a bad person, this would have all been so much easier, Amy explained. You know, it's like conspiracy theories when someone's on the street corner and they're telling you the government's after them. CIA, FBI, PRT. There are agendas, there's these convoluted reasons, and you just want to ask, why are you so important they'd focus on you? I'm sure they would be able to give you reasons. It's not so simple as that, Amy. Frustrating, Amy said, softly. Sad. It really is. It's a hard reality. I'm not sure I follow your train of thought, though. I'm saying, you know, there's this really simple, easy way to decide this. Decide what? Whether I'm a bad person. I told you earlier, I think you're a hero, doing what you do, by your own standards. I think you're a good person at heart. You just need some guidance to be a great person. Ew. Amy couldn't help but huff out a laugh. You just really sounded like Carol for a second there. My hair stood on end. Not my intention, Jessica said, and the woman allowed herself a smile. Others don't think I'm good. I know I'll sound crazy if I say there's at least one person in my building who watches my comings and goings and keeps an eye on me, but really, I suspect you might be right. I know they do the same for some others. Emboldened, Amy continued. It makes me want to shake them and poke a hole in their logic. If I was a bad person, I wouldn't have done what I did. If I was a bad person, I'd have every last thing I wanted, and the world would be better off as a whole. I don't understand. I'd have just used my power on Victoria. Done. Break down artificial barriers between two people who aren't even blood related. I'd use my power on Carol and Mark, and they'd love me. Mark wouldn't be depressed. They'd accept the relationship. No need for me to run away from home. We're all strong against the Slaughterhouse-9. I'm free to develop my power and figure things out before gold morning. I face the end of the world with Victoria at my side. That may be romanticized. Of course it is. But it's not wrong either. The bullet points are the same. It's romanticized because I fascinate about it a lot. How things would have gone, how things could go. There are weeks I work 12 hours every day, and when I'm not working, I dream of what could have been. There's more life and feeling in that than in anything else. Than in B, the woman I'm dating. That doesn't sound healthy. Don't suggest therapy at me again, Amy warned. Okay, But if you will allow it, I'll talk to people.
No,
Amy said. Not about particulars, but about cutting back on your work hours?
No,
Amy said.
Permission not granted.
Jessica drew in a deep breath, then nodded.
This wasn't what Amy had wanted. How had it gone in the opposite direction?
The point is, she said, insistent, annoyed.
I could, very easily, but I haven't. You know how bad I was at my lowest point. You should have a sense of how I've been doing since. But I didn't. I fantasize about it, because of course I do, and I'd rather have Victoria back in her inhuman shape than not have her in my life at all. I love her. More than Carol. More than Mark. More than Crystal. And I know she doesn't have anyone else. But I don't do anything. That's what's important.
What worries me? Jessica ventured, picking her words carefully.
You don't need to worry.
Is the fact that you seem to be telling me that you have very little going for you in your day-to-day.
That's not what I'm saying.
Please correct me if I'm wrong on any of these points. There's no color in your love life. Your days are rote and directionless. You have connections to family, but you consider yourself alone. And you want this connection to Victoria very, very much.
That's what I said.
It seems like a recipe for problems.
No, listen, it's cherry-picked from what I said, but it's absolutely missing the heart of what I'm trying to say.
Amy moved her hand to tap on the railing to punctuate. A Carol sort of thing, actually. She only realized as she did it. She saw the flinch. Minute. But Jessica Yamada pulled her hand back as Amy brought her hand forward. It would have been so easy to reach forward, to touch her hand, to make that contact. And Jessica Yamada would be on her side.
But I don't, because I am not a bad person. I spent far too long coming to terms with that, healing, recovering, and making up for what Carol convinced me of on a fundamental level.
The anger left Amy, and there was only a deep sadness left.
I'll go,
Amy said, her voice sounding almost artificial, as she fought to keep it free of emotion. I am very sorry to have taken up so much of your time, Jessica.
Could I convince you? Jessica started.
Amy shook her head. She would have said something, but she wasn't sure she could do it with a feeling in her upper chest.
Then I wish you the best, Jessica said.
I am at your disposal if you need me, any hour of the day. If you're not comfortable talking to me, I can give you any number of contacts. They're busy, but I'll ask them to make time. You don't have to call, but keep them on your phone.
Amy nodded. Fuck this.
I wasn't able to get a straight response out of you before. Will you tell me that you'll keep your distance from her? Contrive to stay out of her way, much as she's doing the same?
The words hurt.
Amy nodded.
Yes, but if she calls, I'll go to her. And I reserve the right to say goodbye.
Goodbye, Amy.
Listen! I'm not going to kill myself. You can have the mental fitness people check. But I might leave. Go to another Earth. I'll see if they can find a replacement to check Riley's work before I go. I won't do it suddenly. But I've been thinking it might be better if I go. Nobody here seems to believe in me. But there are places where they could use my help. It'll be far from Victoria.
That would be an admirable direction to go.
Amy's expression twisted a bit as she shook her head. She fixed her hair some, then turned to go. Admirable directions and all. She could have spat. She was so pissed.
she'd wanted. She stopped, and she turned around. The woman was walking toward the elevators. "Jessica," Amy said. Jessica turned. A pretty good distance separated them. Her voice barely carried all of the way. "Do you know why I wanted to convince you as badly as I did? That I'm a good person?" Jessica, post-flinch, didn't rebut that last part. "I only have inklings. My connection to Victoria, I imagine?" "You're me, Jessica." "I am sorry?" Jessica approached a few feet. "Maybe it's crass to say this." Crass would have been a Marquisism, as the finger tap would have been a Carolism. "But when I shook your hand, I got a sense of you. I know how tired you are. The hours you're putting in. I know you haven't had a sexual partner in recent memory." Jessica stiffened. "That's a line crossed, Amy. An uncomfortable and inappropriate one. I know the tension in your shoulders. I know how your eyes are so fatigued you probably can't read the print above the elevators. I know that you have an awareness of yourself, the hum of your own body, the nimbus of feelings you're not aware of. I tend to think of it as the soul, even though it isn't. Yours is weary." "I consider this a violation," Jessica said. "And I consider this a warning," Amy retorted. "Your heart? Not your actual heart, but your feelings? The edges are blunted. The goodness in you is still there, but you've worked so hard you've hit the point you don't always care. If I'm guessing right, you're probably at the point where you can do the day-to-day stuff. But when that late-night phone call comes and they ask for extra effort or a needy patient needs you extra, you resent them a little. Because you've given your all for weeks now, but maybe not once ever in your life has someone else given you their all. Or it's one person, one sister." Jessica was silent. "You felt obligated to check on the scary healer, and you don't have the energy or focus to really hear what she's saying. You're going to hit a point, couple of weeks, a month, where you come to resent the day-to-day work. And around that same time, support structures fall through, if they existed at all. You'll hit your lowest point, and either you're alone or the one person you counted on is preoccupied. Understandable, but it'll still hurt." Jessica looked off to one side. "I think you know I'm not wrong. I think you recognize you're so close to that point that shaking the boat by reaching out for help might upset it. As a colleague?" Jessica met her eyes. "Lighten the load. Go easy on yourself. It's going to feel wrong, no matter what you decide to do. But I'm telling you right now, as someone who knows, the course you're on right now is worse. You're not a bad person. It's because you're a good person that you've brought yourself to this point. You're one small crisis or weak moment away from hurting a patient or someone you care about, standing where I stand now, wishing the person you'd just talked to had listened to you." Jessica folded her arms. Amy remained where she was, facing the woman. Lifting a hand from her elbow, Jessica rubbed at one eye, wiping at moisture that threatened to well out. She seemed to realize what she was doing, and dropped her hand. She nodded. "Thank you," Jessica said, her voice barely carrying. "I will see you around, I suppose," Amy said. She turned to go, so the woman didn't have to be the one to walk away. Let her have her pride. Amy didn't feel the least bit like a good person as she made her way to the front door, stepping outside into early fall weather, in a dark city that smelled like new wood, heavy machinery, and dust from construction. Now, The girl was beautiful, blonde, more slight than Victoria had been at that age, but with some of the same traits. Poised back straight, even though her hands were trembling as they rested on top of Amy's own. In another reality, she could have been Victoria's sister, more inclined to ballet than any competitive sport. Amy could sense the girl's toes, the damage her feet had taken months ago, before the girl's emergent power had spoiled things. Ballet could be hard on the body. Even months after abandoning the sport, Hunter's muscle tone was strong, her heartbeat confident. Her proprioception was top-notch. The second child that Carol no doubt would have loved to have, who could have been another natural superheroine in the right circumstance. Mentally, internally, an entirely different person. If Amy had to guess, there might have been a common ancestor 7 generations back. But that was a reach. Everything sorted, set in its place. The corona was buried, disconnected by small stages, buried more, made small. Amy was put in mind of welders working in deep-pressure environments. The right conditions could produce a vacuum that would suck a man through a baseball-sized hole. There was no danger to Amy herself, probably, but it was delicate work in a hostile environment, and her work could easily be undone by the wrong conditions.
"Could you make me a boyfriend?"
Dot asked. "Shh, hush," Marquis said. His voice was soothing in a way that seemed to affect Hunter.
"Actually, Father, would you keep talking to her?"
Amy asked. "To?" Marquis asked.
"Hunter. Same tone."
"As you wish. Dot will be quiet, and we will figure out something fun to do this afternoon to thank her for being quiet, yes? Mouth closed. Nod." Amy glanced up. Both Dot and Hunter nodded. "And Hunter, my dear, is maintaining excellent sitting posture. Did they beat you with a cane to train your posture?"
"No,"
Hunter said, smiling, her eyes still closed. Amy felt the corona shift. Portions of the brain that had been tranquil now flared to life.
"You'll lose your vision or hearing for 1 second,"
Amy said.
"Don't panic, it will come back." "Understood,"
Hunter reported. Her hands wanted to shake more, Amy was aware, but were too flat against Amy's own. There was more flaring, more flickering. The house of cards threatened to topple. Amy deafened Hunter.
"No talk of violence, please."
"Understood," Marquis said.
"Your voice reminds her of a grandfather. Talk of old things or tell stories. Nice stories."
"I will. Happy to help," Marquis said. Off at the other end of the room, Mark sat with a phone resting on his knee, looking tense. He had asked yesterday if she would heal his lingering mental issues. Dysthymia and lingering effects of a concussion he'd had as a teen. She'd said no, and he wasn't happy about it. He was less happy about Hunter, given the parallels to Victoria, which meant the stakes were higher. Hard to glance at Mark, to see Hunter in her peripheral vision, and imagine it was Victoria. It made her heart leap, and that was dangerous given how cell-level precise some of this work was. She gave Hunter her hearing back. "My father was a physician, you know," Marquis said. "When he was practicing, they were only just introducing anesthesia for surgery. 1 in 10 died on the table." Amy gave her father a hard look.
"Raises the question,"
Chris said, from behind Amy. He'd seated himself at the end of the room furthest from Mark.
"Would you rather have no anesthesia or roll those dice?"
Amy deafened Hunter, made her close her eyes, and kept Hunter's eyes closed, calmed her, and forced a lingering sensation of Amy's hands against her own, while Amy stood up and stepped away. "If you're not going to be helpful, you need to leave. This matters. Chris was all shaggy hair, a vaguely Yeti shape. All of his forms had long hair now, which boded ill as far as she was concerned. Either he knew she knew what he was doing, which suggested he was trying to intimidate her, or he didn't, in which case he was being overly defensive. Her power didn't work past hair, fur, and body hair.
It's so interesting, though,
Chris said, his voice low, too deep.
He can't raise a topic like that and not expect me to say something.
And you. Amy turned on her father. Death? Really? The most interesting stories, unfortunately, have death and violence in them. I gravitate toward them like your father gravitates toward the funnier, more human stories. I should have known better, Amy said. Would you take Dot, go find her something fun to eat?
Yay!
Dot exclaimed. My apologies, dear Amelia, Marquis said, bending down to kiss the top of her head. Then he left, closing the door. Amy sat back down, setting her hands in place, and removed the phantom sensations, calm, the forced closure of the eyes, and the deafness.
A bit scary,
Hunter breathed. Sorry, we're almost done. Mark approached, stopping by a table, which he leaned against. I remember, Amy, you hated to sit still for haircuts. I was a terrible child, I get it, Amy muttered. No, you were a wonder of a child next to the unholy terror that was Victoria, Mark told her. And you're a fine woman now. I wish it wasn't such a hard journey to get from there to here, but I'm glad to be here with you in the present moment. The words seemed to calm Hunter more than they affected Amy. You're trying to butter me up. You can touch me if you want to tell if I'm sincere. Can't, focusing on Hunter. After, then. No, Amy said. She was pacified, calmer. No need. She worked her way through Hunter's brain. There were triggers and flags everywhere. Certain perceptions, certain emotions, attitudes. Hunter's power was involuntary. We'd give you candies to suck on so you couldn't complain while sitting on the chair, Mark said. And on one particular visit, the last one with the candy, as you'll recall, Amy groaned. A new hairdresser came up, and she hugged you from behind, looked over your shoulder in the mirror, and she said something to the effect of, "What would you like us to do, cutie?" She surprised the hell out of you. That wasn't surprise. No? Mark asked. And she could hear the change in tone. He rallied. But you choked. I did choke. And you gagged, Mark said, his tone warm. While you were trying to dislodge the candy, I was thumping on your back. And then you threw up onto the barber's bib, and it wicked straight down onto your shoes. I can't believe the world ended, and I'm still hearing about it. You were inconsolable. Victoria was there, crying too. That part of the story was left unsaid. The thought of Victoria and the young blonde girl's presence in front of Amy almost derailed it all. Regret, flashbacks to moments she'd been doing work not so dissimilar to this. Errors. She forced her head back into the right place, dismissed the thoughts. The good humor and general calm Hunter felt as she visualized the scene served to let Amy button up her work, set everything firmly into place, make sure there were no loose ends, and then slowly pulled her hands away.
I feel like a new person,
Hunter said, quiet. I want you to let that sit for a bit. Keep your thoughts on pleasant things. Let your mind wander.
If it helps, talk out loud so we can steer you or distract you. If this lasts 60 seconds, it'll probably last a week. If it lasts a week, it'll probably last a month.
Sure, Hunter said. I used to be into ballet. That's where the posture Marquis was complimenting me on came from.
Yes, Amy said. I noticed. You're still very fit.
My friends never knew. Sam, the boy who brought me here, he had no idea. I was ashamed. It was weird. I was so proud when it was certain people, but if you told Sam then, I would have wanted to die. My teacher knew and said something about me doing something for the talent show. I gave her a look and she seemed to clue in, didn't say anything else.
That's nice of her, Mark commented. Not all teachers would care.
She was sweet. I saw her outside of class once. Totally different person. Hanging out with a bunch of guys.
Nothing wrong with that, Amy said.
No,
Hunter agreed.
But I would have pictured her as someone who knit. She wasn't even that old. The masks we wear, right?
I suppose so, Amy said, just to keep the conversation going.
I was thinking, powers and heroics and the stuff we do, if we ever got this thing of mine under control.
We will, Amy interrupted. And when we do, you will go back to school?
Do I have to, though?
Hunter asked.
I have powers. My life's pretty set, you know?
There's lots of options. Going back to ballet, Amy started. But Hunter was talking over her. Amy's heart sank.
Hunter by day,
Hunter intoned, hand flicking her hair out of her face. Her hands covered her face. Amy jumped to her feet, and it was Mark who hauled her back over the back of the cloth-layered lounging couch Amy had been sitting on. Hunter's hand dropped, exposing one eye, too much of the whites showing.
Mince made by night!
The couch detonated, an explosive going off beneath. Amy hadn't even seen Mark drop it. It lifted up the couch, and Mark, still with an arm around Amy, caught it and oriented it in the air, using it for cover. The scene looked like a window crackling. Black lines speared up, down, from one another, all around Hunter. Threads, hair-thin, spiderwebbing out to make contact with everything within 30 feet of Hunter, which included most of the furniture. The couch was almost lifted up, and Mark hauled it down, using his back to keep it in position.
You done?
Chris asked. Amy looked. Chris had been at the edge of the effect. His arm and part of his upper body were mangled, shredded by the wires.
I'm done,
Hunter said. The wires began retracting. Once all visible wires were gone, Mark grunted and shifted position, letting it fall to one side. A webwork of bones blocked the way, too. It seemed Marquis hadn't left the spot just beyond the door. Thank you, Mark told her father. Of course, Marquis said, eyes narrowing. He smiled.
The masks we wear,
Hunter said, eyes wide, both showing too much white. Her smile macabre. She laughed.
In all the television shows and movies, they've got to have that episode with the guest starring hero, don't they? And there's always the mystery, and there's always an unmasking.
With the convenient stunt double, Marquis said, sounding way calmer than Amy or Mark were.
What happens when you don't wear a mask?
Hunter asked. She smiled, hands going to her face.
Nobody here does. A lot of heroes don't. Your old team, terrible secret identity discipline,
Chris said. He was acting very cavalier about his mangled arm.
What happens when the maskless get unmasked? Hunter asked. She made an amused sound. Black lines stabbed out at diagonals, forming a diamond just in front of her face. She stuck her face through them, and stray hairs were severed on contact.
That, Chris said, is what we're focusing on in our own way. On that topic, Red Queen, if you're not getting right back to work...
He sounded so sarcastic when he called her that. I'm not, Amy said. I might not be able to do it.
I've been keeping track of our tasks.
The refugees? A problem? He waved a mangled limb in the air.
No problem. Your hapless rescues are getting settled and fed without trouble.
Stop dragging it out, Mark said, annoyed. Patience, my friend, Marquis said, calm. Interruptions only delay things. Mark gave the man an annoyed look. He had to be almost as dejected at this failure as Amy was. She hated this. Hated that Hunter was a link to Victoria and she'd spoiled it, had ruined her. That she couldn't fix her. Hunter just snickered to herself, amused at Mark's annoyance.
You gotta explain for me. I'm dumb. We've been focused on the people who are playing this game at the top level. Focusing on the interdimensional aliens at a time when not enough people are dwelling on the big revelation of where our power comes from. Wardens, Dragon, Teacher, Mortari, a few others, all paying close attention, all getting our hands dirty trying to steer the unsteerable.
And? Mark asked.
Teacher's out of the running. His thralls all got their brains back. According to a very talkative little kid who insists on sending me updates after we've parted ways. Breakthrough, that's, my old team, the Red Queen's sister, are now fully in.
Amy's heart sank and soared in equal measure. She knew everyone was watching, and kept her voice level. We adapt. We promised Shin we'd protect their world.
It's about to need a lot of protecting,
Chris said, coming as close as he ever did to outright agreement or solidarity.
Give me the okay to get my production line going.
Amy made a face. She felt Mark's hand grip her shoulder. It didn't feel like the move a good person would make. She'd seen the labs, dark and poised to be powered and set into motion. Chris had unveiled them, and she'd told him no, not unless it was absolutely necessary. At least 5 different groups were trying to save the world. Victoria's was now among them. She and Chris, Lab Rat, were chasing down the bloody road of biology and transcending Earth and humanity both, more as an emergency clause than anything else. If she had any say in it, she wanted to at least preserve the good and healthy parts of humans and humanity, whether they used the emergency measure or not. And that preservation necessitated that she have a handle on what good and healthy were. Failing with Hunter made her less confident in that regard. Saying yes elicited many of the same doubts. Yes, she said it, quiet. She felt the slight change in Mark's grip as his faith faltered as well. She indicated the door where Marquis and Dot were standing. But I'm coming. This is going to be messy. Ward. Arc 16, From Within. Interlude Z. Now. I've surrounded myself with lunatics and the mentally ill. Hunter, in her powered state, had control over her power, but less control over herself. Her eyes were too wide, revealing the whites, and she had almost stepped outside without the proper clothing before they'd brought her back and made her pick something better. As much as regret chewed at Amy's middle and false hopes stabbed and tugged at her heart, having Hunter close was reassuring. She'd had to put measures into place to ensure that Hunter wouldn't attack her if an attempt at healing her personality rebounded. And it meant Hunter was loyal, reliable in her own way. The silhouette of Hunter, the shape of the face and color of her hair, it allowed Amy to have the periodic moment of feeling like she was still in the old days, Victoria just a few paces away. Like Victoria, but shorter, narrower, more of an elfin frame than an athlete's. Like Victoria, but a Victoria that could disappear in a wave of snowflakes if that snow around them blew any harder. She was constantly moving, getting ahead of the group, turning to face them while walking backwards, turning forward and creating those black razor lines, then hopping up onto them to try walking them like one might walk a tightrope, until her attempts saw her fall behind, at which point she bounded forward again. Like Victoria when Victoria had been 10 and playing at being superheroes, but wearing a body like Victoria at 13 or 14 if she'd never gotten into basketball or running. Amy walked with her head down, only her eyes visible above her scarf, which she'd pulled up to protect her ears. The positioning of the scarf was helped by the fact that Dot was curled up against her neck, upper body at one side, thighs against the other, and the little goblin had the scarf pulled around her like a blanket, adjusting every time the cold seeped in. The walk hadn't been long, but Dot was already asleep in the warmth, snoring softly. The little goblin put out its tongue to lick unconsciously at Amy's neck, and sensations of its being, physical makeup, and overall health leaped into her awareness. The fact Dot was sleeping meant she had stopped gabbling. The goblin's voice was comforting in how there was an omnipresent voice. Less comforting if Amy focused too much on the words. Was it more concerning that if the words were said by a human, they'd sound monstrous? Or that the words were said by a monster, but sounded so human? Amy touched her scarf, touching Dot's head through it. Dot curled up tighter against Amy in unconscious response. Mark walked beside her, but he was off in his own world. Tired, disheartened. Because I've surrounded myself with villains, too. He can't come to terms with that. Marquis was talking about weapons and danger with Chris. They'd never gotten along in the birdcage, and they didn't get along now, but they could cooperate. It wasn't just that they were villainous, but that they were villainous with that same insane edge around them. Marquis wore a coat in Sheen style, and Amy had to admit he wore it well. She only knew what she knew about fashion because Victoria had rubbed off on her, but she had the sense her father had picked the coat well. Long, bone-white, and decorated at the seams. He carried a cane, though he didn't need it, and wore no hat. Chris, for his part, had transitioned to something between a shaggy junkyard dog and a chimpanzee, 7 feet tall at the shoulder. Long-limbed, long-faced, vaguely humanoid, muscle visible beneath the shaggy fur, with no clothes but for a sash around the lower body and that collar around his neck, with syringes poised to plunge home. He loped more than he walked. "I like Gosling," Marquis said. "Elegant little murderer."
"I'll be your elegant little murderer,"
Hunter said, eager, skipping forward with snow flying. "You could be, if we wanted that, but I think it's best for you to stay near Amelia. I'm negotiating for my personal team if we reach the point where we need to defend ourselves." Chris rumbled while he padded through the snow with shaggy, furred claws.
"It's not negotiating if nobody wants what you're picking."
"Gosling?" Marquis sounded surprised. "That's a vehement reaction."
"She's weak."
Weak isn't a concern. Any parahuman has their strengths, and those strengths can be nurtured, made to bloom. My concern is having a team where every member can stand in close proximity and be natural among one another.
We're the two kids who are picking our teams for gym class, and you're taking the girl who lost the fight against, essentially, an unpowered person with an improvised weapon. Not even a good improvised weapon, because you want the team that looks good if they're asked to take a picture together?
Yes, Marquis said. Not that I care about pictures. Personality, style, expectations. If I have a wide pool of people to choose from, I'll pick people who can be in the same room without looking critically at the person next to them and wondering why they're there. People who, if I'm offering them something to drink, won't put in 20 different orders for tea, beer, wine, soda pop, or whatever else. People I give an order to who won't immediately start fighting over how to carry it out. From my perspective, you're playing the losing game.
You're deluded, Chris growled. Drink preferences don't have anything to do with how they're going to kill the guy you're pointing at.
Of course not, but I have a wide pool to choose from. I've been paying attention and earmarking the ones I like for a little while now. I'll pick a core team where I believe they'll be in alignment, then pick the ones I think could be swept up into that alignment, and then pick the ones who won't cause too much fuss, in that order.
Assuming you get that many picks.
Assuming I do, Marquis said, smiling. I still want Gosling.
You can have her. Free pick as I see it. Johnny.
Which one?
There's two.
One goes by Johnny in his civilian identity, and then you have Johnny Shambles, who is, I believe, in quarantine.
The second one.
As I see it, you're playing the losing game, lab rat. You did this in the birdcage. You picked people because they and their powers were resources. You forgot they were people too. Who's your next pick? Go ahead.
Ads.
Exactly the opposite approach to my own. If I had to pick the 3 people least likely to find a mutual rhythm, I wouldn't pick Shamble, Ads, and you, but it would be close.
I don't care because I'm not looking for rhythm. I'm looking for people I can send to go do something with expectations they manage. Who's your pick?
Screwdriver, Marquis replied.
I like her,
Hunter chimed in. She turned on the spot, walking backward, hands going to her face.
No mask, not really.
Chris fell silent, and it was a judgmental silence. There is a method to my madness, Marquis said, sounding pleased with himself.
This method involves preaching about team unity, then picking, in order, the murderer who was stabbed with a screwdriver and the torturer who did the stabbing?
Yes. I'll let you take your pick, Marquis said. We should keep it to 5 or 6 each, leave some behind to defend. Amy looked at Mark, her dad, though it had been a long time since he'd ever felt like a proper dad. That he was here really helped, if only just for the being there. He cast the occasional sidelong glance at the pair, but didn't comment, his head down, hat pulled low against the cold flurry. He wore his costume as a sublayer, with pants, hooded sweatshirt, and coat pulled over it, so it was there, but only barely.
He looked like a civilian. "Do you want to join in? Lead a squadron, flashbang." Marquis had a way of sounding taunting in the course of casual conversation, especially when it was with Carol or Mark. Amy almost said something. "No, I'll stay by Amy's side," Mark said. "Perfect. That simplifies things," Marquis said. They continued making their way through the snowstorm. In the distance, Amy could see the thruway, the wide-laned, raised road that cut straight through the center of the capital. It was meant for heavy trucks and public transportation, but with the influx of refugees, it was being used to move everyone into Sheen. It was dark out, still the early hours of morning before sunrise, and some of those people had been on the road when it had last been daylight. Sheen didn't use a lot of gasoline, and had only really started producing and refining it for Gimel at Goddess's behest, as part of deals struck before gold morning. Cauldron, Chris had said. People milled around the stalled traffic on the raised thruway that took cars over 3-story buildings and hills. Those people were Sheen service workers with shovels and brooms, weaving between cars to get snow off the roadway. With the platform being raised, lacking railings or dividers between the edge and the city below, it produced a constant plume of white. A slash of the dull red of taillights captured by the thick snowfall, plumes of white turned dark gray by darkness. A slash of human misery and desperation, Marquis said. Amy jumped a bit, realizing he was beside her. White snow flowing down and out like pus from the wound. All of it surrounded by warning, alarming red, like blood. Poetic, she said. Uncomfortable. Always, Marquis answered, smiling. His long brown hair had collected enough wet snow to make a snowball. Her own hair probably had, too, she realized. They had the same hair, especially now that he had gone into exhaustive depth about how she should manage her hair so it wouldn't be a mass of dull brown frizz. It sounds so dark the way you put it. It is, Marquis said. He touched her hair, hand running down the back of her head. It's dark before dawn. Sometimes we need to take a scalpel to the wounds. A transplant requires a bit of tough medicine to prevent rejection, doesn't it? I don't want to be the tough medicine. Amy's voice came out more unsure than she meant it to. If it comes down to it, my daughter, Marquis murmured, his voice just for her. I'll be the tough. You can be the medicine. Amy nodded, non-committal, not wanting to say anything that might prolong the uncomfortable part of the conversation. Mark was looking. She looked at him and felt Marquis's hand pull away. He walked over to Chris again. Whichever one she talked to or favored in the moment, it felt like she was betraying the other, and yet she had no loyalty to either of them. They had both let her down when it counted. Neither had been there. Now they were here, but they weren't. Amy stopped herself. The anger she felt stirred in her chest, and she pressed her hand over her heart as she fought to quell it. There were a few others on the street, but it was 6:50, and it was cold enough people were taking their time to get where they wanted to be. She intended to be very informal when formality wasn't stipulated, and that included roads without lanes or signage that trusted people to fend for themselves and watch where they were going. It meant the work week was often a flexible thing. Obviously, someone could not go to work at all, but arriving a few hours late, staying a few extra hours, that was fine. A girl, who couldn't have been more than 11, stepped back in alarm as Chris's shaggy gray form emerged from the flurry of snow. Instinctively, reactively, she bowed into a kind of curtsy. The mother seemed paralyzed, caught between getting the child to straighten and not wanting to offend, and ended up bowing as well, head down as the group passed. The smaller children simply looked bewildered. Until Hunter approached, energetic, and bowed too, hands extending forward as part of the bow. Nervous, they took her hands, and Hunter straightened, lifting their hands and pulling them to a standing straight position again. If they'd been reassured by the gentleness of the action, it didn't show. It was easily possible the maniac look in Hunter's eyes unnerved them. Hunter half-skipped, half-danced away from the family, catching up with the rest of the group for the 12th time. McCrae caught her, with his own bit of flourish and reaching hand. Hunter accepted, and McCrae drew the girl closer, one hand on her shoulder, steadying her, bending low to say something. And for another instant, Amy could fuzz her eyes, look past Hunter, but still see her. Snow and blonde hair, snow and eyelashes, a smile on her face. No care in the world. Just about everyone recharged in their own separate ways, Amy mused. Hunter wasn't one of those people. In this state, she had no recharge or need to recharge, drawing energy from a bottomless well. It made her hard to deal with, because they had to take shifts to keep an eye on her. Most often, it was Amy and someone else. Amy and McCrae. Amy and Mark. Amy and Chris. Each came with their own anxieties. McCrae was the bad influence, Chris the worse one. Mark was too good an influence, which made Amy think he'd turn Hunter against her. She hadn't wanted to brainwash the girl. That wasn't how she operated. She'd kept it at the minimum possible level to keep Hunter in a place where she could help her. And that level was a place where Mark could say the wrong thing or stir doubts. Too much time with Dot would make this new Hunter even more unhinged. Too much time with McCrae would make the girl a villain. Too much time with Chris would make her a monster. Too much time with Mark would lead to a day Amy got the alert Hunter had run away or gone back home. Easier to take care of it herself. To take as much time as she could supervising and trying to fix her damn Powers mess. Amy would never say it out loud, but she was the closest thing to a sane person here, just about the closest thing to a good person when all of her good deeds were taken in aggregate, the most human in all her flaws. And she was steadfast, she didn't run, she stuck to her commitments. Hunter needed her. Dot slept, and she slept a lot. And she burned that energy in fits and bursts. Amy envied that life, in a way. She would have liked to be able to sleep easily. To not spend nights battling her thoughts and doubts, fighting to find that one thing to cling to that would let her get through the night, so she could get through it the next day. Because if she couldn't get through the next day, it implied mistakes. It implied the world had beaten her down enough, harangued and harassed her to the point that she stumbled. Any stumble meant more nights wrestling with her thoughts. It meant more nights spent having to find that one thing she could say to herself that would let her rest easy. Chris needed time alone. Simple enough. Amy could kind of understand that. Maybe in another universe, that would be her. Not now. Not when anxiety swelled with every second spent on her own. She had spent very little time alone over the years, going from being with her biological mother to McCrae to the Dallins to being with Victoria much of the time. The times she'd first been truly alone had been when Victoria had been starting to date Dean. The next logical step in Carol's 1001-step plan to train Victoria to be a classic superheroine. Having Dot around helped. It meant she was rarely truly alone, even if her company was someone who could be sucking on a lollipop big enough to fill the entire interior of her mouth in one moment. and sitting in a corner, crunching the bones and chewing on the gristle of some mouse she'd just killed in the next. Marquis, for lack of a better way of getting it right in her head, luxuriated. Tea, a nice drink at a nice establishment, an evening with a refined woman or spent refining one, or sitting and reading fine literature, which all seemed more exhausting than recharging to Amy. Sheen was a new place with new things for the foreign aesthete to explore. Clothing was the most recent area of study, and he had a new article of clothing every time she saw him. 1 in 3 times she saw him, he would have a gift for her. The coat and scarf she wore now were his gifts to her. He could give her those gifts and gently worded support and reassurance, but he couldn't help her find a way to recharge. They were similar in so many ways, but not in that. Mark fought an uphill battle with exercise, time alone and time with others seeming to carry him 2 steps forward, 1 step back. He seemed better about it when he was with Carol, but he wasn't always a better person with Carol. She could kind of understand and empathize with that. He didn't give her any answers, but he gave her reassurance that at least someone else was struggling. No, recharging wasn't easy. Different for everyone. Hard to impossible for some. Amy had it hard. Like Mark, Amy had a few things that could help in small ways, but in isolation, it was a 2 steps forward, 1 step back thing. That might have sounded like it was still progress, but it wasn't. Not when the rest of the world dragged her down, when things went wrong like they had with Hunter, like political shifts, Goddess getting more aggressive, and teachers maneuvering. Breakthrough coming for a visit. So it became 1 step forward, 2 steps back in the end. Decline, pressure, misery, those fucking disappointed looks that people gave her, whether they were her own family, professionals, or the party leaders of Sheen who had talked to Miss Militia. A forced downward spiral that took away her focus at a critical moment or made her slip in her word choice. Not that she'd ever been gifted with gab, as Marquis put it. Amy pressed her hand over her heart, looking at that image of Hunter. Still enough in this moment she could be looked at from behind and mistaken for Victoria. If all she had were glimpses and pretending, then that was what she would nourish herself with. To recharge, to fight back against that losing battle where the world fought so hard against her. Chris had had his laboratory moved to the capital, to be closer to the portal in case something happened. In response, a lot of the capital had moved away. It left some room for Gimmel's population to settle, but for the most part, buildings were being emptied and left empty. Dark in the gloom of pre-sunrise. Well, by the look of it, the sunrise was starting. They had been given a few buildings, and one of those buildings was the dormitory, for lack of a better way of putting it. It was an apartment, a building brutal in how its architecture had been carved out, like much of the rock had been left raw. The opposite face was refined, decorated with the faint relief of 1/4 of a stone face, a wide open eye, brow, forehead, and part of a nose. Adjacent, squat and low to the ground, was Chris's lab. Atop it was a disproportionately large woman, kneeling with head bowed, hair hiding her face, hands clutched to her chest. Amy hadn't asked for it, and hadn't ever said anything about it, but for that statue alone, she was secretly glad that this was their starting point for what came next. They filed into the lab, pausing in the lobby to shake off the worst of the snow. The shaking stirred Dot awake. Amy was brushing away the snow that had collected at the tops of her boots when Dot stretched, side of her body against the nape of Amy's neck, entire body trembling with the force of the stretch. She wormed her way out of the scarf. "Nothing important's happening," Amy told the girl. Her own heartbeat betrayed the lie. She clarified, "Not just yet." The lobby was dark, with desks meant to be staffed by receptionists, were the building serving its original purpose. They walked past them to the stairwells, which led up to the second floor and down into the more expansive basement. Chris tapped a button with a monstrous paw. Lights flared dark orange, then changed to a softer glow. The lab had people in pods. Not many. 10. All of the people were nearly identical. Androgyne, with features, skin color, and proportions that looked like they had been pulled from the average of the world's population. The stock had been from a slave class created at Bianca's instruction. Easily trained, docile, and expendable. They looked human, but Amy had investigated, and she had verified. They had less emotional intelligence and less self than even a dog. Intelligent in other, necessary ways, yes. All short-haired, all fairly tan by default, all wearing what looked like white t-shirts and boxers, with a stripe of red down the center of each shirt, down the sides of each set of boxers. As part of her negotiation with Chris, she had made the treatment of these creatures a major point. For the most part, they were kept warm, happy, entertained, and safe. If Chris wanted to experiment on one, he had to ask. Which served a double purpose of ensuring Chris didn't disappear into his labs altogether, never emerging again. He had to maintain connections. Chris loped over, opening 4 pods. 4 to start? He was already in the midst of the lab, but Amy had stopped halfway down the stairwell, with an overview of it all. Amy started. She stopped herself, glancing up at Marquis, who had just stepped through the threshold to the lab. Okay, 4 to start. Assertiveness. 2 boys, 2 girls. One woke at the sound of Chris's voice. The rest woke when he opened the tinted glass pods. Temperature controlled, with airflow. Then he opened another, waking a girl. He cast a glance up in Amy's direction, challenging, like he was testing something, checking something. Why that one? She asked. Just in case, he said. The 4 he'd already woken looked wary at how large he was, but when he pointed, they ducked their heads down and hurried. You're being cagey again, lab rat, Marquis commented from the top of the stairwell. I am always cagey. You're always cagey when you're the subject of a conversation, but you're aggressive when someone else is. If you're being cagey, that means this is about you. Mistakes happen. If we need to do a quick replacement of one that goes to pieces, I'd rather have a 5th prepped and waiting. If you think this is about me, it's about me knowing I'm not perfect. No, Marquis said. That's not it. Well, if you're not going to put your finger on what it is, can I get to work? Amy had wanted to come to look at the would-be patients, the slave stock, to make sure she was a part of this, and do what vain little she could to keep it on a good course. What can I do? She asked. Chris rumbled. Nothing. Right now, I have to turn on the generators, prep them, load up the programs. I'll be half an hour. I'm worried about you doing things in secret. Trust me, Chris said. There's nothing I can do in 20 minutes that's even close to the scale we're talking about. Amy glanced at Marquis, who smiled. I believe him. I like how you check with your father, Chris taunted. You once told me it was you in charge. A second opinion from a trusted party is smart. I wouldn't think less of her, Marquis said. Do you know what's smarter? Chris asked. Trust nobody. Perhaps, but for now, I'll check on our soldiers.
Let's see if they woke up when called. If this works, spies and telltale cameras will tell our opposition what we're up to, and they may react. Let's ensure we're ready if they come for us.
Don't stir up anything with my picks.
I'll tell them to get ready and stand by, nothing else, Marquis said. If I say anything else, Flashbang can handle it. Again, it sounded taunting. Aimed at Chris, aimed at Mark. Mark, unresponsive, turned around and left, going the way he'd come. Amy watched for a few moments longer, doing what Riley had done prior to Gold Morning, which had led into Valkyrie's flock in the second attempt. Just with less of a mind to preserving the masks, as Hunter had termed them. Hunter and I are stepping outside, Marquis said. We need to have a conversation. Do I need to be a part of this conversation? No, he said. Amy nodded, stiff. That anxiety crept its way in, taking hold. She had no legitimate reason to mistrust him, but...
I'll come. Can I come?
Dot piped up.
I want to hang with Hunter.
It shouldn't be a problem, Marquis said. Dot leapt across to the highest stair she could reach, crossing about 4 or 5 stairs at once. Once she landed, though, climbing was hard. There was no railing, and each stair was almost as tall as Dot was. She bounced up, stair by stair, until reaching Hunter's foot, at which point she scrambled up Hunter's side, into Hunter's coat. Marquis and Hunter left. The last glimpse Amy had of Hunter was of her smiling, laughing, as Dot sprang up from her coat collar, leaving Amy alone, for the most part. She watched as Chris did his thing, efficient in his movements despite his monstrous form. Typing, adjusting chemicals and pumps, then typing more.
The 5th one is for you,
Chris intoned. Amy stiffened. She looked at the one patient who was still sitting in her pod. The others were drinking medication Chris had given them. Preparation. He'd walked her through a mock version of the process a week ago.
You've thought about it,
Chris said.
Marquis thought this was a selfish move for me. It might be. This is important, and I don't trust you to not get in the way when it counts. You have selfish moves you want to make, too. Make them.
Amy felt her balance shift, like she might fall into or down the stairs, or over the railingless edge onto the hard floor below. She twisted, touching the wall for stability, and headed up the stairs.
Amy,
he said. She stopped, setting her jaw, not looking at Chris or the patients. How many more minutes? 20?
There are very few people who know how this all fits together. Who knows what it might look like in 24 hours? The world is going to end. Again. Again. You know what's coming. This time, you're in a position to get in front of it.
I won't get in the way, she said. Too quiet for an ordinary person to hear, but the shape he wore had good ears. She felt so fucking alone. Dot's absence, Hunter's presence, Marquis and Mark as 2 people each with maybe 40% of a functional father in them.
Breakthrough will be there. You will run into Antares. You won't get in the way at this stage, but what happens then?
Amy clutched at her chest with the one hand, fingernails digging into breast and collarbone, short as they were. If you think there's some kind of disaster looming, I could call this off, Amy said. She looked down at Chris. You need me for the last step, don't you?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Thanks for bringing it to surface. Hunter's not wrong about her talk of masks and what happens when someone like you takes the mask off. He was going to say something else, but Amy fled. Upstairs, into the lobby. She had no warm little goblin to keep her scarf snug around her neck or around her ears, and as she stepped out into the cold, lonely snowstorm, she couldn't get her scarf to a good position. She saw the army. Men and women with masks, wearing winter clothing. The ones who'd stepped outside had done so to smoke. They were awake after all, ready if they were needed. No sign of Marquis or Hunter. Dot would tell her what Marquis and Hunter had talked about. Dot couldn't keep secrets to save her life. Not unless those secrets pertained to her queen or her king. Amy ventured toward the villains, but she wasn't sure she trusted herself. She didn't trust them, and she'd placed biological imperatives in each of them to quiet bloodlust and regulate emotion. The last week had been her final push to get that done. But Chris's words chased her, bothered her more than they should have. The idea that breakthrough was out there and breakthrough was involved was enough that she worried she might panic. Deadlines, pressure, and a pressing need to be better before she saw Victoria again. Because Victoria would see anything as an excuse. And as that idea and deadline took hold, Chris's words, she felt, were tugging her the opposite way. It had been a little while since she'd felt this way during the daylight hours. Pre-birdcage, gold morning. The family barbecue. Visiting Antares in prison. Like she felt in the small and lonely hours of night. Alone with thoughts she didn't like, desperately trying to penetrate that horrible, confused mess, to gather ideas around herself that made sense and made it something she could handle. The alternative, when those moments came, was that she didn't find the magic answer, that her body or her power would do something on impulse, that she'd force something when precision was needed or instinct would take over, and she'd find herself behind an angry Victoria that wouldn't even look at her. And the prison. She shook her head. She could handle it, because there was no other choice. I'm not crazy, she told herself. Where was Hunter? Where was Dot? I'm a good person, she thought. Where was Mark? I can manage this. Where was Marquis? She found herself heading toward the villains, but that in itself was anxiety-inducing, especially when she didn't feel like herself. Amy! The voice was distant. Her dad's voice. And she didn't think of Mark as being her dad often. Only when she needed the label, and only when she was in need, like a desperate child reaching out for a parent. Mark was outside another building, talking to a gray-haired woman who was smoking a cigarette. He was smoking too, Amy realized, and that kind of surprised her. Just a block away, past snowfall too heavy to see anything distinct in, Amy could see the dull red haze of traffic. "What's this?" Amy asked. She sounded nothing like a Red Queen, entirely like an Amy. "This is a woman from Gimmel's government," Mark said. "She's managing the influx of refugees. It was Elizabeth Bagley, I think." The woman nodded. Amy still felt bewildered. The woman held out a hand. "Directions, gas, medication, keeping traffic clear." Amy took hold of the hand. Elizabeth Bagley's biology. Top to bottom, even vague brain structure, cell life, the cultures in her gut, all flooded into Amy's awareness. "But none of that would be possible without your help." "I didn't really do much," Amy said. She felt like she hadn't changed an iota from when she'd been Panacea. How many others heard their superhero name, past or present, and cringed, thinking of how weak they had been. "The medication was your doing, wasn't it? We're handing out one pill to everyone waiting to come through. They won't get sick for a year, we're told." "The monoculture," Amy murmured. "They won't get sick for a year, maybe 2 years. When they do, they should already have some antibodies against local pathogens. It's a lifesaver. You're a lifesaver, the woman said. She held Amy's hand in both of hers. I know someone in the Wardens. I know most of what they do passes without comment or congratulations. I didn't want that to be the case here. Amy nodded. The words meant so much more than the woman could have known. Closing her eyes for a moment, she focused on that point of contact. She cleared the woman of precancerous lesions she could see in the brain and gut, stemming from a parasite that had come cross-portal in the wake of the portal attacks. It was something authorities had already begun warning people to get checked for, before other distractions had mandated the evacuation. A month or two of chemotherapy or radiation would have probably done the trick, but they would have been miserable, pain-filled months. The brain cancer in particular could have caused permanent damage. They exchanged a few more words, Mark asking about the process, the refugees, and the settlement. Elizabeth was staying in one of the evacuated buildings close to the portal, to better manage those passing through. Thank you again, Elizabeth Bagley told Amy. Amy nodded. It's the least I could do. Then I look forward to seeing what you can do, if this is what you consider least, Elizabeth said, smiling. Don't say that, Amy thought. And the thought was strong enough that it overrode any attempt to put words in her own mouth, or to come up with a civil response. And Elizabeth was already going, heading over to other staff managing refugees. I thought you needed that, Mark said. Quieter, he said. It's why I'm here, making sure you have those reminders. She wondered how much he was having to remind himself of why he was here. But she didn't voice that wondering. Hunter had been talking about masks, and Amy was starting to see why it was important. This did nothing to nourish that numbness deep inside her, the cold loneliness. A goblin could warm the back of her neck. A father's hand on one shoulder could support and have its own warmth, a dad's hand on the other. But the mask helped in other ways. It let her be the healer again, the heroine, when she'd been so close to having nothing between the uncomfortable inner self and the uncompromising outer world. To have a mask was to have a barrier. Not thin Kevlar and cloth, no hardened ceramics or steel, no decoration. More like a witch doctor's mask in the movies, inch thick at the very least. More like a shield with eye holes, or an animal skull she could wear while peering through the eye holes. Protection. Defense. Not just protecting the inside from the out, but the other way around, too. I want to be a healer for just the next 20 minutes. Take my mind off things. It's been a little while. You lost your confidence. You feel confident again? No. Yes, and I need this. I think we can arrange it, Mark said. This way. Merciful distraction. It took her mind off the deadline Chris had implied. The imminent meeting she wasn't ready for. Only once in recent memory had it gone anywhere close to the way she wanted it to. A fleeting moment, like the stars had aligned. And when the only people willing to give her any benefit of a doubt were villains and lunatics, when even Victoria insisted on treating her like she'd done the worst thing imaginable, she was left with a simple question. If she was going to be treated like the worst person imaginable, whatever she did, and she was strong enough that if she really cut loose, nobody would stand in her way, what was really stopping her from forcing those moments? From making it so life was just a continuous flow of those moments, one after another, the stars permanently aligned. Except for the fact that she was a good person. One week ago. You misunderstood, Amy said,
her voice tense. "My English is quite good, Red Queen," the doctor replied. "Both you and the lab rat were clear in your expectations. I faced a risk being so close to someone this powerful and unpredictable doing what I did." "She's going to be so mad," Amy said, quiet. "You misunderstood." The doctor looked like he was getting incensed, but he stopped short of yelling at her. "Would you leave us alone?" "So you do want this?" the doctor asked. "At least don't pretend you didn't, or that—" "Please," Amy said, firmer. The doctor went silent, and then he left. The door banged closed. Amy turned to look at Victoria, who slept on the cot, unconscious. Dot clambered up Amy's neck, peering over her shoulder. And Amy reached up, touching Dot's face, finding Dot's lips, where there wasn't as much fur to reach past with her power. Dot playfully bit Amy's finger, and the contact with tongue was sufficient for Amy to tranquilize the goblin. She set Dot aside, on the tray of medical instruments, gently, tugging the little goblin's colorful dress into place, so it wouldn't ride up or cut off circulation. "I just wanted a moment with you where you weren't being unreasonable or glaring. Being accusatory, holding on to old grudges. Carol still hates Marquis, you know? You got the grudge thing from her. And he never really hurt her. Never attacked her. He did what he needed to do in the moment. Ran his gang like a business in a time period where violent criminals like the Teeth and Slaughterhouse 9 had kind of been the norm. He gets a bit of credit for bringing a measure of civility to Brockton Bay." Victoria was utterly still in repose. This moment was the eye of the storm, the stars aligning, all thanks to a doctor who hadn't listened to her, or who had taken a suggestion from Labrat. Preceded by Victoria barging into the prison and sure to be followed by more rage, more grudges. Maybe. But for the moment, she could force everything out of mind and she could exist in the now. For the first time in 4 years, she didn't feel like half a person. She hadn't wanted this, after all. But she needed it. From the way Carol detests him, you'd think he was worse than the Slaughterhouse 9. He wasn't anything close to perfect, but he wasn't as bad as them. Daughter and daughter, we're playing out the exact same storyline. The insane thing is, if you took away artificial barriers, heroine and villain, they would get along, I think. It would be an antagonistic friendship. I think that's just who my father is, but... Amy sat on the edge of the bed. She looked down at Victoria's arm, which was limp, marred with so many individual scars, wounds. The more injured hand was bandaged, each one of them a rebuke to Amy. A lasting pain that could have been healed. Amy held her hand out, tattooed, marked with strands of gold, like the hair draped over the pillow. It'd be exactly the same for us. We'd get along again, given a real chance. Amy touched Victoria's arm, a furrow of scar tissue. Victoria's image leaped into her mind, top to bottom. The fatigue, the injuries, the muscles and the muscle memory. She could tell Victoria had been in physio, that Victoria was taking medication before bed to make it easier to sleep. Small, controlled amounts. Amy removed the gouges in Victoria's right arm. The muscle damage. The tears. Scuffing at the knuckles where Victoria had thrown a few too many punches. Knitting skin together with care and tenderness. Bruising at the ribs. Lung damage from inhaling smoke a few weeks ago. Amy touched the side of Victoria's face. Eye damage from too many bright lights or flares.
Victoria didn't have Carol's resistance to flashes. The eye was a complex machine. Amy fixed it. Then the other arm, a bullet wound in the bicep. Healed over, but the muscle would never be as strong as it once had been. And the most recent wound, the skinning of the back of Victoria's hand, the degloving of 2 fingers. The skin wouldn't heal. Too much abuse too recently. Amy unwrapped the bandage as she regrew skin. She pulled stitches free and took the skin that was being pushed free by the new growth. She paused, noting the missing fingernail, and picked through sheets for a few seconds, trying to find where it had fallen. Didn't matter. If Amy couldn't find it, Victoria wouldn't either. What mattered was that, lying there, sedated, Victoria seemed to rest just a little bit easier. Amy gave Victoria love again. She reached for the brain and she took down walls with more care than she had the last time. She stared down at Victoria's face, burning it into memory. She wanted to think it looked just a bit more at ease than it had been when the pain and the tension had been lifted, and the body wasn't working so hard on the little things. That the micro-adjustments in Victoria's face were because a girl with love in her heart slept better than one without. Leaning over, hesitating for 1 second, she bent down and kissed Victoria on the lips. Letting go of Victoria's arm, she made the kiss the single point of contact through which she kissed Victoria's whole being. She lay down on the cot, her face inches from Victoria's, her hand at the side of Victoria's face. If she took too long, she knew, Victoria would wonder and suspect. So she gave herself 59 seconds like this. Shy of a minute, because a minute felt like a milestone, and a milestone felt like an excuse to take more seconds, a second minute. Her hand found Victoria's arm, and as she sat up, pulled away, her fingers traced a line from elbow to fingertip. And in the course of that journey, she restored Victoria's internal barriers and grudges. She let the artificial healing dissolve, and the wounds return. The wound at Victoria's hand slurped up the stitches, which swam through skin like they might through water, finding their place. "See?" Amy asked, her voice a whisper. "I'm in control." A flicker of Hunter passed through her mind's eye, the maniac look in the child's eye. She pushed it out of mind. Too dangerous to dwell on. Small mercies it hadn't happened while she'd been going through the motions of proving to herself and to Victoria's body that there wouldn't be any repeat occurrences, which was... Her hand trembled slightly. She rubbed it with the other, thumb hard as it massaged the hand, rubbing along the golden portions of the tattoos. Not even a factor. With this personal victory, this triumph, she had all the confidence in the world that the next time she saw Hunter, she would be able to mend what was broken. I am in control, so there's no need to be afraid. Now, don't be afraid. Be calm, Amy murmured. She was working blind, in a way. A monitor to the left showed one series of waves and numbers. A monitor to the right showed another. Strings of A, G, C, T. One adjustment, and the screen to the left shifted, flaring red, or shifted, flaring green. Step by step, getting the measures and recordings to match the ones on the right. She did other work. Altering the body, helping it on its way. Altering the mind, bringing it up to speed. This figure had been dumber than a dog before, less personality, and now... very close to human. A man now.
We're close enough, Chris said, so close behind her that she could feel his hot breath on her neck. Her skin crawled. Personal space, Chris. He snorted, which was pronounced because his form was anteater-like, with a pronounced snout. Large ears and narrow eyes. Its torso, however, was cadaverous, ribs exposed, organs and other sacs floating in a clear blob that the ribcage and pelvis held. He stepped away, and he picked up a syringe, which was attached to a hose. "Do what you can to steer," he said. "But control is paramount." Amy looked back over her shoulder. Mark wasn't there. He was looking after Hunter. Marquis was there, which was fitting, considering this didn't feel like something a good person would be pulling. The sound of machines chugging to life drew her attention back to what she was doing. Fluids were flowing in, and she was suddenly working in a flowing river. Form became mutable. Less something solid she was changing, and more something fluid she was trying to hold on to. Control was paramount, as Chris had said. Control meant the brain, the blocks, the loyalty, and obedience. The figure grew. Not so unusual for what lab rat usually did. But this growth, it was an unmasking. As Hunter had implied, these were people with nothing but the powers and the meat to hold those powers in this world. Where Hunter had gone wrong was that Amy had been in charge of the girl, had altered the mind to alter the power, and let something in by accident. Removing it was too hard, because what had been opened could not be closed. Now they did the same thing, but with form. They did it intentionally. "Who is it?" Amy belatedly asked, as the figure grew so tall she could touch only the leg. "Chevalier. Courtesy of one-trip breakthrough made to the Warden's headquarters. I had my gaming device with me. Stole a scan of the big man." The man moved. A giant now. And as he moved, she could feel how he existed in 3 places at once. Overlapping, shifting qualities between forms. She could feel through him how he touched the floor and sensed its qualities, reached out for the wall. "Don't!" she called out. She pulled away, stepping back. The giant obeyed. Second by second, however, it continued to come apart. She worried it would collapse into constituent parts, but it didn't. A storm of overlapping identities and bodies. And one piercing eye as it focused its gaze and looked down at her. With every step she took backwards, the figure seemed to clarify. She took a step forward and saw it separate apart again. Not wholly of this world's rules. Closer to Chevalier's power than Chevalier himself. One giant leap closer to having their hands in the meat and gristle of this alien biology. When she looked at Chris, the man was smiling. Her own heart pounded, and she didn't not feel like smiling herself. It was a victory. She laid her hand over her heart, fingers digging in. "We did it." "Did you want me to do this, Princess Shaper?" she asked, knowing her power would never answer. "Was that why it was easier than fixing my sister's body?" Of course, there was silence. 3 more, Chris said. "Then we break for lunch. 7 more by the end of the day." Amy nodded, exhaling. "Sheen's leadership will be happy. Tools and weapons like these." Amy nodded. "I'll pass on the good news," Marquis said. "I'm sure they're anxious." "Thank you, Marquis," Chris said, sounding too formal, simultaneously almost jovial, even though the eye contact he made with Amy was level, cold. The door closed above them.
Amy stared up at the shifting giant. It had to be Endbringer strong. They would have 9 more by the day's end.
If you wanted to treat yourself, I wouldn't begrudge you,
Chris said. I don't, Amy started. No idea what you mean. He lunged, moving closer, and she backed up. She gave a thought to asking the shifting giant for help, and then thought twice of it. If it was as strong as she suspected, it would destroy everything in the course of saving her. She backed up until she hit a wall. The bestial Chris planted a hairy paw to the right of her head, another paw to the left. "Personal space," she said, and the words were tense. No words came out as Chris moved his prehensile nose to her shirt collar, pushing it aside, pushing past bra strap. She jolted, hand lunging forward, to his mouth, to lip. The prehensile nose caught her arm, twisting her fingers back. Too hairy to use her power through. Her knees bent.
"Don't be stupid," he said. "This is a friendly gesture from me."
"Don't touch her," Amy hissed. She was as ready to use her power to harm as she had ever been. He pulled at her collar, moving it aside, then moved her bra strap so it crossed the bridge of her shoulder. There was nothing sexual to the action. Just exposing that little section of skin that Amy had picked up a week ago, pulsing softly as it breathed, resting at the space over her heart. It hugged her skin, drinking the nutrients off of her skin and eating the bacteria.
If you haven't corrupted the DNA, you could use it. I've looked over Bonesaw's work with the clones. I could try implanting memories. You can have Victoria with all the memories you want her to have, or none of the memories you don't want to have. Guilt-free.
"No," Amy said.
"Why not?"
"Because this is enough."
"Is it?"
He pressed her, his monstrous face too close to hers. "It wasn't. It'll have to be," she said.
"If you tell me no now, if you won't turn our tiny little human-shaped package of human-derived cells over there into a Victoria that satisfies you, I don't want you to go off the deep end when the other Victoria Dallin shows up. Because she will."
"I'll manage."
"I don't think you will."
"Being near me makes her miserable. Being near her makes me miserable because she's so fucked up. She's surrounded by all the wrong influences, and I can't fix that without outright kidnapping her."
"So kidnap her."
"And have the wardens after me? The rest of Breakthrough?"
"You're strong enough."
Maybe. But I'm not good enough. Not from a skill standpoint. I'm not a natural heroine. But I think I am good. I am capable of saying, it would make too many people too unhappy."
"My opinion?"
Chris asked, his voice a growl.
"You're lying to yourself. Same as when you said you could fix Hunter. Same as when you said you could fix the politician with an ear taking up half his head. Same as when you failed to fix Victoria and embarrassed just about every biology manipulator, doctor, and tinker in the Western Hemisphere. You're telling yourself one thing, living in the latest daydream, but the moment you turn around and face reality, you're going to mess up."
He was provoking her, baiting her.
"You set rules for yourself,"
he hissed each word.
"But your rules exist for nothing, except to be broken."
She stared him down, still angry. This had been just for her. The one time in her life that she'd allowed herself to be selfish.
The politicians from Sheen are going to want to see our handiwork, she said. It would be best if you let me get decent. He let go, releasing her, and he walked away. A needle plunged into his neck, prompting the start of a change to another form. He'd wanted the prehensile nose, she imagined, to sniff out Victoria's location. Fuck reality, Amy said, to his back. Chris stopped. I have no mask, not for the moment. She fixed her bra strap, being careful to put it where it helped support that small trace of Victoria she kept with her without pinching anything, then began buttoning up her top again. We're making interdimensional weapons of war. Let's put this reality as far behind us as we can. Chris rumbled, a sound that could have been a chuckle or a rueful sound.
Next subject.
He growled out the words.
It's someone you know.
This was a production of Ward by Parahuman Audio. Ward and the Parahuman stories are written and owned by J.C. McCrae. You can find the original text and support the author at parahumans.net. For more of the Ward audiobook, as well as other community works, please visit parahumanaudio.com. Music for this chapter was by Evan Witt. Find out more at wittynotes.com. Editing by Fyodor. Narration by Robert Rain Ramsey. Find more of their work at our website. Thank you for listening.